Prologue. I'm dead. That was the first thought that came to mind when I saw the gray bone rushing towards me. And everything was going well. We teamed up with Sasuke again, defeated Obito, successfully contained Madara, and almost sealed Kaguya, when suddenly everything went wrong. Sasuke and I were separated, and I decided to distract her while Sakura and Obito looked for him. Having created several hundred clones, I transferred the Gudodama to one of them so that Kaguya would think that it was the original. However, the plan failed. She changed the dimension again, and this time the gravity here was several times higher. All the clones were destroyed by the impact with the ground and the Gudodama ended up far away from me. It was hard for her to be here too, but she adapted much faster. And now I'm watching as the gray bone flies towards me, killing anyone it pierces. People say that before death, your whole life flashes before your eyes. Well, what can I say, that's true. I remembered my horrible childhood in the orphanage, the looks full of hatred and malice from the villagers, studying at the academy and the traitor Mizuki. I was an idiot then, trying to gain the respect of the herd called the residents of Konoha. I protected them from the one-tailed Jinchuriki who lost control, killed Pain who attacked the village, reviving everyone in the process, never released the Kyuubi, never touched the villagers, and all I got from them was a complete lack of any changes. You could say that everything only got worse. During the war, I was finally able to make friends with Kurama, and he said that in my mind there were a huge number of bookmarks for loyalty to Konoha and a decrease in intelligence. After they were removed, it was as if I woke up. I realized that everything that Grandpa Third did for my safety was a huge nothing. Yes, he gave me money so that I could buy food, but firstly it was not enough for normal nutrition, and secondly, they often significantly inflated the prices for everything, so I could only afford instant ramen. Every time I was beaten and ended up in the hospital, he said that it would not happen again, and even assigned an Anbu for some time to look after me. However, he did not care about me and nothing changed. Another disappointment was Jiraiya, the godfather, who decided to appear in the life of his godson 13 years later, when he was no longer so needed. Now I understand that he was not only a terrible guardian, but also a terrible teacher. Yes, he taught me the rasengan, but that's all. In all those 3 years that we traveled together, he did not give me anything new. Even Orochimaru, no matter what a bastard he was, taught Sasuke conscientiously, and all Erosenin did was go to brothels and spy on girls in onsens. Everything good in my life is connected to Team 7. Sasuke became a true friend to me, for whom I was ready to kill anyone, and I am sure that he thought the same. That is why I wanted to bring him back to Konoha so much after he left for the Snake Sanin. Kakashi-sensei and I also developed a friendly relationship, so much so that I adopted his habit of being late, as well as his excuses. It got to the point that when the fifth called us, we without saying a word showed up 2 hours after the appointed time, simultaneously saying that a black cat crossed our path. Interrupting my memories, a bone is driven into my stomach, and I begin to crumble into dust. It did not hurt, I did not feel anything at all. I did not think that I was dying too early, since I had long been prepared for my death. I closed my eyes and simply relaxed. However, after a few minutes, I realized that nothing had changed and that my death was somehow delayed. I opened my eyes and saw that I was back in the dimension where I met Rakudo. Looking around, I noticed the old man himself. Turning to face him, I looked straight into his Rinnegan and asked the question that interested me. Hello, Hagoromo-sama, what am I doing here? Shouldn't I die from Kaguya's bone? You died from it. I transferred your soul here because I have an offer for you. And what do you want to offer me? I asked, grinning. I can give you a second chance to live your life. You see, there are a huge number of worlds similar to yours, and I can transfer your consciousness to your own body, but in another world. Of course, along with the friend who is sealed in you, if you both want. And will my memories and abilities remain with me? The memories will remain, but you will have to return the abilities yourself. The only thing you will have left is the ability to enter the mode of the Sage of the Six Paths without my help in that world. That's an interesting offer, and I think you'll agree. What do you think, Kurama? If you agree, then I'm ready to go with you too. Someone has to make sure you don't do anything wrong. As if you've ever bothered with that before. I muttered back to him. So, what's your answer? Rakudo asked. We agree. I answered him. Well, fine, but I must warn you that that world may differ from yours, and sometimes significantly. Good, that's even more interesting. What if Akatsuki isn't there? I exclaimed. Ready? He asked with a smile. Ready, Kurama and I answered in unison. Then I'll begin the transfer. Good luck, Naruto. The world around us began to glow brightly. I closed my eyes and covered them with my hand, but it didn't help much. Suddenly I felt myself being quickly pulled somewhere. At that moment my consciousness switched off. Chapter 1. I woke up lying on a comfortable bed. Opening my eyes and looking around, I saw a nice room, not very richly furnished but decently. It was small, with light wallpaper and ceiling, a bed in the corner, a wardrobe, a nightstand and a desk in front of the window. I got up and tried to do my usual exercises to tone my muscles, but my body didn't feel as good as the last one. Some exercises couldn't be done at all. Going to the wardrobe and opening the door, I looked in the mirror and groaned. A scarlet-haired boy of about 7 years old, with bright blue eyes and a mustache on his cheeks, similar to a fox's, was looking at me from there. Everything seemed fine, and I looked good, but my age was the cause of my groans. 7 years. When I imagine how much work I have to do to reach my previous level, I immediately want to go back to bed, fall asleep and never wake up. Okay, now is not the time to feel sorry for myself. I need to understand my current level of strength which, judging by the warm-up, is not impressive, and understand how this world is different from mine. Judging by the room, I am not in the apartment that the third gave me in that world, and this means two things. Either Hiruzen is adequate here and gave me normal housing, and not that wreck, or my parents are alive. I think there is no need to say which option is preferable for me. Looking out the window, I saw the morning Konoha and the Hokage monument a little further. 4 familiar stone faces were looking at me, obviously the Hokage here are the same as mine. Looking at my father's face, I began to pray that my hopes would come true and my parents were alive here. Suddenly, the memories of the previous owner of this body fell upon me. I lay down on the bed so as not to fall while I absorbed them. Looking at the life of my predecessor, I realized that my prayers, unfortunately, were heard. Yes, my parents are alive here, and I even have an older brother and a twin sister, but despite this, I can't say whose life was easier, the local Narutos or mine. My parents pretend that I don't exist, they don't even cook food for me, and my brother hates me with all his heart, and is often the ringleader in my beatings. The village still hates me and calls me a demon. And all because the local Minato, I can't bring myself to call him a father, did not expect that there would be twins and relaxed after the birth of my sister. And immediately after my birth, the fox broke the seal and broke free, and he was also subdued by an unknown person in a mask, and set on the village. The mask maker, I hope it was Obito and not someone else, at least I know how to fight him, was defeated by Minato, and the fox was driven out of the village. The third sacrificed himself instead of my father, sealing Kurama into me. And now everyone hates me because of the fox and the fact that it was my fault that Hiruzen died. The only ray of light in my predecessor's life was my sister, Kiyomi Namikaze. She couldn't influence the family in any way, but at the same time she sincerely loved the local Naruto, often covered for him in front of the residents and shared her portions until he learned to cook. In general, summing up, I can say that although the situation has changed, but not much, I am still hated and I will also have to create a reputation for myself. I hope that at least here I will find normal friends, and not those hypocrites from the past world that the third set me up with. Having mastered the memories, I went down into my subconscious to talk to Kurama. He was lying in the clearing as always, putting his paws under his muzzle and looking at me. And what do you think about the current situation? His voice thundered. The situation is not the best. I answered. I don't see any particular changes and they still hate me, only this time with my parents alive. I just want to meet my little sister, she seems adequate here. What can you say about the state of my body? It leaves much to be desired. Of course, it was even worse in your world, here you at least trained a little before, but still weak, you will have to catch up. The only plus is that your possession destroyed the seal, so you will not have to look for the key, and I can immediately give you all the power. The only problem is that your body is not ready for it yet and you will have to train a lot. I will start working on your hearth and chakra channels, in a couple of years you will be able to calmly use my power. Of course, not at the peak level, you still have a lot to grow and grow before that, but this is not bad. Well, the lack of a seal is really good news, less hassle, plus you will be able to treat me more effectively if something happens. Okay, time to get to work, we have a lot to do. Yeah, I'm going to sleep, if anything wakes you up, said the fox and fell asleep. I was always amazed at how he could fall asleep like that, in one moment. Sometimes I can't fall asleep for hours, and I wake up quite often because of nightmares. Getting out of bed, I put on a white t-shirt and black pants with red lines and left the room and went to the shower. After leaving there, I went down to the kitchen and started making breakfast for 2. Having put 2 plates of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and 2 cups of coffee on a tray, I went upstairs and went into my sister's room, deciding to get to know her first. I saw a room that was very similar to mine, the same light wallpaper, the same view from the window, except that the closet looked much fuller, which didn't surprise me at all, after all it was a girl's room. On the bed lay a girl who was almost a complete copy of me, except for her light hair and the lack of fox whiskers. She was sleeping, hugging a pillow, which looked very cute. However, when I sat down on a chair, the girl opened her blue eyes and looked at me in surprise. "Naruto, what are you doing here?" she asked in a sleepy voice. "Good morning, Kiyomi, I decided to spoil you here and brought you breakfast." I answered with a smile. "Really?" she exclaimed, "thank you." She jumped out of bed and hugged me. I reflexively hugged her back. In general, I am not used to hugs and usually avoid them, but with her this feeling went away. It was strange, but nice. She broke away from me and said with a smile, "I'll wash up and come back." I nodded and watched her leave the room. My first impression of her was entirely positive. We'll definitely get along, which I can't say about the rest of my family. If they hate me, then I don't see the point in establishing contact with them. Yes, I've always wanted to have a family, but I think it's better not to have one at all than to receive only hatred and contempt from them. A loving sister is enough for me. Soon she returned, and we sat down to eat. After eating a few pieces, she asked, "Why did you suddenly bring me breakfast in bed? Must there be a reason?" "Maybe I just decided to please my sister." "In that case, you did it, thank you. By the way, it turned out very tasty, it used to be worse." "So you didn't like my cooking before?" I asked, making an offended face. "No, of course I liked it, it's just better now." She began to justify herself. "Okay, I'll believe you this time," I answered smiling. "What are your plans for today?" "Mom was going to start training FUNN, I think it will take all day." "Will you join us?" "No, I don't think that would be a good idea," I said frowning. "Right, I'm so sorry," I said it without thinking. She was upset. "Nothing happens." "And what are you going to do then?" "I was thinking of taking a walk around the village and finding some abandoned training ground. It's worth starting training, after all, we have to enter the academy in a week." "Then will you show me your training ground?" "We'll train together?" asked Kiyomi. "Yes, of course, if I find it I'll show you." "Okay, I'll go, my parents will wake up soon, I don't want to see them." "Okay, good luck Nisan." Taking the dishes, I left my sister's room and went down to the kitchen. Having quickly washed the dishes, I was about to leave when I met someone I would prefer never to see. My older brother, Namikaze Seiji. The same age as Itachi, but much less talented. At 12 years old he is a genin, his team's mentor was Kakashi Hatake. An extremely unpleasant person with an inflated ego. He thinks that everyone around him owes him and at any convenient opportunity mentions that his father is Hokage. Looking at me with disdain, he began to speak, "And where did you go? What business is it of yours?" I answered coldly. "Oh, are you teething? Don't you know that you should be polite to your elders? I will respect those who deserve it, and believe me, you are not one of them," I said even more coldly, and while he was surprised by the behavior of his usually quiet and frightened brother, I left the house. Finding myself on the street, I went to an abandoned training ground familiar to me from my past life. I did not want to see the looks directed at me again, full of hatred and contempt, so I walked under the henge. Fortunately, Kurama's presence awakened my heart, and I can use chakra, but not wanting to take risks, I walked along the deserted streets. After 20 minutes, having reached the training ground without incident, I began to do physical exercises. I need to get back in shape quickly, I'm no longer used to feeling so weak. Besides, this world is different and you never know what might happen the next day. Of course, I know how things might develop, but here everything could go differently. Maybe Pain will decide to attack Konoha in 20 years, maybe tomorrow, or maybe Pain isn't here at all. So I need to get strong as soon as possible. And that means it's time to train in the power of youth style. I swear, if after these words you put on a green tights and get a bowl-shaped haircut, then no Rakudo will help you save yourself, Kurama said threateningly, hearing my thoughts. I agree, nothing can fix these two, even Kagaya is powerless here. I chuckled in response. After 3 hours of physical exercise, I sat down under a tree and began to meditate. In my past life, I neglected meditation for a long time, because of this I had simply disgusting chakra control. Already towards the end of my life, I began to correct this mistake, which also helped in studying the Sennin mode. I wonder who I will make a summoning contract with in this world. Definitely not with the toads, their Sennin mode is certainly powerful, but in that world they tried to control me through summoning. Here of course everything may be different, but I have a bad feeling and I do not trust the toads. Probably, after the Chunin exam I will go to free summoning, no matter how risky it may be. After sitting for several hours meditating, I realized that I was very hungry, and went to the only place that always accepted me, and where the most delicious ramen in the world is served, to Ichiraku Ramen. Still wearing a henge, I walked along the streets of Konoha and enjoyed the peace. All my adult life I was tense, with only a few periods of relaxation. First the orphanage, where everyone hated me, then the academy, where the situation was no better. All this time walking the streets, I saw only contemptuous glances and heard whispers behind my back. Then there was a calm period of D-rank missions. Probably, this was the happiest period of my life. Here my friendship with Sasuke and Kakashi sensei was born. Here I finally learned henge and could normally walk around the village. Unfortunately, all good things come to an end, and after that one event followed another: the Chunin exam, the hunt for Granny Tsunade, the journey with Rasengan, Akatsuki and the Fourth Shinobi World War. Now I have learned to appreciate all these calm moments in life, when you can just relax. It's just a pity that I have to use henge for this. And so, reflecting on my life, I came to the ramen shop. Taking off my henge and sitting down at the table, I looked at the old man Tuki, who was so dear to me, a man without whom I probably wouldn't have survived. However, he doesn't know me here. Good afternoon, my name is Tuki, what would you like? Good afternoon, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, can I have 2 large ramen with pork please? I'll make it now. While I was waiting for my order, an unknown Chunin came into the ramen shop, looked at me, grimaced and said to the owner. Tuki-san, it seems you have a demon here, let me throw it out. He said, holding out his hand to me. Just as I was about to answer him, a ladle hit my outstretched hand. The Chunin looked at the gloomy cook in surprise. You are the only demon here, if you are going to hit an innocent child, get out of here. Tuki said angrily. The Chunin, not expecting this, recoiled from me and left the ramen shop with a gloomy look. Thank you, Tuki-san, but you shouldn't have, I'd better go so as not to scare away your customers. I said sadly, starting to get up. Sit down, said the old man, I am not going to tolerate bullying of children in my establishment, and if they consider you a demon and are ready to beat you because of this, then they are no better than real demons. And I will not feed such people. You are one of the first who think so, thank you for that, I answered with a smile. No need, any decent person would have done the same. By the way, your ramen is ready, this is your first time here, so it's on the house. Thank you Tuki-san. After eating and once again thanking the old man, I returned to the training ground and continued physical training, sometimes taking breaks for meditation. Towards the end of the day, I decided to test my control and try walking on trees and water. I succeeded on the tree, but I still lacked control on the water. Evening came and I, tired after training, used my last bit of strength to use henge to get home. Having arrived without incident, I took off my shoes in the hallway and was about to go to the bathroom when I was called from the kitchen. Naruto. It was Kushina. Wondering why she suddenly called me, I went into the kitchen. Where have you been? She asked angrily. And what business is it of yours? I said coldly. I'm your mother. She was a little taken aback by this tone, but still answered. Really? It's not very noticeable, I said and went to the bathroom, leaving the shocked Kushina in the kitchen. After taking a shower, I somehow made it to my bed and collapsed on it, instantly falling asleep. Chapter 2. The next morning, I woke up later than usual, apparently this body was not yet ready for yesterday's stress. After quickly washing my face, I went downstairs and saw Kiyomi and Kushina there. After greeting my sister and ignoring my mother, I quickly made myself ramen, ate and went outside. I didn't have time to go far when someone called out to me. Ni-san, did you find the training ground yesterday? Kiyomi asked, running up to me. Yes, I'm heading there right now. Are you with me? Of course, you promised to show it to me. She answered happily. Okay, but don't tell anyone that I'm going to show you now. I asked, grinning conspiratorially. Okay, what will you do? In response to this, I used the henge of my previous appearance but without a mustache. She stared at me in surprise and stood with her mouth open for a few seconds. Do you know how to use techniques? When did you learn how to do this? She asked, still not fully recovered from the shock. So far, only this and walking on trees. And I've been learning this for the last few days, I lied a little. And you didn't tell me anything, she was offended. I wanted to arrange a surprise, if you want I can teach you too, I smiled. Of course I want to, you even ask. Seiji was able to awaken the hearth only at 9, so we will be cooler than him. We will, you can be sure of that, all he can do is brag about his father, before you know it, we will be stronger than him. Kiyomi also didn't like Seiji, considering him worthless. She's quite smart for her age, but she's still a child, able to enjoy all sorts of little things. I can't do that anymore, I've been through too much. By the way, how are your FUNN training? Not bad, even though it's boring. I trained calligraphy yesterday. Will you teach me? I smiled. Of course, she smiled back. So, chatting about nothing, we reached the training ground. After quickly doing a warm-up and showing it to my sister, we started doing physical exercises. Kiyomi also did some exercises, although it wasn't that difficult. After all, a strong body is needed to awaken the hearth. After training for 3 hours, we sat down to meditate. I showed her how to sit correctly and what to do to feel the chakra. Even though I didn't need it because of the fox and my hearth was originally awakened, I still listened to the theory related to chakra at the academy, no matter how boring it was. Kiyomi had a hard time meditating. After all, she had an energetic Uzumaki character and it was difficult for her to sit still for a long time. I also encountered this problem during the training of the Sennin regime. But unfortunately, I could not help her here and she will have to learn it on her own. A few hours later, we finished training, since we were both hungry. Kiyomi still did not awaken the hearth, but it was only a matter of time. Having gathered ourselves, we went towards Ichiraku. After eating without any incidents, we both decided to train FUNN and headed home. Seiji was on a mission, Minato was at work, so only Kushina was home. Still ignoring her questions, we reached Kiyomi's room. There we sat down at the table, and she began to explain the basics of FUNN to me. As soon as I learned in my past life that the Uzumaki clan specialized in FUNN, I was eager to master it. But unfortunately, I couldn't find any scrolls on this art, and Jiraiya didn't want to teach it to me, saying that I wasn't ready yet. Yeah, I wasn't ready at 16, but my sister was ready at 7. More proof of this toad's duplicity. My dream was to master my father's signature technique based on FUNN, Hiraishin. And if we had won the war then, I would have been able to learn it, since my father told me where he hid the scrolls with explanations of this technique. I hope that in this world they are in the same place, because here I won't get anything from Minato, but I want to master it. And so, while practicing calligraphy, we didn't notice how evening had come. We came to our senses only when Kushina called us for dinner. Kiyomi immediately got up and went downstairs, and I was thinking about whether I should go down or not. My stomach roared in response, demanding food. I grinned and decided to eat. Finding myself in the kitchen, I saw my entire family at the table. This was the first time I saw the Minato of this world, and outwardly he was no different from mine. The same blue eyes, the same blonde hair. He looked at me coldly and said nothing. Comparing my father and the Minato of this world, I felt only sadness. I was able to talk to my father a little during the battle with Pain and in the Fourth World War, but this is definitely not enough for an orphan. Having detached myself from sad thoughts, I looked around the table and noticed slight differences from the usual dinner. On the table was the 5th portion, put on me. Surprised by this, I nevertheless sat down and began to eat. While Minato was asking Seiji about the past mission, Kushina for some reason looked at me. I looked at her coldly and raised my right eyebrow, asking what she wanted from me. She sighed and turned away. Not understanding her behavior, I simply began to ignore it, and after finishing, I quickly went up to my room. And so the week before the academy passed. Kiyomi and I trained, pulled up our physical abilities, improved our calligraphy. Kushina continues to conduct FUNN lessons for her sister, and she retells them to me. Kiyomi still hasn't awakened the hearth, but I think that soon she will be able to sense chakra. I was finally able to walk on water and continue to improve my control. I think that soon I will be able to create several shadow clones, one of which I will send to the academy, because I already know everything there. And so I stand with Kiyomi and Kushina in front of the academy, and we are all waiting for the Hokage to give a speech. Looking around at the children standing here, I noticed many familiar faces. Shikamaru is lying under a tree and sleeping, he is lazy as always. Choji is sitting next to him and eating chips. There are no changes here either. Not far from me are two people who irritate me, Ino and Sakura. Judging by how friendly they are talking, they have not yet had time to quarrel over Sasuke. In the distance are Hinata and Neji. He is one of the few people I really felt sorry for in my past life. Interrupting my thoughts, the Hokage appears on the stage in a yellow flash, who is greeted with thunderous applause. He began his speech about the will of fire and the importance of shinobi. At least one advantage of not having the third one standing here, the speech would have lasted for several hours, and not for 15 minutes like now. After wishing his students good luck, he disappeared in the same flash. At that moment, we were taken to the academy and assigned to classrooms. As expected, Kiyomi, I, and all the clan heirs ended up in Class A. The only difference from my world that I didn't like at all was the absence of Sasuke here. In addition, there were more clanless people here. In my world, the only one was Sakura. Uruka, another asshole from my world, entered the classroom. He hated me with all his heart for the fox killing his parents, and although he tried to act friendly when communicating with me, his eyes were filled with hatred. Nevertheless, I am grateful to him for still giving me a shinobi headband, although for this he had to show me a B rank technique and beat up a traitorous chunin. So children, my name is Yumino Uruka, I will be your homeroom teacher for the next 5 years. Today's lesson will be an introductory one. I will ask everyone to come out and introduce themselves, say what they like and don't like, as well as their dream. I will set an example. My name is Yumino Aruka, I am a chunin, I love dango and I do not like slackers. My goal is to make first-class shinobi out of you. Now Akamichi Choji. I did not pay attention to the introductions, I only listened to the names of new people, until one name caught my attention. Uchiha Satsuki. What? Is Sasuke a girl here? Indeed, a beautiful girl with dark hair down to her shoulder blades and black eyes came to the board. I am Uchiha Satsuki, I love tomatoes and my brother Itachi, I do not like excessive attention and betrayal, my goal is to surpass my brother. Well, it was very unexpected, who would have thought that Sasuke, a man who attracted many fans all his life, would become a girl himself. Kurama, what do you think about this? I mentally addressed the fox. Now I don't know what else to expect from this world. Imagine that this bastard Madara here is also a woman and she and Hashirama were lovers. The fox said, laughing. Hey, that would be really funny. I grinned. And I hope I never find out. I don't want to meet Madara again. Yeah. Namikaze Kiyomi. Aruka interrupted our mental dialogue. She stepped forward and said. My name is Namikaze Kiyomi, I love ramen and my brother, I don't like unreasonable hatred. The goal is to make my brother recognized in the village. I looked at her in surprise. She smiled in response and returned to her seat. Namikaze Naruto. A wave of whispers immediately swept through the class when I stepped forward. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, I love ramen and my sister, I hate hypocrisy. My goal should not concern you. I said in a cold voice and went to my seat. They tried to trip me, but I simply stepped on the tripper's foot and went on. After some time, the performance ended and Aruka said. It's very nice to meet you all, I hope we can all become friends. Classes start tomorrow at 8 a.m. Please don't be late, you can all go your separate ways now. Let's go to the training ground, I whispered to Kiyomi. She nodded silently, and we left the academy together. This time Kiyomi finally managed to sense her hearth, which made her very happy and she pounced on me with hugs again. Today I decided to find out my elements. There I only had wind, but maybe this body will have other predispositions. Having bought 5 pieces of chakra-conducting paper in advance, I squeezed them between my fingers and fed chakra into them. The result pleasantly surprised me. One sheet was cut, the second one shrank, the third one burned, the fourth one got wet, and nothing happened to the fifth one. Wind, lightning, fire, water. This is very good. I will start training wind first, after all, I already mastered it before and this will be the easiest. Then I will most likely study lightning, Sasuke's main element, and therefore I also know a lot about him. And then we will see. Kiyomi, seeing that I have 4 elements, was happy for me in hopes that she will also have many elements. Now she could not determine her predispositions, since she had just awakened the hearth. In a week, we will determine her elements too. I began training in mastering the wind and tried to cut a leaf, while Kiyomi tried to learn to walk on trees. In the evening, we returned home tired and quickly went to the shower. Having sat down at the table after the shower, we began to eat. Only the clatter of chopsticks was heard until a cold voice sounded. Naruto. I silently looked at Minato and raised my right eyebrow. Why did you introduce yourself as Uzumaki and not Namikaze? He asked seriously. Because I do not consider myself a member of your family, Hokage-sama. I am Uzumaki and always will be. Looking straight into the eyes, I answered and taking my food went up to my room. After some time, a sad Kiyomi came up to me. She came into my room, sat on the bed and said. I understand why you consider yourself an Uzumaki and I hope that this will not affect our relationship. I sat down next to her and, hugging her, said firmly. It will not affect. She smiled into my shoulder, pulled away and went to her room. I decided that I had enough events for today, changed my clothes and went to bed. Chapter 3. The next month, nothing changed. Kiyomi and I still go to the academy. Kushina continues to look at me sadly. I have not spoken to Minato since that incident in the kitchen, and Seiji still irritates me. Kiyomi developed the hearth a little and improved control. It turned out that she has 2 elements, wind and lightning. She learned to walk on surfaces and now we train the wind element together. Unfortunately, this time Yamato is not around to make us a waterfall, so we have to make do with training with leaves. In addition, I was finally able to master 2 clones, and began sending one to the academy. Kiyomi was a little offended by this, and tried to understand why I was neglecting my studies so much. I had to say that I already knew the entire academy program. She decided to learn the program as quickly as possible and would also send a clone. We both studied for top marks, but I left first place to her. I don't feel sorry for her, and my sister is pleased. Only Satsuki studied with us on an equal basis. Her character turned out to be as cold as Sasuke's. Instead of crowds of fangirls from my world, she was pursued by crowds of fans saying that they would marry her. I never understood it. We are all 7 years old, what the hell is love? I also walked around different training grounds and found several kunai and shuriken, so Kiyomi and I started training in bukijutsu. Of course, I already knew it, but the body needs to get used to it. I also gave advice to my sister. I feel like one day she will ask how I know all this, and I don't think I can lie. After all, I became very attached to her. In addition, I found out what happened to the soul of the local Naruto. It turned out that he was tired of the attitude of others and he was thinking about suicide. But at the last moment, Rikudo appeared with a similar offer, and now he is also traveling through the worlds. I hope everything worked out better for him than for me, the guy deserves a good life. By the way, I was wondering, does each world have its own Rikudo or is he the same for all worlds? If I see him again, I must remember to ask him about it. I'm currently alone at the training grounds, practicing my wind technique. Kushina has decided to give her sister some FUNN training for a few days, so I'll be all alone for the time being. Plus, let's not forget that she's still going to the academy. Futon. Great gust. I blew a powerful gust of wind towards the tree, which didn't knock it over, but made it tilt. It could have been better. I remember how this same technique used by Orochimaru scattered our team all over the forest of death. I created a clone, and we began to perform this technique over and over, increasing its power and decreasing the expenditure of chakra. An hour later, I ran out of it and decided to go get a bite to eat at Ichiraku. While I was thinking about my training plan, I didn't immediately notice how another person sat down next to me. Yo, Naruto-kun. Startled, I looked at the speaker and saw Kakashi. From the memories of my previous body, I could tell that Kakashi had seen me a few times when he was with Minato and that he treated me well. So I hope that we can restore our friendly relations. I can only hope that he turns out to be the sensei of our team. Yo, Kakashi-san, I answered in the same tone. How were your studies at the academy? You seem to have entered recently, right? He asked. Boring. Hey, I understand. I was bored there myself, that's probably why I graduated early. We ate in silence for a while, and I was thinking whether to try or not. Having made up my mind, I asked, Kakashi-san, you are the best at Raiden in the village, aren't you? Yes, and why do you need it? He asked in surprise. I found out that my sister and I have a high predisposition to lightning. Could you give us a couple of training sessions to control the elements, and maybe a couple of techniques? I'm not asking for your signature ones, just any. He stared at me and seemed to be thinking about the question. It was obvious that he was surprised and interested, and I understand him. After all, it's not every day that a 7-year-old boy asks you to teach him lightning. Of course, I can, but are you sure you can handle it? After all, using techniques is not easy, you need to at least have a good command of hand seals. If I weren't sure, I wouldn't ask, Kakashi-san. I already have one elemental technique, so I think I can learn another one. Really? And what technique do you have? Kakashi continued to be surprised. Futon. Great gust. I simply answered. Wow, and even another element. And what elements do you have? He asked. All except earth. I decided to finish him off with a grin. At this point, Kakashi finally couldn't take it anymore and dropped his chopsticks. I just laughed, imagining the expression on his face under the mask which, by the way, we were able to see in the past world. Congratulations, you broke it. Kurama laughed in my subconscious. I clicked in front of his face. He came to his senses, perked up and looked at me. You know, I'm interested in you, I think I can train you. I myself became curious about how far you can go. As you probably know, I have a team under my care, and I often organize training for them. Come tomorrow at about 3 p.m. to the 7th training ground. Thank you Kakashi-san, then see you tomorrow. Bye, Naruto-kun. Thanks for the ramen Kyuki-san, it was amazing as always. He got up from behind the counter, paid for both of us and left the establishment. Rejoicing at such a successful meeting, I wanted to return to the training ground, when the memories of the scattered clone came to me. It turned out that today was the first day of sparring, and I still needed to be there in person. Fortunately, the distance from Ichiraku to the academy was small, so in a few minutes I was there. My sister immediately met me. Hello Ni-san, glad to see you. How was your day? Did you learn anything new? She chattered, apparently worried about the upcoming fight. Hello Imouto, yes, I got used to calling her my younger sister. Of course, she was indignant at first, but then she stopped. Either she resigned herself and got used to it, or she recognized my seniority. Yes, there is something new, maybe I'll even show it today. I understand you won't tell now, she frowned. No, then what kind of surprise would it be? I have to surprise you sometimes, otherwise life will seem boring. I sometimes get the feeling that you know more about me than I do. So, chatting and teasing each other, we entered the courtyard of the academy, where our class had already begun to gather. I sat under a tree a little to the side from everyone else. Kiyomi decided to stay with everyone else and listen to Haruka's explanations. The main rule of sparring is the ban on using bladed weapons. I was generally not against it, my tai is good. Besides, no one forbade me to use techniques, I chuckled to myself. The first sparring was between clanless people and turned out to be boring, except that I don't understand why they put a clanless girl against Kiba, the heir to a clan of fighters. The winner here was obvious. And now it was my turn. Although this was a different world, for some reason I was sure that my opponent would be the same. Maybe with some changes. Namikaze Naruto and Uchiha Satsuki. Wincing at the last name, I stood up and entered the circle. As I thought, it would be a fight against Satsuki. I was immediately met with disdainful laughter, everyone wishing her to defeat the vile demon. Standing opposite each other, we made confrontation seals. Let's begin. We immediately took off and rushed at each other. She started with a kick to my body. I quickly dodged to the side and, grabbing her leg, tried to throw her out of the circle. However, she did not lose her head and tried to punch me in the head. To avoid the blow, I had to let her go and, bending down, I did a sweep, which she flew over, using the inertia from my throw. Quickly turning around, she struck at my left side, but ran into a hard block and a counterattack to the stomach. Our fight in Tai continued for several minutes, until we both got tired of it. After another exchange of blows, we found ourselves some distance from each other. Looking at each other, we simultaneously began to form seals and, under Haruka's shout, we both said, Kaden, fireball. Fuden, great impulse. A strong gust of wind met the fireball, strengthening it, and passing it, flew into Satsuki, who did not expect such a turn of events, and threw her outside the circle. At this time, I was able to dodge the enlarged ball, only slightly scorching my clothes. The winner is Namikaze Naruto. Make the seal of reconciliation. Haruka exclaimed. I approached the fallen Satsuki and extended my hand in a gesture of reconciliation. Although she looked upset by the defeat, she still responded, and before we had time to unclasp our hands, Sensei pounced on us. Why did you use techniques? I forbade the use of everything except taijutsu. You did not forbid the use of techniques, Haruka-sensei, Satsuki said calmly. What? You said that it was forbidden to use bladed weapons, but you did not mention techniques, so we simply took advantage of the inaccuracy of your wording. So we did not break any rules. I added to Uchiha in an equally calm tone. And yes, please, call me Uzumaki Naruto. Haruka stood there with his mouth open, shocked that two 7-year-olds could outsmart him. We simply stepped aside. Satsuki spoke first. I didn't think anyone could beat me. Thank you for the fight. Thank you too, the fight was really good. She was about to say something else, but then Kiyomi ran up to us. Ni-san, that was awesome. Congratulations on your victory. Will you teach me this technique? She said enthusiastically. I smiled warmly at this. Of course I will teach you. Thank you. She hung on my neck. But then she came to her senses, pulled away and began to introduce herself to Uchiha. Hi, I'm Kiyomi. You're also very strong. Would you like to train with us sometime? Why not? If Naruto could defeat me, then I think it won't be useless. She answered after some thought. Hooray. Let's do it next week then, because my mom has me learning FUNN, so I won't be able to for the foreseeable future. By the way, Kiyomi, I met Kakashi-san in Ichiraku today. He agreed to teach us lightning. She stared at me in disbelief. But after a few seconds, she simply lit up with happiness. Really? Me too. Of course, I couldn't forget about you. We even forgot about Satsuki for a while, until she reminded us of herself with an awkward question. Wait, how do you know the copy ninja, and how could you meet him if you were at the academy all day? I mentally hit myself on the forehead. I'm an idiot. I had to get caught like that. The fox laughed in his subconscious. Finally, you yourself admitted that you are an idiot. I have been waiting for this for a long time. Shut up, flea bitten, I answered him mentally and closed the communication channel so as not to hear his indignation. Satsuki looked at me attentively, waiting for an answer. And I was wondering whether I should say that I had appeared at the academy for the first time in a month, and the rest of the time my clones had been here. I know Kakashi-san because he is the Hokage's student, and also my brother's mentor. And as for how I met him, it's simple, I wasn't here, I said. After all, we were friends in my world, and here she seems normal. So I'll try to establish friendship. My clone was here, like the whole last month. I grinned. Just don't tell anyone, or they'll make me come here. She was clearly surprised by the answer. You have clones. But people have touched you, and if it's a clone, it should be intangible. It wasn't an illusory clone, but a shadow one. It is tangible and even more. After disappearing it transmits to me some of the information received. That's how I found out that there are sparring sessions today. Wow, how do you know her? It's a secret, I answered, making my grin even wider. Surprisingly, she accepted this and did not become indignant. She only chuckled and, having said goodbye, walked away. The rest of the fights were boring. Kiyomi got Ino, and she easily defeated her, for which I congratulated her. After sparring, I returned to the training ground, and my sister went home to her mother. Once again, having completely spent my chakra on training my impulse, I began training a new taijutsu style, spied on by Madara. Although I do not have a Sharingan, after removing the mental bookmarks, my analytical abilities and memory significantly improved, so I was able to remember how the god of shinobi fought. No matter how much of an asshole he was, I cannot deny that he was my strongest opponent. And in Kurama's cloak mode, my reaction increases to the level of Mangekyo, so there will be no problems with the fact that the style is designed for the owner of the Sharingan. After spending the rest of the day at the training ground, with the onset of evening I trudged home. There I met Seiji, who tried to tell me something, but was successfully ignored. Having quickly eaten and taken a shower, I fell onto the bed and, smilingly imagining my brother's face when I come to them for training, instantly fell asleep. Chapter 4. I woke up early the next day. It was not yet 6. I could not fall asleep again, so I had to get up and do my usual stretching and go to the shower. Standing under the hot streams of water, I decided to ask a question that had long been interesting to me. Kurama, what's going on with my Biju chakra? When will I be able to use it? And that's why you can't sleep, he grumbled, your body is not ready for it yet. In the worst case, you will be able to release one tail, but you will definitely not feel good from it, you will definitely end up in the hospital for a couple of weeks. I'm working on your SCS. I think that by the time you graduate from the academy, you'll be able to release 5 tails without losing your mind. Forget about the cloak for now, you're still a long way from it. Oh, it's a pity, of course, but okay, we'll work with what we have. Thanks for helping, little fox. What did you call me just now? He was immediately indignant. Come on down here, it seems like someone hasn't been punched in the face for a long time. You know, for some reason it seems to me that coming down to you now is not the best idea. I'm doing quite well here, I grinned. So you help people, spend your energy on developing your body, and in response they just laugh at you. Now I'll be offended. I'll take an example from Shukaku and also warm up a little in the village. What would you, the great Kyuubi no Yoko, take an example from a raccoon? You made a good joke. I laughed. Yeah, you're right about that. I'd rather kiss Seiji than take an example from that stupid raccoon. He shuddered from that. I could feel it even from here. You know, a kiss sounds like a good idea. I'd like to see it. I'll have to think about implementing it, I thought. If you do it somehow, you'll never get my power again, I warned you. He said threateningly. Hey, okay, live this time. After getting out of the shower, I quickly cooked myself an omelet, had breakfast and went to the training ground. Today I have a training session with Kakashi, so I decided to save my chakra for it, and now I'll just do physical exercises and practice Tai. I have no problems with throwing, I've fully regained my skill. After 4 hours, I was completely exhausted and, sitting down under a tree, fell asleep right on the training ground. When I woke up, at first I didn't understand where I was. When I came to, I realized that, judging by the position of the sun, I slept for several hours and soon I needed to be at the 7th training ground. However, I still needed to eat, so I would most likely be late. I do not feel any remorse about this, on the contrary, I see Kakashi as a good reason for a joke. Having quickly refreshed myself in some cafe, I went to the necessary training ground. I arrived there at about 3:30 and all 4 were already there. Kakashi was the first to notice me and immediately said, "You're late." "Sorry, a black cat crossed my path, I'm sure you'll understand, Kakashi-san." All 4 of them simultaneously twitched an eye. Apparently, he also often wanders along the roads of life here and managed to drive the whole team crazy with this. Kakashi was the first to come to his senses and smiled with his eye. How does he do it? I have been trying to repeat this all my life, but I have never managed anything even close to this. I only scared the children then, they were afraid of the fact that they considered me a demon, and not my mug, I am sure. Soon the others came to their senses and of course my dear brother could not remain silent. "What are you doing here, demon? No one is waiting for you here. Get out of here before I beat you up. Kakashi-san, how could you deceive me? I feigned insult, I thought we had an agreement yesterday, but it turns out no one is waiting for me here. It's not nice to deceive. Kakashi sighed heavily and began to explain to his brother. Seiji, I invited him here, don't pay attention to him, you have your own mission, he will have his. And now run, march, run through the trees. All three of them hung their heads and went to the edge of the training ground. He looked at them for a while and then turned to me. So Naruto-kun, you have an affinity with lightning. I believe you, of course, but it's still better to check. Take this piece of paper, I think you know what needs to be done. I took the paper between my fingers and fed it chakra. It successfully compressed. Kakashi nodded with satisfaction and continued. Now that I'm sure of your predisposition, we can begin training. So, in order to give the chakra the nature of lightning, you need to make it vibrate very strongly. Something like this, he said and, taking an ordinary tree leaf, crumpled it with chakra. The lightning element is the most unstable, so you need to have good control so that it does not hit you. This is one of the most common mistakes when mastering lightning. I myself was hit hard several times while trying to create Chidori. Let me show you again how to compress the leaf, and then you try to do it yourself. I carefully watched his actions, trying to understand how exactly to make the chakra vibrate. After the second demonstration, I began to try to do it myself. Kakashi, having made sure that I was busy, headed towards his team, who were still trying to learn how to walk on trees. I wonder if Seiji had ever trained before. This is one of the initial exercises for control, how can he not master it at such a young age? Although, remembering my past life, I realized that it is not for me to say this, I myself only learned this at 12 in the land of waves. But I still wonder why Minato, or at least Kushina, did not train him as a child. Okay, I shouldn't worry about it now, my goal is to compress this damn leaf. After an hour and a half of trying, I finally succeeded, and with a satisfied face I approached Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, I did it. Really? He looked surprised, show me. I picked up the leaf I had previously taken and, having given the chakra the nature of lightning, compressed it. Not bad, he had to admit. Now you need to increase your control over the elements. I don't know how much time you'll need for this, but I don't think you'll be able to raise it to a sufficient level today. Come here at the same time, when you'll be able to crumple 5 pieces of paper at once. Hi, Kakashi-sensei. He just chuckled at this address and turned away, looking at his students. One of whom, by the way, was just walking here. What does he want from me again? I rolled my eyes and turned around, getting ready to leave. But of course he. Do you think that if you can crumple a piece of paper, you're already the coolest? I bet you can't climb a tree. Well, he's burying himself. Well, this is an opportunity we can't miss. How tired I am of you, I sighed heavily, you know, I have a better idea. You are still my brother, unfortunately, I said mentally, and older brothers should play with younger ones. So I suggest you play tag. If you can't touch me within, say, 10 minutes, then you will no longer constantly pick on me. Come up with your own condition that I will have to fulfill if I lose. He answered thoughtfully, I agree, if I can touch you, then you will fail the genin exam and will never be a shinobi. Apparently, he decided to scare me so that I would refuse. Well, let's play along. Oh okay, I said, making a scared face. Wonderful. Kakashi-sensei, can you watch our game? He asked, grinning. Oh well, nothing else to do anyway. Are you ready? He asked. Ready, we said at the same time. Then let's start, Kakashi commanded. He immediately rushed to me. I, in turn, ran towards a small lake located on the training ground. He was not inferior to me in speed, he was even a little faster, although it would be strange if he was slower, considering the difference of 5 years. However, I managed to run to the lake, and stepping on its surface, I reached its center. Seiji stared at me in surprise, but soon came to his senses and shouted angrily. Come here. I pretended to be thinking, but smiled and shook my head, saying, I think I'll refuse, I'm fine here. This infuriated him and he tried to repeat my trick with walking on water. But he did not take into account that he does not even walk very confidently on trees, and naturally fell into the water without taking a step. Enraged even more and, it seems, even growling, he swam towards me. I just started running away from him across the lake. When the time was almost up, he got tired of swimming after me and came out onto the shore, looking at me angrily. Brother, you need to dry off, otherwise you might get sick. I couldn't help but mock him one last time and, thanking the gods for the second time that I had learned this particular technique, folded the seals. Futon. Great gust. A powerful wave of wind hit Seiji and carried him across the entire clearing. You see, my dear brother, now you're dry and won't get sick. You don't have to thank me. Well, that's good, I said calmly and approached Seiji. Now, my dear brother, you'll stop picking on me. In general, I would like to never see you again, but, unfortunately, we live in the same house, so this wish of mine is impossible to fulfill. Well, I'm off to train. Kakashi-sensei, thank you for the explanations and judging, you helped me a lot. Bye everyone. I waved my hand and turned around, getting ready to leave. As soon as he stood up, boring his eyes into me, Kakashi's cry was heard. Time's up. Naruto has won. But before I could take a couple of steps, I dodged a blow to the head, and instantly pulled out the kunai I had recently bought, turned around and brought it to Seiji's throat. Oi oi oi, didn't your mother teach you that attacking from behind is bad? Besides, you broke the word you gave just a few seconds ago that you would not touch me anymore. You have never fallen so low in my eyes, Seiji. I put the kunai away and turned around and went to the exit of the training ground. Next time, you won't get off with a fright, I said without turning around and left the clearing. Returning to my training ground, I continued training with leaves. By the end of the day, I was able to crush 2 leaves. I think I will slightly exceed Kakashi's task and will not come back until I can crush at least 8 leaves at once. Still, there is no such thing as too little control, especially when dealing with lightning. But you shouldn't forget about the wind, as well as the other elements. Now I'll focus on these 2 and water will be next. It combines too well with lightning, I even already have several ideas for joint techniques. Okay, enough planning ahead, I need to master these 2 first. When I got home, I found Kushina and Kiyomi doing FUNN. I was about to pass by, when the red-haired girl called out to me. Naruto. I silently looked at her, as if asking what she wanted from me. Do you want to join us? I looked at her in surprise, thought for a bit, and nodded. Okay, but first I'll go take a shower. I'll be back soon. She smiled and nodded. Quickly going upstairs and taking clean clothes, I headed to the bathroom. I wonder what came over her. I had noticed for quite some time that she had begun to pay attention to me and care a little. Has her conscience really awakened? She will probably try to mend fences with me. But I'm not sure if I want that. On the one hand, she acted disgustingly, forgetting about her son's existence. Even if it wasn't me, I still feel hurt. But on the other hand, she is still my mother. And the main dream of an orphan has always been parental love. It's complicated. Okay, it's better not to bother your head with it now. Coming out of the bathroom, I went downstairs, smiled at Kiyomi and sat down next to her. She smiled back and continued drawing symbols. Kushina was about to say something, when I said coldly. Before your question, I'll tell you right away that I have mastered everything you taught Kiyomi, so just tell me what I need to do. She drooped a little, but still said. Okay, that's even better, you won't lag behind your sister. Now try drawing a simple paralysis seal, here's the diagram. I nodded and started working on the task, which, despite its name, was surprisingly difficult. An hour later, we finished and Kushina checked it for accuracy. Well done, these are fully working seals. Okay, now everyone to the kitchen, we'll have dinner. We got up from the table and sat down at another one, this time for dinner. For dinner, there was rice with meat and vegetables. As soon as we started eating, Seiji returned and, throwing a fierce look at me, to which I only smirked, went upstairs. Kiyomi looked at me questioningly, and in response, I silently whispered, later. She nodded and continued eating. After dinner, my sister and I went up to my room, and she immediately asked. What happened between you and Seiji? I smiled and retold her the events of the training with Kakashi, as well as our brotherly game. During the description of the training, she listened attentively, but when I got to our argument, she could not hold back her laughter. I was just glad that I had such a wonderful sister. Finally, after saying goodbye and making me promise to teach her lightning, she left the room. I fell onto the bed and started thinking about the events of today. Everything went well with Seiji, now he will leave me alone for a while at least. I am sure that he will soon move on and start annoying me again, but I hope that someday he will finally get his head together. So, dreaming of the impossible and unattainable, I fell asleep. Chapter 5. The next few days I trained lightning control and the Great Impulse, and also learned FUNN from Kushina. This turned out to be a very useful activity. I can already draw a simple paralysis seal without a diagram. Kiyomi has not yet started training lightning, she spends all her time on wind and FUNN, in which she is making great progress. Today I finally managed to compress 8 leaves at once. So now I am heading to the 7th training ground for further instructions. The same 4 people were there. I went up and greeted everyone. Kakashi smiled his signature smile, Seiji grimaced and turned away, the others whose names I never learned nodded and continued doing their own thing. By the way, this time they were already practicing walking on water, so all 3 were wet and unhappy. Yo Naruto-kun, so what, were you able to squeeze 5 leaves? I put 8 leaves on my palm and, covering them with my other palm, squeezed. Removing my palm, I showed the result. Kakashi chuckled approvingly. For some reason, I thought that you would overdo the job. Well, nevertheless, the condition is fulfilled, so I will teach you the ball lightning technique. It creates several small balls of lightning around you, which will fly to the enemy if he comes close, or where you direct them yourself. The seals are like this. He folded several seals, and 7 small ball lightning appeared around him, which he directed at the nearest tree. This is not exactly an offensive technique, it is more designed for support, since it does little damage, unless of course you feed it with a large amount of chakra. Kakashi continued to explain, let me repeat it again, and you carefully watch the seals and how the chakra is directed. He repeated the technique again and said, practice, if any questions arise, do not hesitate to ask, and I went to watch mine. Good luck. He finished, turned around and headed towards the lake, where his students were amusingly falling into the water. I'm 100% sure that he gets genuine pleasure from it. And you're absolutely right, said my furry friend. Sometimes I forget that he can read people's emotions. Okay, stop thinking about unnecessary things, it's time to practice the technique. Having folded the necessary seals, I said, Raiden, ball lightning. A very small ball appeared next to me, which almost immediately went out. Yeah, I have a lot of work ahead of me. A few hours later, I stood there completely exhausted, but happy, because I increased the number of balls to 3 stable ones. Sometimes Seiji glanced at me, envy flashed in his eyes in addition to anger. Apparently, he does not yet have mastered elemental transformations. Having decided that today was enough training, I said goodbye to everyone and went home. There, the usual seal training began. Kushina definitely wants us to communicate normally, but I still can't understand how I feel about her. I really want to have a normal, loving family, but I can't forgive her yet. I don't know, maybe in the future I'll be able to, but definitely not in the near future. But I started communicating with her less coldly, which makes her very happy. Ni-san, Kiyomi distracted me from my thoughts. Huh, did you want something Imouto? I woke up. Finally woke up, I've been calling you for a minute. Do you remember that we have training with Satsuki tomorrow? That's right. Thank you for reminding me, without you I would have forgotten. I smiled at her. You're welcome, she smiled back. After talking a little more, we went to our rooms. Already lying in bed, I thought about tomorrow. I was wondering how my relationship with Satsuki would turn out. It's still hard to believe that Tem is a girl. Stop thinking so loudly, you're keeping me awake. Kurama growled. Smiling, I took his advice and soon fell asleep. Waking up the next day, I did my usual stretching and went to the shower. Coming out of the bathroom, I went downstairs and started making breakfast for 2 people. Just when I finished setting the table, Kiyomi came in. She smiled and sat down at the table. While chatting about nothing, we quickly had breakfast and went to the academy, where they agreed to meet. When we got to the right place, she was already there. Hello Kiyomi, Naruto. Hello Satsuki, we said in unison, looked at each other and laughed. She only chuckled at this. Having calmed down, we nevertheless continued the conversation. Well, shall we go to the training ground? I asked. Yeah. We headed to our training ground with Kiyomi. Once there, we began to warm up. I suggest physical exercises first, the Uchiha said. Okay. We worked out for 2 hours and were not very tired yet, but Satsuki was still out of breath. The lack of Uzumaki genes is telling. Kiyomi and I turned out to be much more resilient. Naruto, I remember you said that Kakashi-san started training you in Raiden. Can you explain how to control it? Do I have an affinity with it too? Satsuki asked. Yes, and me too. Kiyomi exclaimed. Yes, of course. I simply answered and began to explain. It is even useful when you explain the material to someone. Then you yourself begin to understand it better. So they began to train control over Raiden, and I continued training ball lightning. After 2 hours, my chakra ran out, and Satsuki was able to compress a leaf. Kiyomi still could not do it, but she did not give up and continued to try. We were all hungry and decided to go get a bite to eat. At the same time the chakra would be replenished during the rest. When Satsuki returned, she offered me another sparring match, but without any restrictions. I agreed, and we stood on opposite sides of the clearing. Kiyomi threw the kunai high into the air, and as soon as it hit the ground we rushed at each other. This time I decided to keep her under constant pressure, not giving her time to counterattack and forcing her to retreat. My idea worked, and we reached the lake. Satsuki could walk on water, so the fight continued on the water. Realizing that I was superior to her in Tai, she increased the distance between us and began throwing kunai at me. I began to fight back and dodge. After all, Bukijutsu had never been my strong point. I always relied on Sasuke, who was definitely a master at it. Deciding that it was time to end this fight, I jumped high and folded hand seals. Futon. Great impulse. Satsuki managed to get out of the technique's range, but I was aiming not at her, but at the water beneath her. A huge pile of splashes rose up, blocking her view. Taking advantage of this, I shouted, "Raiden, ball lightning." Several balls appeared around me and rushed towards the splashes. All the water became electrified, and since Uchiha was standing in the epicenter of this water madness, she also got it. But I didn't take into account that due to the pain, she could lose control of her chakra and fall into the water. Now it was difficult for her to control her body, so I had to dive after her so that she wouldn't drown. Having emerged with her, I picked her up in my arms and, grinning, said, "It seems I won again." Yes, well done. Now, please, let me down," she answered irritably. Having reached the shore, I lowered her to the ground. Kiyomi immediately ran up to us. "Ni-san, that was a great idea. Satsuki, are you okay?" "Perfectly okay," Uchiha grumbled. "But you could have been easier." "Okay, next time I'll be more gentle," I smiled. "Idiot," she said sharply and turned to Kiyomi. But I managed to see a small blush on her cheeks. At that moment, another person landed on the training ground, whom I immediately recognized. Tall, dark hair down to his shoulder blades, tied in a ponytail, and 2 strands on the sides. Black eyes and a hitai on his forehead. "Ni-san, what are you doing here?" Satsuki was surprised. "Yes, it was Uchiha Itachi himself. I was just wondering where you were. I still don't remember a day when you didn't ask me to train when I was at home. And it turns out that you are training with your friends here." He smiled. "But where are my manners? Allow me to introduce myself, Uchiha Itachi, the older brother of this evil girl. Namikaze Kiyomi. Uzumaki Naruto." We introduced ourselves in response. He was surprised by my last name, but did not ask anything. "I didn't know that you would miss my pestering." Satsuki grinned. "But if you want it so much, then could you train us?" "I shouldn't have said that," Itachi sighed. The 3 of us laughed. "Okay, so be it, I'll train you." He grinned somehow unkindly. Sadist. His real name is Sadist, not Itachi. He drove us so hard that now we are lying on the grass, unable to move. And he stands there and grins. "Satsuki, are you satisfied with the training?" he asked innocently. In response, she mumbled something unintelligible. He chuckled and created 2 shadow clones. Each picked up a body, "There is no other way to call us now," and carried us home. When we separated, we waved weakly, saying goodbye to Satsuki. She responded in kind. He carried us home and knocked on the door. Kushina opened it and was surprised. "Itachi-kun, what are you doing here?" she asked. And seeing his cargo, she was even more surprised. "What happened?" "Training," he chuckled. "And I see, it was you who drove them so hard." "Yes," he answered in the same monosyllables. "Got it. Thank you, Itachi-kun. Say hello to Miko-chan," she said, accepting us. "Sometimes I forget that she is also a shinobi and can hold us calmly." "Certainly. Goodbye, Kushina-san. I understand that there is no FUNN today," she said. "So let's wake up, run to the shower and to the table." We found the strength to drag ourselves to the bathroom. It's good that there are several of them and we don't have to wait for one to finish. After quickly eating, we went to our rooms. I collapsed on the bed, exhausted, and passed out without undressing. Chapter 6. The next 2 years passed quietly. Kiyomi and I continued to study FUNN, and Satsuki often joined us during the rest of our training. We hoped that we would be assigned to the same team, and each of us focused on something of our own during the training. Kiyomi is wind and FUNN, Satsuki is fire, genjutsu and bukijutsu, and I am lightning, water and kenjutsu. Yes, I have started learning how to use weapons and am making quite good progress in them. Itachi trained us when he could, and gave me the basics of Tanto. Kakashi helped me master lightning. We all made significant progress in our chosen areas of shinobi art, but we did not forget about other skills. However, today there was something wrong. It seemed like a normal routine, but I could not shake the feeling of impending trouble. In my world, as far as I remember, the Uchiha clan massacre happened around this time, but here Minato and Fugaku are friends and the Red-Eyed clan does not discredit. And Shisui is still alive, he also sometimes joins our training with Itachi. Despite this, I decided to be on guard. I am used to trusting my intuition. That's why I called Satsuki to another training session today and offered another sparring match. If the massacre does happen, I want her to have as many chances as possible to survive. After all, this is a different world, and everything can happen differently here. Having habitually thrown the kunai up, we waited for it to stick into the ground. We rushed at each other, I took out a tanto on the run, and she took out a kunai. I made a trial strike with the sword in the stomach, which she deflected to the side and struck a blow to the head, from which I ducked and did a sweep. She jumped back and threw several kunai at me, which I parried and rushed after her. Having quickly caught up with her, I continued to press her, but she successfully fought off everything. At some point, I went for a trick and decided to show her something new. I slashed with my sword from the right, which she blocked, but before she could react, I pulled out a kunai from my body seal in my other hand and slashed her thigh. She winced and jumped back again. Throwing several shuriken, she said, "Kaden, phoenix flowers." The shurikens burst into flames and flew towards me. I jumped back as well and responded with my own technique. Sweden. Water core. A large ball of water knocked the shurikens down, extinguished the flames, and continued flying towards her. Kaden. Large fireball. The fireball crashed into the water ball, creating a large cloud of steam. I saw a good opportunity to test out a new technique and took advantage of it. Raiden. Thundercloud. Fuden. Great gust. The entire cloud became electrified and flew towards Satsuki under the influence of the wind. She quickly jumped onto a tree, avoiding this technique, and threw several kunai with a fishing line stretching from them at me. She managed to catch me and tie me to the tree and made a new series of seals. Kaden. Dragon's breath. Flames rushed along the fishing line towards me. I left as a substitute and sighed heavily. There wasn't much chakra left, despite my reserve. After all, I used quite expensive techniques. I think her situation is no better. She used fewer techniques, but her reserve is much smaller than mine. It's time to end this fight. I created 2 shadow clones, one of which ran lightning chakra along the sword. The 3 of us ran towards her, with the clone with the electric sword running in front and me slightly behind on the right. She noticed us and started throwing iron. The left clone dissipated, and I grabbed the remaining one, spun it around and threw it at her. She was surprised, but was able to dodge and responded with a kick. It dissipated, and the smoke from the fog hid my approach. I ran up and kicked her in the body with all my might, hoping for victory. However, Satsuki dissipated with a painfully familiar clap, and several ball lightnings flew at me. Before I could regain control of my body, the real Uchiha ran up and brought a kunai to her throat. "I think I won," she said with a satisfied smile. "Congratulations," I said sincerely. She put the kunai away and offered me her hand. Having accepted it and stood up, we silently walked towards the lake, which had already become an unofficial place for rest. I collapsed next to the shore, leaning my back against a tree. My body still didn't fully obey after the electric shock. She sat down tiredly next to me. "Good fight," she said. "When did you learn how to make body seals?" "I applied them a couple of days ago, and I've been studying theory for the last month." "And when did you master shadow clones? And who taught you?" "Although no, you don't have to answer the last question, obviously Itachi-san." I smiled. "Yes, and he asked me to call him simply Itachi, without any suffixes." So, discussing the past fight and just chatting, we sat by the lake and relaxed. After 2 hours, when the sun had already set, we realized that we had been sitting too long and it was time to wrap things up. Having reached the fork where we usually split up, Satsuki asked, "Don't you want to come over? Mom invited you today." Why not? The later I get home, the better." She nodded understandingly and smiled. Satsuki knew about my problems with my family and was amazed by the Hokage's attitude towards her son. She wanted to tell her parents, who were friends with Minato and Kushina, and it took me a lot of effort to dissuade her. We headed to the Uchiha quarter together. They knew me there. I had visited Satsuki more than once. Makoto-san turned out to be a wonderful woman who sincerely loved her children. She also treated me with warmth. After all, I was her friend's son and her daughter's friend. And Fugaku-san turned out to be exactly how I imagined him, an Uchiha to the core, who would keep a brick face in any situation. Even at home, he allowed himself only a stingy smile, which in his understanding was simply an enormous amount of emotion. Approaching the quarter, I realized that my worst expectations had come true. There was no light in the entire quarter, but the dull sounds of battle could be heard from afar. Satsuki turned pale and, forgetting about everything, ran deeper into the block. I cursed through my teeth, threw a kunai with an explosive tag high into the air to attract the attention of the shinobi and the Hokage, and rushed after her. Having run to the house of the clan head, we saw the corpses of Satsuki's parents and a still-alive Itachi, fighting off 2 unknown people. More precisely, 1 unknown and 1 too familiar to me. Obito Uchiha, although he was now wearing a different mask, but it was simply impossible not to recognize his fighting style with passing through attacks. The second was a tall man in a black cloak with a hood covering his face. All that was visible under it was a burning Mangekyo Sharingan in the form of a large black circle and 3 small angles extending from it. This drawing was unfamiliar to me, it did not exist in my world, which means this is someone new. He controlled some blades from a distance, directing them at Itachi. At this time he was defending himself with Susanoo's ribs. Apparently, the sight of his dead parents had awakened his mangekyo. Satsuki looked at the scene in shock. Her eyes were wide open, the sharingan with one tomo was burning brightly in them, tears were gathering in the corners. The stranger saw her, grinned and pointed a large number of knives at her. I cursed again and tried to pull her out from under this attack. I managed, but my back was badly cut. He did not calm down and sent a new wave of blades at us. Sweden. Water core. Having folded the seals, I spat out a large ball of water at the blades, knocking them out of the way and protecting Satsuki. I hoped that I could hold out for at least a little time until the Hokage arrived, and I prayed to all the gods that Itachi would also be able to withstand Obito's onslaught. The stranger frowned and folded the seals. FUNN. Vacuum blades. Another wave of knives flew at us, but now they were coated in wind chakra. Now it was really dangerous. I shouted behind me, Satsuki, this is not the time to grieve, I need your help. We can still survive. A sob came from behind, but she still made hand seals and screamed hysterically. Kaden. Great fireball. A huge ball flew towards the blades. I inflated this ball even more with my great impulse, and then managed to fold another series of seals. Fuinpo. Protective dome. A green dome appeared around us. It is certainly not very strong, but it can withstand several techniques. The fireball was able to knock down most of the blades, the barrier took the rest. But one knife still pierced it and stuck in my shoulder. I groaned, but did not rush to pull it out, so as not to bleed. More knives flew at us, and this time we will not be able to block them. There is only one solution left. I sighed and reached for the Biju chakra. Red chakra boiled around me, two tails formed, my maximum at the moment. I released a powerful wave of chakra, throwing back all the knives flying at us. I can last in this mode for a maximum of a minute, whereas this damn Minato when you need him so much. As if hearing my thoughts, a three-pronged kunai stuck next to me, and a moment later the fourth appeared. He looked at me worriedly and moved towards me, but I growled. I'm in control, help Itachi. He nodded and rushed towards the Uchihas. Kakashi landed next to me and took on the unknown man in the cloak. I breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and saw a tearful Satsuki. I smiled weakly at her and fell, losing consciousness. I woke up still lying on the ground, which surprised me. Apparently, I hadn't been unconscious for long. Someone was shaking me violently and calling my name. Somehow opening my eyes, I saw Satsuki, in whose eyes two tomo were already burning. Poor girl, so many shocks in one evening. Satsuki, stop shaking me, I'm fine. I said quietly and rose with difficulty. She sighed with relief and immediately threw herself on my neck, bursting into tears. I was a little taken aback by this, but hugged her back, whispering something soothing. Looking around, I realized that I was not where I fell. Apparently Satsuki had carried me out of the fight. The adults found us in this state. Minato looked whole, but tired. Kakashi was a little battered, but also within normal limits. The same cannot be said about Itachi. He could barely stand on his feet, supported by Kakashi, all wounded, but alive. Satsuki saw her brother and rushed to him, but I stopped her. Chapter 7. If you jump on him now, you can only make things worse. I said quietly. And he turned to Minato even louder. Hokage-sama, maybe you could use Horaishin and transport us all to the hospital. Satsuki calmed down a little, and Minato quickly approached Itachi and Kakashi, touched their shoulders and moved. A minute later he returned, took us by the shoulders and carried us to the hospital in the same way. The medics immediately took care of us. They put me on a gurney and took me somewhere. Realizing that all this time I was holding on solely due to stubbornness, and that everything was over, I allowed my consciousness to switch off. I woke up lying in an unfamiliar room. For a second I did not understand what was happening, but remembering the events of the previous night, I groaned. I hoped that if Minato was alive, there would be no massacre. And I was wrong. Now my score with Obito has grown even more. But who was the second? In my world, he did not exist and I am very nervous about his having a Mangekyo. If there are two like Obito, then we have big problems. Okay. Now it does not concern me much, but the difficulty and frequency of training need to be increased. I need to be stronger. Having come to my senses a little and having looked around more carefully, I realized that I was not alone in the ward. Kiyomi was sitting on a chair next to me and sleeping, leaning against my bed. I looked out the window and realized that it was morning. Apparently, she had sat here all night and fallen asleep. I remembered all my solitary awakenings in similar wards of my world after yet another beating. I remembered that feeling of loneliness that had filled my entire childhood. And now, seeing that someone was worried about me, that someone cared about me, I could not stand it and tears came to my eyes. After all, even when I was a genin, most people did not care about me. Quickly wiping my eyes, I smiled and sat up more comfortably. Kiyomi woke up from my fussing. For a few moments she didn't understand where she was, but when her eyes became more conscious, she looked at me, smiled and threw herself on my neck with a scream. "Ni-san." I hugged her too and felt my shoulder getting wet. She was crying. "Oh, what's wrong? I'm fine, I'm sure I'll be back to normal soon." I tried to calm her down. "I'm sorry, I was just scared. You were unconscious for 3 days and, despite the assurances of the Irianans, I managed to think up a lot of bad things," she said without taking her eyes off me. "I slept well. Apparently, it's too early for me to use two tails." We lay like that for about a minute, and then she pulled away. "How's Satsuki?" I asked. She slapped her forehead and ran out of the room with the words, "I promise to call her when you wake up." I just started waiting, wondering what state my friend was in. She lost her parents and almost lost her brother. In addition, she awakened the Sharingan and almost immediately strengthened it with a second tomo, which is probably a difficult test for a child's body. My thoughts were interrupted by the slam of the door and they pounced on me again. Apparently they decided to hug me today. To complete the set, all that was left was for Kushina to run up with her hugs. Having driven these thoughts aside, I tried to calm the Uchiha. When she came to her senses a little, she nevertheless pulled away. "Thank you," she said quietly, "for saving me." "That's what friends are for," I smiled at her. She smiled timidly in response. "How are you? Why didn't you tell us? It was dangerous. He could take control of you. I have to close the seal." He flared up and reached for my stomach. I grabbed his hand. "Terrible," she admitted, "my body is fine, but..." She hesitated. "You don't have to continue," I said, "I understand that this is very difficult for you to accept." Our conversation was interrupted by another slam of the door. Minato was standing in the doorway. He smiled at the girls. "Hello, could you please go outside? I need to have a serious talk with my son." They nodded and left silently. He sat down on the chair where Kiyomi had been sitting a minute earlier and looked at me seriously. "How are you feeling?" he asked. "Not bad," I answered coldly. "Why did you go there? You could have died." He raised his voice a little. "Because Satsuki is my friend and I couldn't leave her. Besides, I gave you a sign that something was going on. I have a counter question for you, Hokage-sama." He shuddered a little from such an address. "Are you worried now because I am your son, or because I am a Jinchuriki?" I asked in the same cold tone. He lowered his head and did not answer. A minute later, he spoke up. "For how long?" he asked in monosyllables. 4 years, I answered in monosyllables, perfectly understanding what he was asking, but at the same time lying a little. We had already discussed what we would say in such a case. He only nodded. "I need to check your seal. Under such influence of the fox's chakra it could have been damaged." "There is no need." "How do you know?" "I have to check." Minato was surprised. "There is no need," I said much more firmly. "How can you control the fox? I know that without its direct control you would not have withstood so much of its chakra at such a young age. And now you still refuse to show the seal. What are you hiding from me?" I sighed. All hopes that this would remain a secret were destroyed. I have been in contact with the fox for a long time. I will even say more, we were able to become friends, not right away of course, but we were able. I did not want to show you the seal, because it has been open for 2 years. He stared at me in surprise. "When did you start communicating with him?" "When he was 5. Just try to deprive me of a friend. Believe me, you won't like the consequences. We were able to open the seal once, we can do it again. I can control his chakra and I suggest we end this conversation and never return to him," I said firmly, looking him straight in the eyes. Minato looked at me, stunned. He couldn't believe that his son was opposing him and looking at him as an enemy. However, he remembered how everyone except his sister treated him and understood that he didn't deserve any other treatment. He nodded resignedly and removed his hand. "Okay, I'll trust you." I nodded with satisfaction and decided to ask him about the results of the massacre. "How many Uchiha survived?" 17 people out of more than 100. Itachi will become the head of the clan as soon as he recovers from the battle. He decided to answer extremely honestly, without hiding anything. "How is he?" "After the massacre, he was in a deplorable state, but now he is actively recovering." "How much longer will I lie here?" "You will be discharged tonight." "What happened to the attackers?" "They disappeared. I recognized one of them, it was because of him that the 9 tails broke out 9 years ago." "Which one?" "The one Itachi fought. With his help, they got out of Konoha. He owns some kind of spatial technique." "Can I go to Itachi?" "Not yet, no one is allowed to see him." "Where are the rest of the Uchiha now?" "Almost all of the survivors are wounded, apparently the killers tried to do everything as quickly as possible and did not keep an eye on them." That's why they are all here, in the hospital. I see. I sighed. Is there anything else you want to talk about? No, I'll go. Get well soon, he answered and left the room. The girls returned right after he left. What did you talk about? Kiyomi asked immediately. About Kurama. I told her a long time ago that I am friends with the fox. About who? Satsuki did not understand. Damn, I didn't tell her. Kurama, can I tell you about you? I asked mentally. Go ahead, he sighed. You'll tell me sooner or later anyway, so why drag it out? About the nine-tailed fox. I grinned. What? Uchiha didn't understand. Kurama is the name of the nine-tailed fox. We've been friends since we were 5. It was his chakra that enveloped me yesterday when I was fighting off the last wave of knives. Minato wanted to know how I controlled him. He never thought that it was possible to cooperate with him. You certainly have friends. She was surprised. Are you sure that I can trust him? Yes, I said firmly. Okay, she nodded. Then I don't have to worry about it. Will you be released soon? Tonight. Okay, then tomorrow for training. I just nodded. You lie down and get better, and I'm going to Itachi. Bye. She said goodbye and left. I frowned. She looks too calm. What happened after I switched off? I found out about everything only the next day and immediately ran here. Satsuki was in a terrible state. She was still somehow holding on, but when she saw me, she couldn't stand it and started having hysterics. It took me several hours to calm her down. Almost all the surviving Uchihas didn't know her. The only people close to her were Itachi and Shisui, who was not in the village at the time, as well as you and me. You were unconscious, so only I was able to calm her down. After crying, she fell asleep. And when she woke up, she said that she had to become stronger and avenge her family, but without Itachi she wouldn't do anything. Well, I expected something like that. Now she wants to forget herself in training and will most likely close herself off. She needs our support now. Maybe I should offer her to live with us until Itachi recovers. I don't think it would be good for her to live alone in the house where her dead parents were lying. I reasoned. A good idea. I just need to ask my parents. Kiyomi immediately caught fire with this idea. Yes, can you go ask now? The sooner we resolve this issue, the better. Yes, of course. And could you stay with Satsuki? I think it would be better for her not to be alone now. You didn't have to ask, I was going to go to her now anyway. I just hope that I don't run into any medics on the way and they don't chase me back to the ward. After these words, I got out of bed and Kiyomi, chuckling, left the ward. As soon as I walked out the door, I realized that I had no idea where Itachi's ward was. Thinking that he might be in the seriously wounded ward, I went there out of habit. And I was right. Satsuki was sitting in front of one of the wards. I silently sat down next to her. She also looked at me silently and nodded gratefully. She was not a stupid girl, she understood why I was here and not at home. We sat there for quite a long time without saying a word, until she fell asleep, burying her head in my shoulder. I just chuckled at that. Kiyomi found us in this position. She smiled broadly, seeing such a picture. Father allowed Satsuki to stay with us. And you were also discharged, so we can go home. She said quietly. It's strange, I expected her to start teasing me right away. Isn't she going to? By the way, you look good. Well, yes, how could I doubt my sister so much? Good. Only she will probably have to be carried. That way you'll look even better. She chuckled. I sighed, but smiled and picked up Uchiha. She was light, so even after chakra exhaustion I could carry her home. Quietly, so as not to wake Satsuki, joking with each other, we left the hospital. Kushina met us at the threshold of the house, surprised by my burden. While Kiyomi explained the situation to her mother, I went up to the second floor and put the girl on the bed in my sister's room. Quietly closing the door, I went downstairs. Kushina immediately came up to me and hugged me tightly. Well, now the set is complete, I chuckled to myself, but this time I did not return the hug. She pulled away and demanded a retelling of what happened, while she herself was preparing dinner at that time. I quickly told her everything, ate and went to my room. A couple of minutes later Kiyomi came to me. Of course, you are a good man, you put Satsuki on my bed, and where should I sleep? She said jokingly, so that means yes, you found yourself a girl, and now you can forget about your sister. She once rested her head on my shoulder, and now you're going to remind me of that for the rest of my life. Of course, how could it be otherwise? She smiled broadly. Well, yes, indeed, how could I doubt you? I grinned. You can sleep at my place tonight, I'll sleep on the couch. Really? She feigned surprise. Just don't make a surprised face, you came here counting on this outcome. Well, there you have it, she now feigned pout. We looked at each other and, unable to contain ourselves, burst out laughing. Thank you Ni-san. Then the door opened, and we saw Satsuki looking lost. She also stared at us and asked, "Where am I? And what am I doing here?" "You're at our house, and for now you're living here," Kiyomi exclaimed ahead of me. She opened her eyes in surprise and looked at me, asking for clarification. "Kiyomi and I decided that it would be better for you to stay with us until Itachi recovers. We came to an agreement with your father, and you were allowed to stay until your brother returns to duty." I answered more fully. "Don't play poor, it was entirely your idea, I just supported it," my sister said, to which I only rolled my eyes. Satsuki looked at us in disbelief. Tears welled up in her eyes. She came up and hugged us both. "Thank you," she said in a strangled voice, "for being there." We smiled and hugged her too. After standing like that for a minute, Satsuki finally pulled away. "Where will I sleep?" Kiyomi's eyes gleamed unkindly. I have a feeling I won't like what she's about to say. "Well, before you came, Nisan gave me the bed in his room and I thought I'd lie down here while you were comfortably settled in mine. But you woke up very conveniently, and I can go back to my room. You can settle in here. Nisan, you won't refuse her, will you?" I was right once again, I didn't like it. Kurama laughed at the subconscious level, saying that I was outplayed by a 9-year-old girl. "You know that I can't refuse you when you look at me like that, and take advantage of it," I said. "Stay Satsuki, I won't mind." They laughed and Satsuki thanked me with another portion of hugs. Somehow there are too many of them in my life lately. Why does something terrible have to happen for this to happen? After saying goodbye to the girls, I went to the bathroom. After taking a shower, I went down to the living room, lay down on the couch and quickly fell asleep. Chapter 8. I woke up early as always. I quickly took a shower and started making breakfast. Kushina found me doing this. "Good morning, Naruto." I nodded silently without turning around. "Can we talk?" she asked. I turned to her, letting her know that she could talk. "Naruto, I understand that we caused you a lot of pain, and that such things cannot be forgiven. I will understand if you continue to ignore me, even though it hurts me to realize it. But I still want to ask you, will you give me a chance to improve? Will you ever be able to forgive me?" I sighed silently. Why did she decide to talk about this now? I myself am now hard from the realization that I was unable to prevent the Uchiha massacre, and I also need to support Satsuki with all my might so that she does not plunge into darkness like Sasuke. Besides, it is early morning now, and I myself am still not fully awake. But I still have to answer. I don't know if I will ever be able to forgive you. I'm not sure if I want to forgive you at all. Perhaps one day we will be able to improve our relationship, but you can't count on complete forgiveness. We will definitely never become a happy family. But I can give you a chance. Just as I can give it to Seiji, because it is not his fault that he became such an idiot. This fault lies with you, his parents, who were unable to raise him normally. He may still come to his senses. But Minato is deprived of this chance. I will never forgive him. I answered coldly. Tears welled up in Kushina's eyes. She really understood that she didn't deserve his forgiveness, but she was very glad that I gave her and Seiji a chance. Quietly saying, "Thank you," she left the kitchen, shedding tears. To be honest, I was also overwhelmed with emotions. For myself, I still decided that my parents are those who sacrificed their lives so that I could survive. Although I only interacted with them for a short time, I sincerely love and respect them. The local parents are strangers to me who treated their child cruelly. I will never accept them, but still, Kushina can count on an even relationship. I also thought a lot about Seiji. Lately, he has also begun to treat me better. I don't know the exact reason, but I hope that he is starting to think for himself and stops repeating after his parents and the villagers. If so, then I am only happy for him and will hope that he will still become my brother, because, as I told Kushina, it is not his fault that he is like this. "Remember the sun, here's a ray," I said to myself when I saw Seiji entering the kitchen. He nodded in greeting and, seeing 3 portions, asked, "Who's the third one for?" He didn't think for a second that it was meant for him. "Satsuki," I answered monosyllabically. "What is she doing here?" He was surprised. She's living until Itachi recovers. Kiyomi and I decided that she shouldn't return to her home yet, especially alone, and we made an agreement with her father. Got it. Listen, Naruto, could you help me? It was my turn to be surprised. What did he just say? Did I hear right? Unexpected, I said, so you'd ask for help. I understand that I wasn't the best person towards you before. That's putting it mildly, I interrupted him and grinned. Yes, but now I'm trying to change. And what made you come to your senses? I asked. I was genuinely interested. The last mission, he said quietly, and the failed Chunin exam. What happened on the last mission? We ran into a missing nin. He wasn't very strong, Kakashi-sensei quickly defeated him. But before that, he simply scattered my entire team. I always considered myself untouchable because I was the son of the Hokage, but this meeting destroyed my beliefs. And I realized that I was weak. I couldn't do anything against him. He simply didn't notice me. And you were able to resist the missing nin who attacked the Uchiha. Yes, not for long, but you were able to, when I couldn't handle an opponent weaker than you. And I'm asking you for help. Let me train with you and Kiyomi. I feel terrible because I asked my little brother, whom I always despised, to help me become stronger, but I have no one else to turn to. Kakashi-sensei, of course, teaches us and tries his best to hammer knowledge and skills into our heads, but now he will have little time for our training. Because of the massacre, Konoha has weakened and lost a large number of active shinobi, and he will have to leave the village for a long time. So I ask you, please help me. He quietly finished his heartfelt speech. His speech surprised me and touched something in my soul. Now he reminded me of myself when I asked Jiraiya to train me before the Chunin exam. His words showed that he finally came to his senses. The only thing that confuses me is that there was a minute interval between Kushina and Seiji's requests. Apparently, he overheard us, heard that I was ready to give him a chance and plucked up the courage to ask for help. To be honest, I was even a little impressed. It is hard to admit your mistakes and ask for forgiveness. Apparently, I thought for too long, and he had already decided that I would refuse. He dropped his shoulders and headed towards the exit of the room when he heard my voice. Do you understand that you have to work hard? That you will almost die during training? I said to his back. He looked at me incredulously. After a few seconds, he came to his senses, smiled and said, "Yes, I understand and I am ready for this." Looking me in the eyes, he said firmly. "Then let's start today. And may Rakudo help you if you slack off." "Thank you, brother, I will not forget this and will not let you down." Seiji exclaimed happily. I nodded to him and turned back to breakfast, which, during all this conversation, had managed to get very burnt. "Your mother," I cursed under my breath, throwing out the coals and putting the food back on the table, but this time for 4. Seiji only smiled happily at this. When the girls entered the kitchen, they could not believe their eyes. After all, I was talking quite peacefully, and even cheerfully, with Seiji, whom I always could not stand. There were 2 more portions of food on the table. Having recovered from the shock, they sat down at the table and greeted each other. "What happened between you?" Kiyomi immediately asked. "In short, we made up, and now he will join us in training," I answered. The answer definitely did not satisfy them, and they demanded details. Having heard the whole story, Kiyomi happily hugged Seiji, to which he was surprised, but with a joyful smile hugged her back. Satsuki looked at this picture. "So now the academy student will train a genin, who graduated from this academy 2 years ago," she said with a sly smile. Seiji blushed and hid his face in his sister's hair, to which she laughed. We picked up her laughter and could not calm down for a few more minutes. Finally, having laughed enough and finished breakfast, the 4 of us left the house and headed to the training ground. There I began to question. "What are your elements?" I asked first. "Earth and water." "I see. I can't help you with earth, but we'll work with water." "What are your elements?" he asked. "All except earth." I grinned. His eyes widened. "Wow. Okay, now one of the main questions," I interrupted him. "Do you master the shadow cloning technique?" After 4 hours of hard training, we were all exhausted. I took the food I had bought in advance from the seal, and we ate right there. After resting a bit, I began teaching Seiji clones, while sending a couple dozen others to practice techniques and improve control. "No. Do you really master it?" "It's forbidden." He continued to be surprised. "It's forbidden because many lack the reserves to use it effectively. We're half Uzumaki, so we have no problems with reserves. So, now we'll start with physical exercises, then I'll teach you clones and explain why it's so important. After that, we'll train water and the body." "Got it. Then let's begin." So we trained until the evening. Satsuki and Kiyomi sparred and also practiced techniques. Seiji hadn't mastered clones yet, but I don't think it would take him long. After training, we split up. Seiji went home to rest, and the 3 of us went to the hospital to visit Itachi. This time they were letting visitors in, and Satsuki was the first one in. Kiyomi and I decided to give them some time alone. "Are you glad that Seiji made peace with us?" I asked her. After all, she wasn't very fond of me. "Of course I'm glad about it." Kiyomi answered immediately. "I'm glad he came to his senses. But how do you feel about this? After all, it was you who suffered most from him." "I don't know," I admitted. "On the one hand, I'm glad he pulled himself together and asked for help. On the other hand, it's hard to forget how he treated me and how much I suffered from him. But he can still be understood and forgiven, I just need time to come to terms with it. Everything will work out." She supported me. I smiled gratefully at her and said nothing. A minute later, a tearful Satsuki came out and invited us in. Kiyomi comfortingly hugged her by the shoulders, and we entered the ward. Itachi looked much better than after the massacre, but still looked exhausted. However, despite his appearance, he smiled when he saw us. "Hello Naruto, Kiyomi. First of all, I want to thank you. Naruto, you saved my sister, my gratitude to you is invaluable. Just like she told me, you sheltered her. All I can say is that I am incredibly glad that Satsuki has such friends. You will always be friends of the clan and my friends. If you need anything, I will do my best to help you. We only did what we had to do, and you don't owe us anything," I answered immediately. "Still, you can always count on me. Once I get better, we will continue training. As the head of the clan, I will rarely leave the village from now on." "Thank you, Itachi-san." Kiyomi and I answered in unison. "How many times have I told you to remove all those suffixes?" He feigned indignation. "I'm not that old." "Good Itachi-sensei," I grinned. "I don't even know what's worse," he grinned too. "Let's just stop at Itachi, okay?" Okay. We talked for about 10 more minutes, when we were driven to the exit. We said goodbye and promised to stop by again. After leaving the hospital, we decided to go for a walk. After grabbing a bite to eat at Ichiraku, we walked through evening Konoha, chatting about nothing. After 15 minutes, we came out to the Hokage monument. Unfortunately, we had already missed the sunset, but the view of night Konoha was still amazing. I walked away from the girls a little and jumped on the head of the fourth. This was my favorite place to think. Not paying attention to anything, I just sat and looked at the horizon, remembering my past life. This had happened to me a couple of times since I appeared in this world, and each time at such moments I headed here, to the head of my father, a man whom I respect and love with all my heart. I myself do not know why such a melancholic mood attacked me, but I could not cope with it. All the losses I had experienced fell upon me. Neji, Jiraiya, Kakashi-sensei. I mean the moment when Naruto arrived to fight pain. Yes, Kakashi was revived then, but he still had emotions from losing his teacher parents. Those whom I couldn't save. Even Jiraiya, despite the fact that I can't stand him now, was almost like family to me at that time, which was very painful to lose. Now I couldn't save the Uchiha. How many more deaths will there be before everything settles down? And will I ever be able to live a normal life, without adventures, without a hunt declared on me, just live peacefully? My thoughts were interrupted by Kiyomi's arms wrapping around me. I looked at her in surprise. She smiled sadly and asked, "What happened? Why are you crying?" Only now did I realize that tears were flowing from my eyes. I hugged her with one arm and answered, "Nothing, everything is fine, I was just thinking." "We understand that this is not so," said Satsuki, who had sat down on the other side of me. "Why don't you want to tell us?" "I'll tell you someday, I promised, but not now. I'm not ready yet, I'm sorry." Kiyomi hugged me tighter, and Satsuki nodded understandingly. We sat like that until nightfall. We didn't feel like talking anymore, and we just silently looked into the distance. I came to my senses when Kiyomi fell asleep. Satsuki chuckled. "Did you two make a deal or something?" I said, picking up my sister in my arms. "What are you talking about?" She didn't understand. "I carried you from the hospital yesterday in exactly the same way, and now I'm carrying Kiyomi," I explained. She blushed a little. "Did you really think that you walked to our house in your sleep?" I chuckled. "I somehow never thought about how I ended up with you," she was embarrassed. "So Kiyomi hasn't teased you even once yet?" I was surprised. She seemed to relax. "I'll tell you more, yesterday in the hospital you fell asleep on my shoulder." "Sorry." She turned completely red. "Come on, it was even nice," I continued to embarrass her. "So, if you feel like sleeping, I am always at your service." "Idiot," she said, but still smiled. And so we reached the house, where Seiji was waiting for us. He was surprised to see his sister in my arms, but did not ask any questions. I carried her into the room and laid her on the bed. Quietly closing the door, I went downstairs. "Seiji, can I sleep on the spare futon in your room?" Satsuki took my room. I asked. "Of course, no problem," he answered immediately. "Thank you." After a quick shower, I took the futon and went to Seiji's room. I had never been here, and it turned out to be an exact copy of mine. I spread the futon on the floor and lay down on it. "Good night, Naruto." "Good night, Seiji." Chapter 9. This was the first thought that came to my mind when I woke up. Today, I will finally graduate from this academy and become a genin. Not much has changed in the 3 years since the Uchiha massacre. The four of us still train, although Seiji doesn't show up as often anymore. He did become a chunin after all and now often goes on missions outside the village. Our relationship improved and became friendly. I haven't forgotten how he treated Naruto here, but I still forgave him, and we became real brothers. As I thought, I couldn't forgive Kushina, but I still have a neutral attitude towards her. She's happy about this, although she's sad that I haven't forgiven her, but she still understands that she doesn't deserve forgiveness. My relationship with Minato hasn't changed, we still ignore each other. The only time I started a dialogue with him was 6 months ago, when I demanded that Kiyomi, Satsuki, and I be assigned to the same team. He agreed almost without argument. I put aside the memories of the past years, got up, and did my usual exercises. After a quick shower, I got dressed and went downstairs. Kushina was already in charge there. "Good morning, Naruto." "Good." I answered and began to wait for breakfast to be prepared. "Who do you think will be your sensei?" She decided to support the dialogue. "Itachi would be good, he knows our strengths better than we do. Another good option is Kakashi-san, I also train with him quite often. I don't know the others, so I'm hoping for these two, although Itachi is very unlikely, he is still the head of the clan, he doesn't have time for mentoring." I answered in detail. At that moment, a yawning Kiyomi entered the kitchen. She greeted everyone and sat down at the table, moving her portion towards herself. After breakfast in silence, we left the house, hearing Kushina's wishes for good luck at the end. On the way, we met Satsuki and the three of us headed to the academy. After Itachi recovered, he and Satsuki returned to the Uchiha quarter, but they live in a different house. Both of them find it unbearable to be in the clan leader's house, so they take a smaller house, closer to the exit of the quarter. All the surviving Uchiha recovered from the massacre and returned to serve the village. The three of us, together with Itachi, managed to prevent Satsuki from falling into darkness. She was not fixated on revenge, like Sasuke, but she still wanted revenge. I did not even try to dissuade her from this, realizing that nothing would work, and simply told her that she could count on my help. She then burst into tears and hugged Kiyomi and me, thanking us warmly. After this incident, our three became even closer, although, it would seem, where else? Having reached the academy, we went to the right classroom, sat down at the last desk and began to wait for Iruka. He did not keep us waiting long, and appeared 10 minutes later. He immediately began congratulating us all on becoming shinobi and wished everyone good luck. Probably. I don't know, I missed his entire speech, lost in my own thoughts. I woke up from Satsuki's jab. I looked at her questioningly, she shook her head in Iruka's direction, I nodded understandingly and began to listen to him. Team 7, Uchiha Satsuki, Namikaze Kiyomi, Uzumaki Naruto. Mentor, Kakashi Hatake. Well, I expected that. When the distribution was over, and we were left alone in the classroom, I said. Knowing Kakashi, he will come here in 3 hours at best, so I suggest we go have a bite to eat at Ichiraku for now. They nodded in agreement, and the three of us headed to the ramen shop. Imagine our surprise when we met our sensei there. So this is where the roads of life led you, Kakashi-sensei, I grinned. He was surprised by our appearance, but chuckled at my phrase. I'm also glad to see you, Naruto. Okay, since you're all here, let's have our introduction here. Of course, I already know you, but this is a tradition and it must be observed. Then you start, Kakashi-sensei, Kiyomi said, eating ramen. Good. My name is Hatake Kakashi, I am an elite jonin of Konoha. I love to read and I can't stand betrayal. My goal is to make good shinobi out of you. Now you, he pointed at Kiyomi. My name is Namikaze Kiyomi, I love my family and training with my brother and Satsuki. I don't like unreasonable cruelty and arrogance. My goal is to make my loved ones happy. Okay, now you, he pointed at Satsuki. My name is Uchiha Satsuki, I love tomatoes, my brother and my friends. There are too many things I don't like, so I won't list them. My goal is to avenge the clan and make it great again. I am Uzumaki Naruto, I said without waiting for Kakashi. I love my sister and training with her and Satsuki and of course ramen. I hate hypocrisy. I have a goal and a dream. The goal is to just live peacefully, the dream is peace in the world. Kakashi looked at me in surprise, but said nothing. Okay, now that we've met, we can start doing missions and training. But before that, you'll need to pass a test. Come to the 7th training ground tomorrow at 5 AM fully armed. No late arrivals. And yes, I don't recommend you eat before the test, or you might throw up. That's all. Until tomorrow. He gave us instructions and left the ramen shop. I suggest we gather there at 8 AM tomorrow, and now we'll figure out a strategy. I started right after he left. Are you sure we should come so late? He specifically told us to come on time. Satsuki doubted. This is Kakashi, so I'm sure he won't come before 10. But we'll still play it safe and come at 8. And also, I advise you to eat a hearty meal, you might throw up, oh well, but at least we'll be full of energy, and I think we'll need it as much as possible. Okay, Kiyomi answered. Somehow it happened that I became the unofficial leader of our team. Even Satsuki accepted it. Perhaps it would be better this way, considering my experience of being a shinobi in the previous world. We will most likely have a test with bells. We will need to take them from him. But that is not the main thing in this test. He will test our teamwork, so it is good that we have trained it often, so there will be no problems with this and we will definitely pass the test. But it will be better if we can still get the bells. How do you know all this? Satsuki was surprised. Seiji told me how his test went. I don't think he will change it. I see. Let's go to the training ground, we will practice a little, Kiyomi suggested. We all agreed and, having paid the bill, went to the training ground. We trained there for several hours, did not risk more, since we need to be fresh and rested tomorrow. Having parted with Satsuki at the turn to the Uchiha quarter, we went home. I didn't want to contact Kushina right now, so I went straight to the shower and went to bed. Chapter 10. Today I woke up a little later than usual. After a quick shower, I went down to the kitchen and met my brother there. Good morning, Seiji, how was the mission? I greeted him and started making breakfast. Good, the mission went as standard, nothing interesting, just the usual escort. How are you doing? Who became the team's mentor? He asked. Kakashi. Yesterday we decided not to wait for him in the classroom and went to Ichiraku, and met him there. We met at the ramen shop. Seriously. He laughed. Well, that's like him. When did he assign you the test? At 5 in the morning. He looked at his watch. 6:30. You still have time, he said. I laughed and put the breakfast plates on the table. Seiji nodded his thanks and started eating. I went to wake up Kiyomi. Having knocked on the door and received no answer, I entered the room and started shaking her. A minute later, she finally deigned to wake up and demanded that I leave the room. I grinned and went down to the kitchen. By this time, Seiji was already finishing his portion. Thank you Naruto, it was delicious as always, good luck to you today. And I'm going to bed, I'm tired after the mission. With these words, he left the kitchen. A couple of minutes later, Kiyomi came in and started eating breakfast. After eating, we left the house and headed to the training ground. We arrived there closer to 8. Satsuki was not there yet, Kakashi, by the way, either. We sat under a tree and began to quietly talk. After 15 minutes, Uchiha came and joined us. I decided to take a little more nap and lay down on the grass. I fell asleep to the quiet voices of the girls. Judging by the position of the sun, I woke up a couple of hours later. I felt some kind of weight on my shoulders. Looking down, I realized that Kiyomi apparently decided not to dirty her head on the ground and put it on my shoulder. Satsuki followed her example and put her head on my other shoulder. Sighing quietly, I did not wake them up and just continued to lie there. Half an hour later, Kakashi came. Seeing this picture, he smiled and was about to comment on it somehow, but I beat him to it. Not a word. Otherwise, I will tell the girls what kind of literature you read. I said threateningly. Yes, I just wanted to wake you up. Kakashi immediately began to make excuses. Of course. Okay, forget it. Girls, wake up, sensei has arrived. I began to wake them up. They immediately jumped up. Kakashi and I chuckled, and I got up too. Okay, if everyone is awake, then we can begin. I have 2 bells, your task is to take them, whoever fails will be sent back to the academy. That is, one of you will definitely go there, but you can fail the test together. You have until 12. You can use whatever you want, attack as if you want to kill me. Start. He commanded and we immediately disappeared from the clearing, hiding in the trees. We act according to yesterday's plan, I said quietly. They nodded and dispersed. Okay, I should start acting. After waiting a minute, I created several shadow clones. 2 of them I gave the appearance of my teammates, sent them to the sides, and I rushed head on. The clones depicting Kiyomi and Satsuki blew out a fireball, enhanced by the wind, while I ran to Kakashi, taking out my katana on the go. Sensei dodged the ball and took my sword strike on his kunai. I soaked the katana with wind, he ran lightning through the kunai. We began fighting close, while the clones under the henge covered me, throwing iron. At this time, the real Kiyomi was walking around the entire clearing, placing paralysis seals to immobilize Sensei. When the right time came, I jumped high into the air, and circles of FUNN spread across the entire clearing, preventing Kakashi from moving. Satsuki appeared from the bushes and rushed to the ash-haired man to take the bells, but he left as a substitute. Okay, but this is not enough to win, he said. Kiyomi removed the seal and went out into the clearing. Our maneuver failed, so only direct combat remains. The main thing is not to forget that our goal is not to win, but to take the bells. I landed on the ground and Satsuki stood next to me. We looked at each other, exchanged nods and rushed towards Sensei. She activated her 2-volume Sharingan, and we tied Kakashi up in combat. It was incredibly difficult to fight him, which is not surprising, after all, they don't give elite jonin for their pretty eyes, although in his case it was an additional factor. At this time, Kiyomi was covering us with iron. Realizing that we couldn't take the bells that way, we jumped away from Kakashi and ran up to Kiyomi. After exchanging glances again, we simultaneously began to form seals. Kaden, Fire Dragon. Sweden, Water Coating. Raiden, Electrification. 3 voices merged into one. The entire ground under Kakashi was covered in water, through which a powerful electric discharge launched by Kiyomi immediately passed. The ash-haired man got it badly from it, but he still managed to jump away from Satsuki's Fire Dragon, having previously formed a dry patch of land with the Doden technique. But the dragon was not needed to harm Kakashi. Flying over the water, it evaporated it, and now there was a large cloud of steam on the training ground. Raiden, Thundercloud. Fuden, Great Gust. The electrified cloud flew towards Kakashi. He had to move away again as a substitute to avoid being hit by this technique. Satsuki quickly realized where he was and threw a kunai with an explosive tag there, marking his location. My sister and I immediately rushed there, creating a clone each. Kakashi expected that we would go into close combat again, but we ran around him and put the seal again, this time to suppress chakra. It did not block the ability to use it, we can't put such ones yet, but ours significantly complicated its use. Satsuki created a ring of fire around us, so that it would be harder for Kakashi to get out. This time Kiyomi went into close combat while I was preparing the technique. Kakashi noticed my preparations and was already noticeably nervous, realizing what was about to happen. Forming a blue ball of chakra in my hand, I changed into Kiyomi. Because we are twins, we can pull off such a trick, and I hit Kakashi, who was not expecting such a turn of events, with this sphere, shouting, "Rasengan." Sensei flew towards Satsuki, who had previously removed the ring from the fire so as not to harm him. He crashed into a tree, and while he was still unconscious, Uchiha ran up and cut off the bells. She immediately ran up to us. Kakashi struggled to his feet. Coming up to us, he said, "Well done, you defeated me." "No, Kakashi-sensei, we defeated a weak jonin at most, not you," I objected. "Whatever you say, but even this is a very good result," Kakashi agreed. "I did not expect such a level from you. Now there is one last question. Satsuki, who will you give the second bell to?" She put the bells in Kiyomi and me's hands and squeezed them, showing that she divided the 2 bells between the 3 of us. Interesting decision. Okay, congratulations, you passed the test and now we are officially the 7th team. You realize that this test is about teamwork, and you showed a very high level of both coherence and just shinobi skills. Tomorrow, come to the Hokage's residence at 9 to receive your first mission. Hooray! Kiyomi cried out joyfully, and she grabbed us into Satsuki's arms. We laughed and responded in kind. Having unhooked ourselves, our sister immediately dragged us to Ichiraku to celebrate the formation of the team. There, old man Tyuki, who knew us well, congratulated us and gave us coupons for free ramen. We walked around Konoha until the evening, and only parted ways when it got dark. After saying goodbye to Satsuki, we went home. Kushina and Seiji were waiting for us there, and they immediately began asking us about the test. After the retelling, Seiji began to feign indignation. How come, we couldn't even touch him? He was just reading his book and lazily fighting back with one hand. It's not nice to be jealous, brother, I scolded him. He laughed in response. In general, the evening passed in a fairly relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. But I felt that I would again be attacked by a melancholic mood. Therefore, in order not to spoil the evening for my sister, I apologized, said that I was tired, and quickly took a shower, went to the room and went to bed. But after tossing and turning for about an hour and a half, I realized that I would not fall asleep now and got out of bed. Quickly got dressed and jumped out the window so as not to wake the others. I headed to the Hokage monument. Having reached there, I sat on my father's head and, looking at the night Konoha, immersed myself in my thoughts. I do not know how much time passed, but someone's presence nearby made me wake up. I looked around and was surprised to find Satsuki. I nodded hello and offered to sit next to her. She sat down and also began to look at the village. "You can't sleep either?" I asked. She nodded. We sat like that for a few minutes until she asked, "What's bothering you?" I thought about it. Should I tell her? How would she react to this? Having made up my mind, I answered. "Do you remember when we first visited Itachi after the massacre, you asked why I cried?" "Yes, I remember. You said then that you weren't ready to tell. Are you saying that you're ready now?" She asked. "No, I'm still not ready, but I'll tell you anyway. Just warning you, the story will be long, and you most likely won't believe me at first." I warned. "You tell me, and then I'll decide whether to believe me or not." I grinned. Then let's start with the funniest news. The thing is, I'm from another world. What? She exclaimed. You're right, I really don't believe it. Explain. As I said, I'm from another world, which was similar to this one, but different in some ways. There, I died in battle, and old man Rakudo offered me to be reborn in another world. Are you familiar with Rakudo Sennin? She exclaimed. I'll tell you more, I am the reincarnation of his youngest son, Ashura. What news you have here, she said. Imagine how shocked I was when I found out. I chuckled. I can't even imagine. How did you live there? How did Kiyomi and I live there? It's complicated. The thing is, Kiyomi wasn't there at all, just like Seiji, I was the only son of dead parents. I said quietly. Dead, she whispered soundlessly. Yes, they died during the Kyuubi attack on Konoha, they sacrificed their lives so that I could survive. The third returned to the post of Hokage then. I continued sadly. She sat closer and hugged me with one arm, as a sign of support. I nodded gratefully and hugged her too. I grew up in an orphanage where everyone hated me. They didn't tell me who my parents were, but somehow everyone knew that I was the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox. 6 years later, I entered the academy, where I was the worst student. I was constantly doing all sorts of nasty things, just to be noticed. But this only earned me even more hatred from the locals. I failed the genin exam, and then a traitorous teacher found me and asked me to steal a secret scroll with the Hokage's techniques. From it, I learned shadow clones, which became my signature technique. After that, I was finally allowed to become a genin. It's terrible, she said, people shouldn't live like that, especially children. Yeah, however, after graduating from the academy, the happiest time in my life began. That's when I found my first friend. It was you, or rather, not exactly you, but your version from my world, Uchiha Sasuke. What? She was surprised for the umpteenth time that evening. In my world, you were a boy named Sasuke. I grinned. She groaned softly. What was Itachi like? She asked. Everything is very bad here. The thing is that Itachi was the one who killed the Uchiha clan, leaving only Sasuke alive. What? She said in shock. But how? Itachi would never. No. The fox screamed in his subconscious and closed the communication channel. Sasuke hated his brother and swore revenge, which he succeeded in, but he himself became a missing nin, since he became Orochimaru's student. As it turned out later, the Uchiha clan was planning a coup, and the elders gave Itachi a choice. Either he would kill his clan but leave Sasuke alive, or they would kill everyone themselves. Itachi loved his brother too much, and he could not allow him to be killed. I can't believe it. How did this happen? Why did the Uchiha want to start a coup? She still did not believe it. During Kurama's attack, many saw the Sharingan burning in his eyes. It was controlled by one of the Uchiha, so they began to distrust them and deprive them of their rights in every possible way. They could not tolerate this. We sat on the Hokage monument for a long time. I told her the story of my life. She was surprised, sympathized and tried to provide all kinds of support, seeing how hard it was for me to tell it. I told her everything, about the Chunin exam, about Tsunade, about Akatsuki, about Sasuke leaving, about how I found out who my parents were, about Pain, Obito, Madara and Kagaya. The whole story took me half the night. By the end of my retelling of my life, Satsuki was sitting with a tear-stained face, clinging to me. I tried to comfort her, but it was very difficult for me to relive all those moments again. And so, having died in the battle with Kagaya, I ended up here. I finished. It's terrible, she said, you had a terrible life. But now I have a wonderful one, I said, I'm not alone, I have you, Imouto and Seiji. We will try to prevent all this from happening, she said firmly, this cannot be allowed. We will become stronger and defeat everyone. Of course we will win, there is no doubt about that. I smiled slightly. I hope, she said quietly. Thank you. For what? I was surprised. For opening up, for trusting, for not letting me fall into darkness. For being there, she answered. I smiled and hugged her tighter. After sitting like that for a minute, I realized that Satsuki had fallen asleep. I continued to look at Konoha, thinking about whether I had done the right thing by telling you everything. I think so, Kurama suddenly answered. You needed to talk it out, you kept it all inside for too long. Of course, I don't trust the Uchihas and if I were you, I would tell your sister everything, but this is your choice, and I respect it. Thank you, friend, I said mentally, for everything. Just let's do it without any tenderness, okay? Please. Kurama groaned. Hey, now I know how to scare you, I chuckled. Your mother, just try. Kuramochika, my dear, thank you for everything, you are the most precious thing for. I laughed quietly. My life would be too boring without him. It was time to go home, but I didn't want to go there at all, it was so comfortable to sit here. And I shouldn't forget about Satsuki in my arms. Why not? I created a clone, who quickly ran home and brought a blanket. I covered Satsuki and me and relaxed with the words, "Have a good rest, boss." I chuckled and fell asleep a few minutes later with a smile on my face. Chapter 11. I woke up because Satsuki started to toss and turn. Looking down, I realized that she was still sleeping, hugging me with her arms. It looked very cute and I chuckled, hugging her to myself. The sun was just rising, so I didn't sleep very much, but I felt rested. I thought about my strength level once again, this time. I am definitely much stronger than I was at this age in my world, but it is definitely not enough to stand up to Akatsuki. Kurama, what is the Biju chakra? I asked mentally, re-establishing the communication channel. As I told you, your maximum now is 5 tails, but I do not advise you to let it go that far. The best option for you now is 4 tails, they will hardly harm your body. The fox answered me, got it, according to your forecasts, when will I be able to activate the cloak? 2 years. There is not much longer to wait. I hope that I will have time to restore my strength before Akatsuki becomes seriously interested in me. Kurama snorted in agreement and fell asleep again. Just at that moment Satsuki began to wake up. Good morning, I chuckled. Naruto, what are you doing here? She did not fully wake up. However, opening her eyes, she stared at my grin and looked around the area. Yesterday you finally decided to take up my offer from 3 years ago and fell asleep in my arms, I continued to smile. She immediately jumped up with a blush on her cheeks. And you couldn't carry me home. She was indignant. No, I was too lazy. I continued to tease her. And when else will I have a chance to fall asleep hugging a beautiful girl in nature? You're an idiot, she said quietly, blushing even more. That's the whole point of girls, I pretended to be offended, you compliment them, and they call you names in response. She smirked, actually, I complimented you back. Your problem is that you didn't understand. If I stop communicating with you after this, and who will carry you in their arms? I asked threateningly. I'll somehow survive, this impudent person answered. Well, that's it, this is war. I flew up to her at maximum speed and started tickling her. She didn't have time to react and fell to the ground, laughing loudly. Stop, wahaha she begged. I only laughed in response. After a minute, I finally took pity, finished the execution and offered my hand, helping her up. She stood up and, having caught her breath and become serious, asked, does Kiyomi know about your past? No, you were the first person I told. I answered. Why me? Why not her? She was surprised. Kurama is wondering the same thing. I chuckled. If the Imouto had found me yesterday, I would have told her. I trust you equally. I see, when are you planning to tell her? I don't even know, I definitely can't stand another evening of memories in the near future. It's too painful to relive it. But I have to tell her. And Seiji? No Seiji. I didn't plan to tell him. I see, she said, came up and hugged me, thank you again for your trust, I really appreciate it. After standing like that for a minute, we pulled away from each other. Do you want to go home now? Not really. Then I suggest we get some food and go to the training ground, wait for the time Kakashi appointed. I don't mind, she said and suddenly shuddered. What's wrong? I was surprised. I imagined what would have happened if your sister had seen us. Indeed, it's a terrible picture. She would definitely not have left us alone. She reminded me of that incident with you in the hospital for more than 6 months. I shuddered. Talking, we reached Ichiraku, which had just opened, quickly ate there and went to the training ground. I didn't feel like training, so we sat under a tree on the shore of a small lake and continued discussing my past life. Listen, you said that you evicted the soul of the local Naruto. What happened to it? She asked. This is the reason why I will never forgive the local Minato and Kushina. I frowned. The local Naruto couldn't stand the universal hatred. He was going to commit suicide. Satsuki opened her eyes in shock. Old man Rakudo made him an offer similar to mine, and now he's also traveling through the worlds. I sincerely hope that everything turned out well for him. So if it weren't for you, Naruto would be dead. She still couldn't believe it. That's right. Satsuki wanted to say something else, but she was interrupted by the appearance of Kiyomi, who landed not far from us. She looked very angry. Good morning, Imouto. What happened? I asked with interest. What happened? She asked quietly. Goosebumps ran down my body. And judging by Satsuki's expression, I wasn't the only one. What happened? She repeated much louder. Uzumaki. Naruto. Where have you been? I tried to justify myself. Why didn't you warn me that you were going somewhere? Kiyomi interrupted me. Do you have any idea how worried I was when I saw an empty room and an open window? What did I imagine while I was looking for you? Kiyomi, And it turns out that while I, like a fool, was running around the entire village looking for my missing brother, he was just sitting and chatting the whole time. Imo Udo, listen, I couldn't sleep, so I went out to get some air. And I accidentally fell asleep on the Hokage monument. Satsuki found me there in the morning. I don't know what she was doing there, but she woke me up and we came here and now we're chatting. It's my fault that I didn't think that you would be worried, and for that I apologize. Kiyomi calmed down a bit and sat down next to us. Okay, I'll forgive you this time, but just try to pull that off again without warning. The fox's second coming will seem like heaven to you. Sometimes Kiyomi scares the hell out of me, Satsuki quietly whispered in my ear. I nodded in agreement. I can hear everything, my sister said, and we shuddered. Okay, we're already late for the residence, so I suggest we go. We really were late, so we quickly got up and hurried to the residence. We arrived an hour after the appointed time, at the same time as Kakashi, by the way. Satsuki and Kiyomi definitely caught this habit from me and Sensei. Entering the residence, we went into the Hokage's office. Team number 7 has arrived to receive a mission, Kakashi reported. So it turns out that now we're going to get her. Okay, your first D-rank mission is to help weed the garden, Minato said. Oh yes, that's her. Weeding the gardens, it's hard to imagine how much I missed you during the war. Just monotonous work, where you can calm your nerves and think about your own beauty. Hi. So 2 months passed. We carried out D-rank missions, almost always sending clones on them. During this time, we worked hard with Kakashi. I, in secret from everyone, trained a new technique. I always envied Sasuke with his Chidori. Now I have an analog that suits me better. Why in secret? Because I wanted to. Well, and also because it's always worth having an ace up your sleeve. Considering that now we have a mission to capture Tora, the devil cat of the daimyo's wife, I will soon have a meeting with Zabuza if it happens in this world at all, and I feel there will be a need for a new technique there. The D-rank mission is complete, we are ready to carry out the next one. Please issue a C-rank mission, my students are ready. Kakashi asked. Are you sure? The Hokage asked. Absolutely. Our sensei said firmly. Okay, then bring Tazuna here. You will have a C-rank mission to escort and protect him. Satsuki and I exchanged glances. A drunk old man entered the office. He looked at us and became indignant. And they will protect me. They are children. He was about to say something else, but the kunai near his throat stopped him. I got tired of listening to him, and quickly moved behind him, holding the aforementioned kunai. We may look like children, but age is no indicator in our world. Our sensei was already a jonin at our age. So I suggest we stop complaining and start the mission. I said in a quiet, calm voice and put the kunai away. Tazuna swallowed and looked at me nervously. He did not notice how I returned to my place. Naruto, it is forbidden to treat clients like that. Minato was indignant. I apologize, Hokage-sama, but this was the fastest way to prove our competence. I answered in the same calm voice. I also apologize to you, Tazuna-san, I hope you are not offended by me. Well, if you are finished, then you have an hour to get ready, meet us at the main gate. Disperse, Kakashi commanded. My sister and I quickly ran home, told Kushina that we had a mission outside the village and ran to get ready. I had long ago prepared scrolls with everything I needed for such an occasion, so it didn't take long to get ready. Half an hour later we were already standing at the gate and waiting for the others. Another half hour later the others had arrived and we left the village. Thus began our mission to the land of waves. We had been walking for several days already. I am glad that after my speech Tazuna stopped drinking. Apparently I impressed him. We mostly just talked, not forgetting to look around. And finally a puddle with demon brothers appeared. I decided not to wait for them to get out, quickly folded the seals and said, Raiden, Thunder Spear. A powerful bolt of lightning flew out of my hand and struck the puddle. 2 Nukenin immediately appeared from it, who still managed to jump away, but they were immediately met by Satsuki, sending her into genjutsu with her gaze. Well done, you noticed the ambush. Kakashi praised, surprised. Now, it seems to me that you, Tazuna-san, should answer us a few questions. He started talking about Gato and how little money they had. I had heard all this before, so I didn't really listen. He started playing on my pity, and Kiyomi wanted to help him. I didn't mind, since I wanted to fight Haku. Satsuki also agreed, and we continued with the mission. A day later, we reached the river, and a very nervous boatman agreed to take us across. We crossed the river and I became even more attentive. Zabuza didn't take long to appear. Get down, Kakashi shouted and we all fell to the ground. I had to knock down the bridge builder as well. A huge sword flew over us and stuck in a tree. A tall man, dressed only in pants, landed on the long hilt. The lower half of his face was bandaged. Forgive me, but I have to refuse you. Sensei said politely, raising his hitai. We weren't surprised to see the Sharingan there. He had already shown it to us. Well, Zabuza Momochi himself, the famous demon of the bloody mist, said Kakashi. Does Hitaki Kakashi, known as the copy ninja, really know my name? I'm flattered. Hand over the old man and I won't hurt your children. Well, no, then no, it's my job to offer. Zabuza grinned, then I think we can get down to business. Sweden, concealment in the fog. A thick fog covered the entire clearing. Do not engage in combat, Kakashi commanded, this is not your level. Protect Tazuna-san. We surrounded the trembling old man. A heavy yaki. Just in case, I'll clarify that this is the intent to kill, fell on us. I didn't care about it, after Kurama's yaki it doesn't affect me at all. Zabuza appeared right behind us, from Kiyomi's side and struck with his sword. I managed to react and, taking out my katana and running lightning along it, filling my body with a large amount of chakra, blocked the blow. But my feet still pressed into the ground. I deflected Decapitator to the side and struck with my katana. Zabuza dodged and was about to strike again, but Kakashi had already caught up with him and a fight broke out between them. We really had nothing to do there, it was happening at speeds that were completely impossible for us. But everything happened like last time and Zabuza imprisoned Kakashi in a water prison, and put a water clone in front of us. Take Tazuna away, Sensei ordered. Of course, we didn't listen to him and tried to free him. Kaden, Fire Dragon. Futon, Vacuum Bullets. Satsuki and I launched the technique at the original Zabuza, and he had to let go of Kakashi so as not to get fried. The ash-haired one himself was not affected by the technique. He got out of the trap and looked angrily at Zabuza. They began to compete in the strength of techniques and Kakashi was able to defeat him. During the battle, the mist demon was carried closer to us and while he was unable to respond, I rushed to finish him off. But then Tsusenbon flew into his neck and Haku appeared next to him. Thank you for wearing him out. I've been hunting him for a long time. He thanked me. I sat down next to Zabuza and checked his pulse. There was none. You are an Oinin, right? I asked. Right, now I'll ask you to step back, I need to take the body. I stepped back a little and when he turned his back to me, I struck him with a katana. Haku managed to dodge and jump back. At that moment, Kakashi finally collapsed from exhaustion. Naruto, what are you doing? Kiyomi screamed. If he were a real Oinin, he would have destroyed the body on the spot, and not tried to take it. So we have Zabuza's accomplice in front of us. I answered, glaring at Haku. Congratulations, you've figured me out. Now you'll have to die. Kiyomi, protect Tazuna-san. Satsuki, take care of Sensei. I'll deal with him, I said to my teammates. They nodded. In vain, you could use some help from your friends. Haku said. Hyoten, 1,000 deadly ice needles. A stream of ice Senbon flew at me. Fuinpo, barrier, I said, folding the seals, and a wall of green energy appeared in front of me. As soon as the flow of needles ended, I removed the barrier and rushed towards Haku. We began a fight in Tai, in which I was superior to him. Realizing that he was losing, he jumped back. Hyoten, Dome of Demonic Mirrors. A familiar dome appeared around me. He immediately went into one of the ice mirrors. He began to move between them at great speed, sending a rain of Senbon. However, I managed to block or dodge them. Finally, he stopped. You're not bad, since you managed to hold out for so long without getting injured yet. He decided to praise me. You shouldn't have stopped, I grinned. The time has come. A technique began to form in my hand, lightning crackled. Finally, I finished and I had a clot of purple lightning in my hand. I struck the mirror with a scream. Shiden. The mirror shattered into pieces and I stepped out of the dome. Haku stepped out of the mirror. An impressive technique. It managed to shatter the demonic mirror, which was not easy to do. Glad you liked it, I answered kindly. I raised my hand, in which lightning was still dancing, and said. Shiden Iso. A beam of purple lightning flew out of my hand. Haku managed to dodge, but I began to wield the beam like a sword. He could not block the blow, so he had to dodge. After a minute of dancing, I managed to hit him. I passed the beam along his shoulder, but it was enough for him to lose his mobility and fall, shaking with convulsions. I dispelled the technique and crouched next to him. I did not live up to Zabuza-san's expectations. Kill me, I turned out to be a low-quality weapon. Haku said heavily. I nodded and stuck a kunai into his heart. Rest in peace, Haku. I said quietly, standing up. Then I went up to Zabuza and finished him off. Having created several clones that started digging graves, I went up to the girls. Kiyomi looked at me in shock, while Satsuki nodded understandingly. Tazuna-san, do you have a place where we could rest? Kakashi-sensei is suffering from chakra exhaustion, and to be honest, I'm very tired. Of course, the old man spoke quickly. My house is a 10-minute walk from here. Let's go, I'll take you there. Kiyomi created several clones that carried Kakashi. I nodded gratefully, as I was unable to carry him myself right now. She came up and wanted to say something, but I beat her to it. Imoto, I understand that you want to talk, but let's talk when I've rested and come to my senses, please. I asked. Okay. Just answer one question. Was it necessary to kill? She said quietly. Unfortunately, under the current circumstances, yes, definitely. If not now, then later they would have died anyway. Ask Satsuki why this is so, she knows. I said. Should I tell you everything? Uchiha asked. Yes, I think it's time. I hope to wake up just by the end of the story. I answered. Are you hiding something from me? Kiyomi was surprised. Tell me. Not here. In the house and under the barrier of silence, okay. I asked her. Okay, she resigned herself to the fact that now she would not find out anything. We walked the rest of the way in silence. Finally, we stood in front of the door of Tezuna's house. A beautiful woman with long dark hair opened the door for us. Father, you're back. Hello Tsunami, you can put these young people down, they are very tired but they saved my life. Oh, of course, come in. I will put you in my husband's room. She fussed. We went upstairs, she showed the room. Entering there, I fell on the bed and, without undressing, fell asleep right away. Chapter 12. I woke up suddenly, because someone fell on me. I opened my eyes and saw Kiyomi crying on my shoulder. I sighed and hugged her tightly. Satsuki was standing at the entrance to the room. She answered the question asked with a nod. I sighed again and began to calm my sister down. After about 10 minutes, she calmed down a little and broke away from me. How were you able to survive in such conditions? How did you not break down? The first thing she asked. I don't know myself, to be honest. Probably, only thanks to Uzumaki's stubbornness I was able to not break down and because of the goal I set. I answered. Do you still want to become Hokage? No way. I don't want to become Hokage. I just want to live in peace, and with this position, I definitely won't see peace. I chuckled. I started to admire you even more, she admitted. I honestly thought that you would be angry with me because I was not the brother you fell in love with. She hit me on the head with her fist. Don't talk nonsense. You are my brother and I will not accept any objections. I can only thank you for saving the soul of this Naruto. She said and pressed herself against me again. I breathed a sigh of relief. I was really worried about this. After a while, I was finally able to get out of bed. How is Kakashi-sensei? And how long did I sleep anyway? Sensei is still unconscious, but he is recovering. You slept for 9 hours, my sister answered me. Good. We won't have a second fight, so we will train on our own until Kakashi recovers. We just need to decide something about Gato. I think he will come for us himself with a horde of bandits, like last time. Or we can visit them ourselves, Kurama grinned in his subconscious. You read my thoughts, I answered him mentally. Kiyomi and I went downstairs where Satsuki and Tsunami were waiting for us. There was already food on the table. I thanked the woman and started eating. What are we going to do today? Uchiha asked. I'll send the clones to the bridge to protect Tazuna-san, and we'll train ourselves. By the way, what technique did you use yesterday? I've never seen one like that. This is my version of Chidori. I answered. The power of Chidori lies in the speed of the strike. Shiden is the same Chidori, but overflowing with chakra. Because of the amount of chakra, the lightning turns purple. And because of this, it does not need too much speed. Of course, the higher the speed, the better, but the main thing is the power of the strike. But few have a chance to master such a technique. I was able to because I am a Jinchuriki with a huge reserve of chakra. It is better for you, Satsuki, to learn Chidori. Kiyomi, you can potentially master Shiden, thanks to the Uzumaki genes, but you will be enough for 3 techniques at most, so I do not advise it either, I finished. Got it, and what are we going to train? I think it's time for the Rasengan and Chidori, I grinned. Before that, I didn't let them teach them, since they weren't ready yet. Kiyomi, I'll teach you the Rasengan, but you, Satsuki, will have to do something else until Kakashi-sensei wakes up. We finished eating and went to the backyard of the house. I took out the previously prepared water balloons from the scroll. So, the first stage of mastering the Rasengan is rotation. You have to make the water rotate so that the balloon bursts, I said, bursting the balloon with one hand. I was finally able to master creating a Rasengan with one hand. Got it, Kiyomi said and began training. I began meditating. A week passed like this. Kakashi came to his senses and began, at Satsuki's request, to teach her Chidori. Kiyomi was stuck on the second stage of the Rasengan. I mainly meditated, improving my control. One day I approached Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, you understand that Gato won't leave all this so easily, right? I understand that, but what are you proposing? The sensei asked. I suggest we pay him a courtesy visit and explain why what he's doing is bad. I suggest we don't take the girls, they're not ready to kill yet. Are you ready? The ash-haired man was surprised. We told you how the clash with Zabuza ended. Yes, indeed, I forgot. Overall, the idea is not bad, and I agree with it, but are you sure you can handle it? Yes, I'm sure. Okay, then we'll leave tonight. Kakashi concluded and went to his room. No need, they won't hear you anyway, I said, standing behind him. He immediately jumped back in surprise. What do you want? I'll give you anything you want. He began to wail. That night, we met at Tezuna's house and went to Gato. He lived in a large mansion not far from the village. We quickly reached him, quietly neutralized the guards and entered the house. We went around the entire mansion, killing every bandit that got in our way. Finally, we reached Gato's quarters. Kakashi entered first, not hiding at all. Who are you? How did the guards let you in? Your guards are no good, they can't do anything anymore. Kakashi smiled kindly, as it seemed to him, with his eye. What? I don't believe it. The guards. The shorty immediately squealed. I'm not interested, Kakashi said calmly and cut his throat. It's time to go back, I said, to which he nodded. The next morning was significant for every resident of this village. After all, it was on this day that they freed themselves from the oppression of Gato. Did you do this? Satsuki immediately asked when she heard the news. Yes, Kakashi-sensei and I didn't hide it. And why without us? Kiyomi was indignant. And could you kill without hesitation? I answered a question with a question. They only lowered their heads in response. That's what I'm talking about. This conversation was overheard by Inari, Tezuna's grandson, and as a result, the entire village immediately found out who the heroes of the village were. As a result, when the bridge was finished, they wanted to call it the Hitaki Uzumaki Bridge, which I opposed, saying that there were more than just the two of us participating in the mission. As a result, the bridge was named after Team 7, which we were all more than happy about. The way back to Konoha took much less time, because the old man was not with us, and we could safely go along the upper paths. Once in the village, we split up. Kakashi went to hand in his report on the mission, and we went home. The first thing I did was take a shower, while Kiyomi described the mission to her mother and Seiji. When I went down, Kushina immediately ran up and hugged me. Never take such risks, she said. You could have died in the battle with that ice ninja. If I had not been confident in my victory, I would not have entered the battle. I answered calmly. I can't convince you, can I? Kushina sighed, moving away. Yes. Then just promise to be more careful, she asked. Okay, I'll be careful, I promised. Seiji came to replace Kushina. Listen, show me that purple lightning technique. My brother immediately asked. I sighed and held out my hand. Purple lightning began to dance on it. Seiji's eyes widened. Wow, which is more powerful, Shiden or Rasengan? Interesting question, I haven't checked. I'll have to compare. Thanks for the idea. Ask me, he smiled and we all sat down to dinner. Minato, fortunately, was not there, so the atmosphere at the table was cheerful. I finished eating first and, having said goodbye to everyone, went to my room. I was tired after a long mission and wanted to sleep. So, having fallen onto the bed, I fell asleep almost immediately. Another month passed. We R clones often went on D-rank missions, occasionally took C rank. The lion's share of our time was taken up by training. I tried to create something like Chidori Nagashi, but based on Shiden. It wasn't working out very well yet, but I didn't give up. Besides, Kurama pleased me with the news that I could now use 6 tails. Now we are standing on the bridge and waiting for Kakashi. To our surprise, he was almost not late. Hello everyone. So, straight to the point. Soon our village will hold the Chunin exam and I recommended you to take it. It's strictly voluntary, if someone doesn't want to, they can refuse. If you want, I'll hand out registration forms to you. We'll participate, the 3 of us said in unison. I didn't doubt you, Kakashi smiled. Here, fill it out and bring it to the academy by 9 AM tomorrow. The exam starts at 10. Good luck to everyone, he said and disappeared. We exchanged glances. As I understand it, the question of whether we participate or not is not even considered, I said. You think it's right, Satsuki answered me. Let's go to the training ground, I'll tell you in more detail what happened on my exam. I called them and ran towards our training ground. The girls followed me. Already at the training ground, I put up a silence barrier and began my story. So, there are 3 stages in the exam. The first is a written test of theoretical knowledge, as they tell us. In reality, they test your ability to obtain information and determination. The most important thing is to agree to answer question 10 and not get caught cheating before the question is asked. In general, that's all. The first stage should not cause any difficulties, which cannot be said about the second. The second stage is a survival test in the Forest of Death. Each team will be given one of two scrolls, Earth or Sky. The goal is to collect both and get with them to the tower in the center of the training ground. This is where we met Orochimaru. Let's hope that we'll be lucky in this world and the snake won't be interested in us. If too many people pass the second stage, they'll announce an intermediate one. These are random one-on-one fights. The third stage will be in a month, there will be a tournament. That seems to be it. I finished my long speech. Everything seems to be bearable, as long as Orochimaru isn't there, Kiyomi said. Yeah, I suggest not training today, but just resting and gaining strength before the exam, I suggested. I'm not against it in general, Satsuki answered. What are we going to do? We can go to Ichiraku now, and then go for a walk, Kiyomi suggested. We agreed to the plan and went to a ramen shop. After eating there, we just started walking around the village. And we came across an interesting picture. Kankuro, grabbing some child by the scruff of the neck, was forcing him to apologize. We came closer, and I stood up for the boy. Let the boy go, I said calmly. I don't think you want to leave the exam just because you couldn't control your anger. Let him apologize first, and then I'll let him go, Kankuro continued. I don't understand, is he stupid or pretending? Kankuro, let the child go, a cold voice sounded behind him, which I easily recognized. Gaara, I apologize for my simple-minded brother, you can be sure that he will be punished. It's nice to see a reasonable person, your apology is accepted, I answered. Kurama chuckled in his subconscious, and I understand him well. At this age, Gaara could hardly be called intelligent. Okay, so I take it you're also taking part in the exam? Asked the red-haired one. Yes, Kiyomi answered briefly. Gaara turned his gaze to her and held it there for a while. Then see you there, I hope you're worthy opponents. Gaara finished the conversation. Tamari, Kankuro, let's go, Uncle Yashimaru is waiting for us. What? Yashimaru? Shouldn't he be dead? Apparently, in this world, the fourth Kazekage decided not to break his own son's psyche. And judging by the lack of circles under his eyes, either Shukaku doesn't bother him, or they put a better seal on him. Well, maybe then he won't have to be re-educated. The sand team said goodbye to us and went on while we stood there and didn't understand anything. Finally coming to our senses, we went on. After walking the whole evening, we went home. The next day, at 9 a.m., we were already standing in the academy, ready for the exam. Having handed in the form, we headed to room 302. Noticing the crowd on the second floor, we simply walked past. The fewer people in the right room, the better. Kakashi was standing in front of the entrance. It's good that the three of you came here. If someone had refused, the whole team wouldn't have been able to get through, but since you're here, I wish you good luck. I'm sure you can handle it. Kakashi gave his last parting words and disappeared. We exchanged glances and entered the room. Inside, there were many genin of all ages. Our classmates immediately approached us. Hello everyone, Kiyomi greeted, are you all here too? Looks like our entire graduating class has gathered, Shikamaru said. I'm glad to see you, said Choji. Our team mostly talked among ourselves, so we didn't have any friends among our classmates, at most acquaintances. We're glad to see you too, Kiyomi answered. At that moment, Kabuto approached us. It took a lot of effort not to rush at him right then, because he could be Orochimaru's spy. Judging by the girls' faces, we were thinking the same thing. I wouldn't advise standing out like that. You're here for the first time, and you don't know the rules yet. If you want, I can share some information. I have special cards with information about the tournament participants. Can you look at Uzumaki Naruto? Shikamaru suddenly asked. I looked at him in surprise. Kabuto was already reaching for the deck, when I interrupted him. You shouldn't, I said quietly. Kabuto looked at me. I don't want anyone to know about my abilities ahead of time, I explained. He nodded understandingly and put the deck away. At that moment, the examiners entered the room. Everyone, take your seats. Ibiki commanded. My name is Morino Ibiki, and I am the examiner for the first stage of the Chunin exams. Listen carefully, I will not repeat myself. You are now being given sheets of paper with assignments. You are not allowed to turn the sheets over until I give the command. You have 10 points. If you do not answer or answer incorrectly, a point is deducted from you. If you answer correctly, a point remains. For a detected attempt to cheat, 2 points are deducted from you. As soon as someone has 0 points left, they are disqualified along with their team. You are given 1 hour to complete the assignments. 15 minutes before the end of the appointed time, I will announce the 10th question. That's all. Let's begin. I turned the sheet over and looked at the assignments. They turned out to be surprisingly simple. I quickly completed all the assignments and began to simply draw on the back of the sheet. When Ibiki announced that there were 15 minutes left, I had managed to draw Madara, Hashirama, Sasuke and Obito. So, there are 15 minutes left, and I am ready to announce the last question. However, there are special rules for this question. You can refuse to answer this question, then you and your team will be disqualified. But if you agree to answer and the answer is incorrect, then you will never be allowed to take the Chunin exams again. You are given a minute to choose. Decide. I looked at Satsuki and Kiyomi and nodded to them. They nodded in response and continued to sit. People began to leave the audience. This time, I did not inspire anyone, so more people came out than in my world. When all the doubters left the audience, Ibiki smiled. So, the rest passed. The questions and explanations began, which I listened to. I came to when Anko flew in the window and announced that the second stage would be held tomorrow in the Forest of Death. When it was all over, I left the academy with the team and we went home, deciding to rest again today. Kiyomi and I were walking down the street when we were caught up by a man I definitely didn't expect to see so soon. Hello, yesterday you seemed like nice people to me, and I decided why not get acquainted. My name is Sobaku no Gaara, the son of the fourth cage. Yes, it was Gaara. I was, to put it mildly, shocked by his behavior, but I quickly came to my senses. Nice to meet you, I am Uzumaki Naruto, and this is Namikaze Kiyomi, my sister. You are the Hokage's children. Unexpected. But why don't you bear your father's last name, Naruto? He was surprised. There are reasons for this that I would prefer to keep to myself, I answered evasively. He nodded understandingly and changed the subject. If you are not busy, could you show me the village? We can get to know each other better at the same time. Gaara suggested. Of course, why not, Kiyomi answered cheerfully. We gave him a tour of the village. He turned out to be a surprisingly pleasant conversationalist, with whom you can talk about a variety of topics. We exchanged several funny stories from missions and beyond. Overall, we had a pleasant time. However, with the onset of darkness, we were forced to part ways. Thank you for this day, I had a very pleasant time, said Gaara. Likewise, Kiyomi replied, I hope we can walk like this again. Yes, that would be nice, he admitted. I have to take my leave, see you at the exam, he said goodbye and walked towards the guest houses. What do you think of him? I asked my sister. A very nice person, I would like to talk to him more. Said Kiyomi. Did you like him so much? I teased her. What do you think? She snorted. Well, I believed you. I chuckled and ran ahead until she came to her senses and chased after me. A second later, angry screams were heard behind me, and I ran even faster. That's how we ran to the house. Luckily, Kiyomi had already calmed down, so she just poked me painfully in the side. Entering, we met Kushina. What took you long? How was the exam? She asked. We passed to the second stage. I answered. Congratulations. She was happy. Come on, go to the table, tell me everything. Having quickly sat down, we began to retell the events of the exam to Kushina and Seiji, who had come up. They listened to us with interest. It turned out that my brother's exam was a little different. They did not have such a 10th question and they only tested the ability to obtain information. After eating and talking, we went to our rooms. Lying in bed, I asked. Kurama, did you contact Shukaku? Yes, he answered monosyllabically. And how? I asked for details. Honestly, I'm shocked. He's adequate here. I was able to talk to him normally. This Gaara's seal is crap, but Shukaku has been in contact with him for a long time and they have mutually beneficial cooperation. That's unexpected, I said mentally, so we can't expect a furious Jinchuriki in the middle of the village. If he doesn't want to destroy the village himself, then yes, we can't wait. The fox answered. Good news, I concluded. Okay, enough thinking. Tomorrow will be a hard day. With these thoughts, I fell asleep. Chapter 13. For some reason, it was very hard for me to wake up today. I lay there for about 15 minutes before I forced myself to finally get out of bed. After a quick shower, I went downstairs and started making breakfast. Over the 5 years I've spent in this world, this action has become almost a reflex. Kushina usually wakes up late, so I almost always make breakfast. And as always, when I put out the plates, Kiyomi comes down. She either senses when the food is ready, or specifically waits for the right time. Good morning, she greeted, sitting down at the table. Good, I answered, are you ready for the Forest of Death? You can't be ready for that, she tried to joke, but it didn't work out. It seemed like I was ready, but the excitement was still there. It's normal, the main thing is to pull yourself together and everything will be fine. We are the strongest team, we will easily get through this stage. I began to calm my sister. I hope so, she smiled and started eating. After breakfast, we headed to training ground number 44. On the way, we met Satsuki. Hello, she greeted. Hello, you have no idea what happened yesterday. Kiyomi immediately began to describe our walk with Gaara. So, Gaara here is a completely adequate and very pleasant, according to you, person. Satsuki did not believe. That's right, and I can explain why, I answered her. Kurama was able to make contact with the one-tailed yesterday, who turned out to be sane here and did not pressure Gaara, as in my world. And his father here is not such an asshole. As a result, the relationship between Gaara and Shukaku is similar to mine with Kurama. You can't even imagine how ambiguous that sounded, the fox groaned in his subconscious. At the same time, Kiyomi said the same phrase. Well, I'm not the only one who thinks so. Kurama continued, while I laughed out loud. When I calmed down and explained to the girls the reason for my laughter, they joined me. That's how we reached the forest. There was already a small crowd of genin there. I immediately felt Kurama's excitement. Naruto, Orochimaru is here. Your mother. I cursed out loud and created a clone, which immediately ran to the Hokage. I'm definitely not ready to meet the Sannin yet. And what did he need here? Satsuki is not the only Uchiha. What happened? Kiyomi immediately asked. Snake, I answered monosyllabically. The clone ran to Minato. Damn, both girls said at the same time. Who? This time he looks different. Long dark hair, sound protector. Dressed in a blue kimono, tied with a purple belt. Kurama immediately began to describe him. I created another clone and immediately dispelled it so that this information would be transmitted to the one who ran to the Hokage. Okay, I need to calm down and not show that he was recognized. I hope the Hokage will believe me and take action. I ran across the rooftops of Konoha as fast as I could. In my world, Orochimaru didn't attack right away, but that didn't mean anything. The sooner Minato found out, the better. Finally, I found myself at the residence. I quickly ran in and rushed to the Hokage's office. Finally, the door was in front of me, but I didn't rush in and knocked. Hearing, "Come in," I opened the door and entered the room. Minato was not alone. Naruto, what are you doing here? Aren't you having an exam now? Jiraiya asked. Jiraiya-san, it's good that you're here, I said after catching my breath. Orochimaru is here. Their faces suddenly became serious. Orochimaru. Minato asked again, how do you know that? Where is here? It doesn't matter how I know, the main thing is that it's definitely him. He's in the forest of death, pretending to be one of the sound genin. Dressed in a blue kimono, long dark hair, a purple belt and a terrifyingly huge chakra center. Tell me, why are you so sure that it is him? Demanded the fourth. Minato, now is not the time. If it really is him, then we are in big trouble. I will go to the forest and keep an eye on him. If Naruto is right, then I will not let him do anything. Jiraiya said seriously. At least somewhere he is serious. Okay, go, Minato commanded. Jiraiya immediately left the office. Naruto, you understand that you are disqualified from the exam, right? Why is that? I was surprised. The exam has already started, and you are not in the forest. The original is in the forest. I am a clone, I explained. When did you manage to master shadow clones? At 8 years old. If you had been paying closer attention to what was happening at home, you would have known Hokage-sama, I answered coldly and dispersed, transferring my memory to the original. Having calmed down a bit, we approached the other genin. Gaara immediately approached us. Hello. It seems we haven't introduced ourselves yet. He looked at Satsuki, dog no Gaara. Satsuki Uchiha, nice to meet you, she replied. Likewise. At that moment, a kunai launched by Anko flew at us. She didn't like that we weren't listening to her. I instantly took mine out of my pouch and blocked it without looking. Throwing kunai at people who haven't done anything to you is impolite, Anko-san, I said without turning around. If you miss the explanation, that's your problem. She didn't seem embarrassed by my comment. I nodded silently and continued talking to Gaara. He also didn't listen to the examiner, apparently relying on Konkuro and Tamari. Finally, Anko finished speaking and we were given scrolls. Our team had a sky scroll. We went to different entrances to the training ground. I suggest we give the scroll to Naruto, Satsuki said immediately, he is the strongest among us. Okay, I'll take it. The plan is this, I send clones in different directions, they search for enemy teams. As soon as they find them, they disperse, passing on the information to me, and we go there and take the scroll. Kurama will simultaneously scan the surroundings for the snake. Information about it reached the Hokage. Jiraiya was sent to support us, I said. Okay, we can move towards the tower for now, Kiyomi said. Nodding, I created several dozen clones that ran in all directions. We headed towards the center of the forest. 3 hours and 4 defeated teams later, we finally found the scroll we needed. We were particularly unlucky and 3 times we received the same one as ours. Okay, we have the scroll, now let's run to the tower as fast as possible, I commanded. Half an hour later, Kurama screamed in his subconscious, Naruto, he's close. He'll be with you in 3 minutes. Damn it. Attention, he's getting close. I said. Where is this Jiraiya? Okay, we need to hold out until that toad finds us. I know one technique that will help us, but after it I'll be exhausted, so you'll have to take care of me. Okay, create it, Satsuki said, activating her Sharingan. I nodded and created 4 clones. They surrounded our team, forming a square. Simultaneously making seals, they said. Fuinpo, barrier of 4 purple flames. A purple barrier in the shape of a cube appeared around us. I sat in the center of this cube and began to meditate in order to spend less chakra on maintaining the barrier. At that moment, the fox's voice rang out in my head. Naruto, hold on, I can't give you chakra for this technique, since the Biju's chakra will destabilize it. I sense Jiraiya, he will arrive in 8 minutes, all you need to do is hold out. If he breaks through the barrier, I will give you my chakra. You'll feel bad, but it's the only way to save yourself. Got it, thanks Kurama. I answered mentally. A minute later, the snake Sannin appeared. He looked exactly as the fox described. He opened his eyes in surprise when he saw the barrier. You prepared well, he assessed. And when did you realize it was me? He immediately realized that we had guessed his identity, no one else would have made us put up such protection. Does it matter, Orochimaru-san? I answered politely, continuing to meditate. He is still a strong ninja, and politeness is never superfluous with such. Besides, I adopted Madara's habit of respecting strong opponents. He chuckled at such an address. Indeed, it is not so important. However, I am surprised at your strength, Naruto-kun. You would be a good vessel. But first, I need to get to you, he said, sinking into the ground. I chuckled at this, understanding his idea, knowing in advance that it was doomed to failure. A second later he crawled out in the same place. Well, I foresaw that too. You're not bad at all. Well, then I'll have to act more seriously. Hello Orochimaru, long time no see. Before we begin, could you tell me who exactly is your target? I asked. After all, we can all become a good vessel for you. If it's not a secret, of course. What are you talking about? Of course it's not a secret. I'll get to you in a couple of minutes anyway, so why not tell me right away? My target is the Uchiha. But as you said, you'll all be good vessels, so get ready to receive my seal, all 3 of you. The Sannin smiled and immediately began to water the barrier with high-ranking techniques. I concentrated on maintaining the barrier. Kiyomi stood behind me and, putting her hands on my shoulders, began to transfer her chakra. I nodded gratefully. She, as an Uzumaki, has a large reserve, so her help will definitely not be superfluous. Satsuki was simply closely monitoring the situation. A couple of minutes later, a voice rang out in my head. Naruto, Jiraiya will be here in 3 minutes, Kurama informed me. I'm not strong enough for 2 at most, I mentally answered. I guess I'll have to resort to your chakra. How many tails will there be? 3 for now, if the situation is critical, I'll increase it to 6. Got it, I answered briefly. Soon I realized that I could no longer hold the barrier. Having thrown it off, I immediately released a wave of Biju chakra, reflecting the techniques flying at us. Scarlet chakra swirled around me. A second later, it completely covered me, and I began to see everything in red tones. Well, finally, Orochimaru grinned, now it's getting more fun. It will be interesting to fight Kyuubi. I rushed at him, he prepared to defend himself from the furious onslaught of the enraged, in his opinion, Jinchuriki. However, he did not expect me to start using techniques. Shiden. I growled the name of the technique, and a hand covered in scarlet lightning pierced the Sannin's body. He was surprised, but did not lose his head, quickly using the snake replacement technique. You can also control the Biju chakra. Very good, Orochimaru said. He immediately responded with a monstrously powerful gust of wind. I managed to attach myself to the ground with chakra and so I didn't fly away. Shiden Iso, I said, and beams of scarlet lightning appeared in both my hands. I immediately rushed at the snake, forcing him to fight at close range. I often trained to use the cloak, so I skillfully helped myself with my tails. However, it was not for nothing that he was called the legendary Sannin. This fight was very difficult for me, despite the fact that it lasted for about 20 seconds. I had already grown a 4th tail, which is why I had to put out the Shiden spears, since it was already unrealistic to control them in this state. It's time to end this, the Sannin said and lit a technique on his fingers. Damn, I remember it, the seal of the 5 elements. If he casts it, then I lose. But, fortunately, at that moment Jiraiya appeared. He looked at me worriedly, to which I showed a thumb, showing that I was in control of myself. He nodded and looked at his comrade. Hello Jiraiya, how did you know I was here? He asked, surprised. It doesn't matter. The toad Sanin replied. What matters now is that I won't let you get hold of any of these three. Not this time Jiraiya, the snake said. I'm not going to fight you now, I've attracted too much attention already. See you later, Naruto-kun. With these words, he disintegrated into many small snakes. He's not around, you can turn off your tails. Kurama said. I sighed and removed the cloak, immediately falling face first. But Jiraiya caught me. Naruto, are you okay? Of course, I'm completely fine as hell, can't you tell? I began to complain to myself. Kurama laughed. Fine, just regular chakra exhaustion. The four flames barrier wasn't easy. And it drained the cloak a lot. I answered out loud. The four flames barrier. You were able to do it. Then it's no wonder you're in such a state. The Sannin stared at me in shock. Jiraiya-san, we are very grateful to you for your help, but please give us back our teammate. Satsuki began. We have an exam going on here, and if you are seen, there will be a scandal. So it's better for you to leave now. Of course. Jiraiya remembered. You're right, I really have to go. I'll keep an eye on you. If Orochimaru suddenly returns, I won't get into any more fights. Okay. The Uchiha said and took me from the toad's arms. She helped me to the nearest shelter and put me on the sleeping bag. After that, she did the same with Kiyomi. She gave too much chakra to maintain the barrier and also lost consciousness. Having put her next to me, she began to monitor the situation. At that moment, I passed out. Chapter 14. I woke up suddenly, to the sounds of battle. Kiyomi was still unconscious. Quickly jumping up, I saw Satsuki fighting off the sound team. Or rather, what was left of it. The girl and the boy with pipes in their hands were already lying on the ground, the third was dodging the Uchiha's technique. Deciding to take advantage of the fact that I was not noticed, I charged the kunai with wind and threw it at the bandaged one with all possible speed. It reached its target and stuck in his leg. The sound guy, who did not expect this, fell, and Satsuki immediately knocked him out. Quickly tying up the three, she ran up to me, shining a 3-tomo Sharingan. Naruto, how are you? She immediately embraced me. I staggered a little from such pressure. Hey, quiet down, everything is fine. I'm recovering quickly. I tried to calm her down. I warned you that this would happen. How are you? When did you awaken the third tomo? That doesn't stop me from worrying about you, Uchiha muttered. When you both passed out, she finally answered my question. How long did we lie like that? I asked. About 16 hours. There are still 4 days left until the end of the exam, so we'll make it. Kurama, is there a snake nearby? I asked myself mentally. Only a toad, the fox answered. Well, that's not so bad, although it is also annoying, I thought. Okay, you go and rest, I'll keep watch. I said out loud. Are you sure? Satsuki doubted. Have you recovered enough? Yes, I told you, I recover quickly, I said. My furry friend helps me with this, I whispered much more quietly in her ear. She nods. And at that moment a cheerful voice sounds. You two look too good together, Kiyomi. It could only be her. And at that moment it dawns on us that we are still standing hugging. Satsuki widened her eyes and quickly broke away from me. I just chuckled. Still, mentally I am much older, and this is already difficult to embarrass me. If you think about it, I will soon hit 30. My 16 years in the past world, plus 7 years of memories of this Naruto, plus another 5 of my life in this world. The result of this funny math was the conclusion that I am 28 years old. And still no girlfriend. Kurama began to tease me. Minato, at your age already had a child, and you have not kissed even once. And you too, I laughed mentally. Go to sleep, you have no reason to embarrass Satsuki, I said cheerfully out loud. Satsuki, see how he protects you. She continued, he even took your side, and not his sister's side. I'm sure that means something. Satsuki blushed to the roots of her hair, and I laughed out loud. Kiyomi joined in. The blushing Uchiha looked too funny. She also smiled and fell face down on the sleeping bag, hiding from us. We laughed even louder at this. Kiyomi was generally on the verge of hysterics. A couple of minutes later, we finally calmed down. Okay, that's enough laughing, I said. Kiyomi, how are you? Not bad overall, still a little tired, but it will pass soon. How are you? Fine. Now I suggest we rest a little more so that you and Satsuki can come to your senses, because she's been guarding us all this time. In a couple of hours, we'll head out towards the tower. I'll be on duty, so rest. Kiyomi nodded, and Satsuki muttered something into her sleeping bag. I chuckled and created several clones to monitor the situation. As planned, in a couple of hours we headed out to the tower. On the way, we came across one team, but we successfully fought them off and took their scroll, which turned out to be another heavenly one. Finally reaching the tower, we entered one of the entrances and opened both scrolls. Kakashi appeared in a cloud of smoke. "Yo, you're taking a long time, I thought you'd be faster," he said. "We had problems with Orochimaru on the way, we had to stay longer," I said. "What?" Kakashi exclaimed, "How did you survive? I will never believe that you defeated him yourself." "I noticed him in time and sent a clone to the Hokage, he sent Jiraiya-san to support us," I answered. "But because someone was taking too long to get there, we had to hold out for a while alone, right Jiraiya-san?" I asked, addressing the void. "Yes, you're right Naruto, sorry. But you held out well too. Would you like to become my student?" the Sannin said, appearing out of nowhere. "No." "Okay, then train." "Wait, what? No. Are you sure?" The toad was surprised by the refusal. "Absolutely," I said seriously. "Can I know the reasons for your refusal?" he inquired. "No." "But why? I can teach you a lot. For example, the rasengan." "This?" I asked, twirling a chakra ball in my hand. Jiraiya stared at him in shock. "Anyway, to interrupt the list of everything you can teach me, I will say right away that I am not going to become your student, and that cannot be changed. Now, Kakashi-sensei, you should probably give some instructions about the third stage." I looked towards Hataki. "Yes, that's right. You've completed this stage in a little over a day, and you'll have to wait here for the second stage to end. Go upstairs and choose any room. They'll tell you about the third stage when everyone who's passed has gathered," he said. "And one more thing. You're great, I'm proud of you." He smiled at us with his eye. We smiled back and went upstairs. It turned out that the Sand team and the Kurenite team had passed so far. They waved to us as soon as they saw us, and Gaara quickly walked towards us. "Congratulations on passing the stage. You're really strong to come on the second day. How did the test go for you?" he congratulated and asked. "Not without incident," I answered evasively. "Tell me." "Let's do it after we rest, okay?" Satsuki asked. Those few hours of rest were not enough for her, and Kiyomi and I still need to fully recover. "Okay, agreed," Gaara answered. We went to the first available room and immediately fell on the bed, falling asleep instantly. When I woke up, Kiyomi was no longer in the room, Satsuki was sleeping on the next bed. I didn't go anywhere, I just continued to fall on the bed. After 20 minutes, the Uchiha woke up. "Good morning," I greeted, or afternoon. "I don't know what time it is, unfortunately, there are no windows here." Satsuki chuckled and stood up. "In good unknown time of day to you too," she greeted me. I grinned. "What are we going to do?" "Well, we have two options, either we leave this room and go look for Kiyomi, who is most likely talking to Gaara at this moment, or we stay here. I don't really care, so the choice is yours. Do you still have food in the scrolls?" she asked me. "Yes." "Then we stay. I have no desire to do anything right now." "Yes sir," I said, smiling. Satsuki smiled and sat down on my bed. I continued to lie down, unsealed the scroll with food without looking and gave it to the Uchiha. She nodded gratefully and began to eat. "No way, I was just stating a fact," I said with a grin. Having finished quickly, she asked me, "What are you planning to do after the exam?" "I'm not going to leave the village, and you refused to train Jiraiya, so you won't be leaving the village for 3 years. What are you going to do then?" "I was thinking of joining the free summoning," I answered without getting up, "to train there, maybe master the new hermit mode. And then we'll see." "I see, what do you think your summoning will be?" "I don't have the slightest idea," I admitted honestly, "maybe foxes, considering who is sealed inside me." "What do you think your summoning will be?" "It's very unlikely that it will be snakes. I think crows, like Itachi's. And I don't think I'll join the free summoning, most likely I'll sign a contract with the family summoning, which is exactly what crows are," she answered thoughtfully. We continued talking, and at some point I realized that my head was lying on her lap. She didn't seem to notice either, as she was talking as if nothing had happened. However, all good things must come to an end. And this idyll ended when Kiyomi and Gaara burst into the room. She looked at the picture that opened up to her for a while Satsuki and I looked at hers and ours. The silent scene lasted for a few seconds, and probably would have lasted a little longer if Gaara hadn't interrupted it. "It seems we're at the wrong time," he said in a calm tone. Kiyomi came to her senses from his voice. "And I see you're not wasting your time," she grinned. "And why am I not surprised by your comment?" I sighed. However, I was surprised that Satsuki didn't chase me away. Looking at her, I saw a sly smile on her face. "Be jealous in silence, Kiyomi," she said, starting to sort through my hair. My sister, who had not expected such an answer, froze in amazement with her mouth open, unable to find anything to say in response. Gaara and I laughed at this picture, while Satsuki looked at her with a polite smile. Although, from her shaking hands and knees, I realized that she herself was barely holding back from laughing out loud. Finally, Kiyomi moved away from her friend's answer and also laughed. Did you really win me in my own arena? You're growing up. She tried to turn everything into a joke, but it was clear that she was a little awkward. Did you think that you were the only one who could tease? Satsuki said and, unable to contain herself, burst out laughing. Oh, of course not, I just consider myself the best at this, she said proudly, sitting down on the next bed. Gaara sat down next to her. How modest you are, I said sarcastically. Of course, did you have any doubts? She asked defiantly. Then you need to get checked for a cold, since I don't feel anything like that, Satsuki answered for me. That's it, they've finally gotten along, Kiyomi said in a doomed voice. Gaara, we need to run, otherwise they'll laugh at us. I can smell the lies in your words. I'm doing fine here, he answered with a cheeky smile. She choked on such an answer, while the three of us laughed at her reaction. You too, and I thought we were friends, but look at you, at the slightest thing you immediately stab me in the back, my sister continued to play the comedy. We continued to laugh. After waiting until we calmed down a bit, she asked. Naruto, Satsuki, are we bothering you? No way, I said, still on Satsuki's lap. She only chuckled, continuing to play with my hair. Okay, Kiyomi became a little sad. Gaara noticed this and put his hand on her shoulder. She looked at him in surprise. We'll go anyway, he said and led her to the exit of the room. However, I managed to notice how a smile played on her face when they went out. Satsuki and I looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Having calmed down, I was about to get up, but she held me back with her hands. I looked at her in surprise, and she only smiled in response. Chuckling, I lay back down and relaxed. We talked for a few more hours until I got tired and fell asleep. The last thing I saw before falling asleep was Satsuki's smiling face. Chapter 15. And so the days passed, spent waiting for the end of the second stage. We rested, talked and, of course, constantly teased each other. Gaara somehow imperceptibly became a part of our company. We talked quite a lot, and I can easily call him my friend. By the way, that day Satsuki and I fell asleep in the position that Imouto never tired of reminding us. But Uchiha seemed to have stopped being so embarrassed, while it made me chuckle steadily. And finally, the time came to end the second stage of the Chunin exams. Now we are all standing on a large platform and listening to another speech by the Hokage about the will of fire. Surprisingly, there were 20 of us again. And an absolutely identical lineup went through, the only difference being that Kiyomi was instead of Sakura. Finally, Minato finished and Gecko Hayate entered the arena. He cleared his throat and explained the rules of this stage. The first fight was between Kiba and the genin from the sound, with pipes in their hands. Apparently the order and composition of the fights were changed. Well, that will be interesting. Kiba won the first fight, and was terribly proud of himself. While he was bragging about his strength, the next fight was announced on the scoreboard. Namikaze Naruto, Aburame Shino. Hayate said loudly. Despite the fact that this is an unpleasant enemy, this can be easily won. Good luck, Naruto, my friends said in chorus. I nodded and jumped over the railing. Shino was soon standing next to me, he preferred to go down the stairs. We didn't start talking and simply nodded at the question of readiness. Start, the judge commanded. We continued to stand looking at each other. I immediately felt how a little of my chakra began to go nowhere, therefore, he had already planted his bugs on me. I folded the seals. Futon. Wind barrier. A powerful wave of wind hit me in all directions, throwing off all the bugs. I came up with this technique in the past world, inspired by Pain and his Shinra Tensei, but did not have time to implement. Here, there was enough time, and I brought my developments to mind. Having performed this action, I rushed towards Shino, while blowing medium-strength fireballs at him. He dodged them all, continuing to keep me at a distance, releasing more and more new waves of bugs at me. I either blew them away or burned them, deciding not to show my main element. When I got tired of this, I folded the seals and performed another technique, brazenly spied on Madara. Kaden, Song of the Fire Dragons. Several large fire dragons flew at him. After all, I had poured a lot of chakra into them. They did not notice the barrier of Shino's beetles and instantly burned them. Having flown to the air of Aburame, they exploded, scorching him quite badly, but not as seriously as if I had directed this technique specifically at him. But this does not mean that the technique was painless for him. When the smoke settled, everyone saw the burned Shino lying on the floor. The winner is Namikaze Naruto, Hayate announced. The medics immediately ran up to Aburame and carried him to the hospital, and I went upstairs, where Kiyomi jumped on me, congratulating me on my victory. I smiled and hugged her too. Satsuki stood behind her and also smiled, congratulating her on my victory. Gaara was also somewhere here, but I did not see him because of my sister's hair. They calmed down only when the next fight was announced, which was between Temari and the girl from the sound. I wasn't very interested in watching the fights of those I wasn't interested in, so I just watched the results. The result of the third fight was Temari's victory. Rock Lee and Tenten were supposed to go out next, but the latter immediately gave up, knowing the level of her teammates' strength. And here is the fight that interests me. Uchiha Satsuki, Sabkanu no Konkuro, the judge announced. I put my hand on my friend's shoulder and wished her luck. She smiled at me and also jumped off the railing. Konkuro soon found herself opposite her. Let's begin. A rain of poison Senbon sent by the puppet immediately flew in her direction. This time he didn't hide, since Satsuki knows that he is a puppeteer. Uchiha began to dodge, simultaneously approaching him. He in turn began to retreat, continuing to fight back. Satsuki soon realized that this couldn't go on for long, and sooner or later she would make a mistake and get poisoned, so the fight had to be ended as quickly as possible. She created 2 shadow clones to cover her while she prepared the technique. After making the seals, she said, "Kaden, great fire destruction." A huge wave of flame rushed towards the Tsunite, and at that moment I raised my eyebrows in surprise. Today was apparently a parade of Madara's techniques, but I didn't teach Satsuki this technique and I wonder where she dug it up. Konkuro had to leave his puppet and jump himself so as not to get fried. He was able to avoid the wave, but his doll was beyond repair. However, before he could land properly, Satsuki immediately met him, holding a kunai to his throat. The winner is Uchiha Satsuki, Hayate said loudly. She smiled happily and rose to us. Kiyomi immediately jumped on her, repeating the same maneuver as with me, and I repeated Satsuki's actions and simply smiled. Having escaped Kiyomi's hold, she came up to me and began to watch the next fights. But alas, the next fights did not bring anything interesting. Shikamaru once again outplayed his opponent, who turned out to be Kabuto's partner. Choji's fight went without changes, and he was also defeated by the genin from Sound. Gaara did not give a single chance to Kabuto's second partner, and Neji defeated Hinata, but he did not have the hatred that he had in my world. Apparently, either that incident with Hinata and the ambassador from the cloud did not happen here, or it was resolved more successfully. And here is the last fight. Namikaze Kiyomi and Yamanaka Ino. I will not wish you luck, you will not need it. I smiled at my sister, I know that you will win easily. Thank you, Ni-san, she smiled back and also jumped over the railing. After a couple of seconds and several unsuccessful attempts by Ino to piss Kiyomi off, the fight began. Although the word fight does not describe the current situation, the word beating is much more appropriate here. Yamanaka was unable to oppose anything to my sister. Kiyomi simply pounced on her and began to press her in the tie, in which she was head and shoulders above her opponent. Ino tried to break the distance to perform a clan technique, but she simply did not have time, since the Imouto was much faster. As a result, the fight ended a minute after it began with an unconditional victory for Kiyomi. The beaten Ino was carried away by the medics, and my sister quickly went up to us, where I immediately hugged her, congratulating her on her victory. Yes, it was easy and immediately readable, but should that stop me from congratulating her? A couple of minutes later, everyone who had passed stood on the site waiting for the Hokage to begin explaining the rules of the third stage. He did not keep us waiting long. First of all, I want to congratulate everyone who passed to the last stage. You all tried hard and all of you have a chance to become Chunin. The third stage will be held in a month in a tournament format. The grid will be known in advance. Questions rained down on him, which I, of course, missed. I woke up when I showed the order of the fights of the third stage. The first fight was mine against Shikamaru, followed by Satsuki against Temari, Neji against Kiyomi, the genin from the Sound against Kiba, and the first round ended with Gaara's fight against Lee. Overall it's okay, the fight with Shikamaru will be at least interesting, if he doesn't give up before it starts of course. Now you are all free to train before the finals to show everything you and your villages are capable of. Good luck to everyone. Minato finally finished, and we all headed out. My sister and I got home without incident, parting ways with Gaara and Satsuki on the way. We were immediately attacked with questions, and as always, I dumped all the explanations on Kiyomi, going to take a shower. As expected, Kushina hugged me on the way out and started whining that I could have died. To be honest, I was already tired of this, despite the fact that this was only the second time this was happening. I moved away from her and sat down to eat, answering her questions along the way. Kiyomi is smart, she didn't tell me that I was in the shroud, otherwise they would have fucked me up about how dangerous it was. Minato and Jiraiya are a different matter, the first one doesn't care about me, the second one, no matter how much of a slacker he is, knows what is worth telling and what is not. Soon Kiyomi came out of the shower and joined our conversation. Half an hour later, I was tired of Kushina's company and went for a walk. Kiyomi refused, saying that she wanted to stay home. I didn't try to persuade her and simply went outside, accompanied by Kushina's demands that I return home on time. I'm already starting to regret giving her a chance, I thought with a sigh. It's your own fault, now you have to endure it. I put up with her for more than 15 years. I have no idea how old Kushina was when she became a Jinchuriki, so it will be like this, the fox said sarcastically, not feeling sorry for me at all. You weren't sealed in this, Kushina, I objected. Our Kushina had exactly the same character, she just wasn't such a lousy mother. I even feel sorry for you now, I answered. I still have moral trauma from her character during pregnancy, the fox said quietly. I laughed and people started looking at me askance. Well, yes, it is indeed strange that a person just starts laughing without any good reason, as it seems to them. It's good that I already reflexively put on henge when I go out into the village, because I'm already tired of all these whispers and glances. No, it doesn't hurt me that they don't accept me, they just irritate me. Congratulations, they look at you like you're crazy, said the fox. And they're right to look at you, with such schizophrenia I can't be normal, I answered with a grin. I didn't understand just now, did you insult me or yourself? You should understand this yourself, I'm not the only one who always has to suffer over incomprehensible statements. You're evil, answered Kurama. And I hear this from the embodiment of hatred. Thanks for the compliment, I chuckled. Gurk, the fox growled and closed the communication channel. I chuckled again and continued walking around the village. I looked into Ichiraku and talked with Tyuki for about an hour. I saw Lee and Guy running past in their arms with more shouts about 1,000 circles around Konoha. Passing by the hot springs, I saw Jiraiya peeping there. I am sure that there are two things that, despite the huge number of different worlds, do not change in any of them. These are Kakashi's tardiness and Jiraiya's concern. Deciding to save the girls, I approached him. Jiraiya-san, how do you think Kushina will react when I tell her what you do? I said in a calm tone, attracting his attention. He immediately turned pale and turned to me. You wouldn't dare, he said. Why is that? I asked. Because you are a kind child and do not want your godfather to die before his time. He answered immediately. And anyway, why do you call your mother by her name? When was the last time you were in the village, Jiraiya-san? About 12 years ago, right after the fox attack. Why? He asked with interest. Ask Kushina what my life was like and you will find out the answer to your question. I said coldly and walked on, ignoring Jiraiya's shouts. But he forgot where he was, and his shouts attracted the women who were in the onsen. As a result, he once again began to escape from the angry girls. This made me laugh. When it was already evening, I found myself on the Hokage rock. Sitting on my father's head, I began to look at the village. This time, I had no thoughts about the past or the future, I was not in a melancholic mood. I just sat in silence and admired the beautiful view. I did not want to do anything now, to rush somewhere, to train and train others. Today, for some reason, more than ever, I just wanted peace. After sitting like this for about half an hour, I did not notice how I dozed off. I woke up from someone shaking my shoulder. I opened my eyes and stared at the person who had disturbed my sleep. Satsuki, what are you doing here? And what time is it? I asked, still half awake. Hello to you too. It's around midnight, and I come here quite often after you told me your story. She answered, sitting down next to me. What are you doing here? I was just taking a walk, and when I got here, I sat and admired the view until I fell asleep. I explained the situation. She chuckled at that. Did whatever you've been worrying about for the past few days bring you here? That noticeably. She slumped her shoulders. I don't think anyone except me and Kiyomi noticed. We are your best friends after all and we know you too well. I answered. So what's bothering you? Orochimaru and his hunt for me, she answered quietly. I sat closer and hugged her. Look, I'll do everything I can to stop him. Believe me, I have something to counter him with. No one will let anyone hurt you, neither me, nor Kiyomi, and especially not Itachi. And don't forget that you yourself are not such a weak kunoichi. Of course, this is not Orochimaru's level, but it's only a matter of time, believe me. So stop worrying about it, worrying won't help matters here. I said firmly. She relaxed and calmed down a little. Thank you, she said, laying her head on my shoulder. Will you fall asleep on me again? I couldn't keep silent. What if I do? Are you against it? She asked with a sly smile. No, this trick won't work on me. Not at all, I smiled slyly. Then be patient, and just try not to carry me home this time, she said threateningly. And what will happen to me if I don't take it? I asked. I was really interested. It's better for you not to know, she answered. It doesn't sound very convincing, so for now I'm leaning towards the idea of being lazy again. Admit it, you just like it when I carry you home in my arms. She pinched me in response. And of course, as soon as there's nothing left to say, fists immediately come into play. I commented on her actions. Shut up, Uzumaki, she said quietly. As you say, I answered. She chuckled and made herself more comfortable. When she fell asleep, I created a clone again, who brought a blanket and left a note for Kiyomi that I was not home. I still remember how angry she was the first time I fell asleep on the monument, and I have no desire to repeat that experience. Soon, under the snoring of the Uchiha, I fell asleep too. Chapter 16. Flashback. I was lying in my room when I heard the front door open. Who came to see us so late at night? A toad, he answered shortly. Oh, I see. He must have come to ask about my life. Well then, let's listen to Kushina's story and the pervert's reaction to it. I said, directing chakra into my ears, enhancing my hearing. This technique was used by Anbu. Captain Yamato taught it to me back in my world. Jiraiya, what are you doing here? She was surprised by his appearance. Hello Kushi, I came because I have one question for you, he said in an unexpectedly serious tone. Well then ask. Kushina did not notice his mood. Why does Naruto call you by your name? He asked point blank. Silence reigned in the room below. I can only imagine what the scarlet-haired girl looks like now. Why are you asking? She asked in a quiet voice. Because I'm curious why my godson doesn't consider his parents' family. Admit it, what did you do to him? Jiraiya pressed. Honestly, I didn't expect such pressure from him. Nothing, she said with a slightly trembling voice, we did absolutely nothing for him. Explain. For the next 10 minutes, she talked about my life until I was 7, until I changed dramatically. During this story, she once again realized that she knew absolutely nothing about her son. And although I pretend to be neutral towards her, she understands that I have not forgiven her and will not forgive her. And Jiraiya understood this too. Kushina, I want to tell you one thing, it will sound unpleasant, but it is true. You and Minato are simply disgusting parents. You raised your eldest son to be a spoiled idiot. You completely forgot about your youngest son, so much so that he literally had to survive in his parents' house. The only one you cared about was your daughter, who, apparently, values her brother more than you. You failed everywhere. You can't even imagine how disappointed I am in you. Do you understand that it is a miracle that Naruto did not commit suicide and grew up to be a good person, albeit quite cold to others? And at the same time, he still cares about his sister and managed to re-educate his older brother. I admire Naruto's willpower and endurance. Believe me, you will never return his good relations and will never earn his forgiveness, no matter what you do. Jiraiya finished in an iron tone, ignoring Kushina's sobs. She understood this. She understood everything. She just refused to accept it until she was told it to her face. I just hope that he does not hold a strong grudge against me for not participating in his life. I'm leaving. He finished and left the house, leaving her alone. At that moment, I stopped supplying chakra to my ears and stopped hearing the actions on the first floor. What a load of crap he did, the fox whistled. I didn't expect that from him. Yeah, me too, I answered mentally, and what are we going to do with him? He will probably try to improve relations, which I don't want at all, despite the fact that he seems normal here. It's up to you to decide, but if I were you, I'd dump him on Kiyomi, let her improve her relationship with her. It even sounded a bit cruel, although the plan is not bad. I chuckled, should I warn Imouto about such a setup? No way. The fox immediately answered, believe me, you don't want to anger her. She has a personality like Kushina, and it's not for nothing that she was nicknamed the Bloody Habanero. I actually said it more as a joke, who knew you'd like the idea? And yet, giving Kiyomi to Jiraiya as an apprentice before the exam is not a bad idea, I concluded. What does she think? That's what worries me, I sighed and went to bed. End flashback. I managed to persuade Kiyomi to go to Jiraiya, and now she is learning summoning, as she told me in those rare moments when we cross paths at home. I myself finally managed to create my own version of Chidori Nagashi. I have no idea what Satsuki and Kakashi are doing. The last day before the exam has arrived. We decided not to train today and save up our strength for tomorrow. After breakfast, Kiyomi and I went to visit Satsuki, hoping that she also decided to rest. Itachi opened the door for us. Hello, have you come to see Satsuki? He asked. Hello Itachi. Yes, we are visiting her, is she home? I asked. No, but she said she should come soon. Come in, you can wait for her here. Would you like some tea? Yes, thank you Itachi. How are you? We haven't talked for a long time. Everything is as usual, I take care of clan affairs when I have time and when she is home I train Imouto. How are you? Are you ready for the exam? Of course, we answered in chorus. Not a bad mood. By the way, Naruto, I have long wanted to ask you, what were you and Imouto doing at the Hokage monument last night? He asked with a sly smile. Kiyomi stared at me in surprise. Nothing really, I answered in as neutral a tone as possible. Really? That picture didn't look like anything, he continued to interrogate. What was that? Kiyomi couldn't stand it. They were sleeping there, Itachi answered, sleeping in an embrace, wrapped in a blanket. At that moment, I sighed resignedly. Now Kiyomi will definitely not leave me alone. So that's where you were when you left that note. She realized, you really don't waste time. You're repeating yourself, I chuckled. This joke had already been told in the Forest of Death. Nothing, a joke repeated twice is funnier. And in general, you spend a lot of time hugging each other, haven't you noticed? She narrowed her eyes. To be honest, no, I haven't noticed, I answered. And how long are you going to discuss me behind my back? Satsuki's voice was heard from behind us. All three of us flinched and turned around. Go ahead, tell me what nasty things you said about me here. She continued. And why nasty things right away? I asked. They just accuse us of spending too much time hugging each other. I haven't noticed that, she answered. You see, she hasn't noticed either. I immediately told my sister. And even if that's true, what's so bad about it? Uchiha asked. Nothing really, Itachi answered calmly. Damn, I'd already forgotten that he was here too. Okay, I have to get to work, so good luck to all of you tomorrow. Thanks, we'll go then. We walked around the whole day, returning home only in the evening. There we were met by Seiji, who had just returned from a mission. After talking to him about nothing, we went to our rooms and went to bed. Tomorrow is a difficult day. Chapter 17. This morning was standard. As always I woke up before everyone else, took a shower and started making breakfast. And as always, as soon as breakfast was put on the table, Kiyomi entered the kitchen. Good morning, Ni-san, she greeted. Good to you too. How are you feeling? Are you nervous? I asked, sitting down at the table and picking up the chopsticks. Yes, I'm a little hungry, she didn't hide it. It's okay, as soon as you go out into the arena the nervousness will go away, I can tell you from my own experience. I know, but it doesn't make it any easier now, Imouto smiled sadly. I quickly got up, went up to her and hugged her encouragingly. She smiled and relaxed a little. Be careful, Satsu will see and get jealous, she chuckled a minute later. I rolled my eyes and let her go. Thank you. You're welcome, I smiled at her and returned to eating. After finishing breakfast, we headed to the training ground where we had agreed to meet Satsuki. She was already there. How long have you been? She said instead of greeting. Good morning to you too, I answered. She chuckled. How are you feeling? I will easily defeat everyone including you, she said arrogantly. I had no doubt in your answer, I smirked. Well, shall we go to the arena? It's about to start, I received 2 nods in response to my question. We arrived on time. The finalists were just lining up in the arena. We stood in line and waited for it to start. Finally, after 10 minutes of waiting, Shikamaru pulled himself up, and Minato began to speak. I welcome everyone to the final round of the Chunin exams. I didn't listen anymore. Finally, he finished, and Hayate entered the arena. He explained the rules and asked everyone except the participants of the first match to go to the waiting area. Soon only Shikamaru and I were left in the arena. Please, don't give up at the very beginning, I asked. It's a pain, he answered me, but okay. Thank you, I smiled at him. I decided to conduct this fight in Shikamaru's own style, that is, not to push through with brute force but to win with tricks. After all, simple strength is not enough to become a Chunin. Are the participants ready? Hayate asked. We nodded. Then let's begin. I created several shadow clones that ran at him, and I stepped back. Nara quickly dispersed them, blocking his view with the smoke from their destruction, and at that moment I created several more clones, some of which quickly ran around the arena, taking the form of the environment. The second part turned into throwing weapons, which I folded into a pouch. Having done all these preparations, I blew a fire dragon into it, pretending that the smoke from the clones was supposed to cover the technique. Shikamaru saw a stream of fire flying at him, jumped to the side, taking out an unexpected weapon from the pouch. Shinbiao. If anyone has played Mortal Kombat, then this is something like Scorpion's kunai. That is, a kunai with a chain tied to the end that is wrapped around the hand. If anyone needs details, Google it. Having tied the chain around his hand, he went to get closer. I took several kunai out of my bag, one of which was a clone. We threw our weapons at each other at the same time. I dodged his blade, but it was too late to notice how the shadow from the chain began to move. As a result, I ended up under shadow imitation. My kunai passed by Shikamaru, who managed to dodge them. The clone, which was a kunai, appeared behind the enemy, removed the henge and tried to put a paralysis seal on Naru. Unfortunately, he managed to react and dispel the clone, but the seal was still installed. As a result, we were both paralyzed. He because of the seal, and I because of the shadow imitation technique. Not a bad idea, Shikamaru was forced to admit, to turn the clone into a kunai. I understand that this happened while I couldn't see anything because of the smoke from the first batch of clones. That's right, I decided to keep up the conversation. But we ended up in a stalemate, he concluded. I wouldn't say so. I objected, I have much more chakra than you, and I can simply wear you down. Sooner or later, your chakra will run out, and my seal can last for about a day if nothing counters it. But you can't do that, because then your technique will fly off. So I won this fight. But so that it doesn't last so long, I'll just reveal another trump card, I grinned at the end of my speech. At that moment, all the clones that were pretending to be an entourage dispelled the henge and approached the shocked Nara. One of them put a kunai to Shikamaru's throat. The winner is Namikaze Naruto. The referee finished the fight. The entire stadium applauded, but I ignored it. Nara removed his technique and I, approaching him, removed the seal. Together we went up to the balcony where the other participants were. Despite the fact that Shikamaru lost, he was allowed to stay here until the end of the tournament. The moment Kiyomi jumped on me with a hug, the next match was announced. Uchiha Satsuki vs. Sobaku no Tamari. Satsuki entered the arena and waited for the referee's signal. Let's begin. Tamari immediately gained distance and took out her fan. Satsuki did not close the distance between them and also moved away a little. I think I know what's coming now. Futon. Weasel Sickle. Kaden. Great Fire Destruction. A huge wave of fire and a wide blade of wind rushed towards each other. The fire, having met the wind, not only did not slow down its advance but also intensified. Tamari had no choice but to leave as a substitute. The daughter of the Cage was very unlucky with her opponent. Kaden. Phoenix Flowers. Many small balls of fire rushed towards Tamari, which she began to dodge. Under the cover of her technique, Satsuki approached the blonde and, taking out kunai, began to press her opponent in close combat. Tamari fought back for a while, but when Uchiha ran lightning through the kunai, she was unable to do anything against it. Despite her wind element, she was unable to imbue her weapons with it, since her fighting style did not involve close combat. Satsuki simply cut Tamari's weapon and brought the kunai to her throat until she came to her senses. The winner is Uchiha Satsuki. The spectators rejoiced, they really enjoyed such a spectacular battle. Satsuki quickly went up to us. Kiyomi did not have time to congratulate her, since her fight began. Namikaze Kiyomi vs Hyuga Neji. After listening to our wishes of luck, Imouto went downstairs. Neji was already waiting for her there. Are you ready? Asked the referee. They nodded and on his command the fight began. Neji immediately rushed into close combat, activating his Byakugan. Kiyomi knew about the Juken and realized that fighting it at close range was a terrible idea, so she began to break the distance, creating clones to distract Hyuga. Her plan succeeded and Neji was forced to stop and neutralize the clones. Kiyomi at this time retreated to a safe distance and created several more clones. Apparently, they have a lot more reserves than the distracting ones. They went to different sides and began to form seals. Raiden, Thunder Spear. Raiden, Ball Lightning. Fuden, Vacuum Bullets. Fuden, Multiple Wind Blades. This barrage of techniques rushed at Neji, who was still fighting off the clones. He noticed the danger and was forced to expose one of his techniques. Kaden, he said, starting to spin and creating a powerful chakra barrier, which Kiyomi's techniques hit. After waiting for the flurry of attacks to end, he stopped spinning. The tension was easy to read on his face. Kiyomi again created many clones that rushed at Hyuga, while she herself created a rasengan. But it was unusual. I used this technique too often to immediately realize that something was wrong with it. Finally, having finished forming the technique, she threw it at Neji. Of course, he noticed this and was about to dodge, but he saw that the technique dissipated before it reached him. He chuckled and continued to destroy the clones until he received a powerful blow to the side. He flew back several meters, and Kiyomi ran towards him. She was about to deliver the final blow to knock him out, but she was unable to. 8 trigrams, Vacuum Palm. Kiyomi flew back from a wave of compressed air that flew out of Neji's palm, who managed to perform the technique while lying on the ground. With difficulty, he got up and walked towards the equally crumpled Kiyomi. She also stood up and began to form seals. Fuden, Wind Blade. The air blade was sent towards Neji. He dodged the technique and ran faster, while Kiyomi narrowed her eyes and created clones again. They all began to form seals. Raiden, Electric Wave. They shouted in chorus and a wide wave of electricity rushed towards Neji. He tried to create a kaiden, but due to his condition, nothing came of it and the technique hit Hyuga. He fell, shaking in convulsions. Kiyomi did not approach him and simply threw a kunai so that it stuck not far from Neji's head. The winner is Namikaze Kiyomi. She smiled tiredly and allowed the medics to take care of her. She was carried to the local hospital, and Satsuki and I immediately headed there. Gaara also wanted to go, but he could be called to fight at any moment, because it was unknown how long the fight between the sound guy and Kiba would last. Entering the medical center, we immediately hurried to Kiyomi lying on the bed. "Imo Uto, how are you?" I asked worriedly. "I will live, don't worry," she grinned, "I will recover by the next fight." "Then I have a question for you, how did you manage to create an invisible throwing rasengan?" I added lightning chakra to it, she answered. "I called the technique the vanishing rasengan, but I am not going to shout its name, since the name gives away the whole meaning of the technique." I wanted to ask another question, but at that moment Kushina burst into the room. "Kiyomi, how are you? Where does it hurt?" She immediately began to shower me with questions. Rolling my eyes, I left the room. Kushina was even more agitated than usual. "The next fight will be ours, right?" It turns out that Satsuki had tagged along behind me. "Yeah," I confirmed. "Then let's put on a show," she grinned. This made me grin back. "We agreed, we fight without holding back," I answered. We talked for a while longer as we walked back to the balcony. We came out just as Kiba's fight was ending in a draw. That's even better, there will be 4 people in the semi-finals instead of 5. Sobu no Gaara vs. Rock Lee. Lee immediately jumped into the arena. Gaara decided to go down the stairs. After waiting for the examiner's command, Lee immediately rushed towards the Suna member. The beginning of the fight was similar to the fight from my world. Rock jumped around Gaara, striking at the sand defense. But at some point, everything changed. When Lee's foot once again collided with Gaara's sand, he delivered a quick blow with a staff quickly formed from sand and disintegrated immediately after the blow. Lee flew to the side. "Lee, you can take them off," came from Guy. He immediately took off the weights and rushed towards Gaara, who stood in shock, not expecting such a mass of weights. Lee began to flash at incredible speed around the Sunite, constantly striking from different sides. Gaara finally came to his senses and erected a dense wall of sand around himself, which immediately bristled with spikes that shot out in all directions. Lee was able to dodge them, and was about to rush at Gaara, but he was stopped by the sand, which grabbed his leg. Sand bullets immediately rushed towards him. He had no choice but to activate the first gate. The energy that was released from opening the gate freed his leg and reflected the bullets. But it could not reflect the wave of sand that followed them. He was thrown to the wall of the arena and the wave immediately covered him completely, leaving only his head outside, and chained him to the wall. Sand shurikens flew towards his head, but Lee was able to overcome the pressure of the sand, got out of the trap and dodged the shurikens. At incredible speed, he rushed towards Gaara. All he managed to do before Rock caught up with him was to thicken his armor. Gaara's beating had already begun. His sand defense couldn't keep up with Lee's speed and all that was saving him now was his armor. But after a few seconds, he turned his vessel into sand, which enveloped him and took Lee's blow. This allowed him to concentrate and a second later there was already a dense sphere of sand around Gaara. Rock tried to break through it, but the spikes growing out of it did not allow him to do so. This prompted him to immediately open the 4th gate, which significantly increases strength and speed. He literally disappeared in his place and appeared near the sphere, destroying it with one blow. But Gaara was no longer inside. There was only a large stack of explosive seals, which immediately activated. A loud explosion thundered. When the dust settled, a badly battered Lee became visible. Gaara crawled out from under the ground behind him, who immediately grabbed him in a sand trap. The student guy no longer had the strength to resist, and he was unable to overcome the sand. "The winner is Sobu no Gaara," Hayate declared. The stadium exploded with applause. At that moment, Gaara let go of Lee and held him so that he would not fall. The medics immediately ran up to him and carried him to the medical center. Gaara went up to the balcony to the other participants. "The first round of the final stage is over." Hayate began to speak. "The semi-finals will begin in half an hour to give the participants a little rest. The first fight will be between Namikaze Naruto and Uchiha Satsuki, the second between Namikaze Kiyomi and Sobaku no Gaara. The next fight promises to be fun," I thought with a grin. Chapter 18. Half an hour passed incredibly quickly. Now Satsuki and I are standing in the arena opposite each other. For us, there are no spectators anticipating the fight, no Hokage, Kazekage and all those who will judge our fight. There are only us and the referee's signal, which we are waiting for with impatience. Are the participants ready? A nod from both sides, then let's begin. He commanded and immediately left the arena. We rushed at each other and began a taijutsu fight. She immediately activated her Sharingan with 3 tomo and performed a test punch to the side. I move her hand to the side, with the other hand delivering a punch to the shoulder, from which she deviates to the side and does a sweep. I make a small jump, trying to kick her in the body, but she intercepts my leg and throws me to the ground. I quickly get up and immediately unseal a katana from my body seal, on which I receive a swing of Satsuki's kunai. For a second, I conduct lightning chakra, cutting the kunai, and strike her in the head. She ducked and the sword passed over her head. She quickly took out more kunai and, conducting lightning along them, tried to cut my hand with the sword. I had to jump back to avoid getting injured, and in flight I threw several kunai at her. She quickly went to get closer, dodging the kunai along the way, but 2 clones, who used to be kunai, stopped her, starting to press, using their numerical advantage. At that time, I was doing hand seals. Sweden, water core. I spat out a huge core of water, which flew towards Satsuki and the clones. Uchiha dodged the technique, but one of the clones exposed himself, provoking a strong water explosion. The entire area near her, including herself, became wet. She realized what would happen next and jumped onto the wall in time, when all this water became electrified by my ball lightning. We continued the fight already on the wall. Every now and then, lightning flashed, conducted along the weapons, often someone flew a couple of meters away from the opponent's blow. At some point, she suddenly began to do hand seals, Kaden, Song of the Fire Dragons. Because she performed this technique while being close to me, I had no choice but to leave as a substitute. At least, that's what she thought. But instead, I stretch my hand forward and feed it with chakra in a special way. A seal appears on it, and when one of the dragons reaches me, it absorbs it. Kiyomi's recent development, a seal for absorbing techniques. So far, it's only a one-time option, so I can absorb another technique with a seal on my other hand. When the dragon completely disappeared, all the others flew past. Satsuki still doesn't want to kill me, apparently, so she sent the technique so that it only grazed me. The Uchiha rushed at me again. But this time there will be no close combat. FUNN, wind barrier. I used a repulsion with the hand I absorbed the technique with, and the other one pulled out another kunai clone from the pouch, which immediately returned to its form, and while Satsuki hasn't come to her senses, I use my new technique. Raiden, spear of piercing lightning. Lightning formed in his hand, which he threw into the sky above Satsuki, and where the spear stopped, a small circle formed, somewhat similar to a seal, from which lightning discharges began to shoot. I expected to win with this attack, but then something happened that I did not expect at all. Instead of hitting the Uchiha, the lightning hit the barrier of purple energy in the form of ribs. Susanoo. Where from? When? And most importantly, how? How did she awaken the Mangekyo? Satsuki took advantage of my confusion, and, forming a Susanoo fist, hit me, sending me flying to the other wall of the arena. This blow brought me to my senses. Okay, then I will definitely ask her where she got the Mangekyo from, but now I need to win. She deactivated the technique and began to fold the seals. Kaden, Forbidden Sun. A ball of white-hot flame flew towards me at high speed, from which I immediately jumped back. When I landed, I saw that Satsuki was already halfway to me, and for some reason I didn't like that trickle of blood that flowed from her eye. I quickly created 3 clones, and we simultaneously jumped towards her. As soon as we surrounded her, we simultaneously released techniques. Futon, Vacuum Ball. Kaden, Fire Dragon. Sweden, Rupture Wave. Raiden, Large Thunder Spear. These techniques rushed towards the Uchiha, but she covered herself with Susanoo's ribs. Damn, how this technique annoys me when it's against me. At that moment, she opened her eye wide, and 3 clones immediately burst into black flames. A ring of the same black fire formed around me. So Amaterasu. Well, it's my own fault. I asked you not to hold back, I chuckled to myself. Kurama, could you lend me some of your chakra? I asked mentally. If you're fighting an Uchiha, you don't even have to ask, the fox grinned in the subconscious. At that moment, I felt my strength returning. There is no veil, but I think my eyes are red now. And judging by the startled Satsuki, who just looked into my eyes, she understood that now it would be even more difficult. I jumped high and released a weak gust of wind from my feet, with the help of which I flew over the ring of Amaterasu. Having landed, I activated the technique that I had been struggling with for several months. Shiden's Veil. Red lightning began to run across my body. Releasing 2 scarlet beams from my hands, I rushed at Satsuki at great speed, increased by the veil. She knew the danger of Shiden Iso, so she immediately began to run away, simultaneously pouring fire or lightning techniques on me, which I dodged without much difficulty. Finally, I caught up with her, but she activated Susanoo again. I removed the beams and left the usual scarlet Shiden in my hands and delivered a powerful blow to the ribs. They cracked, but held up. At that moment, I fed more fox chakra into the lightning, it became some kind of crimson and was able to pierce Susanoo's ribs. I managed to deactivate the technique in time so as not to injure Satsuki. And while she was in shock from the pierced technique, I put a chakra suppression seal on her, simultaneously bringing a kunai taken from the pouch to her neck. An almost deafening silence settled in the stadium. For a few seconds, nothing happened at all, until Hayate announced. The winner is Namikaze Naruto. Chapter 19. The winner is Namikaze Naruto. I immediately removed the seal from Satsuki and held her when she staggered. I can imagine how much chakra she is now, considering how many times she used Mangekyo during the fight. Only now did the spectators realize what happened and began to applaud loudly. I ignored it and waited for the medics to arrive. You do realize that I have a lot of questions for you, right? I whispered in her ear. She shuddered and turned her head towards me. Later, Satsuki answered. I nodded back and handed her over to the medics. When they took her away, I jumped onto the balcony where the participants were waiting for me. Kiyomi immediately hugged me. Ni-san, that was incredible. She immediately exclaimed. Is Satsuki okay? Yes, she is exhausted, she just needs rest. I reassured her. At that moment, our conversation was interrupted. Namikaze Kiyomi and Sobuku no Gaara. Good luck, I wished her. She nodded and jumped into the arena. Gaara followed her. Are the participants ready? Asked Hayate. Ready, they answered in chorus. Begin, he commanded and jumped back. Kiyomi immediately rushed at the Tsunite, who was calmly standing in place. Forming a rasengan on the run, she tried to hit Gaara, but his sand defense withstood the blow. Her opponent immediately struck back, momentarily forming a sand staff. Kiyomi flew back, but quickly rose, creating clones that immediately rushed at Gaara. He did not wait for them to reach and fired a multitude of sand bullets, which destroyed almost everyone. Those who remained began to throw kunai at him, which the defense took on itself, but they turned out to be difficult. Kiyomi, having formed a concentration seal, said, Fuinpo, lightning barrier. Lightning immediately struck between the kunai, neutralizing the defense, and vacuum bullets immediately rushed at him, which he had to dodge. Kiyomi smiled triumphantly and continued firing her techniques, but she didn't notice how the sand started moving around her leg. It must have been hard for Gaara to dodge and control the technique at the same time, but he managed it. The sand grabbed Kiyomi by the leg and knocked her over, immediately enveloping her entire body and shrinking. Wincing in pain, she closed her eyes and concentrated. Fudan, wind barrier. The sand flew apart, and I nodded approvingly. I taught her this technique, and she was able to perform it without seals. Gaara rushed at her and forced close combat, in which he was surprisingly good. He managed to restore his defense, and now, while she was taking the blows, he could calmly deliver his own. As a result, Kiyomi flew back literally 10 seconds after the start of the skirmish. She managed to land on her feet and sent a lightning bolt in his direction, which he dodged, having learned from the bitter experience of interacting with Kiyomi's lightning. While he was approaching, she again created several dozen clones, the main part of which rushed at Gaara, and the rest quickly ran around him and simultaneously began to form seals. But they did not have time. Gaara saw their maneuver and, ignoring the clones and relying on his defense, hit the clones forming seals with sand. They dispersed, and Kiyomi's plan failed. But she was not upset, since Gaara, distracted by the clones in the distance, stopped paying attention to the nearby ones. And this was a mistake. They surrounded him and, having formed a concentration seal, put strong chakra suppression and paralysis seals. Gaara froze in place and could not move. Kiyomi approached him and took out a kunai to put to his throat, but everything again did not go according to plan. All the clones were destroyed at once by sand spikes that appeared right under them. Kiyomi opened her eyes in shock, not understanding how he was able to control the chakra under the seal. But everything became clear when Gaara crumbled into sand and a real Suna man crawled out from under the ground, immediately delivering a powerful blow with a wave of sand to Kiyomi. She was immediately carried away and chained to the wall. Several sand shurikens were immediately stuck next to her head. The winner is Sobu no Gaara. The judge announced. Gaara immediately let go of Kiyomi, went up to her and helped her up. At that moment, Minato stood up in his box. The semi-finals are over and the final fight will be between Namikaze Naruto and Sobuku no Gaara. It will take place in an hour so that the finalists can rest and recover. Kiyomi and Gaara went up to the balcony. My sister looked upset. I immediately went up to her and hugged her. Don't be upset, you showed a good fight. I'm sure they'll make you a chunin. Despite the loss, I began to calm her down. I'm still proud of you, Imo Udo, I said more quietly in her ear. She smiled, saying, thank you, into my shoulder, but was in no hurry to move away. I chuckled and looked at Gaara. I congratulate you on your victory and am glad that we will be able to meet in battle. I said, looking him in the eyes. I hope that you will not hold back and the fight will be interesting. Likewise, I am also glad that we will fight, he smiled. And now, I think it's time to ask Uchiha a few questions, I said, letting go of Kiyomi. She nodded in agreement, and we went to the medical room, where Satsuki was now lying. As soon as we entered, we saw Satsuki lying on the bed and Itachi, who was sitting next to her bed. Hello, how are you feeling? Kiyomi asked first. Not bad, just tired, she answered, and how are you? How was the fight? I lost, she said sullenly. Me too, so it's not that scary, Satsuki chuckled, especially since you had a very strong opponent. So there's no need to worry about it. Thank you. You're welcome, Uchiha answered cheerfully. And now that we know about your condition, can I ask you one question that really interests me? I said quietly and calmly, but Satsuki flinched from my tone. Tell me, how were you able to awaken the Mangekyo? Itachi, who at that moment took a sip of water, choked. Having cleared his throat, he looked at me seriously. How do you know about the Mangekyo? He asked seriously. Damn, I didn't foresee that Itachi would have questions about my knowledge. Oh well, we'll wriggle out of it. From the fox, I answered immediately. Well, yes, of course, if anything happens, we immediately blame everything on the fox, Kurama grumbled in his subconscious. I ignored him, continuing to look at Itachi. From the fox, he asked again. Yes, he told me about the Mangekyo on the day of the massacre, when he saw your Susanoo and the drawings of the attack as Sharingans. I see, he said, you've helped and saved the Imouto more than once, so I can trust you. She received the Mangekyo after seeing your death. Itachi explained as if nothing had happened. Ah, you could have said so right away, I answered, it turns out I'm dead. And when did I have time? It's not funny, Satsuki said quietly, shuddering. I stopped laughing and looked at her. I put her in a high-ranking genjutsu, in which I showed your death, Itachi explained in more detail. I thought it would be better to awaken these eyes from an illusion than from reality. Sternly, I said, approaching the bed. Satsuki looked lost, apparently remembering what she had shown. I sat down on her bed and hugged her shoulders. She shuddered and looked at me with a meaningful look. I smiled at her encouragingly. She smiled weakly in response and relaxed, leaning against me. It was after this event that we met on the Hokage mountain after the second stage, she said quietly. That is, that reason for the worries was not the main one, I told her just as quietly. She nodded in response. Our dialogue was not heard, but Itachi most likely read my lips, although he did not say anything. Kiyomi showed tact and did not ask what we were talking about. When are you going to exchange eyes? I changed the subject. Itachi raised an eyebrow in surprise. You know that too. The fox again. Who else? I chuckled. He nodded. I was going to after the finale, Itachi answered, the sooner she has an eternal Mangekyo, the better, I don't see the point in waiting. Better not, Kurama suddenly said, now she might not be able to withstand the power of these eyes. Wait at least a year. The fox says that it's better not to transplant now, since she might not be able to withstand the power of the eternal Mangekyo. I conveyed the fox's words to Itachi. His eyes widened. It dawned on him that if it weren't for that phrase, he would have killed his sister with his own hands. Naruto. He couldn't formulate the thought normally, you just saved the Imouto once again. Satsuki herself widened her eyes, realizing what my words meant. I don't know how to repay you anymore, and whether I'll ever be able to repay you at all. Itachi, I called him. He looked at me. Don't be stupid. What? He didn't understand. You don't owe me anything at all. Satsuki is a very dear person to me, of course I'll do everything to make sure everything is okay with her. I'm not doing this so that you'll owe me, but because I want to and can. So stop being stupid and saying such downright stupid things. You owe me anything, I said in the end. Itachi looked at me with a lost look. Satsuki snuggled closer to me and laid her head on my shoulder. Kiyomi was just sitting somewhere to the side and watching the show. Of course, she also turned pale when she found out that she could have lost her friend, almost a sister. But now she was barely holding back her laughter at the sight of Itachi. I chuckled and settled more comfortably on Satsuki's bed. I feel like I'm going to sit here until my fight starts. Satsuki won't let me go that easily. Chapter 20. The hour passed quickly. We spent the entire break in Satsuki's ward, and the Uchiha herself never left my side until I said that it was time for me to fight. It's not that I was against it, quite the opposite, but it doesn't really look like the standard behavior of the Uchiha. If you remember at least that same Sasuke. If Sasuke was constantly trying to hug you, then your obsession with returning him to the village would look too suspicious. Kurama did not ignore my thoughts. I mentally shuddered. Rakudo forbid this from happening. The fox laughed at my reaction. Okay, I need to get myself together. Actually, I have a fight about to start, and not with just anyone but with the Jinchuriki of the One-Tailed. Kurama, you can communicate with Shukaku, right? I asked mentally. Yes, but what are you getting at? He answered, puzzled. Oh, I just wanted to suggest that he and Gaara have some fun, and you too, I grinned. You know, I like your idea, Kurama answered, clearly smiling, I'll pass it on. Thank you, friend, I didn't forget to thank him. Just at that moment, Gaara and I entered the arena to the applause of the audience. Here we are standing opposite each other and waiting for the referee's signal, and then the Suna man's eyes widened. He looked at me questioningly. I smiled and nodded. He thought for a moment, then grinned and nodded. My smile grew even wider. This would definitely be a spectacular and fun fight. Are the participants ready? Hayate asked the now familiar question. Ready, we answered. Let's begin. Gaara didn't go into close combat, didn't stand still, waiting for my attack. He simply flew up on a cloud of sand, simultaneously raising a considerable amount of sand, forming a curtain. I immediately activated the Shiden Shroud and purple lightning ran across my body. Soon I found myself in the middle of a real sandstorm. If it weren't for the shroud, I would be in a really bad way. It's good that lightning surpasses the earth. But now I need to find Gaara in this sandy hell. 20 meters ahead, height 6 meters. Kurama helped me. Got it, thank you. I rushed forward, and, finding myself in the right place, jumped high up, ending up on Gaara's cloud. I immediately felt how my legs began to cover the sand, but I fed more chakra into the shroud, which did not allow me to be captured. At great speed, folding the seals, I said the name of the technique. Futon. Great Wind Barrier. A very powerful gust of wind hit me in all directions, throwing Gaara and all the sand within a radius of 20 meters. I found myself without support, but quickly created a clone, which threw me towards Gaara. A clot of purple lightning began to sparkle in my hand. But Gaara managed to create a new platform of sand and dodge the blow, simultaneously sending several sand shuriken at me. I put my Shiden under the attack to neutralize it, and at that moment the storm returned. I landed on the ground. The sand began to actively try to envelop me. I had to strengthen the cover even more. This was already becoming unpleasant. Where? I asked mentally. 10 meters to the right, height 4, thank you. Stop thanking me every time. Kurama was tired. I snorted and ran in the right direction. This time, jumping up, I created a beam of lightning, and, extending it as much as possible, hit Gaara. He didn't expect it, and the sand protection didn't cope. But his armor saved him. In the end, I only managed to cut his platform and damage the armor a little. I didn't have enough length for the rest. Gaara dropped to the ground and concentrated. All the sand that surrounded me now began to turn into spikes that flew at me. Having folded the seals, I created a protective barrier. The spikes smashed against the dome of green energy. At that moment I was folded a new series of seals. But I didn't succeed. Gaara guessed to control the sand that got inside the dome and created a spike that stuck into my leg. I hissed and ran lightning along this spike, from which the sand scattered. Futon. Air barrier. All the sand flew out of the barrier, since it does not let in attacks but it releases them quite well. Having created 2 clones and folded the necessary series of seals with them, while Gaara was unsuccessfully trying to break through the dome, I activated a technique combining the power of 3 elements. Thunderstorm. Heavy clouds swirled around the barrier, with lightning flashing frequently inside them. I concentrated and expanded the radius of the technique, covering the entire sandstorm with it. The water in the clouds, electrified by lightning, destroyed Gaara's storm and caused considerable damage to him. When the elements calmed down a bit, I saw the Sandman himself, who was trying to recover from the lightning strike. It's not him, Kurama warned, it's a clone, the real one underground. He was able to avoid the attack. If he's underground, then he needs to be smoked out of there, I answered mentally, bringing my palms to the ground. He found out that you realized where he is, he'll come out right after you now, the fox immediately notified me. I grinned and pretended not to know his plan. Therefore, when he jumped out, swinging at me with a sword he had just formed from sand, I met him with a kick to the face. Since I was still in the cover, the sand defense did not have time for my movement and Gaara flew back several meters. I tried to build on my success and rushed towards him, forming the technique in my hand. And at that moment he decided to move on to the final stage of our performance. The sand enveloped his hand, turning into something like a paw. The sclera of one of his eyes became completely black, the iris yellow, and the pupil diamond-shaped. Blue patterns appeared on the sandy hand. He began to use Shukaku's power. The shinobi spectators became agitated. I already saw how the referee was about to stop the fight when I raised my hand. Whatever is happening here, don't you dare stop the fight. I said loudly, we agreed to fight at full strength, and that includes using this power. Are you sure? Asked Hayate. Absolutely. Believe me, I have something to answer, I grinned and my eyes turned red with an elongated pupil. The referee shuddered and looked at Minato. He nodded. Hayate sighed and waved his hand for us to continue. Gaara at this time had already formed a sand tail. I looked at him. Having fed the fox's chakra into the shroud, which turned scarlet, I rushed at him, breathing out a powerful fireball. He covered himself with his paw and with a wave sent a powerful wave of wind at me, to which I responded in kind. When I almost reached him, he took out a scroll from his clothes, from which he opened a pouch. And when I struck with my fist, it was taken by the iron sand. Gaara has a Kekkei Genkei of magnetism, it's just as it is written on the wiki that he is sleeping. And I woke him up, rising from the pouch. I opened my eyes in surprise and he, taking advantage of this, with a wave of his paw sent me flying. For the second time today, I crashed into a wall, unable to cope with surprise. As soon as I was able to peel myself off, I grinned a little crazy. Madara had a strong influence on me, despite the fact that we had only known each other for a couple of hours. In particular, I began to get genuine pleasure from difficult and interesting fights. I slowly walked towards Gaara, gradually becoming covered in red chakra. The spectators began to scream in fear and demand that the fight be stopped, but neither I nor the judges, who were watching our fight with interest, heard them. Finally, having formed a third tail, I accelerated. And so much so that I literally disappeared in the place where I had been before. Appearing near Gaara, I struck with my hand, which already had a Shiden in it, but he managed to intercept it with his tail and tried to throw me again, but I already prevented him from doing this with my tails, hitting him in the torso. He took the blow on his paw, moving half a meter away, while letting me go. I landed on my feet and threw a punch with my chakra paw, which was blocked by my hand in the iron sand, which immediately began to penetrate under the shroud. Because of it, it was much more difficult for me to control the fox's chakra, so I immediately released a wave of chakra, which brought the sand out of the shroud and threw Gaara back, who was chased by a red lightning bolt. The bolt caught up with him in midair, and he growled in pain, stabbed his paw into the ground, stopping his flight. He stopped, only to fly again immediately, this time from a powerful gust of wind. Shukaku was clearly angry, considering that the iron sand was absorbed into the normal sand, strengthening it, and his other hand was also covered in normal sand with blue patterns, forming a second paw. He did not stop there, and soon a huge tanuki stood in front of me, growling at me. Gaara's body was inside the raccoon's torso. I watched this action with interest. I knew I could stop the transformation, but I didn't want to. I wonder if I can handle such an opponent. I folded the seals and growled, looking high up at the raccoon's muzzle. Kaden, great fire destruction. A huge wave of flame rushed at the one-tailed, but he managed to get out of the attack's range, and the fire went into the sky. Kaden, Song of the Fire Dragons. Several more powerful streams of fire went into the sky, as the raccoon managed to dodge the attacks. Clouds began to swirl in the sky, lightning flashed in them from time to time. I smiled, my idea was working for now, thanks to Sasuke and his Kirin for the idea. Shukaku got tired of dodging the fire, and he attacked me with his paws. I easily dodged the attack. After all, the covers of the Biju and Shiden greatly increase speed. For some time, I simply dodged the attacks, periodically glancing at the sky. Finally, having waited for the right moment, I folded the seals and shouted. Raiden, Heavenly Thunder. Lightning started to strike from the sky in large quantities, and they struck exclusively at the tanuki. Now I'm even grateful that he used iron sand, so it magnetizes lightning to itself, because a serious disadvantage of this technique is the randomness of lightning strikes, but metal in this situation solved this problem. Finally, when the lightning flashes ended, I saw a very battered one-tailed. I quickly ran up to it and saw Gaara's hand sticking out of Shukaku's body. I deactivated the shroud and, grabbing this hand, pulled it out of the Biju's body. The raccoon immediately crumbled into ordinary sand. While Gaara was still unconscious, I activated the Shiden and brought it to the Sanuki's body, looking expectantly at the judge. It took him a while to get it, but quickly coming to his senses, he announced. The winner of this fight, as well as the entire tournament, is Namikaze Naruto. The spectators immediately began to make an incredible noise after these words. Moreover, the stadium was divided into two parts. Some were those who still saw me as a demon and demanded that I be removed from the tournament. The others, on the contrary, applauded and congratulated me on my victory. Soon Minato got tired of this, and he jumped down to me and raised his hand, demanding silence. So, Namikaze Naruto has become the winner of the final round of the Chunin exam. Naruto, do you want to say something before we all go our separate ways? He asked me. Oh, man, you shouldn't have said that, Kurama said in his subconscious. Yes, perhaps I will say something, I answered in a calm voice. Dearest residents of this village. Honestly, I have always been amazed by you. I have one question for you. Why are you so stupid? Tell me, if you know that a demon is sealed in a person who destroyed half the village, then you must understand that by driving him to it, you are digging your own grave. Have you ever thought that my patience would run out and I would let the fox out for a walk? But no, it's too hard to think. It's better that the four of us beat up a 5-year-old kid again, whom we blame for all our troubles. I'll be honest, you're lucky. You're very lucky that I don't give a shit about you at all. I don't care how you feel about me, I don't care about what happened before. If I were different, you could now rejoice at the new coming of the fox, and if last time it was the fault of the apostate, then this time the blame would lie solely on you. I hope you hear me and at least once in your life turn on your brain. On that note, I finished my speech, covered myself in lightning and left the arena at full speed. The spectators saw only a red flash. I didn't bother to watch what would happen after my speech, I just ran through the village towards the Hokage monument. Sitting on my father's head, I finally exhaled. Only now I realized how tired I was. I just wanted to sit and do nothing. I sat like that for about 5 minutes until Satsuki landed on my head. She didn't say anything, didn't ask anything, or congratulate me on my victory. She just sat down next to me, hugged me, and laid her head on my shoulder. I sighed and hugged her back. We sat like that in silence until I fell asleep from exhaustion. Chapter 21. I woke up from someone whispering my name in my ear. Opening my eyes, I saw Kiyomi in front of me. She smiled and moved away a little. You again? She asked. At first, I didn't understand what she meant, but a second later I noticed a familiar weight on my shoulder. Looking there, I saw Satsuki, who was sleeping, leaning against me. I smiled at this picture and turned back to my sister. As you can see, I answered her question, how long have we been here? It's been 3 hours since the end of the tournament, I received an answer. And what was the reaction to me? I was interested in this. I have dreamed of asking this question to the residents all my life, and finally this chance presented itself. I would not say that your speech changed their worldview much. Some seem to think about it, but most still hate you, she said quietly. It seems that they perceived your words as a threat, and demand that you be isolated. I see, I said in a slightly depressed tone, and I was hoping that they would turn on their brains. Well, they once again proved their absence, Kiyomi chuckled sadly at this statement. And what about Minato? I don't know. With a stone face, he declared that the exam was over and everyone could go home, after which he disappeared somewhere in a flash. I see, then I will find out. I am sure that he will not leave this prank without some kind of reaction. Okay, I think it's time to go home. You'll carry me in your arms again, Imouto grinned. Of course, I confirmed with a smile, picking up Satsuki. By the way, judging by the changed breathing, she is no longer asleep, but pretending to be. Okay, let's not interrupt her performance. For now. Then first to the Uchihas. When we were approaching the clan's territory, I decided to wake up Satsuki after all. Satsuki, are you comfortable? I asked sweetly. But she's asleep, Kiyomi said puzzledly. Yes, quite, thank you, answered Uchiha. Imouto looked at her in surprise. So you weren't sleeping, and for how long? She asked. Yes, the whole way, I answered for her. She nodded in agreement. And why were you pretending to be asleep? Kiyomi narrowed her eyes. I was kind of too lazy to go anywhere myself, and then they offered to carry you. How can I refuse such an offer? I told you that you look good together. She asked. And not just once, I chuckled. At that moment, we approached Satsuki and Itachi's house. I was about to lower her to the ground, when her older brother came out of the house. Seeing his sister in my arms, he smiled. Finally decided to show yourself, he greeted us. Satsuki, what are you doing in Naruto's arms? Lying down, she answered, jumping to the ground, or rather lying. And you can't find fault with the answer, he grinned. Naruto, congratulations on winning the tournament, you're great. I'm sure all 3 of you will become chunin. By the way, your final fight was very good, especially the last technique. What did you call it? Itachi pretended to forget. Oh yeah, Heavenly Thunder. It impressed me. I was lucky that Gaara used Iron Sand, because of that all the lightning struck him. I see. Will you stay for a while or are you going home? Thanks for the invitation, but we're going home, Kiyomi answered. If we stay any longer, Mom will kill us. Okay, Itachi nodded understandingly. See you soon then. Bye. We said goodbye in unison. He went back into the house. Satsuki hugged us in turn and also left. My sister and I went home. On the way, she asked. Ni-san, what's going on between you and Satsuki? I can clearly see that you're constantly clinging to each other. And I think I'm not the only one who noticed it. Do you like her? Honestly, I don't know, I answered after some thought, I can't understand. I'm definitely very comfortable with her, and she's definitely very dear to me, but as a sister or as a girlfriend, I can't say that. And in my opinion, everything is obvious here, Kiyomi said. And what's obvious here? I asked. And I won't say that, she answered sarcastically, that's something you should figure out for yourself. I sighed, but didn't insist. We spent the rest of the way in silence. Soon we were at the house. Walking through the door, I wondered how much Kushina would nag me. 3. 2. Naruto. I was a little mistaken. Oh well, it happens to everyone. Sighing, I answered. What? You don't want to explain anything to me? She asked menacingly, coming out of the kitchen. No, I answered in a calm tone. Her eyes widened, clearly not expecting such an answer. No, she asked again. No, I repeated and walked past her, heading for the kitchen. But I was interrupted by the appearance of a yaki behind me. I turned around and saw how Kushina's hair began to rise, dividing into 9 strands. I chuckled at this. She turned to me and immediately shuddered, losing all her enthusiasm, seeing my scarlet fox pupils. You know, the 9-tailed dragon has a stronger yaki pressure, so it's not impressive. How do you control the Biju chakra? She asked, ignoring my words. Why are you so interested in this? I asked. And please don't say that you are my mother, that argument won't work. Kushina looked down. I couldn't control this power. How do you control it? She finally found the reason. It's simple, I answered, you just need to have communication skills. That's all I'll explain, you'll figure out the rest yourself. Leaving her standing in the hallway with her eyes wide open, I went to the kitchen. The fox laughed in his subconscious, seeing the reaction of his former Jinchuriki. There, Kiyomi and I quickly ate and were about to go our separate ways, when Seiji entered the kitchen. He smiled happily when he saw us. Hello, Naruto, congratulations on your victory. Sis, congratulations to you too, you did very well. Naruto, do you want to spar sometime? Let's see who's stronger. I'll be happy to feed you some dirt, I answered with a smile, but definitely not today. We'll see who feeds whom, Seiji answered immediately. Well, there's no need to guess, Kiyomi interrupted the conversation, Nisan will definitely win. Ha, get it, my brother exclaimed triumphantly, I'll win. I don't want to disappoint you, but I wasn't talking about you, I refuted his imouto under my laughter. He pretended to droop. How so? That's life, I answered, patting him on the shoulder. And then pulled my hand back, because he tried to grab me. Deciding not to leave this act unpunished, I immediately tripped him, knocking him to the floor. 1-0, brother, I answered, looking down at him. He smiled and stood up. Okay, so be it, I'll give in to you this time so as not to upset you. I chuckled and left the kitchen, heading to the bathroom. After a quick shower, I went to my room. But they didn't let me lie down on the bed. There was a knock on the door. It's open, I let the person in, guessing who it could be. My guess turned out to be correct. Minato was standing on the threshold. He asked with his eyes for permission to sit on the chair and, receiving a nod in response, sat down and looked at me. And what was that? He asked without any greetings. What exactly? I asked in an innocent tone, pretending to be a fool. Stop pretending to be stupid, it doesn't suit you. You know perfectly well what I'm talking about. What was that after the final battle? He said, frowning. An appeal to the villagers with a question that has long been interesting to me. Do you understand that revealing yourself to everyone is a terrible idea? Really? I feigned surprise. After all, in our village, the identity of the Jinchuriki is almost unknown to anyone, right? Minato only sighed at this. Don't accuse me of revealing classified information. Any more or less qualified spy can easily find out this information, so this claim does not count. Anything else? The head of a secret organization, Elder Danzo Shimura, has become interested in your strength, he said. It was expected, I definitely surprised him with my answer. Don't worry, I won't get to the root of the matter. How do you know about it? He asked immediately. It doesn't matter. No, it's important, Minato said sternly. How do you know about the existence of the root Anbu? There's no way you could have found out about a secret organization, even many Jonin don't know about it. I rolled my eyes. How he irritates me. I understand that I'm really giving myself away by showing that I know something I shouldn't know, but I've never been very good at hiding, so I don't care. From the fox. Me again. Kurama was indignant. Yes, you again, and now shut up, you're distracting me. I answered mentally. He was sealed in the wife of the first Hokage, so of course he knows about the root and Danzo. I immediately explained my previous phrase. And since we are friends, he told me about the potential danger. Okay, then I don't need to warn you that you need to treat it with the utmost caution. I have one more question for you. Minato said. I looked at him with interest. How many tails can you release safely, and what is your limit? I can safely release 6 tails, I decided not to lie. He already knows about my relationship with Kurama, so I don't see anything harmful to myself in this. And with difficulty, but I can pull out 8, but after that I will need a long recovery. I hope this information will not go where it does not belong. You can be sure of it, Minato answered and was about to leave when I stopped him. Wait, I have questions for you too. He stopped and returned to his chair. First, who will become Chunin? This is decided by the clan council, which will be tomorrow, so I can't say for sure, but your team has a very high chance, based on your fights and the results of the first stages. You will definitely become Chunin. Anything else? I was planning to go on a free summoning soon, and I suspect that I need your permission to leave the village for an indefinite period of time. He raised his eyebrows in surprise. Free summoning? He asked again. You understand that this is very dangerous and that you can die. I understand this perfectly well and am aware of the risks. I answered. Okay, but only after several missions at the rank of Chunin, said Minato. I sighed heavily. I can't change this decision. I still tried without hope in my voice. No, I received a firm answer. Okay, what were the consequences of my speech in the village? People were divided into those who were thinking and those who hated. There were more of the latter. Much more. Well, something like that was to be expected. Then the last question, which I ask you to answer honestly. What is your opinion of me? What do you feel for me? He raised his eyebrows in surprise. I was a little surprised at myself. It turns out that I still care about what he says. It won't change my opinion of him, but I'm interested in his answer. This is a difficult question, Minato began anyway. I can see that you're not a child anymore, so I'm talking to you so seriously. I don't know where you got that stern look of a person who's been through a lot from, but I won't ask, knowing that you won't tell me anything. I won't say that I love you, but I definitely respect you. You haven't broken down after everything you've been through and have become strong. I understand how you feel about me, so I won't touch you unless there's something serious. I understand that asking you for forgiveness is useless, so I won't do it. And even if my opinion means nothing to you, I'm still proud of you. Having said this, he quickly left the room, closing the door behind him. I lay down on the bed, thinking about his words. This is approximately what I expected, only I did not expect the words about pride. He treats me as a good, strong shinobi who can be entrusted with serious work. In general, this attitude suits me, I would even say that it is better than other options. He understands that he is not a parent to me, so he does not claim this place. Kushina, unfortunately, has not yet understood this. Or she understood, but refuses to accept it. You are boring me. Not only do you not sleep, but you also do not let others. Stop thinking about these Minato and Kushina, you have long ago decided that they are completely different people. So quickly lie down and fall asleep. I definitely got Kurama with my thoughts. Chuckling, I listened to his advice and, rejecting all thoughts, went to bed. Those few hours on the Hokage monument were definitely not enough for me to rest normally, so in a couple of seconds I was already asleep. Chapter 22. When I went downstairs, I was surprised to find the entire family sitting at the table. I nodded to everyone in greeting and sat down at my place, starting to eat. However, I was interrupted by Minato's voice. Naruto, he called me. I raised my head and looked at him. You have to be in my office at 12 today. Kiyomi, you too. He looked away from me and turned towards his sister. Okay, Dad, she replied. Then see you later. Thank you Kushina, everything is delicious as always. He stood up from his seat, kissed his wife on the top of her head and left the kitchen. Well, I figured out what I'm going to do in the first half of the day. Based on the results of the Chunin exam, 3 of you will be promoted. These are Namikaze Naruto, Namikaze Kiyomi, and Uchiha Satsuki. The line of genin currently standing in the Hokage's office was silent, waiting for him to continue. Congratulations. Those who were left without a promotion, you have been given time to prepare for the next exam, use it wisely and you will be able to pass. That is all. Everyone is free except for Team 7. Minato finished his speech. The remaining genin left the office, and only the 3 of us remained. Well, now you and Kakashi are not an official team, but this does not mean that you will not cross paths on missions. You will still remain in the same squad, since you have shown a very high level of coordination. Naruto is appointed squad leader, you will choose your own deputy. I already have a mission for you. Your task is to protect the actress Fujika's Yuki during the filming of a movie. This is an A-rank mission, do not let us down. You will begin work tomorrow, the details are in this scroll. That is all. You are dismissed. The next morning we were already standing near the studio where the film crew was located. I went in first and was greeted by noise and bustle. People were constantly scurrying from side to side, collecting things and scenery. We approached the man standing next to the director. "Good afternoon. Are you Sandayu-san?" I asked him. He looked in my direction. "Yes, it is me. And as I understand it, you are a squad of protective shinobi." "Correct. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, I am the captain of the squad, a shinobi of Chunin rank. These are Namikaze Kiyomi and Uchiha Satsuki. Nice to meet you. As you have already been told, your task is to protect Fujika's Yuki. We are going to the land of snow to Aya. Sandayu-san." A shout was heard from the side. A red-haired guy of about 20 to 25 years old ran up to us. "Yuki-sama has escaped again." I sighed heavily and created several dozen shadow clones. They immediately ran out of the building, accompanied by the surprised looks of the film crew, and scattered around the village, combing it. I also left the building, waiting for information from the clones. 2 minutes later, she came, showing the location of the escaped actress. I immediately ran in that direction. Kiyomi ran with me. Having quickly reached the right place, I saw a girl on horseback, galloping at high speed through the streets. It did not take much time to catch up with her, and in a couple of seconds I had already grabbed Koyuki, and Kiyomi was calming the horse. "You decided not to make things easier for us, right, Yuki-san?" I asked in a calm tone, putting the actress on the ground and moving away a couple of steps. At first, she did not even understand what had happened, but as soon as she realized it, she looked at me. "Who are you, and why did you grab me?" she asked, narrowing her eyes angrily. "Shinobi hired to protect you. But judging by the way you were jumping around the street, not caring about the people on these streets, I'm starting to think that it's not you that needs protecting, but from you. And now we'll go to the set together." "I won't sail to the land of snow," she answered quietly, calming down. "This should be decided not with us, but with your team, so please, let us go to the set, where you can arrange your showdowns. Our task is to protect you, not persuade you." Yuki did not like my words, but she seemed to understand that if she did not go to the team on her own, then we would deliver her. Apparently deciding not to tempt fate, she nodded resignedly and, mounting her horse, returned. In 10 minutes we were already on the set, where the final preparations were being completed. As soon as Satsuki saw us, she shook her head negatively, showing that nothing important had happened. Meanwhile, Sandayu-san approached the actress. "Yuki-sama, why did you run away?" "I am not going to go to the land of snow," she slammed him down, looking angrily at the old man. "But we already agreed that the end of the film should take place in a snowy area, and the land of snow is best suited for this," objected the director, whose name, as it turned out, was Makino. It turns out that in my past life, I didn't even know his name. Thinking about my past life, I thought about how to solve the problem with the land of snow. On the one hand, I somehow don't really want to get involved in all this again, essentially organizing a coup d'état in a foreign country. And on the other hand, Dodo turned out to be, to put it mildly, a bad ruler who did everything but correct the situation in the country. I wasn't particularly interested in what happened there under Koyuki's rule, but I don't think she would have become a bad ruler, considering that I spent a lot of time brainwashing her. Now, looking back on my past actions, I feel sorry for my allies, who had to constantly listen to my screams about becoming Hokage, and my enemies, who, in addition to screams about Hokage, also heard my attempts to convert them to the side of good. So far, I have not had to resort to this, and I hope that I will not have to. Wake up, while you have been drilling the wall with an empty gaze for 3 minutes, these two have already managed to bore me with their senseless argument. Please finish this, you have already decided everything, why are you chewing over your meanings? Once again I could not stand the flow of memories and thoughts about the frailty of Kurama's existence. Mentally chuckling, I interrupted such an exciting activity as looking at the wall and looked at the disputants, who were already seriously inflamed. Sandayu was trying with all his might to persuade Yuki to go to her native country, while she was categorically against it. Forgive me for interrupting your undoubtedly rich and important discussion, but what is the problem anyway? I asked. Yuki-san, why don't you want to go to the land of snow? I have my reasons, I'm not going to talk about them. The actress answered, raising her head proudly. I'll just say that if we go there, your mission will be complicated. So you want to say that someone is pursuing you there and wants to either capture or kill you, or they need something from you there. Okay, your reason is clear to me, then the question is for you, Sandayu-san. I turned my gaze to the old man, making it as cold as possible. He shuddered. Why are you so insistent that Yuki-san should come to the land of snow? And against her will. Considering her words, I have a bad suspicion that she is hiding from your allies, and your task is to lure her there. The only thing that stops me from detaining you now is that you hired us, and if my theory is correct, then you are contradicting yourself. Please explain to us why Yuki-san should come to the land of snow. After all, there are many countries covered in snow, the same land of iron, and nothing prevents you from finishing the film there. The old man stared at me in surprise. Yuki and Makino looked at him with the same expression. Listen, the kid is right, it was you who suggested the land of snow. The director suddenly broke the silence. Do you really want to kill Yuki-san? No, exclaimed Sandayu with a frightened expression on his face. No way. Then explain what is happening, I demanded. This situation smells too bad. Okay, the old man sighed heavily. You're right, I wanted to bring Yuki-sama to the land of snow, but I don't work for those who are looking for her. On the contrary, I work against them. The thing is, Fujika's Yuki is not her. Be quiet, the actress interrupted him. Recognition flashed across her face for a moment, which was immediately replaced by anger. I forbid you to say what you just wanted to say. That's no longer necessary, I said. I think I already guessed what you were talking about. If everything is as I think, then it really is better to keep Yuki-san away from her homeland. But, Sandayu began. Enough, Yuki interrupted him again. If you are so concerned about my safety, then you should listen to the shinobi. Makino-san, can we film in the land of iron? So, as I understand it, danger awaits us in the land of snow. Makino frowned. I think that in this case it would be better to go to iron, especially since it is even easier and faster to get there than to snow. Yuki's face brightened, while Sandayu wilted. Yuki-san, can I talk to you alone? I asked. The actress looked at me sullenly, but still nodded. We walked away, and finally, when there were no people nearby, I put a sound muffling seal and turned to my interlocutor. Now they will not hear us, Kazuhana Haim. I promise I won't tell anyone that you're the snow princess except your team. But I need to know what exactly your uncle wants from you. So that we'll be ready for an attack in any case. You are perceptive, she said discontentedly, wincing at my address, but nevertheless, I am grateful that you understood the situation. To make it easier for you, I will say that my name is Kazuhana Koyuki, and my uncle Dodo needs this crystal. She pulled out a pendant from under her clothes with a hexagonal crystal hanging from it. Thank you for supporting my decision and offering to go to Zeleznoi. I am truly grateful. Too many bad memories await me in my homeland. You don't have to thank me, the client's safety is my job. But still, I suggest making a duplicate of the crystal, so that if anything happens, you can repay with it, while the real one remains with you. That's a good idea, she answered after some thought. But then what should I do with the real one? Either keep it for yourself, but hide it well, or you can give it to me, and I will return it to you after the mission. The choice is yours. Koyuki thought about it. She can understand, as far as I remember, this is the only thing left from her father and it is obvious that she values it. It will be safer with you, she decided after a couple of minutes. Please, keep it safe, it is very dear to me. You can rely on me, I nodded, smiling at her. She smiled timidly in response and handed me the crystal. I removed the seal and went back to the site. They had already finished the work there and were only waiting for us. As soon as we arrived, we loaded onto carts and horses, and we set off for the land of iron. Looking at my partners, I sighed and rode up to them. I will have to explain the situation to them for a long time. Chapter 23. After explaining the whole situation, Kiyomi could not understand why I refused to save the land of snow. Why? You managed last time, why now, when you have become much stronger than your past self, are you refusing? How can I tell you? I thought. Last time I was frankly lucky that Dodo had only 3 shinobi in his service who could do something other than throw a kunai. Can you guarantee that everything will be exactly like this in this world? I have absolutely no idea how events in the land of snow developed here. I am not going to risk you for the sake of a distant country. I hope now you understand what I was guided by when I refused. Kiyomi reluctantly nodded. And what will be our plan of action? Asked Satsuki. I have 2 proposals. The first is boring, we just follow the group, guarding the princess and return home after filming is finished. I began. And what is the second? Asked my sister. But the second proposal is much more fun. How do you feel about testing your acting skills? I asked, looking at my companions with a grin. They looked at me in shock, but as soon as they finally realized what I was proposing, they smiled. I think it will be interesting, Satsuki chuckled. That's a great idea. Kiyomi responded much more emotionally. Will they allow us? That's about the reaction I was counting on, I said without wiping the grin off my face. And as for permission, I think we'll find something to interest the director. Since you don't mind, I'll go and offer him this idea. If he agrees, then they'll be able to edit the script for the participation of a shinobi right on the way. I removed the sound suppression seal and of course we were talking under it so that people wouldn't hear that we were talking about my past life and slowed down a little to catch up with the director. Makino-san, He broke away from his conversation with his assistant and looked at me questioningly. I have a proposal for you. I'm listening to you, he answered politely. How do you feel about adding 3 new people who have shinobi skills to the cast? We could participate in the battle scenes, so that they would be much more spectacular. The director's eyes widened. He clearly didn't expect the shinobi to approach him with such a request. Naruto-san, of course I'll be glad if you take part in the filming of the movie, but won't it interfere with your mission? Believe me, it won't affect the quality of the mission in any way. I will constantly keep the territory under control using sensors. I hope you'll help, Kurama, I mentally asked. You have nothing better to do. No, to carry out the mission like a normal shinobi, without any crazy ideas. And when was I ever a normal shinobi? I asked curiously. Well, you haven't done anything like that lately, you were like an ordinary shinobi, but no, you wanted to shake off the old days and do something abnormal. Stop whining, will you help? I interrupted his verbosity, realizing that if I didn't do it, it could drag on for at least an hour and a half. Well, where else would I go? I'll help, Kurama answered with a sigh that could be felt even from here. Thank you, what would I do without you? I answered him happily. I would have died 10 years ago, the fox muttered sullenly. I ignored his grumbling and returned my attention to the real world, where the director was looking at me strangely. Young man, are you all right? You looked ahead for about a minute, not reacting to my words. I apologize, Makino-san, the thing is that I have a special sensory technique that takes a long time to activate, but after that it passively scans the area in a fairly large radius. I hurried and activated it while talking to you. Can you please repeat what you said? I asked with a guilty smile, scratching the back of my head. You looked very serious on the set, but judging by everything, sometimes you are such a child, the old man smiled kindly. That's right, and I don't want to change it. I chuckled. Okay, but still be careful, something tells me that you will meet that actress's uncle again. That's right, children should remain children, it's good that you understand this. I said that in this case I have nothing against it. Can you just tell me your approximate level of skills, so that I understand what I can count on when finalizing the script? I own all the elements except earth, Kiyomi, wind and lightning, Satsuki, fire and lightning. I can also create a large number of clones that can act as extras under the henge, so you can stage large-scale scenes. I think this is enough, you understand that I will not reveal all of our abilities. Of course I understand, I am already grateful that you are willing to help with the filming. Makino-san exclaimed, then we will start redoing the script. By the way, each of you needs to come up with a name for your character. Can you do it yourself? The director smiled. Of course, I smiled back. Good. Before leaving, let me ask you one question. Why not? Ask. Why did you decide to join the filming? After all, your job is to protect Yuki-sama. Believe it or not, but shinobi can get bored too. I smiled and sped up, heading to the front of the procession, hearing the old man's cheerful laughter behind me. I caught up with the girls quickly. Well, how about it? Are we participating? Asked Kiyomi. Yes, but on one serious condition, which is quite difficult to fulfill, I answered in a very serious tone. My sister tensed up, ready for anything, but Satsuki apparently understood something. And what is it? She asked with a bit of irony. We need to come up with a name for our characters ourselves, I answered in the same serious tone. Kiyomi looked at me in bewilderment, but Uchiha could not resist and burst out laughing, looking at her friend's face. I joined her. Imouto muttered something under her breath, but also smiled. Indeed, a very difficult task, she answered. Okay then, I calmed down, don't forget that we are on a mission after all. So let's split up into different parts of the procession. Satsuki, you go to the front, periodically glance around with your Sharingan. Kiyomi, cover the rear. I'm in the center. If you see or feel anything, activate the mark. Let's split up. Hi. The girls answered me and immediately went to their positions. Naruto, are you sure that participating in the filming is a good idea? Kurama asked. After all, they will be taking chakra from you and your team, and if you are not as scared of it as your sister, then I would not be so sure about the Uchiha. Kurama, I am not an idiot and I understand this perfectly well, as do they. We will use simple, but spectacular techniques, because that is what the audience needs. Spectacles. I am not losing my vigilance, you don't have to worry. But you should still scan the area. This certainly won't be superfluous. Yes, I already said I'd scan, why ask again? Kurama asked me irritably. I like the way you get mad, I chuckled. Someday you'll play with fire, the fox answered me angrily. I've been hearing this for 5 years now, so far everything seems fine, I answered cheerfully. I hate you. I love you too, Kurama. A growl answered me. I smiled and thought about the name of my character. Kurama, what do you think I should name my character? Asuka, the fox answered sullenly. No, that's not it. Especially since it's a woman's name. And I'm a man. I still don't see any problems, it's enough to remember your Arodutsu. Okay, I get it, I won't get any help from you. Well, call yourself Dio. I don't like it, I need something that will annoy you, I answered him. There is no way around it, right? He asked without much hope. Not at all, I answered him. Oh, I know, I will call myself Indra. Father, tell me, why am I being punished like this? What have I sinned? Why am I sitting in this person? And is a praying Biju, who called himself a nine-tailed demon, normal? I asked in an innocent tone. In response, I heard only a growl that was suspiciously similar to a groan. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. They looked at me askance, but I didn't really care. I can't help myself, I love my squabbles with Kurama too much to stop annoying him. That's how I spent the whole day, constantly exchanging barbs with Kurama. We settled down for a rest in a very spacious clearing. The three of us were sitting around the fire when the director approached us. So, have you thought of names? He asked. I'm Indra, I answered. Two pairs of eyes looked at me in surprise, realizing whose name I had given myself, but they didn't comment on it. Asami, Satsuki answered after me. Kirin, Kiyomi finished our introduction. An unusual name. That's even better. Well, since we've decided on names, we can decide who exactly you will be. Have you watched the films about Princess FUNN? Yes, we watched them before the mission, Satsuki answered. Wonderful. As you know, the princess has 3 comrades, we can add you as temporary allies in the fight against Mao. I can be Mao's ally, I suggested, otherwise 7 against 1 sounds somehow unfair. Everyone, including me, chuckled. You're right, the director nodded, then Mao will have an ally, Indra. And Asami and Kirin will come to the princess's aid at the last moment to distract Indra's attention. Together, they will be able to defeat him, and Princess FUNN, having united with her comrades, defeats Mao himself. Sounds good, I nodded, but I understand that this is only a rough draft, and everything will become overgrown with details. Of course, answered Makino, I also invite you to take part in the development of the script, if of course it does not affect your mission. We gladly accept your offer. We will find a way to participate in this. Then I will not interfere with you. Work on the script will begin tomorrow on the road. Good night to you. And the same to you, answered Kiyomi. As soon as the old man walked away, the girls looked at me. So Indra? Asked Satsuki. Yes, I wanted to annoy Kurama, I grinned. My friends simultaneously chuckled. I'm sure you succeeded. Oh yeah. All 3 of us laughed quietly. Okay, it's time to go on duty soon. Kiyomi first, then Satsuki, I'm last. Imo Uto, will you draw a detection barrier? Already have, I immediately received an answer. I nodded and lay down in my sleeping bag. Uchiha settled down next to me. Good night, I wished them. I didn't hear an answer, because I immediately fell asleep. Chapter 24. The following days were monotonous. We went to the Land of Iron, rewrote the script and talked with the entire film crew. Our clones participated in the work on the script, while we monitored the surroundings. A week later, we finally arrived at our destination. It was a picturesque cliff, the slopes of which were covered with snow. We've finally arrived, the director sighed tiredly. A good place, I answered. Kiyomi, we're setting up a tracking barrier. Take the western and southern directions. I'll take the north and east. Hi, my sister nodded and went in the indicated direction. I went in the opposite direction. Having placed the seals I had prepared in advance in the right places, I concentrated on their structure. I felt 3 elements, but there was no 4th, apparently Kiyomi had not yet installed it. Having finally felt all the elements, I supplied a large amount of chakra, saturating the barrier. It sparkled blue, but after a few moments it disappeared. Now, if anyone who was not inside the barrier at the time of its construction crosses it, we will be warned. When I returned to the others, everyone was already settling in place. I headed towards Satsuki. So, are you ready to become a movie star? I asked, smiling. Are you ready to lose to me in front of a large audience? She asked in response. Well, you will be beating me with a group, so this does not count. I was not at a loss. These are just excuses. No matter how it sounds, we all know that I have already won you. Okay, I'll beat you up yet, you can be sure of that, she raised her head proudly. Mao, everyone exclaimed. FUNN stepped forward. Yes, I'm already scared, please don't hit me, I pretended to cover myself with my hands. But the trick came from where I least expected. Kiyomi, having crept up silently, slapped me on the back of the head. I turned around and looked reproachfully at my sister. She smiled venomously and at that moment I felt the blade of a kunai near my neck. Are you going to make fun of me now? Satsuki whispered in my ear. I will, I smiled, and at that moment I was replaced by Kiyomi. Finding myself out of the grip, I turned in their direction and grinned. Girls, don't fight, you still have to defeat me. Okay, you won this time, Satsuki said, removing her hand from Kiyomi's neck. If we have resolved all our differences, then I suggest we rest now, tomorrow the filming will begin. I will be on duty first today. After me, you, Satsuki. Got it, she nodded. Having laid out, the girls went to bed, and I sat not far from the center of the camp, thinking about all sorts of things. Makino distracted me from this matter. How are you? He asked me. In general, we talked a lot this week. He turned out to be an interesting conversationalist, so you can say that we became friends. Not bad, I answered. To be honest, I'm still impressed by your ideas, the old man smiled. You basically rewrote the script completely into something we all like much better. Oh, come on, I replied, feeling awkward. We all worked on it, I was just throwing out ideas. Yes, but those ideas were great, the director said enthusiastically. That's it, stop praising me. We'll understand whether my ideas were good or not when the film comes out and we see the audience's reaction. Okay, if you ask me to, I won't praise you anymore, Makino answered with a smile. Go to bed, we'll have a difficult day tomorrow, I advised. As you command, Shinobi-san. I rolled my eyes, causing the old man to laugh, and he walked away from me, heading to his place. I continued to sit by the fire and watch the area. A group of 6 people walked along the gorge, constantly looking around and holding their weapons at the ready. Coming here was a bad idea, muttered a blonde named Kirin. We had no other choice, we need to overthrow the tyrant and free our country from Mao's oppression. Answered FUNN. We found this passage to the palace just recently, I'm sure no one knows about it. Said Shishimaru. I wouldn't be so sure of that. Thundered a voice from somewhere above. Everyone looked up and saw an old man armed with a staff and looking at them with a superior look. Suddenly, the snow in front of the heroes exploded and skeletons with glowing red eyes and armed with swords crawled out from under it. You fell into my trap and you won't get out of here. Mao, I will not allow you to terrorize my country any longer. The glow of the 7-colored chakra. She exclaimed as light began to gather around her, shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow. But she was interrupted. Suddenly, lightning struck from above, blinding everyone, and when their vision returned, the heroes saw that the princess was lying unconscious, and above her stood a tall man in a white kimono, on which a pattern with 9 tomo was painted. Indra, my faithful advisor, you are just in time. Mao shouted. Capture everyone and put them in the dungeon. Yes sir, the man in the kimono answered in a cold, emotionless voice. You will not succeed. The black-haired girl shouted and, running forward and folding the seals, blew out a large wave of fire. It completely absorbed Indra. The team of heroes was about to deal with the skeletons, when a cold voice with notes of arrogance was heard from behind them. Weak. Before they could turn around, the 2 men fell, unable to move, but conscious. And you were going to challenge Mao. He laughed. What's the point if you can't even defeat me? Asami, let's do it together. Kirin shouted and rushed at Indra, holding her kunai at the ready. At that moment, Asami took out her katana, lightning running down it, and ran after her partner. Slowly, Indra said in the same tone, lightning dancing in his hand. A moment, and he was no longer in his place. He stood behind the 2 girls who had rushed at him, who only stopped and fell a few seconds later. Only Shishimaru remained on his feet. He grabbed his katana tighter and waited for them to attack him. But it didn't help, and a few seconds later he, too, was lying on the ground, and a man in a white kimono was standing behind him. You did well, Indra. Mao said, going down to his advisor. You will be rewarded for your faithful service. Thank you, but I would prefer to choose the reward myself, he answered with a grin. What? I choose to rule this country, he answered, and at that moment lightning danced in his hand again and he, moving to Mao, stunned him too. And you will rot in the dungeon with them. Take them and throw them in the dungeons, he ordered the skeletons. In the meantime, I will begin to restore order in this country. He said and laughed a high, cold laugh that sent shivers down the spines of everyone who heard it. Cut. The director shouted. Naruto, that was great. The tall man, who had just laughed so hard that everyone was shuddering, turned into a scarlet-haired boy who smiled warmly, looking at the old man. The skeletons behind him dispersed. He opened his mouth to say something, but suddenly tensed up, looking off to the side. Everyone hide, we have guests. He ordered loudly. Satsuki, you are coming with me. Kiyomi, hide and disguise your chakra. If it's an enemy, then strike the strongest one stealthily. If they are guests from the land of snow, then remember that they have chakra armor. Either hit them physically, or push them against each other, or use seals. Hi, the girls answered in chorus, after which Kiyomi jumped somewhere, and Satsuki stood next to me. The rest of the team ran to the camp. I sent several clones with them so that they would warn if anyone came there and could delay the enemy for a while. A minute later, 3 shinobi approached us, familiar to me from my past life. After all, Snow, the leader of the 3, came closer. Who do I see? Is this really the Hokage's son? He grinned. I saw your performance at the exam, quite good. I understand that you are a serious shinobi, so I would prefer to negotiate. I don't really want to strain myself, I think you will understand me. And what would you prefer to negotiate about? And be so kind as to introduce yourself, otherwise it turns out not very decent. You know my name, but I don't know yours. I answered him politely. We need to stall for time. Kiyomi is probably preparing some kind of seal to neutralize these 3. Why not? My name is Nadare Ruga, and I offer you to give Fujika's Yuki to the actress. In exchange, we will not kill you. How do you like this exchange? You know, no matter how tempting it sounds, I have to refuse. Is this your final answer? Nadare clarified. I nodded to him. He sighed. Too bad, I wanted to part peacefully. Well, since it didn't work out the good way, we'll have to do everything the hard way. He began to raise his hands to make a seal, but at that moment a large seal appeared under our feet, which I recognized as a paralysis seal. The 3 snow shinobi couldn't move, while Satsuki and I could, since we had Kiyomi's marks on us. And you're not bad, Nadare grinned. Since it didn't work out the hard way, we're acting terribly. We hired some mercenaries who kindly agreed to help us. He said, starting to whistle, but did not have time to finish. I rushed to him while still talking about something terrible, but did not have time to chop off his head. The whistle sounded literally for a second, but it was heard well, giving a sign to the mercenaries. I ran up to the big guy, killed him and was about to finish off the woman, but I felt 2 people with very powerful chakra pass through the barrier. Naruto, Kurama spoke in my head, it's Akatsuki. Fuck, I cursed out loud. The woman grinned and wanted to say something, but Satsuki killed her. What is it? She asked. Kiyomi ran up to us, looking at me questioningly. Who? I asked mentally. The ones who came for Gaara. The demolition man and the puppeteer. Kurama answered. It could have been worse, but it's still disgusting. I sighed. Girls, Akatsuki is coming. Sasori and Deidara. Damn, they both cursed at the same time. What's the plan? Kiyomi, run and put up a barrier over the film crew. Deidara is a serious threat to them with his explosions. As soon as the barrier is ready, leave it for the clones, and run here yourself. Satsuki, get ready to use Mangekyo, it will be difficult without it. We'll act according to the situation. Kurama, I addressed the fox, give me chakra, but without the cover. Let's not wait until a critical situation arises. It'll be right now, he answered me. I immediately felt my body filling with power. Now my pupils were animal-like. At that moment, 2 figures in black cloaks with red clouds appeared. One was tall, the other was hunched over. Scarlet lightning began to run across my body, and I rushed at maximum speed towards Deidara, forming a shiden in my hand. Despite the fact that I developed a very high speed, I did not manage to touch him. He managed to react and jumped back, throwing a bunch of small spiders at me, which exploded, throwing me aside. How aggressive we are, the blonde grinned. And why pounce so immediately? What if we just wanted to talk? I highly doubt it, I answered, rising to my feet. Enough chatter, Sasori said grumpily and fired a stream of poison Senbon at me. I had to quickly step aside. In response, a ball of white-hot fire flew at him from Satsuki, which he unexpectedly deftly dodged for such a figure. I ran up to her. I'll take on the demolition man, you and Kiyomi Sasori. Don't get attacked, there's no one to cure the poison. Got it, she nodded and ran towards the puppeteer. I looked at Deidara, who at that time was already on the clay bird. Now you will learn true art, he shouted to me, making a seal, Dragon C2. A little dragon burst out of his hands, quickly increasing in size. Having reached its maximum size, it began to fly above me, periodically sending homing projectiles, which I had to dodge. Meanwhile, Deidara had collected more clay and was making something out of it. It was time to stop this dancing. Covered in a 2-tailed cloak, I created several clones, one of which threw me at the demolition man. He saw my maneuver and tried to fly away, but I stretched out my hand forward, and the red chakra in the shape of a paw lengthened and grabbed the bird. I pulled my hand towards myself, pulling myself towards the bird, clay insects and dragon projectiles flew towards me. Having created the longest possible shiden spear, I began to cut the clay bombs and was surprised to find that they did not explode after contact with lightning. But I did not have time to think about this thought properly, since I had already flown up to the bird. Standing on it, I hit Deidara with the spear, but he was able to dodge the blow and spat a stone bullet at me, which hit me in the shoulder. The sheet and cloak dampened the blow, but I was still thrown off the bird. I tried to cling again. Deidara formed a stone fist and repelled the chakra paw. Without losing my head, I created several more clones, who threw me and each other at the bird. Meanwhile, clones from the first batch were flying from the ground. The blonde tried to dodge these projectiles and fight off the chakra paws with a stone fist, but there were many clones. I flew over the bird, rising even higher, and folded seals. Raiden, Thunder Spear. A lightning bolt flew at the bird, which Deidara missed while fighting off the clones. The bird immediately stopped being controlled by the Demolition Man and began to fall. Deidara immediately began to form a new one, but one of the clones grabbed him and threw him into the ground. But I also noticed the dragon's projectile too late, which flew too close to me. All I managed to do was cover myself with my tails from the explosion. This helped, of course, but not much. As a result, I flew towards the ground after Deidara. The blow was terrible. Having come to my senses a little while lying on the ground, I saw another dragon projectile flying at me. Fortunately, it was shot down by one of the clones that still existed, although their number had significantly decreased. With difficulty getting up, I folded the seals and fired another thunder spear at the dragon, from which the clay figure fell to the ground, breaking. I turned towards the place where Deidara had fallen. He also looked bad. Not bad, not bad, he said through clenched teeth. I didn't expect that you would be able to get me. But you also learned my art. How do you like it? He grinned with bloody teeth. Quite good, I didn't ignore his question. But I prefer music. Ahahaha, the Demolition Man laughed. It's nice when the enemy has a sense of humor. Fighting becomes much more fun. But I think the break is over, he said, creating several clay clones that ran at me. At this time, he himself was forming a new series of seals. Doden. Ground break. The ground beneath me began to shake and go down. I tried to jump, but small clay spiders, released by the clones, flew at me, and began to explode. I strengthened my sheet and cover and formed seals. Sweden. Large water cannon. All the spiders were washed away, and the water repelled the explosions of those that had managed to explode. The water projectile continued its flight, knocking down several clones along the way, and met with a stone block that Deidara launched. I created several more clones and activated the third tail. Kurama healed the consequences of the impact with the ground, but I was already starting to get tired. All the clones simultaneously jumped forward, and I accelerated them with a gust of wind. They flew at high speed at Deidara, who went underground, and my clones were met by the last remaining clay one, which immediately exploded, dispersing mine. Deidara jumped out a little to the side with a series of seals already folded, and several stone spikes from the ground immediately tried to pierce me. I jumped up, knocking down the spikes with my tails, and directing my hands in the opposite direction from the blonde, released a strong gust of wind from them, sending myself towards the Demolition Man. He quickly created an earthen wall, which I was rushing towards at high speed. Not really wanting to meet it head-on, I extended my hand forward, sending small lightning bolts, which I can create without seals, into the wall, forming a sheetin in my other hand. Having flown close enough, I threw my other hand forward, breaking through the wall with the sheetin and flying right through it. But a clay tiger was waiting for me on the other side, which rushed at me and, an instant before meeting the sheetin, exploded. I flew back into the wall, breaking through it with my back. This cut hit me harder than the last time. Rising, I saw a new wave of clay figures flying at me, this time small birds. I folded a new series of seals. Raiden. Electric wave. A wave of electricity hit the birds, deactivating them all. Kaden. Fire dragon. Fuden. Air hail. Naruto. This can't go on for long, Kurama warned, healing most of the wounds. If you continue to get wounded at this rate, you'll run out of steam and be finished off. I'm doing everything I can to make you last as long as possible, but you need to finish the fight quickly. Got it, thanks Kurama, I muttered out loud. How to defeat him? It is better not to activate the fourth tail, then I will not be able to use lightning techniques normally, and without them he will simply throw bombs at me. The tailed beast's bomb is not an option, Kiyomi's barrier will not withstand and the entire film crew will be blown away if not by an explosion, then by a blast wave. All that remains is to try to catch him. Having finished my thoughts, I ran towards Deidara, creating several more clones and turning them into kunai. An old, but effective technique. The wall of earth hid my preparations. I jumped on it to have a better view of Deidara's side. He did not waste time and created a new bird, on which he rose into the sky. I changed the henge on the clones, creating the illusion that I ran lightning chakra along the kunai and began to throw them one after another, pretending that I was trying to calculate the trajectory of the bird's evasions, but in fact I was creating this trajectory with these throws. The plan worked and Deidara flew exactly as I expected. He found himself between the kunai, which suddenly turned back into clones, which were already performing seals, putting all the chakra they had into these techniques. A chorus of voices was heard. Raiden, spear of piercing lightning. A fire dragon flew at Deidara, significantly strengthened by many air bullets. A disc similar to a seal appeared in the sky above him, from which many small lightning discharges began to strike. He tried to dodge this combination, but one of the lightning bolts hit a bird, causing it to immediately begin to fall. The dragon was almost catching up with Deidara, but he jumped off the bird and began to fall faster, trying to get away from this attack. He succeeded, and the dragon flew above him. He began to perform seals in flight, and the ground beneath him began to soften. But I didn't let him land on the soft ground and ran up to him at the highest possible speed and hit him with all three tails, sending him into the wall, which he broke through and disappeared behind. I ran after him and climbed the wall, seeing him rolling on the ground. I rushed in pursuit of him, intending to finish him off, but at that moment a badly dented Sasori in his true body ran up to him to help. He picked up the demolition man and started to run away. I wanted to start pursuing, but Kurama stopped me. Naruto, stop. You won't be able to withstand a fight with the puppeteer. He's certainly dented, but remember what you were told about his arsenal. In this state, you won't be able to defeat him. So take off your cloak and run to check on your sister and Uchiha. Since Sasori is here, they must be in trouble now. I cursed, listening to my friend, changing the direction of my run towards Satsuki and Kiyomi's battlefield. Now that the adrenaline had subsided a bit, I realized that Kurama was right. Putting aside thoughts of Akatsuki, I increased my speed, hoping that the girls were okay. A couple of minutes later, I was already there and breathed a sigh of relief when I saw Satsuki standing in the middle of a completely melted field, strewn with a pile of broken dolls. She didn't look good. Blood was pouring out of her eyes, her whole appearance was crumpled, her clothes were torn. But she was standing, which meant she was alive. I ran up to her and saw Kiyomi lying next to her. I immediately fell to my knees in front of her, checking her pulse. Don't worry, she's alive, said Satsuki, sitting down next to me, exhausted. She's just unconscious. Anticipating your question, I'll answer right away that he didn't use poison, I don't know why. So everything's more or less okay with us. I relaxed a little, realizing that my sisters and my friends' lives were not in danger. Good, I answered, turning my gaze to her. How are you feeling? Terribly tired, she said, lying down on the ground. I need rest, Mangekyo puts a lot of strain on the body. Got it. Let's go back to the camp, we all need rest, plus there's a medic there. Not a medic of course, but still better than nothing. When we have a rest, tell us how your fight went. Okay, but only after sleep. Of course, I nodded. Can you walk on your own? Somehow, with great difficulty, she answered. Okay, I won't bother you anymore, I chuckled, creating a clone that picked up Kiyomi. I picked up Satsuki. Thank you, she smiled, snuggling up to my chest. A few seconds later, she was already asleep. The clone and I slowly walked towards the camp. The barrier was still standing, and judging by its appearance, no techniques had hit it. Having recognized Kiyomi's marks, it calmly let us through. I didn't take it down, we needed at least some protection while we were gathering strength. The whole group met us at the entrance to the camp. They were horrified when they saw our appearance. Naruto. Makino ran up to us, what happened there? A fight with S-rank Nukenin, I answered tiredly, they ran away, but we were also pretty battered. Did you win? Someone from the crowd asked me. It's more of a draw, I said. Now you can call the doctor, we could use some help. Of course, right now, the director exclaimed immediately. A woman with graying hair, braided into a bun, ran out of the crowd. Shira, I hope there is a place in the infirmary, I chuckled. Of course, let's go. So everyone disperse, make way. She ordered in a commanding tone. The people immediately moved out of the way, and we approached the car. This is not a typo, if you watch the first film, you can see that they drive some kind of trucks, so I wrote that it was a car in which the infirmary was set up. Entering inside, I laid Satsuki on one of the beds, the clone laid him on the neighboring Kiyomi. Freed from my burden, I also lay down on the bed. Shira was already busy fussing over her sister. Realizing that I was relatively safe and that a medic was already treating my loved ones, I finally relaxed and let my body fall asleep. Chapter 25. Likewise. Well, let's hope there aren't any S ranks there yet, I joked. I really hope so. I woke up suddenly, to the sounds of explosions. I instantly jumped out of bed and looked around. My partners were sitting next to me, with the same stunned faces. I quickly ran out of the infirmary and immediately saw how explosive seals and ice techniques crashed into the barrier. I quickly ran towards the explosions. Judging by the stomping behind me, the girls were running after me. Members of the film crew were running towards us, including Koyuki. She ran up to us. Naruto-san, I saw the snow emblems on the attackers. She immediately shouted. Got it, run with the others. Kiyomi, cover the civilians. Put up another barrier. Satsuki and I will meet them. Got it, she nodded, running with the crowd, shouting out instructions at the same time. Uchiha and I ran on. How are you? Have you recovered? I asked. Not completely, she answered, wincing, I won't be able to fight at full capacity. At that moment, we reached the edge of the barrier. And we saw a picture of a crowd of shinobi trying to break through an energy wall that glowed green for every hit. The shinobi noticed us and stopped the attack. If you remove the barrier in a good way, we won't touch you. Don't even try to fight back, there are too many of us. Someone from the crowd shouted. The legend is fresh, but hard to believe, I muttered. Satsu, we hit at the same time, try not to split up, cover each other. Good, she nodded. Then let's start dancing, I said, smiling devilishly and covering myself in purple lightning. I quickly passed through the barrier, heading for my first victim. Ice techniques immediately flew at me, which burned in the fire of Satsuki, who was running after me with a slight lag. Naruto, don't count on my chakra in this fight. You haven't recovered enough to use it. Kurama warned. Got it, I answered mentally, running up to the nearest shinobi. He tried to stab me with a kunai, but I dodged and stuck my hand, in which the shiden was already sparking, into his chest. Without removing my hand, I turned to the right, exposing my body to an ice spike. I stretched it out and threw several ball lightning at the shooter. From behind, there was a crack of metal hitting metal and a second later a cry of pain. Looking back, I saw Satsuki's katana stuck in the enemy's shoulder. I turned away from this picture and saw a whole hail of ice spikes flying in our direction. Kaden, great fire destruction. I shouted, quickly making seals and a large shaft of fire flew forward, not noticing the ice techniques. The people in white began to jump back and run away, but I ran straight after the fire and caught everyone I could reach with my shiden spear. Kaden, phoenix flowers, came from somewhere behind me and a cloud of small fireballs flew past me, aimed at the fleeing enemies. Many were blocked, but some hit, causing new cries of pain. Suddenly, a spike grew out of the ground, which I did not have time to react to quickly enough and stuck in my leg. Hissing in pain, I looked around and immediately ducked, letting the ice bird pass over me. I cut down the earthen spike and threw out the part stuck in me. Kurama immediately began to heal my leg. Meanwhile, earthen bullets were flying at me, sent by one of the enemies. But he could not continue for long, as he had to dodge a fireball launched by Satsuki. I ducked again, sensing danger, and a flock of ice birds flew over me again. I made a new series of seals. Raiden, spear of piercing lightning. A disc appeared above the bird lover's head and riddled him with lightning discharges. I turned away from this picture and ran to Satsuki, who was fighting off several shinobi who preferred close combat with a katana. Having made seals on the moves, I released several thunder spears from my hands, aimed at those who tried to attack from afar. Having run up to Satsuki, I immediately pierced one of the Uchiha who was attacking from behind, swung at another, but quickly turned around, using the momentum of the swing and knocked down another spike. And I saw an unpleasant picture. Reinforcements had come to the few remaining enemies. And a whole hail of various techniques was already flying at us. I quickly put up a dome-shaped barrier and dragged Satsuki under it, who had just finished off the last shinobi who was attacking her. She saw the increased number of enemies and cursed. Where did so many of them come from? She asked. I have no idea, but things are taking a bad turn. I answered. Can you use Mangekyo? Either one Amaterasu, or Susanoo for a short time, but after that I will most likely have to leave the battle. And I can't use Kurama's power. I sighed in disappointment. Then use fire destruction. I will strengthen it with wind. Then I will throw clones in the form of kunai, then we will see how the situation goes. Okay, she answered, folding the seals. Kaden, fire destruction. Fuden, great rush. Another wave of fire flew at the enemies, while I was creating clones that turned into kunai. As soon as the wave was repelled with water techniques, I threw the kunai. Having flown past the positions of the snow shinobi, they removed their henge and began throwing various techniques at the enemy. Satsuki and I rushed forward at this time, holding our katanas at the ready. The deception was successful and the clones, techniques were able to thin out the enemy's ranks, but they were not enough. We did not have time to run and the snow ninja had already begun to form seals. Realizing that there was no other way now and that I did not have time to create a barrier, I, ignoring the fox's protests, scooped up some chakra from him, directing it into the shroud. The lightning running through my body turned scarlet and I accelerated. Having reached the enemy, I created a shiden spear in my hand, not occupied by a katana, and began to spin, avoiding the enemy's blows and delivering my own. The snow shinobi started falling one after another, but I relaxed my control over the situation and saw the ice spike flying at me too late and had no time to react. But Satsuki did. A purple skeleton hand appeared in front of me, which took the spike and blew away the rest of the opponents with a powerful blow. I began finishing them off with lightning strikes. When the last snow shinobi were finally dead, I immediately ran up to Satsuki, who was pressing her hands to her eyes. Blood was flowing through her fingers. Once I was next to her, I immediately held her, preventing her from falling. "Hey, that's true," I chuckled. "Are you okay?" I asked a stupid question in this situation. "It's bad," Satsuki answered. "I hope these were the last ones, because I can barely stand on my feet either." I admitted. "You're an idiot." Kurama was scolding me in my head. "What did I tell you? Don't use my chakra. And what did you do? As if you don't know that I had no other choice." I answered out loud. Satsuki looked at me questioningly, stopping covering her eyes with her hands. "Don't pay attention, I'm talking to the voices in my head here." She nodded understandingly and stopped leaning on me. We hobbled together towards the camp. "After this mission, we'll take a vacation," I said tiredly. "Yeah, right," Satsuki agreed. "This mission definitely didn't go as we planned. What are we going to do next?" she asked. "We can't stay here. We've already been found twice. It looks like we'll have to visit the land of snow after all," I answered. "Until we solve the problem with Dodo, we won't be able to continue filming normally, and our mission is to protect Yuki until the end of filming. And we ourselves need to finish filming," I smiled. "You turned out to be a great villain," said Satsuki. "Have you ever thought about giving up on everything and becoming evil? And are you afraid to take revenge on Konoha for your childhood?" "No, that's not about me." "Such a villain dies," Uchiha sighed with feigned sadness. "Well, if you want, I can turn your life into hell and pester you constantly," I offered, smiling. "As if anything will change," she smiled back. "What?" Yuki exclaimed. "No. If they find us here, what will happen there? They won't let us finish filming the movie properly," I explained. "We need to eliminate Dodo." At that moment, we reached a new barrier erected by Kiyomi. My sister immediately ran through it and rushed towards us. "How are you? What happened there? What are we going to do now?" She immediately began to bombard us with questions. So quietly, I interrupted her stream of words. "We are more or less okay, we just need to rest. There were more enemies there than we initially thought. And I need to talk to the director and Yuki." "Okay, now I'll take you to the infirmary and call them," answered Kiyomi. I nodded gratefully and trudged in the direction from which I jumped out about an hour ago. Finally, having reached the bed, I immediately collapsed on it, only now realizing how tired I was. On the next bed, Satsuki fell onto the bed with a sigh of pleasure. A minute later, Makino and Yuki entered the infirmary. "Naruto, how are you feeling?" the director asked first. "It has been better, but that is not important now," I answered. "We have an important conversation." "What do you want to talk about?" asked the actress. "First, we can no longer stay here," I said. "Our location is known to the person who is hunting for Yuki-san. And secondly, I suggest we go to the land of snow." "Dodo?" Makino asked. "You mean Dodo Kazuhana, the ruler of the land of snow? Is he the one hunting for Yuki?" "Yes," she answered. "He is my uncle." "Are you the princess of the land of snow?" he asked in shock. "Yes," she quietly confirmed, lowering her eyes. "Listen, Koyuki-san," I began, "I understand why you do not want to return to your homeland, but you simply have no other choice. Dodo knows about your identity. Even if we manage to finish filming this movie, he can simply wait until our mission is over and take you away without any problems. Now that we have repelled the attack twice, he will most likely leave you alone until we leave you. We can take advantage of this and launch a preemptive strike so that you no longer fear him." "I understand," she answered. "I agree to go to the snow, although I do not want to." "Okay," I nodded. "Then we need to move as soon as possible. The less time we lose, the better." "Okay," Makino nodded. "Then we will start packing. And you rest for now. If we are going to overthrow the government of the country, then you will need strength." He smiled and left, followed by Koyuki. "Kiyomi, please keep order until Satsuki and I come to our senses." "Of course," she nodded. "You can rest, I will keep an eye on everything." "Thank you," I smiled. I looked at the Uchiha's bed, who was already snoring, smiled and also leaned back on the pillow. Kiyomi came out and after a few minutes I fell asleep too. Chapter 26. This time, waking up was much calmer. Lying on the bed and rocking on the waves, I thought, how long have I slept that we're already sailing into the snow? Sitting up on the bed, I looked around. I was alone in a small cabin, which contained nothing but a bed and a small locker. Having gotten out of bed and dressed, I left the cabin and went in search of an exit to the upper deck. Almost immediately I ran into Kiyomi. "Ni-san," she exclaimed, throwing herself on my neck. "How are you feeling?" "Good," I answered. "I think I have recovered enough. And how are you? What happened while I was sleeping? Everything is calm, Kiyomi said, letting me go. No one attacked, we safely reached the harbor and are now sailing to the land of snow. According to the captain, we still have a day to sail. I see. Has Satsuki regained consciousness? I asked. Yes, but her eyes were very strained during the last 2 battles. She is resting now. Not well. Okay, let's go to her, I'll see how she is. Let's go, she answered sullenly and led me down the corridor. Half a minute later we found ourselves at a door similar to the one that led to my cabin. Kiyomi opened it and went inside, I followed her. Hello Satsuki, Nisan woke up here. My sister started the conversation. Oh really, Uchiha smiled, you really are strong at sleeping. Good morning to you too, I smiled back, get up, let's go to the upper deck. Okay, she shrugged, getting out of bed. Now the 2 of us followed Kiyomi, since it turned out that Satsuki almost never left the cabin and she barely knew the layout of the ship. Soon, finding myself under the open sky, I inhaled the sea air with pleasure. Then it dawns on me that in theory it should be cooler now. Somehow it's too warm for this place, is that you're doing? I asked Kiyomi. I put a warming seal on the ship, she nodded. It doesn't help much, but it helps. I'm sure the whole crew was grateful, I chuckled. You can't even imagine how much, she smiled back. I headed to one of the sides, near which there were several barrels. Sitting on one of them, I looked at the endless gray ocean. The weather wasn't the best, the sky was covered with a thick layer of clouds, from which a light snowfall was falling. I turned away and looked at my team, who had settled into the barrels. Well, what can I say about the situation we're in? I started our impromptu meeting, we're in deep shit. We have no idea what's going on in the local snow country, but Dodo was able to hire Akatsuki, and that says something. It's unlikely that we'll meet another pair of them, after all, S-rank Nukenin are probably very expensive, but that doesn't change the fact that serious opponents may be waiting for us there. And what are we going to do? Asked Kiyomi. We're sailing into the snow ourselves, no matter what. They'll throw mercenaries at us until we're exhausted, we won't be able to defend ourselves forever, we simply have no other choice, I answered. As for the plan of action, I think we need to wait for the next attack on the spot, give them what they want and keep an eye on them. They'll bring us to Dodo. And who'll play the actress? Satsuki asked. I don't believe that you would set up the one we are supposed to protect like that. I don't think we can fool the enemies with a regular henge, we need to come up with something else. Makeup, Kiyomi suggested. One of you could disguise yourself as Koyuki. Me, Kiyomi suggested, I look more like her, plus the enemy shinobi didn't see me and you were the ones fighting the regular mercenaries. If they were watching this attack, they might think that I was back protecting civilians. Especially since I have enough chakra to leave a clone that would impersonate the real me. That makes sense, I answered after some thought. Then, when we are attacked, Satsu and I will go out to greet the guests again, you will act as an actress and the clone will act as you. Let them break through the barrier, I am sure that after 2 failures they will not act so self-confidently and there will be a detachment that will go after the target. Koyuki herself can be covered with the help of the henge of some other woman. Take from her a duplicate of the crystal that Dodo is hunting for. Kiyomi nodded. Then, after you are kidnapped, we will follow you. Will you make a beacon seal? Another nod. Although you know, it would be better to make 2, and hang the second one on Koyuki, if our plan fails and she is still kidnapped. Good. Well, since we have a plan, I suggest we disperse and gather strength, I feel that we will need a lot of it. I concluded, getting up from the barrel and heading towards the bow of the ship. I'll keep an eye on the situation, rest. Naturally, everything that could go wrong, went wrong, although when was it otherwise, I thought, following the trail of both beacon seals. I think it's worth starting in order. They attacked us just a couple of hours after landing. They attacked seriously, with several squads and from different sides. Kiyomi's barrier was breached as we had planned, but they took not only Koyuki Kiyomi, but the entire film crew. Satsuki and I were unable to prevent this, fighting off enemy units. When we were able to defeat the attackers, the kidnappers had already managed to cover a considerable distance, most likely with the help of some kind of machine, since they would not have been able to move so quickly with so many kidnapped people. Satsu and I set off in pursuit, hoping that nothing would be done to the ordinary prisoners, as they thought. The pursuit had been going on for several hours now, but the beacons had stopped some time ago, so we were almost there. A couple of minutes later, a real citadel appeared in front of us, which looked different from how I remembered it from the previous world. It was also built of black stone, but instead of being on top of a cliff, it was carved into it. It looked solid, and there were a lot of people scurrying around in it. So far, I have absolutely no idea how to get into it secretly. All the exits and approaches were visible. There was an observation post on the top of the cliff, from which all the surroundings were visible. Right in front of the citadel there was about 100 meters of open space, absolutely unoccupied by anything. Any ideas on how we can get there secretly? He asked Satsuki without much hope. She shook her head. Then how about we go straight ahead and break through the main gate? Are you sure that's a good idea? She asked doubtfully. Maybe it's better to observe the fortress for a while. I would do that myself, but alas, Kiyomi will be quickly exposed, especially considering that she was allegedly kidnapped by her uncle. And they will start looking among the group, and we don't need that. If we attack the fortress, then Dodo will be distracted by us, and the chance of Koyuki being exposed will decrease. I didn't think about that, Satsuki muttered, but will we be able to storm the fortress together? I've recovered and can use Kurama's chakra. If things go badly, then use Susanoo and leave, and I'll take on my six-tailed form. Fortunately I can still control it. I don't want to abandon you, she was indignant. I can help. Please don't argue, I asked her. You may be able to help, but if I have to take the six-tailed form, I'll have to be careful not to hit you. Of course, you can withstand a blow in Susanoo, but you won't like the consequences, I'm sure. If you're not here, I'll be able to turn around at full speed without fear of hitting you. So if you hear a roar, run away, got it? But, she tried to object. Got it, I repeated. Got it, she answered. Dejected. Okay, I smiled at her. Then let's start dancing. For the defenders of the fortress, everything began suddenly. They were calmly going about their business when the alarm sounded, but before they could do anything, the gates were blown away by a powerful gust of wind and a figure enveloped in scarlet lightning burst into the opening, holding a sword in one hand and a beam of the same lightning coming out of the other. She flew into the nearest shinobi squad and immediately began spinning in a bloody dance, killing one after another. As soon as the short-term shock passed and they were about to respond, a girl with glowing red eyes and already folded seals jumped onto the wall and blew a powerful stream of flame at them, instantly burning them. After a few minutes of complete destruction and chaos, elite defenders pulled up from the fortress, and the fight became more difficult. They already had this damn chakra armor on, which did not allow them to use long-range techniques normally. It was still okay for me, since if a technique is pumped with Biju chakra, it simply overloads it, but Satsuki suffers greatly. Should I find her a Biju or something? We continued to fight further and further, but there were more enemies. At some point, we got stuck in one of the rooms of the fortress, where we met an entire team specializing in the element of ice. Only unlike those who attacked us in iron, these guys had much stronger ice. I think they even outdid Haku. It's good that they dug the fortress with a bang and there was more than enough space. Once again, I blocked the ice blade that one of the attackers was armed with a katana, and was about to hit him with a shiden in response, when suddenly a squall of icy wind burst into the room. This knocked my attack down, but the enemy seemed not to notice it and hit me, taking advantage of my disorientation. I managed to block this blow, but I was thrown back to the wall, which I crashed into. At that moment, I had a view of the open doors to the room, in the doorway of which stood a man in black chakra armor and lowered his hands. I instantly recognized him as Dodo, who apparently decided to honor us with his presence and kill us personally. I must admit that you are strong, he began his speech, looking at us with arrogance in his gaze. And impudent. Just like that, attacking a fortress teeming with enemies head-on. Not everyone would dare to do that. But did you really think I would fall for your trick? So your partner is currently sitting in my dungeon with her chakra blocked. My dear niece shares the next cell with her. I hope you will be sensible enough to lay down your arms, otherwise their living conditions will be much more unpleasant. And I was waiting for you to start throwing out threats. I smiled. Let's skip this part and get down to the battle. Why shake the air once again? Well, that's about the answer. Before he could finish speaking, he was forced to step aside to dodge my attack in the two-tailed veil. He formed seals in the air and spat a guest of ice needles at me, which I took on my tails. I tried to hit him with the shiden spear, but was forced to duck to avoid being hit by an ice sword. From this position, I tried to cut off the legs of the attacking ninja, but he jumped back, releasing several ice birds at me. Somersaulting to the side, I managed to notice how the birds, crashing into the floor, exploded into ice shards that flew in all directions. Rising to my feet, I immediately jumped up, letting another gust of cold wind from Dodo pass under me and, creating several clones, threw them towards the shinobi. They began to make a characteristic hiss in flight and, as soon as they reached the enemy, exploded on their explosive seals, throwing him straight into the chakra paw released at him, which grabbed him and squeezed, killing him on the spot. Taking advantage of my distraction, Dodo folded a long series of seals and released a dragon made of black ice at me. I managed to dodge on pure instinct at the last moment and saw with horror that the dragon was flying straight at Satsuki, who was fighting her enemies. Ignoring my opponent and releasing the third tail, I rushed at full speed straight to my partner, hoping to push her out of the way of the blow. I succeeded, but not completely. I pushed Satsuki, but exposed myself to the technique. I was dragged across the entire hall and broke through the wall, finding myself in the fresh air. Spitting out blood, I ran back to the hole in the wall, but Satsuki ran out of it after me, dodging the birds. Having cast seals, I spat out a water core that knocked down the birds, and she was able to run up to me. "How are you?" she asked. "I will live," I answered briefly. At that moment, snowflakes began to fly up around us, raised by the cold wind. Dodo appeared from the opening with a mocking smile. He did not say anything, but the wind intensified, creating a blizzard. Shards of ice began to flash in the rising snow, directed at us. Satsuki and I jumped high, dodging the ice, but it did not help. The ice flew in all directions. I stretched out my hand forward, putting a large amount of chakra into the technique, pressing the Uchiha to myself with the other. FUNN, wind barrier. A wave of wind hit me in all directions, throwing away ice fragments and snow. Before the blizzard caught up with us again, I created a one-way barrier. Satsuki, who had escaped my grip, looked towards the enemy, who was already making new seals. Her eyes took the form of a six-pointed star and blood flowed from her right one. But her attack failed. The black flame that was supposed to burn Dodo engulfed another shinobi, who jumped out right in front of his ruler. At that moment, a small ice sphere flew at us, which, having crashed into the barrier, exploded with powerful gusts of icy wind. The barrier held back this attack, but died out. At that moment, I ran to Dodo, intending to engage him in close combat. Satsuki also ran towards the enemy shinobi, sending part of the Amaterasu flame she created at them as she ran, covering her blade with the remaining part. Finding myself next to Dodo, dodging another sphere of compressed snowstorm on the way, I jump, creating two clones, and throw them at the enemy. They stretched their arms towards each other in flight, and lightning flashed between them. Dodo jumped away from this chain and immediately grew an ice wall in front of himself, protecting himself from the stream of flame released by me. The wall could not withstand the pressure and collapsed, but it served its purpose and the enemy was no longer there. Having landed, I was immediately forced to jump to the side so as not to be cut by an ice sickle flying at me. "Listen, aren't you tired of dancing with him?" Kurama, who had been silent throughout the entire fight, suddenly asked. "You are much stronger than him thanks to the cover, maybe you can just push him with your bare power." From such a sudden offer, I even stopped for a moment, it was so logical. Of course, Dodo could not help but react to my hesitation and immediately sent several more spheres of compressed snowstorm at me. I simply pierced them from a distance with their tails, which were not affected by the wind. And just as I was about to rush at him, a kunai stuck into his head. I turned my head towards the thrower and saw an extremely annoyed Kiyomi, who threw another kunai charged with wind chakra at Satsuki's only remaining opponent. He was also unable to dodge and fell into the snow, covering it in blood. The Uchiha looked in our direction and breathed a sigh of relief, seeing both of us unharmed, and approached us. "Dodo said that you were wearing chakra-blocking shackles, how did you get out?" I asked. "Of course, he put on shackles, but he didn't block the seals, I simply absorbed the suppression seal that was placed on these shackles. Here we are talking about the chakra absorption seal that Naruto used during the Chunin exams." She answered. "But I don't think now is the time for talking, the fortress is still teeming with enemies, and the barriers that I placed in the team's cells will not withstand a strong onslaught." "Is she okay?" Satsuki asked. "A little battered, but it will survive. Now let's hurry." So we began a new run through this fortress. This time Kiyomi led us, and Satsuki and I covered her and dealt with the attackers. Soon we reached the casemates where the prisoners were held. The barriers were still up and the civilians were okay. Kiyomi removed the barriers, and together we went to the exit of the castle. There were few attackers, apparently they realized that just poking around with us was not the best idea. So almost without incident we found ourselves in the fresh air. "Yeah, I didn't think that filming a movie would result in a coup in the whole country," said the director, sitting down tiredly in the snow. "We tried to avoid it," I answered him with a smile. "But it didn't turn out very well." "That's for sure," the old man grinned. "And we still have to finish filming the movie. Yuki-sama, you will take part in this, right?" he asked somewhere behind him, where the figure of the actress was visible. "Yes, although combining filming with governing the country will not be easy." She smiled. "I'm sure you can handle it," said Satsuki, sitting not far from us and listening to the entire conversation. I was about to give the command to pack up and return to the filming location, when suddenly I felt that one of the beacons with which I marked Kiyomi and Koyuki had disappeared. I jumped up and immediately ran to where I last felt it and saw a picture that would haunt me for the rest of my life. My sister, lying in the snow, with a hole in the area of the heart, from which a small pool of blood had already flowed. And a tall figure in a black cloak with scarlet clouds, with a bloody pin sticking out of the sleeve, looking at me with an eye burning with a bright red light, visible from a twisted orange mask. Chapter 27. For a few seconds I just stood there, trying to comprehend the scene I had seen, hoping deep down that it wasn't real. But time passed, the red puddle only grew wider, and Obito still hadn't disappeared. You are becoming dangerous. We can't let you get any stronger. Having finished the sentence, he instantly rushes towards me. Due to the shock of losing my sister, I reacted to his actions too late, and he stuck his spike, which turned out to be a rod of black wood, into my shoulder. This brought me to my senses and a wild rage began to boil inside me. This man almost destroyed my previous world, many people dear to me died because of him. He almost completely wiped out the Uchiha clan of this world, bringing a lot of pain to Satsuki, who became as dear to me as Kiyomi. And now he killed my sister. Just like that, for no reason, because he needs me, not her. She just happened to be at hand. I gave him a chance in the previous world, but then there was simply no other choice. Now there is a choice. And I have already decided everything. I will not let him create all the horrors that I saw in the previous world. I will not let him arrange the Fourth Shinobi World War. I will not let him bring the world to the brink of destruction. I will destroy him. All my thoughts took a split second, during which I was covered in the veil of the tailed beast. Taking advantage of the fact that he had damaged me, and therefore was material, he struck me with 3 tails, in the head, heart and liver. He had to let the blows pass through himself, thereby making the spike intangible and allowing me to retreat. Having escaped the spike, I immediately began to press on him, not giving him a chance to breathe, while simultaneously growling at Satsuki to evacuate the civilians. I used everything, regular taijutsu attacks, tails, clones growing right out of me. Like in the battle with Orochimaru in the arc with the search for Sasuke. I did not let Obito turn off Kamui, hoping that I could hold out at this pace for the maximum time that he could become intangible. But my plan failed. Obito jumped high at some point and a Kamui funnel began to swirl next to me. I jumped after him, stretching out my chakra paw, but a cloud of white-hot fire, flying out of the funnel, managed to reach me before I reached the enemy. The technique, having hit me, exploded, throwing me into the ground. Having hit it and left a small crater, I could no longer support my paw, and it dissolved. As soon as I got up, the name of the technique sounded. Mokuton, binding roots. Tree roots began to grow from the ground next to me at high speed, which immediately entangled me, sucking out my chakra, not allowing me to free myself. At that moment, Obito came closer and activated Kamui. The funnel began to suck me in. Kurama, we need more chakra. I shouted mentally. But the fox did not have time to answer, since Obito had to interrupt the transfer to dodge the wave of Amaterasu. Turning my head, I saw Satsuki holding a katana covered in black flames. It's good that you're back, Obito said. I won't have to chase you to get your eyes. You won't get anything, she replied, cutting through the roots that had entangled me. I growled in agreement, standing up on all fours and releasing my 6 tails. As if you can do anything to me, he grinned, starting to form seals. But I did not let him complete the series, starting to fire at him with red chakra projectiles, from which he was forced to dodge, becoming intangible. At that moment, Satsuki created more Amaterasu, directing it at Obito so that he would constantly have contact with it. Our plan is still the same, wait for the end of the technique. I created several more clones, which I threw with their tails. They, in turn, began to press on him in much the same way as I did at the beginning of the fight. In the end, we found ourselves in a stalemate. We could not damage Obito, while Obito himself could not find the right moment to counterattack. Naruto, someone else has appeared. Kurama's voice suddenly sounded in my head. I recognize this chakra, it is Obito's partner, the second culprit of the Uchiha massacre. Damn, we need to leave. I answered mentally, we definitely won't hold out against 2. The Uchiha is currently only holding on thanks to his stubbornness and hatred for Obito. It's really time for you to run. But how are you going to get away from a person who can teleport? I have a plan, I said. Can you connect me to Satsuki? How can I do that for you? The fox asked. You can transfer chakra and even form a veil on another person, can't you also transfer thoughts while transferring chakra? I'm not sure that will work, he doubted. Try it, there's little time, so put your doubts aside. I raised my voice slightly in my subconscious, touching Satsuki's shoulder with one of my tails, transferring chakra to her. Can you hear me? I asked. Her face took on a surprised expression, but she quickly overcame it, again concentrating on controlling Amaterasu. Yes. Reinforcements are approaching the enemy. The second one who attacked the Uchiha. We need to leave. I have a plan, but for this we need to weaken the onslaught a little so that it becomes material. Pretend that you have weakened and can no longer maintain Amaterasu. Damn, I get it. I transferred chakra to you, so you won't fall from chakra exhaustion now. Thank you. As soon as I touch my tail again, activate Susanoo so as not to fall under the technique. Got it. Satsuki fell to her knees, pressing her hands to her eyes, from which blood had been flowing for a long time. Since she was really tired, it turned out very believable. At this time, I myself reduced the number of projectiles and weakened the veil, leaving 3 tails. Obito, thinking that we had weakened, slightly reduced the distance and began to fold seals. At that moment I was saving chakra for the technique, in which Kurama actively helped me. We finished at the same time. Kaden, Song of the Phoenix. A huge shaft of fire flew at Satsuki and me, taking the form of a bird with a wingspan of several dozen meters. In response, I roared and made a directed emission of very dense chakra, which flew at a very high speed towards Obito. The chakra flew through the phoenix, hitting the enemy, sending him flying far away. The phoenix was received by Satsuki's Susanoo, who sank to the ground from the power of the technique. Susanoo dissipated, but the fire bird had already flown past. Without wasting time, I ran to Kiyomi's body, which, fortunately, was not damaged during our battle, and sealed it in a scroll. After that, I approached Satsuki, taking out another scroll. You need to be sealed too. There is no time, they will appear any minute. Trust me. Okay, she answered and lay down next to the scroll. I believe you. Thank you, I said and sealed the only person left who was truly close to me. And now we move on to the part that will make you mad and scold me for being stupid. I said to Kurama in my mind. I don't like it anymore, the fox answered me. And I won't like it. Activate the golden cover. Are you crazy? Kurama screamed at the whole subconscious. Yes, I know, it's dangerous, it will be very bad and all that, then you can tell me everything, now it's urgent. I'll regret this, he sighed. At that moment, I glowed with a bright golden light, a cloak consisting of golden chakra with black drawings appeared on me. At that moment, Obito appeared from the funnel with his partner. I didn't wait for them to react to my new form and, covering myself with the cover of Shiden for even greater acceleration, whose lightning in this mode was golden, ran at maximum speed towards the land of fire. How long can I hold out? I asked monosyllabically. 20 minutes maximum, after that severe exhaustion and a long rehabilitation. That's enough to cross the sea. Was that your plan? To run to Konoha in 20 minutes and face exhaustion there? Yes, I answered honestly. The golden cover greatly increases speed and with it I can make it. I don't want to admit it, but it really was one of the best solutions available at that moment, which does not cancel the fact that the plan is incredibly stupid. I know. We spent some time in silence, which was soon broken by Kurama. Naruto. What? I'm sorry about Kiyomi. Kurama, let's not now. The fatigue in my voice could be recognized even through the mental connection. I understand that you want to support me, but now it's better for me not to think about it and get to the village. But, thank you. Okay. Kurama accepted my point of view and fell silent. 18 minutes later, I ran through the gates of Konoha with all my might, alarming the guards. Having reached the hospital and burst into the reception area, I finally stopped and immediately screamed. 2 patients with severe chakra exhaustion. The medic Nin immediately ran up to me. I pulled out the scroll with Satsuki. One is in the scroll, the other is me. As soon as I turn off the cloak, I will pass out immediately. Okay, put the scroll here, said the medic Nin who rolled up the gurney. I put the scroll where they showed me and unsealed Satsuki. She opened her eyes and stared in shock at me and the crowd of doctors surrounding her. We are in Konoha, I told her, trying to smile reassuringly. How? I asked the only question that interested her now. Long story, I'll tell you later. Lie down here and take off the cloak, we will take care of you from now on. One of the medics interrupted the conversation. I obeyed and lay down on the gurney, but before removing the veil, I pulled out the scroll with Kiyomi's corpse. Tell the Hokage that his daughter is dead and give him this scroll. The medics stared at the scroll in shock, not believing that the Hokage's daughter was dead. But they accepted the scroll and promised that they would give it to Minato. At that moment, I removed the veil and immediately passed out. Chapter 28. Pain. Pain was all I felt the moment I woke up. Every cell of my body ached. With incredible effort, after several unsuccessful attempts, I finally managed to open my eyes. I saw the white ceiling of my hospital room. At that moment, I heard the sound of the door opening and a medic entered the room. He immediately came up to me, starting to move his hand with the activated highway over my body. You woke up quickly, he said, how are you feeling? I tried to answer him, but could only squeeze out an inarticulate groan. Well, that's what I thought. It's the first time in my life that I've seen such a degree of exhaustion in an organism. Let me quickly explain to you what happened while you were unconscious. First of all, a month and a half has passed, your teammate Uchiha is actively recovering. Your sister's funeral was over a month ago. You still have about a month to lie here. Don't you dare use chakra in any way during this period, the consequences will be extremely sad. And now it's time for you to go back to sleep, said the medic, bringing the technique to my head. Before I could fully digest the news, I fell asleep. Over the next week, there were several dozen such awakenings, after which I almost immediately fell asleep again. Finally, I was able to recover enough to not fall asleep after 5 to 10 minutes of wakefulness. During one of my awakenings, I realized that I was not alone in the ward. Turning my head, I saw Satsuki sitting on a chair next to my bed. She saw my movement and immediately jumped up to throw herself on my neck. I gently hugged her, starting to stroke her back. After a minute, she pulled away, remaining sitting at the edge of the bed. You can't even imagine how worried I was about you, she began. How are you? I've felt better, but alive. How do you feel? Physically fine, mentally. She remained silent, and I nodded understandingly. Why did this happen? She asked. She didn't do anything to him, why did they kill her? I didn't answer this question. I asked myself. I don't understand the point of Obito's actions either. He had the element of surprise on his side, he could have grabbed me when I relaxed after the fight. All he had to do was drag me into Kamui's dimension and that's it, he would have captured Kurama. Why did he decide to kill Kiyomi instead? What will happen to us in our team now? Satsuki asked. I don't know. The Hokage will have to decide. But I don't think they'll send us on missions for now. Minato said he'd let me go to the summoning world after the mission in the Land of Snow. Which we failed. I realized. It's unlikely that Obito would spare the film crew. Satsuki's eyes widened, apparently she hadn't thought about it before I said it. Tears welled up in her eyes again, and I pulled her close again, hugging her. It was understandable, we'd spent a lot of time with the group and had become good friends. We lay like that for about half an hour until I realized that Satsuki had fallen asleep. I didn't wake her up and just lay there, staring at the ceiling. After a while, I fell asleep too. The next day, I woke up before Satsuki. I didn't wake her up again, waiting for her to wake up on her own. 10 minutes later, I heard the door creak open. Turning my head in the direction of the sound, I saw Minato standing on the threshold. He nodded to me in greeting and sat down on the chair where the Uchiha had been sitting. Looking at the girl, Minato smiled weakly and turned to me. I think we need to talk, he began. But she will have to leave. You're right, I have something to tell you, I answered him. But I won't kick her out, I have no secrets from her. Are you sure? Absolutely. If you kick her out, I'll still tell her everything. How close are you two? He asked, smiling slightly. Right now, she is the closest person to me in this world, I answered. Nice to hear, Satsuki answered, opening her eyes and sitting up on the bed. Good morning, I greeted her. She nodded back. Well, that's settled. I have some questions for you, Minato reminded himself. I'm listening to you carefully. I've already asked Satsuki about what happened, but I'm curious how you were able to cover the distance from the Land of Snow to Konoha in less than 20 minutes. It was the Nine Tails chakra mode. I call it the golden cover. Now I can only use it with enormous strain on my body. Before you ask the next question, I want you to listen to me. My story will raise many questions, you can ask them at once so that there are no misunderstandings. Are you going to tell him? Satsuki asked me in shock. Yes. You intrigue me. What do you want to tell me? Minato asked with interest in his voice. I'll tell you my story. And what does that mean? He didn't understand. You couldn't help but notice that my behavior changed dramatically when I was 7. So, the thing is, your son has been dead since then. Minato immediately tensed up. Then who are you? My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and I am currently 28 years old. I came from another world, similar to yours, but with some differences. For example, in my world, I was also the child of Minato and Kushina, but they died on the day the fox attacked the village, and I was left an orphan. In my world, I died. With some help from the outside, I was able to take over the body of your son, whom you drove to suicide with your attitude towards him. I dumped the truth on Minato, who was expecting anything, but clearly not this. So, you are Naruto from a parallel world, who took over the body of our Naruto, whom we drove to suicide. It took him a minute to realize what I told him. Exactly. In my world, I died at the age of 16, at the hands of Rakuto's mother. I will tell you my story in that world so that you can understand the full extent of the problems that await us ahead. For the next hour, I described my path in my home world. By the end of the story, Minato sat as if he had been hit by a sack, realizing what problems awaited us. Let's summarize, he said after much thought over my story. Obito survived the war and was found by the still living legendary Madara Uchiha. He created the Akatsuki organization in order to resurrect the Ten Tails and plunge the world into an eternal illusion in which everything is fine, but it turned out that this was all a plan of the son of Kagaya Otsutsuki, who is the mother of Rakuto and who killed you. You are the reincarnation of the youngest son of the Sage of the Six Paths Ashura. Why didn't you tell me earlier and why did you tell me now? Yes, you understood everything correctly. I didn't tell you because I thought I could handle it on my own. I thought we had enough time, but because I was actively gaining strength, Obito decided to catch me in advance before I became even stronger. My miscalculation and my independence cost me my sister. I won't make such a mistake again, I answered, clenching my fists until they cracked. Okay, I understand your motives. Minato nodded, getting up from his chair. Of course, I will help you protect our world. I remember your request to be sent on a free call and I approve of it. From now on, I will stop sending you and Satsuki on missions so that you can become stronger. I will also give you my developments on Hiraishin. I don't think they will be superfluous. And Naruto too. He turned to me as we were leaving the room. I respect you as a person and as a shinobi. And I am proud that you are considered my son, although this is not at all my merit. After that, he left the room, closing the door and removing the sound suppression barrier that he placed at the entrance to the room. Well, now we are free from missions and can calmly train, I said after a minute of silence. I hope this will help us. How much time do you think we have? Asked Satsuki. I don't know. In my world, I had 2.5 years, but here Obito is more active, so they can start gathering soon. We need to become stronger to fight him off. We will, you can be sure of it, she said, getting up from the bed. I'll go ask Itachi to train me. And I will have to continue to recover, I answered with a sigh, watching the girl go. I spent the next month in the hospital, undergoing rehabilitation. Time passed slowly, but I was patient. And so, finally, I stood at the exit of the hospital, enjoying the fresh air. The first thing I did not go home, but to the cemetery. Standing at the tombstone with the inscription, Kiyomi Namikaze, engraved on it, a single tear flowed from my eye and fell to the ground. Sleep peacefully, Imouto. You don't have to worry, I will protect this world, I said, turning to the exit from the cemetery. The house greeted me with emptiness. There was no one. I decided not to linger here, intending to leave for free summoning as soon as possible. Therefore, having collected my things, sealed everything in a scroll and dressed in combat clothes, I left the house. First, I went to the Hokage's residence to notify Minato that I would be leaving. Having received his approval, wishes of good luck and the promised scroll with a description of Hiraishin, I went to the last place I was going to visit before leaving, the Uchiha clan. Itachi opened the door after I knocked. He let me in without asking anything. After passing through the house, we came out into the backyard, where Satsuki was already training hard. When she saw me, she immediately stopped and ran up to us. Hello, what are you doing here? Are you against it? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Of course not, she exclaimed. I was just curious. I came to say goodbye, I answered. That's it, she nodded understandingly. Already? Yes. Naruto-kun, I'm sure you know how dangerous free summoning is, so I won't say anything about it, just good luck and I hope you come back. Itachi said, putting his hand on my shoulder. Thank you, I nodded gratefully. Itachi smiled and stepped aside. Satsuki came up to me. I'll miss you, she said, hugging me. Me too. Smiling, I hugged her back. After a few seconds, she moved away a little. Smiling, she said, just try not to come back, I'll get you from the other side. And, quickly kissing me on the cheek, she stepped away. I smiled wider, watching her go and, biting my finger, began to make seals. At that moment, Satsuki approached my brother and he quietly said something to her, for which she hissed at him and hit him in the shoulder with her fist. I didn't see what happened next, since I finished making seals. Reverse Summoning Technique. Chapter 29. Minato Namikaze's paw. My whole life I never understood my youngest son. For a long time he was a good-for-nothing, so untalented that I had already written him off. And then suddenly something changed in him. One day he just became different. He started training, getting stronger, in general he became exactly what I expected him to be. And it would seem that I should be happy that my son has finally pulled himself together, but something was bothering me. His look. The look of a man who had been through a lot. But where did it come from? Where did this look suddenly appear in a 7-year-old child who had never left the village? I had been wondering about this for a long time. Naturally, the first thing I did was check with Senin mode to see if he had been replaced. But no, he was still my son. So where did this look come from? I decided to consult with those I trust unconditionally. With my teachers, Jiraiya-sensei and Fukasaku-sama. And if the Toad Sanin just shrugged his shoulders, then Fukasaku-sama took me to Gamamaru-sama, the great toad hermit, who told me that Naruto was extremely important to this world and that he needed to be protected. And he said it without his usual forgetfulness. I took his words very seriously, but my son had already completely lost his trust in the family, with the exception of Kiyomi. He trained on his own, escaped Anbu's supervision, and did everything his own way. And over time, I had even more questions for him. How does he know how to train properly? Where does he get all the techniques he knows? Yes, Kakashi and Fugaku's eldest son sometimes trained with him, but only sometimes, and that was not enough to reach his level of strength. But since he seemed to be doing well and refused any help from me, I just watched from afar. I also couldn't help but notice that he could somehow contact his Biju. His gaze sometimes became empty and stared at one point. I saw this only during a mental conversation using the Yamanaka technique, but they were not near Naruto at these moments. I received confirmation of this on the day of the Uchiha clan massacre, when he was able to control the chakra of the nine-tailed beast, and at the same time confirmed that he was friends with it and categorically refused to close the seal. I decided to leave everything as is, since he can handle it himself. Time passed, he became stronger and stronger, even began to invent his own techniques. His team's missions began, and judging by his achievements, he is clearly not a genin in terms of strength, and even the Chunins cannot reach him. The murder of the swordsman of the fog and his partner with the Kekkei Genkei of ice, as well as a very long confrontation with Orochimaru. I will not even mention the victory over the one host. After the exam, he was going to free call, which was extremely dangerous, so I decided to detain him at least for a little while longer, giving him a mission to protect the actress. I couldn't know how this mission would end. If only I knew. It was an ordinary day. I was sitting in the office and trying to sort out another pile of documents, when suddenly an Iryunin bursts in and shouts something about Naruto in the hospital and dead Kiyomi. I immediately teleported to the hospital and managed to see how my son was taken to the operating room. I immediately began to figure out what happened and how Naruto ended up here, especially in such a state, and what happened to my daughter. They quickly told me about how for some reason a golden Naruto burst in here, unsealed the Uchiha, betrayed the scroll where, according to him, Kiyomi was sealed, and turned off some kind of veil, immediately passing out. Somehow maintaining my composure and taking the scroll, I went to the morgue, found a free couch there and opened the scroll. And my daughter was lying on the bed, staring into space with some slightly surprised expression on her face. At this point I couldn't take it anymore. And the next events happened as if in a fog. Sobbing Kushina, Kiyomi's funeral, Naruto's coma. It all came upon me suddenly. I came to my senses only a few days after the funeral. I couldn't come to terms with what had happened. It was my fault. It was I who gave them that mission. It was I who wanted to keep Naruto here. It was I who drove Naruto to the point where he considered me an enemy. It was I who drove my wife to the point where she had gray strands of hair, and this at her age. It was all me. I am solely to blame for everything. And standing in front of my daughter's grave, I understand this as never before. And this realization put me on the edge of the abyss. Despite all my strength, I had never felt so insignificant. And at that moment I was ready to give up, get drunk, do everything to stop feeling this way, abandon my village, my family and find my daughter's killers. Find and kill, destroy, make sure that there is no memory of them left. But I was stopped. Stopped by someone I didn't expect this from at all. Danzo called out to me. He hammered one simple truth into my head. If I follow my thoughts now, I will lose absolutely everything. My family, the village, and myself. He was able to set my mind straight and made me think with a cool head. Then I began to respect him. Despite the fact that my departure was beneficial to him, he stopped me, because the departure of the leader is a strong blow to the village. And then I decided to talk to my son frankly. To find out what secret he is keeping, and I am sure that he has one. And to provide all the help I can. And now 2 years have passed since our conversation, and I still find it hard to believe what I heard from him. He left to train, and I stayed here, to prepare the village, to collect information and to be ready at any moment for what my son warned me about to happen. He should return soon, and I decided to draw a kind of summary of my activities, because I am not capable of doing more for now. An alliance with Danzo. I never thought that working together with him would be so productive. After that incident at the cemetery, we began to communicate more closely, sharing thoughts about the future of the village. Naturally, I did not tell him the truth about Naruto, only general information about what awaited us. And it helped. The village had never been as strong as it is now. I began to spend more time with my family, leaving several clones at work. Words cannot describe how happy Kushina was when I began to appear at home more often. I took up training Seiji seriously, and now he is an extremely strong shinobi, currently located on Mount Myoboku. But then my thoughts were interrupted by thunder. Tearing myself away from my thoughts, I looked out the window and saw clouds appearing out of nowhere right above the residence. Frowning, I watched what was happening. Flashes of lightning were visible in the clouds. A few seconds later, the lightning began to run much more actively and then one struck directly into the Hokage's residence. More precisely, she tried to, because she was stopped by a barrier, which means that it is not natural but consists of chakra. At the moment of impact, I was already standing on the roof and ready to repel the attack. But it did not happen. Instead of subsequent attacks, the clouds simply dissolved, and a man was standing on the roof. He was dressed in a long white cloak, exactly like mine, but only the flames were black. Purple lightning snaked all over his body. Tall, short scarlet hair swayed slightly in the wind. Bright blue eyes looked at me with joy. Only one person looked like that. Naruto returned. Chapter 30. Looking at Minato's tense figure, I wanted to chuckle. It was funny to watch him expect an attack. I deliberately chose such an original way of returning to check how prepared the village is for the unexpected and what I can say. Several groups of Anbu located within a few dozen meters make me happy. And the barrier is pretty good. I'm satisfied. Towards the end of my thoughts, Minato finally recognized me, relaxed and gave the Anbu a signal to stand down. When he approached me, I realized that I was not much shorter than him. After all, I had grown in 2 years. What's the point, I'm still shorter, Kurama chuckled in my head. What's my age, I still have time, I answered mentally. Naruto, Minato began, I'm very glad to see you, but you could have chosen a less original way to return. I still chuckled and shook my father's hand. I could have, I answered, but I wanted to check the village's defense system. Who are you kidding, you just wanted to have fun, the voice in my head was heard again. Of course, I admitted. Well, let's go home, I think you have something to tell, Minato suggested. What about work? I was surprised. It's daytime now, and he could usually sit in the residence until nightfall. I'll leave it to the clones, he waved his hand. And if something is important, I can easily teleport here. Family is more important. I'm glad you understood that, I nod to him and put my hand on his shoulder. And after a moment of weightlessness, I find myself at the threshold of my house. I opened the door and was the first to go inside. Taking off my shoes, I heard my mother's voice. Seiji, why are you back so early? There should still be enough food, I think. She asked in surprise, coming out of the kitchen. Looking at me, her eyes widened and her mouth stretched into a smile. I'm home, I smiled back at her. A moment, and I was squeezed into a tight embrace. Hugging my mother back, I pressed her tighter. I missed you. After standing like that for a minute, she finally let me go and moved away a little. You've grown so much, she said with the same smile. Let's go to the kitchen, I'll feed you properly now. Or else you probably weren't watching your food, I know you. I chuckled and followed her. We sat down at the table and Kushina put a bowl of still hot ramen in front of us. I decided to start cooking just in time. Come on, tell me how your training went, who your summoner is. You didn't tell me anything in your letters, you were keeping it a secret for some reason. Mom asked when we were sitting and drinking tea after eating. The training was very productive. I began. I really did get much stronger, and as for who the summoner is, I paused for a moment, you'll find out later, I finished the sentence with a grin. My parents immediately frowned. You're probably going to arrange some kind of test, right? I asked, looking at Minato, to which he nodded in response. So why ruin the surprise for yourself, you'll find out everything there. And what, you won't even give a hint? Mom asked. Nope, I shook my head with the happiest expression I could muster. And yet you are still a pest, Kurama gave his verdict. Yeah, and did you expect anything else? I asked with interest. No, I expected something like that, he chuckled. By the way, they can't reach you there. Damn, I started talking to you again. I cursed under the fox's laughter and turned my attention to the real world. Naruto, Kushina called, waving her hand in front of my face. Sorry, I was lost in thought, I came to my senses. What were you thinking about that we haven't been able to call you for 10 seconds? Minato asked with interest. It doesn't matter, I answered. But why are we always talking about me? What interesting things happened here while I was gone? How are Satsuki and Seiji? Everything is quiet for now, my father said. Jiraiya, Fukasaku-sama and I are training Seiji, now he is on Mount Myoboku, trying to master the Sennin mode. Sensei says that he is doing well. He visits us often, unlike you, he looked at me reproachfully. What about Satsuki? He thought for a moment. She doesn't leave the clan's territory. Itachi says that she trains in all her free time. Yeah, I'll have to visit her. I drawled, starting to get up from the table. I won't put it off, I'll go now. Naruto, you've been gone for so long, maybe you could stay at least for a little while, stay home. Kushina said in a pleading tone. I looked at her and saw a very sad look directed at me. Minato only nodded, joining his wife's request. Okay. I smiled. I'll stay with you for a while. Time passed unnoticed. It seemed like it was only late morning, but evening had already come. And we spent all this time talking. The topics changed from one to another, more than one teapot was drunk. And now, leaving the house, I realized how wonderfully I had spent my time. And I also realized that I no longer held a grudge against them. Yes, they were wrong, and very wrong. However, in my world, I gave many people a second chance. Zabuza, Gaara, Nagato, even damn Obito. They did terrible things too, but it still didn't stop me. I still believed in them and gave them a second chance. So why not give it to my parents? I'm sure it's enough that they punish themselves, and I finally fulfilled my oldest childhood dream. To become Hokage. Now I understand that this was never my real dream. I just wanted to be needed by someone. I wanted recognition, and that's why I chose the goal of Hokage. But that was my most important dream. Family. I just wanted to have a family. Those who will support you in absolutely any situation, no matter how difficult it was. In that world, I deluded myself, got attached to everyone who treated me even a little bit kindly. Ero Sennin, Ruruka Sensei, Sasuke. I imagined them as my family. But in the end, everyone betrayed me. Except maybe Sasuke. And now, my oldest and most childhood dream has come true. I have a family. It's just a pity that Kiyomi didn't see how I made peace with my parents. She really wanted that. So, deep in myself, I reached the territory of the Uchiha Seater. I had long been added to the list of the recognition barrier, so I passed without problems. Pretty soon I found myself at Itachi and Satsuki's house. I went to the door and knocked. My hearing caught someone's footsteps and someone's voice in the depths of the house. A few seconds later, the door opened, revealing an irritated Satsuki before me. Who came there? She began, but broke off in the middle of the sentence, seeing me. I smiled at her as warmly as I could. I belly. My sentence was interrupted by Uchiha, who flew at me with a strong embrace. I even staggered from such pressure, but hugged her back no less tightly. I'm back, I repeated in a whisper. In response, Satsuki pressed herself even closer to me. So we stood for a few minutes, simply enjoying each other's company. Until we were interrupted. I'm sorry, of course, that I'm in the way, but you're standing in the aisle. A familiar voice was heard behind me. Turning my head, I saw Itachi. You're a shinobi, and every self-respecting shinobi should enter home through the window. I suggested to him, still letting go of Satsuki from my embrace. Satsuki moved away, and Itachi, chuckling, came closer. Of course, you say the right thing, but you can't enter your own house through the window, the elder Uchiha answered, hugging me. Nice to see you, Naruto. Likewise, Itachi. I answered. Not at all mutual. Kurama couldn't help but insert his 5 ryo. How can you hug an Uchiha? He was sincerely indignant. Be patient, I answered mentally. I knew it would be like this. Of course, I knew, but it doesn't make it any easier. He sighed heavily. At that moment, Itachi let me go and entered the house, gesturing for me to follow him. Satsuki and I exchanged glances, smiled at each other, and followed him. Of course, I had been here many times before, but after 4 years spent in the cold stone halls of my summoning world, finding myself in a hospitable, warm, and bright house was bliss. Soon we came to the living room, sat down at the table, and a cup of tea appeared in front of me. Well, tell me, how have you lived these past 2 years? The elder Uchiha asked me. Training, and more training. I sighed, I was incredibly tired. I hope they were fruitful, and you will be able to cope with what awaits you. Itachi smiled, and I raised an eyebrow in surprise and turned my gaze to Satsuki. She lowered her gaze and answered the silent question. Yes, I told him who you are. I thought he could be useful, and after all he is my brother and close to you. Satsuki, that's enough, I smiled softly, interrupting her stream of excuses. I understand all this and I don't blame you. You just should have told me beforehand. Thank you, she answered quietly. And to answer your question, I thought for a moment, I don't know. I've become stronger, that's for sure, but I don't know what awaits me here. If we were in my past world, then yes, I would have managed, but here Akatsuki has at least one more Uchiha and you don't need to tell me how serious a force that is. I just hope that our efforts won't be in vain. I see, Itachi answered, and was about to say something else, when Satsuki interrupted him. Let's change the topic to something less gloomy. She said. We'll have time to talk about that later. Let's celebrate your return. Good idea, I smiled. I suggest we go somewhere. While you were gone, a new dango cafe opened here, let's go there, Itachi suddenly suggested. Sounds tempting, I answer, and Satsuki nodded in agreement. Approaching the house, I thought about the past day. It was the best day in a long time. I needed a break from training non-stop for 4 years. And I got it. Sitting with Itachi and Satsuki helped me relax, take my mind off the heavy thoughts about the future that had been haunting me since my sister's death. No, it won't happen again. I won't let that tragedy happen again. Lost in thought, I didn't even notice how I reached the house. Walking through the door, I shouted, "I'm home." "Welcome back," came the answer from the kitchen. And the answer warmed my soul again. I'm not alone. And I will never be alone again. Chapter 31. Today I woke up thinking that today would be difficult. I'm sure of it, because today my father will probably organize a test of my abilities, and it's unlikely that my opponent will be a simple chunin. But pleasant memories of yesterday cheered me up, and I got out of bed in a less depressed mood. Having quickly tidied myself up, I went down to the first floor, where my mother was already bustling about. "Good morning," she greeted me. "And the same to you," I answered. "Do you have plans for today?" she asked. "No, but I have a feeling that my father will provide me with these plans." "Your feelings are correct," she nodded. "Do you know something?" I asked, sitting down at the table. Of course, he consulted with me. "Will you share the information?" "No way," she chuckled. "Yesterday you refused to tell us who your summons was. So I won't tell you about the test either." She smiled a little bitchily, even sticking her tongue out at me at the end. "You're a pest," I couldn't help myself, for which I immediately got a ladle on the top of my head. "You talk like you're talking to your mother," she shouted. At that moment, a malicious chuckle was heard from the entrance. "You haven't even shown up here yet, and you're already driving my mother crazy. Aren't you ashamed?" my brother asked me, entering the kitchen. "Seiji." Kushina immediately turned her attention to him. "What brought you here?" "I was planning to visit only next week." "Yes, my father sent me a message that my stupid little brother had returned. He decided to see what he was like now." He smiled, looking at me. "Don't you think that you'll have to answer for such words?" I narrowed my eyes. "Why don't I think so?" "Of course I think so, I even hope. You still owe me a sparring match. Or have you forgotten? Do you not keep your promises?" "No one has ever insulted me like that. So that I wouldn't keep my promises." I pretended to be furious. "Remember, my stupid older brother, I never go back on my words. This is my ninja way." I answered him, striking a pompous pose. "What, has childhood gone to your head?" the fox asked. "I'm just in a good mood." "What slogans are you reciting?" Seiji was surprised. "Okay, then I'll wait." After these words, he came up to me and shook my hand firmly. "Welcome back, brother," he said. At that moment, our mother grabbed both of us into a hug. "Boys, I'm so glad you made up." "We're glad too," we answered in chorus, after which all three of us laughed and sat down at the table. After breakfast, Minato, who had joined in towards the end, turned to me. "Naruto, you asked me yesterday if you would have a test of strength. It will be today at the distant Anbu training ground at noon. Don't be late, we're all interested in knowing what you've achieved." "Agreed. You don't have to worry, I'll try to put on a show," I smiled ominously. "Stop smiling like that, I'm already starting to feel uneasy," Seiji slapped me on the shoulder. "That's what it's all about, brother, that's what it's all about," I chuckled. "Okay, I'll see you at noon, I'm going for a walk in the meantime." "See you." I sat in Ichiraku until 12, talking to Chuki. But everything comes to an end, and now it's 5 to 12, and I'm standing at the edge of a spacious clearing some distance from the village. My parents, Seiji, and Satsuki with her brother were already standing there. I walked up to them. "Hello to everyone I haven't seen yet," I waved my hand. "And what will the test consist of?" "As you've probably already guessed, it will be a fight," answered my father. "Well, that was obvious. And who will my opponent be?" "We," answered the Uchihas in chorus. I looked at the Hokage in bewilderment. 2 against 1, that doesn't sound very fair. "Life in general is unfair," Minato chuckled. "Besides, I hope that your bragging this morning was justified. So yes, this is a fight against 2 strong opponents. Good luck." At that moment, all the extra participants moved somewhere in the distance, and the training ground was covered by a powerful barrier. I was immediately forced to move to the side so as not to get caught in 2 streams of fire that the Uchiha had already released at me. Futon. Wind wave. "Okay then," I smiled. "Let's dance." Purple lightning immediately ran over me, and I rushed at Itachi. He immediately activated the Sharingan and sent several dozen shuriken covered in flames at me. I immediately dove in a roll, letting them pass over me, and, jumping up, waved my hand in his direction, from which a purple beam, several meters long, immediately stretched out. The beam reached its target, but instead of a cry of pain, the Uchiha broke up into many crows that flew at me. At that moment, I felt heat from behind and jumped high, letting a stream of white-hot flames pass under me. Satsuki, taking advantage of the fact that I could not change the direction of flight, blew out another fireball, to which I responded with a water core. The clash of techniques caused a release of steam that covered half the clearing. I smiled and, landing and making a concentration seal, said, "Raiden, electrification." Lightning immediately started running all over the cloud, which I simply ignored, immediately using another technique that had already become one of my favorites. Futon, wind barrier. The thundercloud immediately dispersed in all directions. But there was no cry of pain. I looked around and saw both Uchihas covering themselves with Susanoo's ribs. The Mangekyo Sharingan was shining in their eyes with a scarlet light, and I recognized Satsuki's drawing. Eternal Mangekyo. Well, if that's the case, then we can have even more fun. So far you haven't shown anything new, Satsuki said discontentedly. Wasn't that a light warm-up? I asked perplexedly. Okay, if you want something new, you'll get something new. With these words, I folded my palms in front of me and closed my eyes. Raiden, electric rain. A flurry of Senbon consisting of lightning flew out from me in all directions, sticking everywhere. At that moment, I dodged an arrow of purple energy, let an orange sword swing over me, and, opening my eyes that glowed with purple light, extended my hand toward the electric spear flying from Satsuki. I waved my hand, and the spear went around me and flew into Itachi, who was not expecting such a turn of events. The ghost warrior withstood the blow, but cracks appeared along his ribs. At the moment of impact, I jumped to the side, and a tongue of flame shot up in my previous place. Immediately, a flurry of fire and air techniques flew at me, sent by both Uchihas, who did not allow me to counterattack. I dodged, sometimes interrupting their techniques with my own. But soon I got tired of it. I jumped up and, clapping my palms, said, "Pav Satsuki Uchiha." Interest and anticipation. That's how I felt throughout our fight. Because Naruto hadn't shown much of anything new so far. But even so, he resisted my and my brother's pressure. And now, finally, I waited. A powerful wave of air hit me in all directions, which was able to shake the ghostly warriors. At the same time, I was making seals. Summoning technique. Summoning technique. Well, let's find out what kind of animal he has. A small cloud of smoke rose up next to him, and when it dissipated, I saw a bird, the most ordinary-looking bird, which immediately sat on Naruto's shoulder. "Yo, Naruto, what did you call for?" she asked. "Hello, Bale, yes, we decided to test how strong I have become. I decided that it would be boring without you." "You decided correctly." Bale nodded importantly. "Decided to put on a show." Of course, Naruto grinned. "Let's do it without a warm-up, straight to unity." "As you say, boss," with distinct sarcasm on the last word, the bird flew high into the air. By this time, my brother and I had decided to attack the enemy, trying to prevent this unknown unity. I used Mangekyo, and the flames of Amaterasu shot up in the place where Naruto had just stood, jumping high into the air. Itachi had already formed one of his strongest techniques, Yasaka Magatama, with the hands of his Susanoo. A ring of swirling Magatama flew at Naruto. But at the moment the technique was sent, Bale made a loop in the air and flew straight into my friend's chest. A red lightning bolt struck him, and the air thickened behind his back, with discharges running through it. And a moment later, this air took the form of wings. Real wings, outlined in red lightning. One flap, and he flew to the side, letting the ring of Magatama pass him by. He made a series of seals and said, "Bale's thunder breath." Folding his wings, he rushed towards us, breathing out a wave of flame from his mouth, along which ran red lightning discharges. Itachi and I came to the same conclusion and did not even try to use this technique on Susanoo. Having deactivated the technique, we jumped in different directions. Itachi, however, flashed his eye and tried to use one of his strongest techniques, Tsukuyomi. Naruto, having caught his gaze, immediately fell to the ground. We, having exchanged glances, came closer to him. "Have you ever seen a summoning work like this?" I asked my older brother. "No," he admitted, "but I have to admit, it looks impressive." The barrier surrounding the training ground was deactivated and all the spectators of this fight approached us. "Honestly, I did not expect that he would lose so quickly," Seiji said thoughtfully. "I thought about it too. And really, why did he, having such experience in fighting against the Sharingan, so recklessly look into Itachi's eyes? He couldn't have done it by accident. So, it was his plan." I was about to say it and saw how the Hokage and Itachi's eyes also widened, apparently realizing their mistake. But it was too late. Naruto chuckled, and the wings that had disappeared when he hit the ground suddenly appeared and hit Itachi and me with a flap. At that moment, I felt as if my body was being squeezed into a small point and dragged somewhere. For a moment, I lost my bearings, but soon everything returned to normal. Having come to my senses, I realized that I was no longer standing on the training ground near Konoha. The three of us were on a vast plateau, located somewhere among the rocks. The sky was covered with thunderclouds. Thunder rumbled every now and then. A high mountain towered above us, in which passages were visible. Naruto stood not far from Itachi and me, dreamily looking at this mountain. Without looking at us, he began a conversation. "Welcome to the world of my summoning." At that moment, Bale appeared on his shoulder again. He immediately flew off my friend and landed on the ground next to him. A red lightning bolt struck him, blinding me for a moment, and when my vision returned, a tall red-haired man stood in his place. Dressed in something resembling the robes of a white fighting monk. His head was covered by a kasa, from under which his eyes were visible, glowing with red energy. He looked at Naruto. "Listen, will Raiden be against you bringing strangers here?" "He won't, I discussed this issue with him." Naruto answered and finally turned his gaze to us. "How do you like it here?" A bit gloomy, I blurted out before I could realize that this could offend the inhabitant of this place standing in front of me. I looked at him guiltily and quietly said, "Sorry." But Bale only laughed and waved his hand. "But honestly, and I agree with you. It really is a bit gloomy here." Then Itachi joined the conversation. "Bale-san, how did you turn into a human? I have never met a summon that can do that." "Listen Itachi, first of all, let's not use any suffixes, I don't like that, and secondly, I'm not really a summon. Let's sit down, this conversation won't be quick." He pointed to a table with chairs that I had somehow not noticed. We sat down and Bale began his story. "We are Storm Falcons. And we are not a summon in the usual sense. As you know, Naruto came from another world. And this did not go unnoticed for him. He now has the ability, albeit very limited, to move between worlds. When he used the reverse summoning technique, he unknowingly used this ability for the first time, having ended up in our world. But doesn't the summoning technique send the user to another world, to the summoning world?" I asked, puzzled. "Not really. The summoning world is, so to speak, small subworlds tied to yours. That is why summoned beasts possess the chakra that everyone in your world possesses. Our world is not connected to yours in any way. And we do not use chakra. But how do you use techniques then?" Itachi asked. "They use some other energy for this, like our chakra." Naruto answered instead of his partner. "They call it mana. As I understand it, if our chakra is a mixture of spiritual and physical energy, then mana is pure spiritual energy. It seems that there is also prana, pure physical energy, but I have not yet met anyone who would use it." "True. But you are wrong about one thing." Bale nodded. "You have met people who use prana, however, they do it unconsciously. This is one of the teachers of your world and his student, what did you call them?" He thought for a moment. "Oh, that's right, Bushy Brow and Bushy Brow Sensei. Lee and Guy Sensei use prana." The three of us were surprised. "Yes, these gates of theirs are techniques for drinking prana from your body. But I have no idea how they dug them up, and because your bodies are not adapted to this kind of energy, they are badly damaged. And at the same time, they also add chakra to these techniques. I don't know who created this technique, but he's a certain genius." Bale said enthusiastically at the end. There was silence for a while. And I was glad about it. My head was a little swollen from new information about other worlds and other energies. But the silence didn't last long. "This is all very interesting, of course, but Naruto, why did you transfer us here?" "There are two reasons. The first is to introduce you to Bale and another person who will arrive soon, and the second, at this moment he smiled nastily, to fight you without restrictions. The barrier doesn't give a 100% chance that I won't cause damage to the village, and you can't use the same absolute Susanoo. And I'm sure you own it. So the question is for you. Do you want to continue the fight?" Chapter 32. Do you want to continue the fight? I asked the Uchiha. They exchanged glances and looked at each other as if they were having a mental conversation. Bale and I simply sat and waited for their answer. They were about to answer, when I heard the sound of wings behind me, interrupted by a lightning strike. "And what kind of fight do you want to continue, especially on my territory?" A voice I knew well rang out. I turned around and saw a man who looked like Bale, but he looked older, and his eyes were blue, not red. I stood up and bowed. "Lord Raiden." "Hello Naruto." He nodded in response. "So what kind of fight were you planning to have?" "Naruto, you said that you had an agreement with the Lord," Bale hissed behind me. He was not lying and really had an agreement. Only it was about a visit from outsiders, but not about a fight. "I am still waiting for your answer. The thing is, when I returned to my world," I began to explain. "As I said, my father gave me a test. She had a fight against these two people. I told you about them, they were Satsuki and Itachi Uchiha." "Nice to meet you," he interrupted me, nodding to my companions. "I apologize for starting our conversation by scolding Naruto, but I am glad to welcome you to the domain of the Thunder Falcons. My name is Raiden. I am the head of the Thunder Clan. Thank you for your hospitality. Itachi stood up and repeated my bow. And now, with your permission, I will continue listening to Naruto's story, he said and turned his gaze back to me. So, I continued, although we were covered with a barrier so that we would not cause damage to the village, it did not give a 100% guarantee that we would not destroy anything. That is why I decided to transfer them here. I told you that I would do this to introduce you, but at the same time I decided to finish our fighting at about full strength. And did you not think that before conducting a battle of the scale that you describe, it is worth warning me? He narrowed his eyes, looking at me. I didn't think, my fault. I answered under the heavy sigh of my interlocutor. Here is a grown man, but he still hasn't learned to think ahead. Okay, have your fight, but only on the distant plateau. Of course. After the fight, I invite you to the guest chamber, we'll talk there. After these words, lightning struck Raiden and he disappeared. A moment later, I ducked, dodging the slap on the back of the head that Bale tried to give me. Life teaches you nothing. Wasn't one time enough for you? My partner scolded me. And what happened last time? Satsuki asked curiously. Send us to the distant plateau, I'll tell you on the way, Bale answered. We got up from the table and headed for the stairs leading to the exit from this platform. Here's the story. The Falcon began. Naruto felt the urge to practice the most destructive techniques. And it would be fine if he warned us, we wouldn't mind, but he decided to keep it a secret and go to that very distant plateau alone. At night. Very late at night. I understand that your awakening was not a pleasant one, Satsuki chuckled. That's putting it mildly, answered Bale. We woke up from a very strong explosion. What do you think our first thought was? An attack, Itachi answered immediately. True, we are not the only falcons. There are also fire and frost ones. And if our relations with the fire ones are still good, then with the frost ones. He sighed. The frost ones can't stand us and hate us. Unfortunately, for good reason. So we decided that the frost ones attacked us or arranged some kind of sabotage. We raised the garrison, activated the defense, and only after all the preparations, the intelligence reported that one person had an urge to train. Lord Raiden was very angry, and punished Naruto in a very interesting way. Oh, don't remind me of that, I involuntarily groaned. And what was the punishment? Satsuki asked. Do you know what a house of cards is? Asked Bale, and receiving a nod in response, continued, so, Naruto had to build a large house of cards, but lightning could strike him at any moment. And until he built this house, he had to starve. Those monsters put a bowl of ramen right in front of me, which you can't find here with fire during the day, and struck me with lightning every time I was close to completing my punishment. Since then, I can't look at cards without pain in my eyes, as I was told, and they told me this quite often, since these birds often now offer to play cards. By the end of my speech, I was already screaming slightly, not trying to contain my emotions. Those hundreds of destroyed houses still haunt me in nightmares. Yeah, I'm fed up, muttered Itachi, and Satsuki put her hand on Uzumaki's shoulder, trying to somehow support him. But there haven't been any more incidents like that, Bale noted with a shrug, until today. I didn't want to upset anyone today, I objected. Is that why I mentioned such an absolutely harmless and unnoticeable technique as the absolute Susanoo? The elder Uchiha casually noted. What, were you seriously planning to use it in sparring? He looked at him, quite surprised. Do you want me to die? Or to collapse from exhaustion? I just mentioned it like that, by the way. The brother and sister stopped, digesting my revelation. Satsuki stared at me. So you didn't want a large-scale battle using destructive techniques? Of course not, I exclaimed. We can easily kill each other. Of course, I have something to respond to the same absolute Susanoo, but why take it to such measures? I brought you here to introduce you to Raiden, and to show you some of my arsenal, which is only available in thunderstorms. Of course, I can create a thunderstorm anywhere, but it requires a lot of effort, and I don't want to ruin the mood of all of Konoha with bad weather. Then why did you pretend to be guilty in front of the Lord? Bale asked. Well, you know Raiden, he gets real satisfaction from scolding someone. I couldn't afford to deprive the old man of such pleasure. After this phrase, we came out to the distant plateau, which was a spacious, flat stone area, near which there were no buildings. Only rocks, in which craters of different sizes were clearly visible. Well, here we are, I cheerfully announced. Welcome to the most convenient testing ground for mass techniques. I spent a lot of time here. Yeah, and I damaged a lot of rocks, Bale commented discontentedly. Well, it's not my fault that they are so fragile. I was indignant. Let's stop arguing, suggested the calmest of those present, namely Itachi. Naruto, it seems you wanted to show us something. Well, I noticed, Naruto chuckled. Yes, you're right, I can control them. Of course, not enough to make figures out of them, but I can redirect the blow. There is something else interesting. Remember my Heavenly Thunder technique, which I used against Gaara in the tournament? Having received nods in response, he continued. Well, I improved it, now I can control where the lightning strikes. There is another interesting technique that Bale showed me. Heavenly Pursuit. Yes, show us something new, asked Satsuki, otherwise in the village you only showed unity and some strange fiery breath. By the way, what kind of breath was that? He learned this thanks to me, my call answered instead of me. As I told you, there are several types of falcons. And I am a descendant of two types, fire and thunder. Usually, if the parents are of different elements, then the offspring is born belonging to only one people. However, sometimes it happens that a child inherits the powers of both parents. This happens very rarely. Such falcons are called combined. As you probably could have guessed, I possess the powers of fire and lightning. I have heard of only a few such falcons. The most infamous was a very old falcon named Midir. Listen, Bale, I interrupted him, this is of course incredibly interesting, and for some reason you did not tell me about this Midir, but let's tell us this in a more favorable environment. It is not very convenient here. Let me show you why we are here, and then we can continue the conversation in the halls. Yes, indeed, my partner came to his senses. I got a little carried away. Let's begin. Pav Satsuki Uchiha. Well, I think we should start with, Naruto began, but suddenly he disappeared in a purple flash, and from behind, right in my ear, he said, Hiraishin. I reflexively hit him with my elbow back, but missed, since Uzumaki was no longer there. He was already standing next to Bale and smirking, looking at me. But the blow was unnecessary, he noted. It's your own fault, don't provoke me. And anyway, when did you manage to put a mark on me? Yesterday, when you pounced on me with hugs, this impudent man shrugged. So, now you can teleport to me at absolutely any moment. I was even a little indignant. How is this possible? At least ask permission. Yes, but so be it, I promise not to abuse this and not to teleport to you in the middle of the night for the sake of a joke. At least too often. I was about to say everything I thought about this. I don't even know what to call it. But my brother interrupted me. And did you by any chance put a seal on me? He asked. In response, Naruto disappeared again in a purple flash, appearing right in front of him. Itachi jumped back. Okay, you don't have to answer. Also, as I understand it, you've mastered lightning control. Something like this, he said, after which my new acquaintance, turning into a falcon, instantly flew into Naruto, whose eyes immediately lit up, after which he folded his hands into a concentration seal and said, Heavenly Pursuit. Oh, if only I could go back to the moment when I showed it to you, the aforementioned falcon said dreamily. Naruto clearly shuddered at his words. That's something I definitely don't need. What happened then? I asked, expecting another funny story. Oh, I wish I hadn't asked that. Naruto and Bale exchanged glances, nodded at each other, after which my teammate looked at me and smiled very ominously. My intuition immediately howled, and I jumped to the side, and a red lightning bolt struck the place where I had just been standing. But my intuition continued to scream, and I ran, pursued by lightning strikes. About 10 seconds later the pursuit stopped, and I stopped. Turning towards Naruto, Sharingan flashing, I immediately rushed at full speed towards Uzumaki, who was expecting something like this and had already started to escape. Bale stood to the side and laughed, watching my reaction, but I did not pay attention to him. Now I felt real anger. Not noticing anything around me, I chased Naruto, trying to catch up with him and strangle him. He just ran away and laughed, sometimes resorting to teleportation with lightning, which the falcons used. A couple of minutes later, I caught up with him and, jumping, knocked him to the ground, immediately began to deliver weak blows to his grinning face. Never. Again. Like that. Don't do it. I screamed between blows. But after a couple of blows, my anger subsided, and I calmed down. Better. He asked when I stopped hitting him. Better. I exhaled. But seeing how bruises began to form on his face, I looked down. Sorry. It's okay, I myself felt the same way, he answered, continuing to smile. I enveloped my hand in the green glow of the highway and began to move it over the face of the scarlet-haired, and I'm not afraid of this word, idiot. Having healed the bruises, I dispelled the technique. If you repeat this, you won't get off with simple bruises. And I won't treat you. I threatened him, and he continued to smile stupidly. Why do you have such a happy face? Yes, I'm just wondering when it will dawn on you what situation we are in now, he answered, smiling even more stupidly, although I doubted that such a thing was possible in principle. After these words, I realized that I was sitting right on him, hanging over his face. Blushing, I immediately stood up. Damn, how does he always manage to bring me to this state? Naruto stood up and, coming closer, hugged me. I missed you, he said quietly. I missed you too, I answered, immediately moving away and looking around. And where are we, by the way? I just now noticed that we were no longer on a plateau. We were in some kind of gorge, surrounded by rocks. I trained Hiraishin here, Naruto answered, that's why there are a lot of my marks here. I transferred us here the moment you jumped on me. Why? I asked. So that Itachi and Bale wouldn't witness the scene that just happened, he smiled. I'm sure that after that kiss before I left, your brother tortured you with teasing. Realizing how Ni-san would react to this, I sighed with relief. You have no idea how right you are. Thank you for your foresight. Actually, I can imagine, I used to live in the same house with Kiyomi. Naruto answered, becoming sad. Remembering my blonde, eternally cheerful friend, I also became despondent. There's no need to be sad now, Uzumaki tried to cheer me up, hugging me again, let's go back. Let's do it, I answered and felt myself shrinking into a point. How come I didn't notice this when I was moving here? End POV. Having moved back to the plateau, I immediately let go of Satsuki and headed towards the people who remained here. Well, how did you like the technique? I asked Itachi. Fantastic, he chuckled. Especially its consequences. Where did you run off to? Does it matter? The main thing is that you came back. Will there be anything else? Satsuki asked. Do you want anything else? No, that's enough, she shrugged. Well, no, so no. Then I think we should return to the halls. Lord Raiden is waiting for us. I say, give me your hands, I'll move you. Let's do it without me, Bale refused, I think I'll go to bed. Well, of course, so that you, and without sleep once every couple of hours. This has never happened before, I smile and dodge a weak fireball. Ha ha ha, how funny, Bale likes to sleep, the Falcon laughed sarcastically. Let's see you later. After these words he disappeared in a flash of lightning. Hey, he gets mad every time he is teased about being sleepy. Okay, it's time for us too. Give me your hands, I extend my hands to the Uchihas. And as soon as they take them, I move to the mark closest to Raiden's chambers. Appearing in the middle of the corridor, we scare a girl passing by. Damn it, Naruto, you again. She grumbled, you left. I was already happy, I thought that I would finally be able to walk normally along the corridors, not expecting that at any moment one Uzumaki could fall on you. Hey, forgive me Melina, it was an accident, I scratched the back of my head and smiled guiltily. I hear this every time, and every time the story repeats itself, how can this be? Can't you move around normally? She was indignant, and only now did she notice that I was not alone. Oh, and I didn't notice you at first. My name is Melina, and I was this man's neighbor while he lived here. And who are you? These are my friends, Itachi and Satsuki, I introduced them. Nice to meet you, she smiled, has he always been this unbearable? Yes, the Uchihas answered in chorus without thinking. Hey, I was indignant, I'm not unbearable. No, all three of them answered at the same time. I immediately dropped my shoulders and turned around. Well, that's it, you've offended me, I'm leaving you. No, she howled under my evil laughter. After a few seconds of silence, we all burst out laughing. And how does Bale even carry you? Melina asked a rhetorical question, having calmed down. Hooray, calm down. I heard Melina's joyful cry and the quiet laughter of the Uchihas behind me. I smiled too and returned to the company. No way, if you're so happy I'm leaving, then I'll stay and torment you forever. He's just as crazy, another voice is heard from behind us. I turn around and see another girl, very similar to the one standing next to us. Only if Melina had blonde hair and was dressed in burgundy, then this one had black hair and blue clothes. You've hurt me to the core, Katana, I answer her. She smirks. As if that'll change anything. Okay, that's enough, I pretended to be angry, since you don't like me so much, then we're leaving, Raiden is waiting for us. Okay, in that case, go, Melina answered. We passed the girls and were already approaching the turn when they called out to me. Naruto, I turn my head and Katana says, it was good to see you again. Likewise, I nod and continue walking forward. After a few seconds, I turn to the Uchiha. As Melina said, I was their neighbor. My room was opposite theirs. Melina and Katana are sisters. Raiden's daughters. It's fun with them. We noticed. Itachi noted. I see life here wasn't boring. When I wasn't busy training, yes. It's just a pity that this time was short. Okay, Raiden is probably waiting for us already. Let's go, it's not far. Chapter 33. A couple of minutes later, we approached the doors, behind which they were already waiting for us. The guest chambers are probably one of the coziest places here. The locals are generally quite unpretentious, and live peacefully in bare walls. But in this place the walls were lined with boards, there was comfortable furniture. In general, they tried to create maximum comfort for the guests. Near the far wall, next to the burning fireplace, Raiden sat in an armchair and looked into the fire, holding a glass in his hands, in which an amber liquid was splashing. Noticing the sound of the door opening, he turned around and, nodding in greeting, pointed to the 3 chairs standing next to him, in which we sat down. After a few seconds of silence, Raiden finally spoke. "So, you decided to give me the pleasure of scolding you, Naruto." He smiled slightly. Bale gave in. I answered the question with a question. "Who else?" My interlocutor shrugged. "But believe me, it was not of my own free will. I need to know how badly the plateau was damaged. So there is no need to be angry with him." "Yes, I am not angry." I repeated his movement. "What did you want to talk about?" "There is one topic that is important both for you and your companions. You know that we have a feud with the Frost Falcons, right?" He looked at the Uchiha. Receiving nods in response, he continued. "We have information that someone from your clan has contacted them." "What?" Satsuki was surprised. "Who?" "I don't know that. There is only information that he has eyes, which Naruto called Sharingan." "Do you know what he looked like?" I asked. "No, he was wearing a cloak, and his face was covered by a mask." "Was there one hole in the mask?" Itachi asked his question, like the rest of us, guessing who the Uchiha could be. "No, there were 2 eye holes." Contrary to our expectations, Raiden objected. "Just a smooth, white mask without any distinguishing features. The only thing we still know is that he introduced himself as Shin." "But there is no Shin among the living Uchiha," Itachi noted, "so either this is Obito's new name, or we finally learned the name of the second Uchiha from Akatsuki. But the question of how he was able to get here is still important. After all, as we were told, only those who have experience moving between worlds can get here. True, this means that this person has it. There is no other information about him. But this bothers me. As Naruto told me, the Uchiha specialize in fire techniques. And how he ended up with the frost ones, I have no idea. If our enemy, whoever it is, also masters ice at the same level as I master lightning, it will be very bad. We can't allow that." "And how are you going to do that?" Raiden asked me. "If he's smart, he won't show up anywhere. So what are you going to do? Storm the ice palace?" "Believe me, that idea is doomed to failure." "No, I haven't thought about that. But something needs to be done." "We can't do anything about it now," Satsuki said, interrupting my thoughts. "That means we need to knock out the rest of the Akatsuki. If there are no supporters left, Shin will have to get out to finish the job. And that means we need to hunt them down to eliminate them as quickly as possible." Easy said. "Hunt S-rank missing nin," Itachi noted. "We need a plan. We need to lure them out somehow. They hunt Jinchuriki, and in a certain order. The first target was Gaara." I nodded. "We can contact him so that he can be given a mission without an escort. Last time, of course, they attacked right in the middle of the village, but it seems to me that if he is alone, and also far from the village, the chance of an attack will increase." "It is risky, but it can work," Satsuki nodded. "We need to hurry. The sooner we start the hunt, the less time Shin will have." "In that case, it is time for us to go," I say, getting up from the chair. "Lord Raiden, thank you very much for sharing the information. I am in your debt. We will settle accounts yet." The head of the Falcons nodded. "Don't let yourself get killed, Naruto." "Don't worry, it won't happen," I grinned. "Thank you for your hospitality." Itachi said goodbye. I took the Uchiha by the shoulders and carried us back to Konoha. But at the planning stage of visiting the summoning world, I did not take one thing into account. And this mistake caught up with me a couple of seconds after appearing on the same training ground. A couple of seconds after our appearance, I was overtaken by a powerful blow that sent me flying. I crashed into a tree trunk and saw Kushina rushing towards me. Only in an extremely enraged state. Her eyes glowed with an ominous yellow light, her hair, divided into 9 scarlet tails, fluttered in the wind. And all this was flavored with the strongest yaki in my memory, and by the way, I communicate with Kurama. "You're screwed, remember the sun, here's a ray." "Thank you, I get it," I answered mentally. "Well, I hope I'll see you again. Nadezhda, that's all you have left now. Good luck, friend." The fox wished me at the end. I didn't have time to answer, because my mother caught up with me. And then there was pain. Pav Namikaze Seiji. Watching my mother explain what exactly Naruto was wrong about, I decided to share my greatest wisdom with the Uchihas. "Itachi, Satsuki," I addressed them, "if you see your mother in such a state, pretend that you are an interior item and quietly leave the scene. Follow your father's example." After this phrase, the youngest looked around and only now noticed that the Hokage was no longer at the training ground. "Let's follow the path of the wiser and more experienced and get out of here." Having finished the saying of wisdom, I immediately used Hiraishin and found myself at home, right next to my father. "Did you give advice to the newbies?" he immediately asked. Having received my nod in response, he breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, Uchihas shouldn't look at things like that, in case they open a new level of the Sharingan. End POV. I woke up lying in my room. My body ached, but no injuries were found. I got out of bed and went downstairs, finding my family all gathered together. Oh, you're already awake, Seiji was happy. You did it quickly. And how did you feel your mother's displeasure for the first time? An unforgettable feeling, I answered, smiling at Seiji, who received a slap on the back of the head from Kushina. I hope, she said, narrowing her eyes, that something like this won't happen again. Good, I won't disappear into thin air for half a day anymore. I raised my hands in a conciliatory gesture. Lesson learned. That's great, Mom smiled happily, clapping her hands. Now eat and tell me where you've been. Introducing the Uchiha to the world of summoning. And learned new information about the enemy. I answered, looking at my father. What? He immediately became serious. The masked man, the second one to attack the Uchiha. He also ended up in my summoning world. And he can master the power of ice. That's just what we needed. Minato sighed heavily. Who are you talking about? Seiji didn't understand. There is an organization that hunts for Jinchuriki, and its leader or someone close to him ended up in the same summoning world as me. And this is very bad. I briefly explained the situation to my brother. Do you have any plans? Asked my father, interrupting my mother, who was about to say something. Yes, I nodded and recounted our plan about Gaara. This could work, but we need to come to an agreement with Rasa. I will send him a falcon, we will receive an answer soon. Having listened to me, Minato said and teleported, apparently, to the residence. I was also going to go there, but Seiji grabbed my hand. Wait, can you tell me more about these enemies? Maybe I can help you somehow. I am not the same as I was in childhood, my father trained me conscientiously. Okay, I will tell you. But let's do it on the way to the residence. Time is of great importance now and it is not worth wasting it. I nod in response to my brother and head towards the exit of the house. Naruto, Seiji, if you don't come back, I'll be very angry. Mom threatened us, narrowing her eyes. Good luck. Thank you, we answered in unison and left the house. On the way, as I promised, I told him about Akatsuki and its members. Yeah, that's a problem. Seiji sighed, clearly imitating someone from Nara. But where did you get this information? I understand that you know about the organization itself, but such a detailed description of the abilities. I can tell you, but it's a very long conversation, so let me explain it to you when I have time. Agreed. Then let's hurry. We spent the rest of the way in silence. Finally, we reached the Hokage's residence and immediately headed to my father's office. Knocking on the door, I entered first, finding Minato sitting at the table and writing something. Raising his head at the sound of the door opening, he nodded and stood up from the table. Naruto, I sent a letter and expect an answer soon. For now, I just agreed on an audience with Rasa and Gaara. If the Kazekage agrees, then I will send you as Hiraishin directly to the outskirts of Suna. Seiji, what are you doing here? I'm going with him. As I understand it, you have already been introduced to the situation, and you will not change your decision. Minato did not even ask but rather confirmed. Yes, my brother answered firmly. Good, I hope you understand that the opponents are strong and will take this very seriously. You don't have to worry about that. Good, then we are waiting for an answer from Rasa. Father nodded and sat down at the table again, returning to his business. We left the office and sat down in the reception area. A quiet conversation began, with which we tried to brighten up the wait. A couple of hours later, an answer came, and Minato immediately called us to his place. So, the Kazekage has agreed to the meeting. I'll give you half an hour to get ready, after which we'll meet here, and I'll take you to Suna. Yes, my brother and I answered and both moved to our rooms at home. Quickly gathering my things, I moved to the entrance of the Uchiha house, afraid to teleport straight to Satsuki. Knocking on the door, I began to wait. Soon the younger Uchiha opened the door. Naruto, what's wrong? She was surprised. I'm going to Suna with Seiji. I explained. I'm with you. She immediately responded, already turning around to get ready. No, I say to her back, causing her to stop instantly. She turned her head towards me and stared at me. No, why? Do you think I'm not ready? That's not why. I shake my head. And why not? She turns completely towards me. I want someone I trust to stay in the village. Father is certainly strong, no doubt about it, but he will spend a lot of chakra to move Seiji and me to Suna. Besides, the two of us are enough to deal with the Akatsuki duo, but if something happens, we can calmly leave there as Hiraishin, taking Gaara with us. And if suddenly some pain attacks the village, it is better to have as many strong shinobi here as possible. If that's what you ask, then fine, I'll stay. Satsuki frowned. But just try to die there, I'll get you from the other side. You're already the second one to threaten me with this today. Don't be bored. Smiling, I wish her one last thing and moved to my father's office. It turned out that they were only waiting for me. So, are you ready? Minato asks a generally rhetorical question. Having received our nods, he grabbed us by the shoulders and a moment later we are already standing in the middle of the desert, next to a small rock on which the lighthouse is located. Father immediately leaned against the stone, breathing heavily. Suna is in that direction, he said, pointing to the east. You'll get there in 10 minutes. Ross's daughter will be waiting for you there. Good luck to you. After listening to the Hokage's parting words, we ran in the right direction, trying to get to Suna as quickly as possible. It was inconvenient to run on the sand, but the speed was still decent. Soon the rocks that served as the border of the hidden sand village appeared. Having reached the gate, we stopped and Tamari jumped off the gate in front of us. Greetings, she nodded. Father is waiting for you. The gate opened, and we followed her. Suna was exactly as I remembered it from my world. There were almost no changes. The same heat, the same round sandstone buildings with small round windows. The streets were not too crowded, everyone hid from the heat. I don't know why you came, but I think it must be serious, since Hokage-sama so persistently asked for an audience. Tamari started the conversation. Yes, the reason is serious. I answered. But it is still worth discussing it with your father and brother. Is it somehow connected with Gaara? She turned around. Yes, with him. Then let's hurry, she answered and, slightly accelerating, led us to the Cage's residence. A couple of minutes later, we reached our destination and, after knocking, entered the village ruler's office. Rasa was sitting at the table, dressed in his cage robes, but his face, unlike during the Chunin exam, was not covered. He sat with his arms crossed and looked at us with a heavy gaze. Gaara stood behind him, with his invariable reservoir of sand behind his back. Seeing us, he smiled and nodded in greeting. Tamari stood on the other side of her father. We approached the center of the office and bowed respectfully. Hello, Kage-sama, thank you for responding so quickly to our request for a meeting. I started the conversation. Hello, he nodded in response. I suggest we get straight to the point. I understand that something urgent has come up, since Minato-san so requested this audience. So, I'm listening to you. As you probably know, there is an organization of S-rank missing nin called Akatsuki. I began to explain. Yes, I know about them, and I also know that they are hunting for Jinchuriki. Gaara is their first target, since they will be collecting the tailed beasts in order. We have information that their leader is currently absent, gathering new power. We cannot allow this to happen, so we decided that we need to take this organization out of the game as soon as possible. And your son can help in this matter. You want me to play the role of bait, right? Gaara immediately understood what was going on. True. And you think I will agree to this? Rasa asked. That I will agree to use my son as bait for S-rank shinobi. Forget about it. Kage-sama, our idea was for you to give Gaara a solo mission away from your village. Understand, sooner or later Akatsuki will come for the one tail. They can easily show up right in the village, which will cause heavy losses among the civilians. If we set a trap for them far from the village, then nothing will hold us back, and we will be able to strike at full force. Believe me, we are capable of defeating them. If things get too dire, then we can use Hiraishin to escape. Do you have Hiraishin? Asked the Cage. We have Hiraishin, answered Seiji, emphasizing that even if something happens to one of us, the other will still be able to retreat. In that case, it becomes less risky. But it is still very dangerous. Are you sure you can handle it? He still doubted. When I was 12, I defeated the one tail before your eyes, even though it did not fight seriously, but it was still an achievement. And since then, I have become many times stronger. I'm sure your son hasn't stood still either. We'll manage. Okay, the Cage agreed after a short silence. If Gaara agrees, then I'll let you carry out your plan and give him a solo mission. I agree, the one-tailed Jinchuriki himself said immediately. They need to be stopped. Then let's get going. I smiled at him. It's time to let them know that they won't get the tailed beasts. Chapter 34. A couple of hours later, Gaara left the village. We decided that we shouldn't all go at once, so that we wouldn't be discovered ahead of time, so we gave him a kunai with our Hiraishin marks on it. As soon as he fed chakra into it, Seiji and I would feel it and immediately move to his aid. Also, if Gaara were suddenly captured quickly, and he didn't have time to warn us, Shukaku was in constant contact with Kurama and could call for help. So all we could do was wait. To my surprise, the wait wasn't long. Just an hour and a half later, Gaara gave us a sign. Seiji and I immediately jumped up and exchanged glances. Good luck, I wished my brother, and moved to the lighthouse. We found ourselves in the middle of the desert and immediately heard an explosion. The kunai was lying some distance from the battle. I looked around and saw a sand rain, arranged by Gaara, who at that time was maneuvering and dodging explosions of clay figures. Seiji, who had been meditating all this time to accumulate natural chakra, immediately ran to Sasori, who was on the ground. I called Bale. "Yo, Naruto, what did you call for?" The falcon asked his standard question, but heard the explosions and immediately became serious. "Unity?" he asked briefly. "Not yet. Do you see the blonde on the clay bird? His figures are vulnerable to lightning, so fly and cover the red-haired one." "I will go with my brother." Bale nodded, lightning struck, and now the falcon, from which sparks were pouring out every now and then, flies to Deidara. After watching him for a second, I turned away and ran to my brother, who was already dodging streams of poisonous weapons and a segmented tail, also covered in poison. I threw a kunai at the enemy. Shadow kunai clone technique. Many copies of the kunai appeared next to the kunai, from which the puppeteer had to jump back. In an instant, I was already near the kunai closest to the enemy, and a clot of lightning was already dancing in my hand. I did not reach it, but Shiden's extension caught him by surprise and damaged the puppet. A stream of lightning cut off one limb and touched the body. Sasori landed and a second later rushed towards us. Back in the village, Seiji and I both had Horizon beacons on all of our kunai, and so Seiji moved to another kunai and hit the puppet with a rasengan. But just before the blow, the cloaked figure exploded, throwing my brother aside. Sasori's real body emerged from the ground where the puppet had landed and shot a stream of flame at me. I dodged the attack, moving to Seiji and helping him up. "Are you okay?" "All live." At that moment, Sasori unsealed his trump card, the third cage puppet. And a few more puppets as cover. Iron sand began to fly out of the third one's mouth. But unlike the Sasori from my world, in this one he did not create geometric figures out of the sand, but began to spray it all over the area. Then I remembered his main danger. "Seiji, don't let this sand touch you and go away. Help Gaara, I figured out how to deal with this." "Are you sure?" "Run." My brother immediately moved to Gaara, and I turned to Sasori. The cloud of iron sand almost caught up with me, but I managed to create a cloak of Kurama's chakra, which did not allow the poisonous sand to touch me. Sasori narrowed his eyes and, releasing even more sand, began to create blades out of it at a minimum distance from me, with which he tried to pierce the cloak. I dodged, not letting the many blades touch me and tried to concentrate. But the puppeteer didn't give me time, starting to attack with elemental streams from his main body. I jumped to the side and, releasing 3 tails, wrapped myself in them. Taking advantage of the short respite, I quickly folded seals. FUNN, Great Wind Barrier. Iron sand was scattered in all directions, and I immediately created many clones, the creation of which no longer required seals. A second later, when the iron sand was about to close over us, the desert was illuminated by many bright red flashes. The clones and I began to quickly move to random kunai, confusing Sasori. He wrapped himself in an iron shield, and with the help of sand and the techniques of auxiliary puppets, began to destroy the kunai. I grinned and several clones appeared dangerously close to the third puppet and hit him with Shiden from different sides. I threw another kunai so that it flew over the remains of the enemy, began to fold seals. When the series came to an end, I moved to the thrown kunai and released a fire technique, finally destroying the puppet. At this time, the rest of the clones dealt with the other dolls and only Sasori remained, whose shield of metal sand fell off. I did not waste time and released fire destruction at him. The puppeteer did not lose his head and immediately called several puppets that had the element of earth and protected himself with a stone wall, from which a moment later many figures in cloaks flew out, who began to pour various techniques, throwing weapons and poison on us. There was no way to move to the side, the area of U200B damage was too large. And all the kunai on his side were destroyed. I had to move to one of Seiji's kunai. A red flash and here I am standing on the sand in the air and see a large clay bird flying at me. Quickly getting my bearings, I immediately release a small lightning from my open palm. Looking around, I saw the place of my battle with Sasori, and threw a kunai there, immediately multiplying it with the help of the technique. As soon as they flew to the right place, I teleported and created many clones. Some of them immediately threw kunai into the air to deal with the wooden crowd still hanging there, and the second remained to cover me from Sasori's attacks. In the meantime, I extended my hand, palm up, and began to spin the chakra, adding the element of lightning to it. A blue ball began to form in my hand, spitting sparks, and began to quickly gain size. The puppeteer clearly did not like this, so he tried to focus absolutely all attacks on me, but the crowd of clones coped with their task. Having completed the creation of the technique and enduring the pain from the discharges hitting my body, I nodded and several clones ran to Sasori, trying to protect themselves and not expose themselves to attacks. When the distance between them was reduced by half, I said, "Raiden, star." and threw the ball at the enemy. It quickly flew towards the puppeteer, lightning discharges shooting out of it every now and then. The technique was extremely unstable, so the clones running to Sasori diligently did not let him hit with a counter technique, either exposing themselves to it, or responding with the opposite element, neutralizing their effect. He, realizing that he would not be able to neutralize the technique on the fly, tried to run away. Well, good luck to you with that. Finally, the star completely destabilized and a deafening explosion was heard. Lightning, having lost the restraining factor, immediately began to strike in all directions at a great distance, and I only had to control that they did not hit me or my partners, who were already crushing Deidara. Finally, the series of bright flashes ended. I ran to the enemy's body to make sure that he was dead. To my surprise, he was still alive. Only his head, charred body and arm remained from his body. The container with his soul, heart or whatever it was, remained intact. Sasori turned his head towards me. He opened his mouth to say something, but I pierced the heart, I will call it that, with the spear of Shiden that came out of the palm of my hand. And then he stretched out his other hand with another spear to disable the dragon flying at me. Why haven't the three of them killed Deidara yet? Bale is there with his lightning. Sighing, he moved to Seiji. What's the problem? I ask right away. He always turns out to be an explosive clone. I'm not sure we've ever seen his real body. Learned something since our last meeting, I said and immediately jumped off the sand platform to get away from another bomb. Seiji simply moved to Gaara, who immediately created another cloud for him. Apparently, they had already worked on this moment. I threw the kunai as high as possible and moved to him. Kurama, can you feel it? I mentally asked my friend, falling down. I began to feel it when you killed that red-haired one. Apparently, they were friends, the fox responded, he is inside the bird on which his clone is standing. Thank you. Bale. Unity. The falcon, which had previously struck another clay clone with lightning, immediately flew up and hit my chest. Having created thunder wings, I flew towards the bird, from which another clone emerged. Bale's thunder breath. I exhaled a shaft of flame from my mouth, with red lightning running along it. The bird immediately began to flap, dodging the fire, but I can fly too. My breath touched the bird, and it immediately began to fall. The clone jumped off the bird, putting his hands in his pouches, clearly intending to create another one. He's inside the clone. Hit the clone, hit him. Kurama gave away Deidara's location. Taking a breath, I threw a kunai and, moving towards him, hit him with a Shiden. The clay clone opened up and the real Deidara fell out of it, having already created clay spiders in one hand, which he immediately threw at me. There was an explosion and I was thrown down by the blast wave and hit the ground. From below, I saw that he had already created a clay dragon with his other hand, and I stood on it, stopping his fall. But, busy with me, he stopped focusing on my partners, so he did not hold on to the dragon for long, he was literally swept off him by a stream of sand bullets. As a result, he fell not far from me, who was already rising. A kunai landed next to him, and a moment later Seiji appeared, with a rasengan already formed. Deidara didn't have time to replace himself with a clone, and my brother finished him off with a punch to the stomach. I stood up and Bale flew out of my stomach and turned into a human. Are you alive? He asked me. Not going to happen, I answered, finally standing up. I'd rather not fall like this again. Well, we've completed the task, 2 Akatsuki have been eliminated, Gaara said with a cheerful smile as he flew up to us. I hope you don't mind going to the end of the route together. Nukenin may be Nukenin, but the mission must be completed. Of course, Seiji answered. There's no point in moving back anyway. That's great. Listen, Naruto, why didn't you kill them right away? With your abilities, you could have done it. Zetsu. I'm sure he was watching this fight. It would be better if he, and therefore Obito, did not know about my full powers for as long as possible. Got it. And you were too lazy to switch to my mode. Kirma chuckled. Well, yes, that too, I did not deny. Activating the cloak was still unpleasant and my muscles constantly ached after it. During the rest of the mission, everything was calm, and we quickly returned to Suna, using Hiraishin on the way back. Rasa was already waiting for us there. How did it go? He asked immediately, approaching us. Successfully, my son answered him, 2 missing nin eliminated. Good. I expect a report as soon as you rest. I am grateful to you, he turned to us, for protecting my son. And now I believe you should return to your village. Of course, Kazekage-sama. Gaara, keep the kunai with you, if anything happens, call me. I bowed to Rasa and turned to Gaara. Seiji, can you handle the jump to Konoha? I can't handle the jump. He shook his head. Then you'll jump with me. I cheerfully proclaimed to his heavy sigh. I understood him well, after Hiraishin it gets bad if you're carried. Goodbye, Kazekage-sama, bye Gaara. Waving goodbye to the red-haired man, I grabbed my brother's shoulder and carried us to the entrance to the Hokage's residence. Quickly walking through the building, we reached my father's office. Knocking on the door, we entered. Minato, as always, was sitting at the table and sorting through some papers. Looking up, he saw us and stood up from the table. "How are you? Is everything okay?" he asked excitedly. "Completely fine," I answered. "We are fine, neither we nor Gaara are seriously injured, 2 Akatsuki members are dead." "Who?" "Sasori and Deidara." Minato nodded. "Well done, you did well. I hope we will be as lucky in the future. And now go home and rest, Kushina can't find a place for herself there. By the way, Satsuki is too," he smiled, looking at me. "What does she have to do with it?" I did not understand. "And they are going crazy together there," my father answered. By the way, he did not look very well. Apparently, 2 trips of such a distance had taken a toll on him, since he doesn't have nearly bottomless reserves of chakra like me. "Okay, I'll go calm them down," I nodded, turning towards the exit. "Let's go, Seiji." No, I'll probably go for a walk," my brother answered. "Do you want me to take the hit?" I grinned. "And not only that. Anyway, that's it, I have to go." After these words, Seiji teleported somewhere. I looked questioningly at Minato. "Yeah, he probably ran to his Ino." He waved his hand. "What does Ino have to do with it?" I've started asking this question a lot. "They're dating," my father explained. "Ah, I see. Does Seiji know that you and mom know about this?" I asked. Minato grinned and shook his head. As expected. "Okay, I'm going, see you tonight." I decided not to teleport home, but to walk. After all, lately there has been little time to just walk around, leisurely, enjoying the views. All the training. And the world of falcons is too gloomy, it does not encourage contemplation. I did not meet anyone I knew along the way, so I got home quickly. Opening the door, I went inside. "I'm home," I shouted. Quick steps were heard and I was immediately hugged. I answered, quickly noticing the color of the hair. "Mom, welcome back, son. Is everything okay? Where is Seiji?" "Everything is fine, my brother ran off somewhere, Dad assumes he went to Ino." "Oh, I see," Kushina said, letting me go. "It's okay, when he comes back, I'll explain to him why after dangerous missions you first need to visit your mother." After silently reciting a prayer for the repose of my brother to the laughter of the fox, I fell into the arms of Satsuki, who was standing next to her mother and waiting her turn. "I'm glad you're not hurt," she said quietly. "Me too," she chuckled softly and let me go. "Okay, we're done with hugging, now go get yourself in order," commanded my mother. "Yes," I smiled and went upstairs. Muffled voices could still be heard from below. "Satsuki, my dear, will you help in the kitchen?" "Of course, Kushina-san." I didn't hear anything else as I went into the bathroom. After a quick shower and tidying myself up, I put on my home clothes and went downstairs. Mom and Satsuki were already sitting at the table, and a slightly rumpled Seiji was standing at the entrance. "My dear brother, as far as I remember, you returned from the mission quite safe and sound. What was it that could bring down the great S-rank Nukkenen killer?" "As if you didn't know." Seiji grumbled quietly, so that Kushina wouldn't hear. Even Hashirama-sama wouldn't risk going up against my mother with a frying pan in his hands. "Thank you for the praise, my dear, but it seems to me that you haven't had enough of an upbringing. Would you like more?" Mom sang in an angelic voice. She heard. "Of course not, I've had more than enough. I think I'll go get myself in order." Having said this, my brother hurriedly left the kitchen. I quietly laughed and sat down at the table next to Satsuki. "Did anything interesting happen while I was gone?" I asked. "You were gone for about a day, nothing would have happened in that time," Uchiha chuckled. "Indeed, and it seemed like more time had passed," I smiled. "As I understand it, the mission was a success." "Yes. 2 red clouds dropped out. Anticipating your question, the puppeteer and the demolitionist." I answered, nodding. "Let's at least not talk about it at the table," Mom frowned. "Now the mission is complete, there won't be any in the near future. Let's just talk about something positive." "Good," Satsuki and I said in unison, also chuckled at the same time and, simultaneously turning our heads to each other, laughed. Kushina couldn't hold back her smile either. A couple of minutes later, Seiji came down to the kitchen and sat down at the table. Soon the food was ready, and we began to eat dinner, talking about all sorts of nonsense. Having finished dinner, we moved to the living room, and, sipping tea, continued to talk. We finished late in the evening when father returned. Satsuki said goodbye and went home, and Seiji and I wandered off to our rooms. We needed to rest, it had been a hard day. I was already in bed, thinking about the situation. Today we dealt the first serious blow to Obito. Deprived him of 1 combat pair. That's good, but what to do next? I have no idea what the enemy's next move will be. In the previous world, we met those two immortal guys, but I'm not at all sure that they will come to the fire temple here. Even though we saved Gaara and Shukaku, they will come for him again, and most likely, someone really serious will come, the same pain. Or he can come to us, and I'm not sure that I can convince Nagato to change sides again. Besides, Sasori and Deidara's pair came for Gaara, and where are the others? There are at least 4 more pairs. That is, they could have captured 4 Jinchuriki already. I hope father warned all the villages to take care of their tailed beasts. Although, who am I kidding, even if he warned, they simply won't believe him. There had been no kidnappings yet, Akatsuki hadn't really stuck their necks out before. And Zetsu probably reported that I was covering Gaara and that I was strong. They might decide to take me and Konoha out of the game with the whole organization. Why don't you attack them? Kurama suddenly asked. Take the Uchiha, Minato, Jiraiya, Tsunade as cover, a few falcons to help, and come to Pain in Hidden Rain with a not-so-friendly visit. I thought about it. Even though the plan sounds completely crazy, it might work. Especially if I don't hold back. And destroying the Akatsuki base will definitely make this Shin stop training and return to our world. You know, Kurama, you've come up with a surprisingly sensible idea, I told him. Surprisingly. The fox was indignant. I condescended to you, little human, and shared my wisdom, and you still dared to insult me. Just try asking for my advice again. Well, I didn't really ask, you said it yourself, I mentally shrugged. To be honest, I have no idea how it works, since I don't physically move, but Kurama sees or feels this movement. You dare to mock me too. The fox literally roared. You ungrateful. I didn't want to listen to the stream of his feigned insults and simply blocked our mental connection. But his idea is still worth thinking about and offering it to my father, it is quite interesting after all. But that's all tomorrow, and for now I can sleep. Chapter 35. The next morning I woke up earlier than usual. Having quickly put myself in order and dressed, I left the house through the window. I wanted to be alone for a while. As always, in such cases, my feet led me to the Hokage monument. Without going down directly to the faces, I simply sat down on the edge of the cliff, looking at Konoha and thinking about how to spend today. Thoughts did not enter my head at all. Was it ever different, stupid human? A rumbling voice rang out in my head, in which I could hear the offense. Are you still sulking about yesterday's phrase? I asked in a slightly tired voice. You understand that I didn't think of insulting you in any way back then. I only know that you simply didn't think yesterday, the fox answered. But so be it, I'll forgive you, stupid man. Thank you, oh great Kyuubi no Yoko. I smiled, adding a little reverence. But you could have been less sarcastic. Why are you sad? For 5 minutes now, you have been staring somewhere into the void. I am thinking what to do, Kurama. I sighed. How to win, and so that there are no victims. Your plan is interesting, but too risky. We may simply not find anyone there. The active phase of the Jinchuriki hunt has begun now, and all the deuces may be on missions. Although, you know, I have a pretty good idea on how to avoid this. And what is it? The forest asked lazily, but there was interest in his voice. Well, I won't tell you, you'll find out along with everyone else. You're very naughty, you know that. Of course, I'm trying on purpose. Okay, thanks for the help, I'm off to convey my brilliant plan to Minato. Jumping to my feet, I decided not to waste time on the standard descent from the monument, so I simply jumped into the void. And already in flight, I remembered that I actually had Hiraishin and I didn't have to jump. Slapping myself on the forehead to the laughter of the fox, I used the technique and collapsed onto my bed. After lying there for a couple of seconds, I got out of bed and went down to the kitchen, where I expectedly met Kushina. Good morning, she greeted me. Why are you looking so bright? I just jumped off the Hokage monument, I answered, sitting down at the table. Why? She looked at me in bewilderment. And what were you doing there anyway? I don't know, I just jumped off, I answered with a shrug. Let's say, what did you forget there? I was thinking about an idea that came to me yesterday before going to bed. You didn't come up with it. Kurama was indignant, but was successfully ignored. And what kind of idea is that? A voice came from the door. Turning around, I saw my father there. An attack on the Akatsuki headquarters, with the goal of incapacitating at least one of the leaders. Not the most sensible decision, Minato shook his head, sitting down opposite me. Too risky, no matter how strong you are. I thought about it, but let's talk in your office, because I know how much Mom doesn't like such conversations at the table. Finally, at least someone remembered it. Kushina exclaimed, putting plates of food in front of us and sitting down at the table herself. Breakfast was held in a relaxed atmosphere. Seiji never came down, and Mom said that he went to Mount Myoboku early in the morning. After breakfast, Dad and I went to the residence. Sitting down at his desk, Minato folded his hands in front of him and stared at me intently. Come on, tell me what you came up with. Anyway, like I said, I wanted to attack the Akatsuki base in Hidden Rain. Naturally, I wasn't going to do it alone, since I really don't have enough strength. But if I had the cover of other strong shinobi, then it would be fine. And who did you want to take? Satsuki, Itachi, you, Jiraiya, Kakashi and some medic just in case. So, you want to leave the village practically without strong shinobi. Are you out of your mind? If someone finds out about this, they can easily attack and Konoha will have nothing to respond with. Have you thought about that? What if their headquarters is empty at that moment? What if the headquarters isn't there at all? Your questions are fair, and I asked myself the same thing. First of all, of course we won't go on the attack right now, without any reconnaissance, without a plan. Jiraiya could do that, he's a professional spy after all. Besides, you have a common summoning, thanks to which you'll be able to quickly exchange information. We can move there using Hiraishin, and leave using it, so the operation could take a maximum of 2 days. During that time, even if someone manages to find out about your absence from the village, they'll hardly have time to do anything. Okay, that sounds more like a plan. But it's still risky. We can't rely solely on your knowledge. Many things can be different in this world. That's exactly why I want to knock Akatsuki out of the game as soon as possible. Before they gather a large number of tailed beasts and declare another world war. I've already seen it once, and I don't want to see it again. We need to at least disable Pain so that Obito can come out of the shadows and start acting personally. But it's better to wait until at least part of the organization gathers at headquarters, so we can eliminate even more red clouds. And for this we need reconnaissance. Okay, I agree with you. Minato nodded. You're right, time is against us. And then there's this unknown Shin, who's gaining strength from the Ice Falcons. I'll contact Jiraiya. Tell him about Pain's abilities and personality. I told my father, this isn't an operation where hiding information is possible. Good. Do you approve of the squad's composition? Yes, but I'd also add Seiji. He's strong enough for this operation. I don't argue with that, but it's also better not to leave the village completely unprotected. That's also true. In that case, go, I'll prepare everything. Good. I'm waiting for the reconnaissance results. Leaving the office, I headed to the Uchiha. They should be warned about the upcoming adventure. So your idea is to keep in touch via summoning and banal reconnaissance. You don't have to hide it, there's nothing wrong with that. I know, but I have to piss you off somehow, otherwise you'll completely wither away here. You know, sometimes I hate you so much that I'm surprised I haven't killed you yet. But I know why. Without me, you would simply be bored. And it amuses me that you still sometimes pretend that you don't care about me. So I can tell you any crap, you still won't kill me. Go to hell, that was a rhetorical question. The fox cursed and closed the connection. Chuckling, I continued on my way. Soon I reached the Uchiha's house and knocked. Itachi opened the door. Hello, Naruto. He smiled sparingly. Are you here to see Satsuki? To see you both. Will you let me in? Sure, come in. I'll call Imouto now. You go to the living room for now. Having said this, the elder Uchiha went somewhere deeper into the house. I headed to the living room and sat down there. I didn't have to wait long and a minute later my brother and sister were sitting next to me, looking at me attentively. I came to offer you an adventure, a risky one. Very. I said right away. What? Satsuki asked with interest. The attack on Hidden Rain. I smiled, seeing the surprise in the Uchiha's eyes. And I began to tell the details. Interesting, and very dangerous. Itachi summed up, having listened to me. But it could work. You already included us in the squad, right? Of course. It's funny that you signed us up for a squad to attack a whole damn village without our knowledge. Satsuki couldn't hold back her emotions. And if we hadn't agreed? And was that a possibility? He raised an eyebrow in surprise, looking at the girl. No, she answered, dejected. Which is what had to be proven, I smiled. Let's put jokes aside for a while, Itachi interrupted our conversation. Naruto, the plan is not bad, but one question worries me. What are we going to do with the civilians? Civilians? I didn't understand. You say that the cloud base is located in the middle of a megacar. That is, there are many civilians there who are at risk. Besides, Pain is the current leader of his country. If we attack the village, this could be misinterpreted by the leaders of other countries. This could lead to tragic consequences, up to and including a world war. I didn't think about that side of the issue, I answered thoughtfully. This question should be asked of my father, and preferably sooner rather than later. I think he understands that too, but it's better to warn him anyway. Then I'll go see him, Itachi said, standing up. There was still something we should discuss with Hokage-sama. Good luck, his sister wished him. A minute later, we were alone. You can't sit still, can you? She smiled. You got back less than a week ago, and you've already caused a stir. It's not us, it's life, I shrugged. I'd be happy to just rest a little, but I have to act. Rest while Jiraiya-san gathers information. Satsuki said, sitting down next to me. As I understand it, you hardly left the training grounds while you were in the summoning world. You need rest too. Especially psychological rest. Especially since you've only just finished a fight with S-rank shinobi, even elite jonin are entitled to a week off for that. You know, you're right, I smiled. I don't think I'll be resting the entire time I'm gathering information, but this week is fine. By the way, this also applies to you. I heard that you weren't slacking off here either. That's true, she grinned. I stood up and extended my hand to her. Let's go for a walk. I spent the entire next week with Satsuki. We walked, relaxed, talked, but we couldn't do without training at all. They had become too deeply embedded in our lives to simply give them up, so we had a couple of sparring sessions, but without fanaticism, you could say, as a warm-up. After this peculiar vacation, we returned to more intense training with Itachi and Kakashi, who was brought up to speed. I also often called on Bale, Melina and Katana, whom I decided to take in the reign. Bale was up for any fight, but the girls had to be bribed. And so, the whole company worked on teamwork, talked about our capabilities, because the fight was coming up serious and now was not the time to spread secrets. 2 weeks after the training began, Anbu appeared at our training ground. Hokage-sama is calling for you, he announced and immediately disappeared. We exchanged glances. Well, it seems the time has come, I said. Let's go as a group, let's hear what Jiraiya-san managed to get. 10 minutes, and here we are standing in my father's office, next to whom stood the Toad Hermit. Minato silently examined our friendly ranks, and the old man smiled openly. My godson has assembled a good team. He even captured girls, and what girls? Well done, I'm proud of you. The Sannin greeted us loudly and even gave me a thumbs up. I knew the Falcon sisters well, so I imagined how they would start to boil over from this, so I tried to quickly bring the conversation to a serious channel. Jiraiya-san, let's do without your jokes now, please. There is no time for them now. He was about to feign indignation, and I can even imagine his argument that this was not a joke, but the pure truth, but I interrupted him. You can joke after the operation. Minato silently clapped his hands, glad that someone had finally managed to shut his teacher up. Naruto is right, there is not much time now. Jiraiya-sensei, what were you able to find out? Not as much as I would like. There is one serious difference from your story, and that is that Pain's base is not in the middle of the hidden rain, but at a small distance. This even makes our task easier, Itachi noted, we don't have to think about collateral damage on the part of civilians. That's true, but the base itself is well protected. There are many barriers above it, as well as that rain sensor technique you told us about. I didn't go under it so that they wouldn't discover ahead of time that we were watching them, so I sent toads there. The barrier only let through the most ordinary ones, but I managed to find out something. I saw that 9-eyed statue. How many eyes are open? I immediately asked. 4. Damn, I cursed. That's what 3 weeks of essentially inaction means. I also saw Pain. Here your stories do not match at all. Nagato is walking around in his real body, and incredible strength is felt in him. This is bad. In his own body, he is stronger than when his strength is scattered across 6 bodies. I will take Nagato on myself and no objections will be accepted. Is there anything else important? I asked our scout. Almost the entire Akatsuki is at the base now. Apparently they had some kind of meeting that required personal attendance. The composition is the same, with the exception of Orochimaru. He is also among them. I did not see only 2 Uchiha there. It is worth keeping in mind that the masked man can also appear at any moment. Satsuki added. Nothing else is important. Thank you, Jiraiya-san, you brought a lot of useful information. Did you leave the kunai near the base? Of course, who do you take me for? The Sannin was indignant. I suggest we gather strength today and attack tomorrow, Minato said, ignoring the hermit's antics. I second that, Kakashi nodded. It's worth restoring our chakra after today's training. Before we part, there is one more question. I said. Father, we will need a medic just in case, and a capable medic. Have you chosen any candidate? Yes, she was your classmate. Haruno Sakura is a student of Shizune Kato and quite capable. Tsunade is in the village. I was surprised. No, only Shizune. Minato shook his head. Good. Then the meeting is tomorrow at 7 a.m. in my office. Rest, we will need all available forces. Yes, we answered in chorus and left the office in a friendly crowd. Standing at the residence, we all said goodbye and went home. I called off the Falcons, having previously agreed that I would call them on the spot. At home, my mother was already waiting for me, standing in the kitchen and cooking something. Sometimes it seems that she never leaves the kitchen. "Hello, how was training?" she asked. Jiraiya-san returned from reconnaissance. I said with a sad smile. Mom froze and turned to me. "Back?" she asked weakly. "So you're leaving for this mission soon?" "Tomorrow," I confirmed. And I was so hoping that it would be as late as possible. She sighed. "Naruto, please be careful. Don't take unnecessary risks. And don't even think about dying. I can't go through that again." Unable to control her emotions, she came up to me and hugged me tightly. We stood like that for a few minutes until my mother pulled away. "You should prepare properly, so I won't distract you anymore." Smiling at Kushina, he went to his room. She was right, it was worth preparing properly. The whole family gathered at the table in the evening. Even my father returned early, leaving all the work to advisor Shikaku. The whole evening we didn't think about tomorrow and just rested our souls and bodies. I fell asleep almost instantly that evening. Waking up early the next morning, I quickly had breakfast and put on all my combat gear. After quickly checking that everything was in place, listening to Kushina's final instructions and waiting out another hug, my father, brother and I moved straight to the office. Jiraiya and Kakashi were already waiting for us there, having finally arrived on time. A couple of minutes later, Itachi and Satsuki arrived. Sakura was the last to enter the office, clearly timid from so many high-ranking shinobi. Minato, having looked over our ranks, began to speak. "So, everyone is here. We all know what awaits us today, so I think we can skip unnecessary instructions. We are all professionals, so let's quickly do our job and return home. And now Naruto will transfer us to the outskirts of the enemy base. Good luck to everyone." I stretched my arms out to the sides. Everyone present in this room, except for Seiji, who smiled approvingly at us, silently wishing us luck, grabbed me. I concentrated and activated the transfer. A bright red flash lit up the office. And a second later, only Seiji remained in the office, looking at the place where the shinobi squad had just stood. "I hope that everything will end well. Father, brother, please come back alive." Chapter 36 Part 1. P.S. We are all a little manga at heart. A red flash lit up a small cave, and when the light went out, a group of 7 people were standing in the middle of it. A young guy with red hair immediately sank to the ground, trying to catch his breath. "I didn't think it would be that expensive," he exhaled, causing a quiet chuckle from a tall blonde man in a white cloak. "A jump across the entire country with 6 passengers. I would have already fallen with chakra exhaustion from that, so you got off easy. But jokes aside, Jiraiya-sensei, how far is the cloud headquarters from here?" "A couple of kilometers to the east," the white-haired old man answered. "The border of the sensory rain begins a kilometer from the base." "I see. While Naruto is coming to his senses, it's time to distribute the roles." "Wait, father, let me first call the rest of the squad, so that we don't have to repeat it later." "Okay, summon." The Hokage nodded. Naruto, without getting up, made several seals. Summoning technique. A cloud of smoke appeared, which quickly dissipated, revealing 3 more people. "Naruto, how are you?" one of them immediately asked, with the same red hair as the one who summoned him. The girls simply moved away, standing by the wall of the cave, and carefully watched what was happening. "I will live. Since everyone is here, I will continue." Minato attracted attention. "Jiraiya, you have penetration. You know the area better than anyone. We must not be noticed for as long as possible." "It will be done," the Sannin smiled. "Naruto, you have Nagato." "I'm with him," added Bale. "Good. We should distribute the rest of the enemies. You all know the abilities of these shinobi, so you clearly understand what you will face." "I'll take Orochimaru," Jiraiya immediately spoke up. "Logical," Minato nodded. "The rest?" "Kisame," Itachi answered briefly. "I will help," Satsuki answered just as briefly. "Paper Angel," Melina and Katana said at the same time. "She is not the only one who can fly." Then Kakashi and I are left with the immortal duet. "Sounds acceptable. Don't take unnecessary risks. If you feel like you're losing, retreat. Try to help each other if possible." "Hokage-sama, what should I do?" Sakura asked. "Kakashi will set up a small headquarters not far from the base. You sit there and don't stick your head out. If one of us is seriously injured, he will run to you. Don't get into a fight. I know you're capable, but this is not your level." "Yes." Sakura nodded briefly. "Any more questions?" Minato looked around his squad. Naruto, who had already come to his senses and was standing next to Bale, the Uchihas, brother and sister, who had not said a word except for choosing a target, and were focused on the exit from the cave. The teacher and student, also remaining calm. 2 girls, smiling with anticipation, expecting a good battle. And a young medic nin, who had gotten into such a serious mission for the first time, but had coped with her excitement. My son has put together a good squad, Minato noted in his mind, smiling. Since there are no questions, then we are moving. Everyone rose from their seats and followed the Hokage to the exit from the cave. The eternal rain of these lands immediately fell on them, but no one noticed it. Everyone was focused on their task. Soon they reached the right place. Jiraiya, who was in hermit mode, raised his hand. The sensory rain begins in 100 meters. I suggest we set up our impromptu infirmary here. Kakashi. The Sannin turned to Hitaki, who nodded understandingly and made several seals. Goten. Soil break. A quiet hum was heard, and a small descent appeared near them. They went down and found themselves in a dark stone room, which was surprisingly warm and dry. Kakashi lit a fire, which was not so easy to put out, in places prepared in advance. Sakura found a table on which she put a scroll in which all the things the medic needed were sealed. Naruto, not moving far from the entrance, began to fold the seals. Everyone, come here and drop some blood on your palm, he commanded. The other shinobi approached him, taking out their kunai. As soon as he had all the samples, he slapped this palm on the floor, saying, Fuinpo, protective barrier. Now only we can enter here safely. The rest will have to fight their way. Sakura, give me your hand. The girl obeyed, and Naruto again folded several seals and put his hand on the wrist. A small ligature of black symbols appeared on it. If they find you and start breaking through the barrier, feed chakra into this seal and everyone connected to this barrier will understand that you need help. Thank you, Sakura nodded gratefully. Now let's get out, S-rank shinobi are waiting for us. Naruto said with a smile, and everyone smiled. Having left the medic nin and found themselves in the rain again, they looked towards the enemy base. Sensei, Minato said after a short silence, your way out. Jiraiya nodded and summoned 3 toads. One of them was unfamiliar to anyone, but the other 2 immediately jumped on his shoulders. Jiraiya-chan, is it time? Asked one of the toads. Yes, Fukasaku-sama. Everyone touch me, he commanded briefly. As soon as everyone touched him, the toad opened its mouth wide and sucked everyone inside. They found themselves inside a small room, all surfaces of which were covered in toad flesh. Jiraiya sat down and concentrated. The others sat down too, waiting for the command. We've reached the base. No one in sight yet. Moving towards the main hall. A few more minutes of waiting and Jiraiya jumped up. We've been discovered. Grab it, quickly. He didn't have to repeat himself twice and everyone immediately grabbed him. A second later they were already standing in the middle of a gloomy corridor, and in front of them stood a man with long black hair and purple pigmentation around his snake eyes. He grinned. And there are many of you. Orochimaru wanted to say something else, but Jiraiya immediately ran into him, leading him away from the rest of the team. A piercing sound of an alarm sounded throughout the building. The Sannin broke through the wall and disappeared behind a veil of rain. Forward, Minato commanded and the squad rushed after the Hokage. Half a minute later they heard screams. Who the hell turned on this fucking alarm? Let me fucking sleep. Hidan, Naruto immediately voiced the enemy's name. Kakuzu is most likely nearby too. Minato and Kakashi nodded and separated from the squad, running towards the voice. Soon the rest of the squad ran to the main hall. In the middle of the room was a giant statue with 9 eyes. 5 were open. Under it lay the body of a man in a blue yukata. 3 people were standing near him. Utakata recognized Naruto's body. Damn. The Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed fox, said a man with red hair covering one eye. He was dressed, like everyone else present, in a black cloak with red clouds. His eye glowed with a purple light. How lucky that you came to us yourself. We won't have to run after you. Take care of the others. He commanded Kisame and Konan. They immediately ran to meet the Uchiha and the Falcons. They, deciding not to interfere with Naruto and Bale, ran back into the corridor. I wouldn't say I'm glad to see you, Nagato. And where is Madara? Hiding in the shadows as always. Naruto smiled sadly. You know a lot, he noted. Too much. Where did you get it from? It doesn't matter anymore, the Jinchuriki waved his hand. You won't need this information anymore. Then I'll find out later. Having said these words, Nagato ran at Naruto, creating a Kuroibu in his hand. If anything, this is what Nagato's chakra receivers, which were stuck into Pain's body. If you remember, Tendo calmly used them as a weapon. The Jinchuriki, having taken a katana out of the seal, ran lightning through it and also ran at the enemy. Bale, having turned into a falcon, flew up, sending lightning at Nagato. The owner of the Rinnegan grew a 3rd arm on his back, with which he tried to absorb the technique, but the lightning ignored the absorption barrier and struck the additional limb. Nagato, clearly not expecting this, jumped back onto the wall of the room. I see, he said. So you came from another world. Then I understood where you know so much from. Naruto smiled and jumped after the enemy, trying to impose close combat on him. Nagato knew that he couldn't fight such an opponent and dodge lightning at the same time, so he broke through the wall and jumped out into the street, causing Naruto to smile. Oh, you shouldn't have gone out into the rain. Having said that, he jumped after him. Orochimaru, why did you join Akatsuki? Jiraiya asked when they were some distance away from the base. I wanted to, the snake smiled. You can't say, the toad Sannin nodded. Well, it's high time to end this confrontation, old friend. At least we agree with you on something. Having said these words, Orochimaru immediately folded his seals. Jiraiya repeated the same series. Summoning technique. A two-voice cry rang out. A huge cloud of smoke formed, quickly washed down by the rain, revealing a huge red toad with a pipe in its mouth and an equally huge purple snake. Orochimaru, did you call me to fight this toad again? I'm tired of it, let's do it myself this time, okay. Manda grumbled. I'll make up for the effort you spent, you know that. While the snakes were squabbling, Gamabunta jumped, raising his sword. Manda, who noticed this in time, immediately crawled to the side, throwing himself at the toad that was so annoying him. But the white-haired one stopped him, kicking his head off. Orochimaru had already made a series of seals by this time. Kaden, fire breath of Kagutsuchi. A wave of white flame went towards the toad, which, despite its size and durability, did not want to fall under a technique of such power, jumped to the side, spitting out a huge water core. From the clash of techniques of such a scale, the entire field was covered in scalding steam. But the Sanins, not paying any attention to it, continued the fight. Orochimaru extended his arm forward, trying to hit Jiraiya in the air while he was in the air, but one of the toads extended its tongue and, having caught on one of Manda's protruding horns, changed the direction of its flight, pulling the white-haired man out from under the attack. The second, holding the seal of concentration, spat out a large stream of oil, dousing the snake and the scientist. Kaden, flame shots. Jiraiya released several fire projectiles, hoping to ignite the easily flammable oil, but both snakes were able to dodge the attack, and Orochimaru, deciding not to take unnecessary risks, folded a short series of seals. Futon, wind barrier. A wave of wind hit from it in all directions, freeing them from the oil. Your godson came up with a good technique, ku. The snake Sannin laughed. Gamabunta, taking advantage of the distraction, struck Manda's tail with his sword, but he noticed the threat at the last moment and managed to dodge the sword, counter-attacking with his tail. The giant toad managed to put its sheath under the blow, but still moved away from the force of the blow. How you all piss me off. Manda grumbled, and opening his mouth, he released a green cloud towards the enemy. Jiraiya-chan, don't let this cloud touch you, Fukusaku immediately warned. I figured it out myself, Jiraiya answered shortly. There's no need to cover me, prepared Toad Song. Jiraiya-chan, don't force us, Shima exclaimed, but Fukusaku quickly interrupted her. Now is not the time. Okay, you know what to do. The Toad Sannin nodded, looking at his friend and enemy. He was standing on Manda's head and grinning. Futon, gust of wind. Jiraiya created a wind without seals, scattering all the poison. Orochimaru, taking advantage of the moment, folded a series of seals. Snake wave. Thousands, tens of thousands of snakes poured out of his sleeves and crawled towards the toads. Jiraiya jumped on Gamabunta and he jumped back, releasing another water core. The snakes were scattered in all directions, but the main stream continued on its way. The toad Sannin released a large stream of fire, burning this wave of reptiles, creating a smoke screen from thousands of burning bodies. When he interrupted this enemy attack, he looked at Manda and saw that Orochimaru was no longer there. Realizing what was going on, the white-haired man created a rasengan, filling it with natural energy and carefully monitoring the surroundings. Manda, ignoring the burning small snakes, made another throw, from which Gamabunta jumped back, and from the small snake, which still reached the huge toad, Orochimaru jumped out, holding his blade in his hands. Jiraiya, not without the help of the sensory system of the hermit mode, managed to notice the attack and threw a rasengan at the enemy. If natural energy can stabilize the Rasengan so much that it can be thrown, then why can't it stabilize a regular Rasengan? Besides, Boruto knows how to throw a Rasengan. The snake Sannin, who did not expect this, was forced to interrupt the attack so as not to fall under this technique. Something new, he grinned. The white-haired one, once again ignoring the enemy's phrase, released a wave of thorns from his hair at him. The snake Sannin immediately jumped high up, releasing a new wave of white flame. Jiraiya, realizing that he had no choice, recalled Gamabunta, and his hair caught on Manda's horn, attracting himself to him. How fucking annoying you are, he cursed and released a new wave of poison towards the Sannin flying towards him. He managed to get his bearings and stretched out his hand towards the cloud of poison. Futon. Vacuum ram. A powerful gust of wind instantly dispersed all the poison and hit the snake's face, causing it to fall to the ground. Jiraiya, who had let go of Manda's horn an instant before the blow, landed on the ground. That's it, Orochimaru, I'm completely fed up with this. Sort it out yourself. Having delivered a tirade, the huge snake disappeared, causing the snake Sannin to sigh heavily. Pulling himself to the ground with his stretched out hand, avoiding the ground burning from his technique, he landed opposite Jiraiya. Not a bad fight, my slippery friend. For the first time in the fight, the white-haired man addressed his enemy, but it's time to end this. You're right, said Orochimaru, preparing to make a seal, but both Sannin were distracted by a real storm that was playing out nearby. Storm clouds, now and then torn apart by flashes of red lightning, spread right along the ground, covering a huge area. Explosions and crackling lightning could be heard from there every now and then. They got pretty far there, Jiraiya chuckled. The toads sitting on his shoulders finally finished preparing and began to sing. Orochimaru, who was also looking at the storm, flashed a look of fear and stretched out his hands, trying to stop the small toads, but Jiraiya was on guard and stopped these attempts. A few seconds later, Orochimaru fell, succumbing to the toad genjutsu technique. Jiraiya sat right on the ground, wiping sweat from his forehead. Fukasaku-sama, Shima-sama, thank you for your help, he exhaled. Hearing an explosion not far from him, he looked up and saw a powerful explosion from which lightning struck. You should hurry, Jiraiya-chan, maybe someone out there needs help. You're right, he said, getting to his feet. He walked up to the snake Sannin's body and smiled sadly. But it could have ended differently. Goodbye, old friend. He began to fold the seals, intending to destroy the body, but suddenly felt his wrist begin to burn. Slightly distracted by this, he interrupted the series and then heard a hissing, painfully familiar voice behind him. Goodbye. Minato and Kakashi rushed through the corridors of the Akatsuki base, focusing on the incessant stream of obscenities. Soon they came across a gray-haired man holding a blood-red scythe with 3 blades. Who the fuck are you? He asked. Are you the one who keeps me from sleeping? I'll sacrifice you to Jashin, Ski. Minato, without exchanging phrases with him, threw several of his signature kunai at Hidan. He easily parried them with his scythe, and at that moment a yellow flash lit up the corridor and the Hokage tried to hit the gray-haired man with the already formed rasengan. But he was forced to immediately move to the side to avoid an attack from a fist hanging on threads growing from the hand of another Akatsuki member. Minato Namikaze, 4th Hokage, Konoha's yellow lightning, price per head 500 million ryo. Hitaki Kakashi, copy ninja, price per head 300 million ryo. I'm lucky today, Kakuzu's low voice sounded. You again with your fucking money, Kakuzu, let me at least sacrifice someone. At least that gray-haired one. As if you can do it. These two are too tough for you alone. Minato, taking advantage of the enemy's squabble, stood in place, not moving at all. Kakashi, who knew his teacher and his fighting style well, was also in no hurry to act, giving his sensei time. What did you steal there? Out of their league. I'll kill them with one hand. You think you're a big deal. Listen, why are these guys standing there not moving? They usually attack by now. Shit, Hidan, shut up. Kakuzu couldn't take it anymore and attacked them from underground with his hands on strings. But the Hokage, who had managed to enter the hermit mode, instantly moved to one of the kunai near the gray-haired man and hit him with his fist. Hidan managed to put his scythe under it, but he was still carried away to the side and, having broken through the wall, the cursing immortal flew out into the rain. At least someone shut him up. Kakuzu sighed with relief, dodging Kakashi's Chidori. For a moment, releasing the fire mask from behind his back, he released a wave of flame, from which Hitaki jumped to the side. The corridor immediately became unbearably hot. Minato, taking advantage of the fact that the immortal was busy with Hitaki, threw a kunai behind his back and moved with a rasengan already twisted in his hand. A second mask crawled out of Kakuzu's back and released a powerful gust of wind, throwing the Hokage, who did not expect this, into the same hole where Hidan flew. The treasurer of the organization looked at Kakashi with his unusual eyes and 4 masks crawled out from behind his back at once, and released streams of all the elements at him, except for earth. Hitaki, realizing that at this rate there wouldn't even be ashes left of him, immediately used a substitute, finding himself next to the teacher, who had a small piece of wood prepared in advance. He appeared and immediately blocked the scythe's blow with a kunai. Kakashi channeled lightning chakra into the kunai, and the lightning went along the scythe, but stopped at the rope to which the scythe was attached. Hidan yanked the rope, pulling the scythe towards himself and knocking the kunai out of Kakashi's hands and jumped back, dodging Minato's blow. Are you fucking so nimble? Hidan hissed through his teeth, distracted for a second by a stream of white flame somewhere in the distance and received another blow from Minato, sending him flying again, this time upwards. Without interrupting the combination, the Hokage threw several kunai upwards, moving towards them and instantly striking. Having reached a great height, the blonde appeared above Hidan and sent him down with a powerful kick, forming a technique in his hand. The wind began to whistle above his palm, forming a bright white ball from which waves of wind emanate, forming a kind of shuriken. Futon. Rasen shuriken. Having said the name of the technique, Minato threw it at the immortal enemy, who could not dodge it now. But he was saved again by his partner, who reached the battle site and pulled the gray-haired man out from under the attack. The technique hit the ground, forming a sizable crater. Fuck, that was dangerous, Hidan cursed, looking at the result of the technique's impact. Don't get caught like that again, Kakuzu said in a calm voice. Minato moved to Kakashi, carefully looking at the opponents. Kakuzu's tactics are different from the one Naruto told him. He does not pull out his dolls, preferring to keep them in himself. And I also lit up Rasen shuriken. Enough chatter already, Kakuzu said, sending a huge, electrified water wave at the Konoha men. Minato grabbed Kakashi and threw one of the kunai as high as he could, moving towards him when it reached its peak height. Hitaki finally raised his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan to the world. Minato, far from the first time fighting alongside his student, immediately released a wave of wind, sending the copyist flying at a rapid pace. He activated his Chidori and extended his hand forward. Namikaze threw a kunai after his student, teleported to the mark he managed to leave on Hidan while striking him during the previous combination, grabbed him by the shoulder and moved to the kunai he had thrown earlier. Kakashi swung his hand, cutting off the gray-haired man's head. Minato grabbed the enemy's head and the student's hand and disappeared in a yellow flash, an instant before the lightning sent by Kakuzu caught up with him. The renegade immediately understood where they appeared by the stream of obscenities that escaped from his partner's mouth and ran there before something irreparable happened. Are you completely out of your mind? Enough of holding me by my hair, you bastard. Hey, I'm talking to you, let me go, damn it. Hey, what are you doing? Don't fucking do this. Minato sighed heavily, created a rasengan in his other hand and pressed it into the screaming head. Bloody shreds flew in all directions, splashing the Hokage's white cloak. I'm tired of it, he said calmly, not paying attention to the fact that he was covered in blood, which the rain had already started to wash away. This was to be expected, said Kakuzu, who had reached the scene. I can't say I'm very sad, he was pretty annoying. At that moment, the orange pigmentation around the Hokage's eyes disappeared, and they again took on their normal shape. Minato cursed under his breath and concentrated again, gathering his natural chakra. Kakuzu knew what hermit mode was like firsthand, so he tried to prevent the Hokage from entering it again. He unleashed another wave of flames and used the fire as cover to run after him. Hitaki, seeing the impending danger, thanked all the gods that they were in such a wet place. His fingers flashed quickly. Sweeten, whirlpool. He used a technique he had once seen from Zabuza. A swirling spiral of water flew towards the wave of fire, breaking through the fire technique, extinguishing it and continuing its flight. Kakuzu, having strengthened his body, took the whirlpool on himself and continued running. Realizing that there was no time to form seals, Kakuzu, not caring about the accompanying loss of chakra, stamped his foot hard and Minato was hit by many spikes that came out of the ground. Kakashi, who noticed these actions only due to the many times increased reaction speed of the Sharingan, used the same technique and, stamping, erected a stone wall around the teacher. The spikes hit the wall and were unable to break through it. In the next second, the treasurer saw a yellow flash behind the wall. Kakuzu only managed to mentally curse and activate the technique of skin compaction, as the Hokage appeared behind him and hit him with the rasengan. Kakuzu, disoriented by the blow, ran into Hitaki's hand, in which the lightning of the Chidori was already dancing. Having lost one of his hearts, the renegade immediately counterattacked, hoping to take Kakashi out of the fight, but an instant before the strike, the owner of the Sharingan disappeared, and in his place appeared the Hokage, who deflected the enemy's hand and threw him up with a powerful uppercut, throwing several kunai after him. He immediately moved to one of them and hit him with another rasengan, not letting him come to his senses. He just needed to give Kakashi a little time. The Hokage, spending a large amount of chakra on countless rasengan, held Kakuzu in the air, and hearing Kakashi's warning cry and the crackle of the approaching technique, immediately moved to his student. Grabbing him, he immediately teleported even further. Finding themselves at Hidan's body, the teacher and student turned around and saw a strong explosion, from which many lightning bolts were striking. Still, the star is a very strong technique, muttered Minato, looking at what just one top-ranked technique had done. Only it's very unpleasant to use, Kakashi hissed. The Hokage turned to his student and saw how he was holding his slightly smoking hand, along which burns were snaking. And how can Naruto use it so calmly? Go to Sakura, she will heal you, he said to Hitaki. I can still. Go to Sakura, Minato repeated, interrupting his student. Kakashi, you have done enough, do not risk it again, heal yourself. And at that moment they both felt something. A burning wrist, right in the place where Naruto left the ligature. They exchanged glances. Sakura, they said in unison. Fly, I'll run myself, said Kakashi. Minato, nodding, disappeared in a yellow flash. And the owner of the Sharingan, without lowering his forehead protector, ran to the place of their improvised infirmary. But on the way he noticed the Toad Sannin standing over Orochimaru's body, but behind him stood another Orochimaru, already raising his blade. Thinking that the teacher would be able to cope with the threat to the medic, Kakashi changed direction, hoping to have time to save Jiraiya. Goodbye. Hearing this word spoken by his friend's voice, he began to turn around, jumping back, but he understood that he would hardly have time. But suddenly there was a clang of metal hitting metal. Jiraiya, jumping back, saw Kakashi blocking Orochimaru's sword strike with a kunai with a lightning element. Several snakes crawled out of the sleeve of the cloak with red clouds, trying to bite the fourth student, but he jumped back, standing next to the Toad Sannin. Only now did the white-haired one notice that Kakashi looked bad. All rumpled, with a charred sleeve and burns on his arm. Are you okay? He asked. Yes, thank you, thanked Jiraiya. Sakura, sensei will figure it out. Okay, the Sannin nodded. Well, my slippery friend, round 2. Chapter 36 Part 2. Leaving Naruto and Bale alone with the Rinnegan user, the Uchiha and the Falcons ran into the corridor. Konan and Kisame were chasing after them. Suddenly, Itachi turned around while running and blew out a powerful fireball, burning the paper shurikens sent to their backs and flying straight at the enemies. The swordsman jumped forward, absorbing the fire with Samahata. Konan sent out more shurikens, which this time were burned by chain lightning sent by Katana. Melina, turning into a bird, took advantage of the confusion of techniques, flew behind the clouds and with a flap of her wings sent a forked lightning, covering the entire area of the narrow corridor. The angel, being closer to the attacker, managed to react and put up a paper wall, which blocked the attack but burned itself. Kisame, deciding that there was too little space here, made a series of seals. Sweden, waterfall creation technique. After these words, he released a simply colossal amount of water, scattering the walls of the corridor, opening the way to the street. Itachi, seeing the scale of the enemy technique, Winston activated his Mangekyo. Orange energy immediately lit up around him, forming the figure of a warrior in armor, who took the mass of water on his shield. Meline, who did not fall under the protection of Susanoo, had to quickly gain altitude. Having left the area of the technique, she was amazed at the scale of the destruction and the volume of chakra of this renegade. About 1/5 of the building was completely destroyed, the surrounding area turned into a small lake, at the bottom of which an orange warrior was visible. Kisame himself was calmly under the water, and he enveloped his partner in a cocoon, thanks to which she was not affected. She immediately jumped onto the surface of the lake, grew paper wings and took off, sending a stream of sharp scraps of paper at the falcon. With a flap of her wings, creating another branched lightning, she flew even higher, flying into the clouds and feeling the element of thunder so familiar. By this time, the orange warrior crawled out from under the water and dispersed. Katana immediately turned into a bird and flew to help her sister, leaving the Uchiha alone with their enemy. They stood on the surface of the lake and looked at each other. I've wanted to fight the Uchihas for a long time, Kisame grinned, making seals. Finally, the opportunity presented itself. Sweden, shark projectile. The brother and sister jumped in different directions, getting away from the huge water shark. Satsuki also activated her Mangekyo, and Kisame immediately caught fire with black flames. A scream was heard, which immediately began to fade. The renegade brought his sword to himself, and it began to absorb the fire. Soon Kisame was already standing without a cloak, but whole and relatively unharmed. While he was busy extinguishing himself, Itachi again activated Susanoo, and concentrated a large amount of chakra in the bone warrior's hand. Soon a disc consisting of Magatama was spinning in it. Satsuki, seeing her brother's preparation, lit Amaterasu again, and the Magatama burst into black flames. When the technique was ready, the warrior threw the disc at the enemy. Kisame, seeing the attack flying at himself, did not risk absorbing the technique, and jumped far to the side, folding seals. Sweden, rupture wave. At the same time as the explosion of black flames, which failed to reach the swordsman, a stream of water under very high pressure shot out of the mouth of the renegade. Itachi, seeing that the technique was flying at his sister, put his hand out to Susanoo, covering Satsuki, but the pressure was so powerful that the ghostly hand, cracking, was pulled to the side, hitting the girl with the back, who flew far back from the blow. Sweden, great dynamic water prison. Taking advantage of the fact that Itachi was distracted by his sister, Kisame created a huge water bubble and floated towards the ghostly warrior. Having approached the striking distance, he blocked the punch with Samahata, because of which the fist dissipated, and Kisame, grinning, began to cut Susanoo's ribs. Itachi, closing his eyes, concentrated. Finally, when the swordsman almost reached the Uchiha, he opened his eyes. The opponents' gazes met, and Itachi uttered only one word. Tsukiyomi. Kisame immediately froze with his sword raised, his body relaxed and began to fall. A giant water bubble lost its shape and fell to the ground. At this time, his consciousness found itself in a strange-looking space with black earth and blood-red skies. He found himself crucified on a cross, and the owner of the Sharingan stood next to him. You have entered the Tsukiyomi dimension. Here, I have complete control over space and time. For every second of real time, you will spend 72 hours here. All the pain you receive here will be reflected on your body. You have lost, Kisame. Well, what an interesting technique, the swordsman grinned. Indeed, powerful. But, unfortunately, you chose the wrong opponent. What do you mean? Itachi frowned. You seem smart. Try to guess. With these words, the space cracked, and the opponents returned to their real bodies. Opening curly bracket question mark closing curly bracket. Well, fuck you, I won't tell you how Kisame got out of Tsukiyomi. Guess for yourself. Uchiha immediately jumped back, holding his eye, from which blood began to flow. Kisame regained his balance and grinned, looking bloodthirstily at his opponent. Shall we continue dancing? He said, and immediately raised his sword, blocking Satsuki's blow. Calmly overcoming the girl's pressure, he threw her away from himself, sending a weak water technique after him, which he does without seals. She managed to form a fist of purple energy for a moment, with which she knocked down the enemy's technique and landed next to Itachi. Don't you think that we chose a slightly unfortunate enemy? She asked her brother, looking at the grinning swordsman. Yes, Itachi nodded, taking his blade out of the seal on his hand. Satsuki took out two kunai, which she took with a reverse grip. Kisame only grabbed the sword more comfortably. Another second, and they rushed at each other with raised blades. But suddenly Konan flew between them on her wings, dodging the lightning launched by one of the falcons. The blue-haired one flapped her wing, and many explosive tags flew at the bird, exploding not far from it. It managed to fly away, so only the blast wave touched it, spinning it and it fell to the surface of the water, immediately turning into a girl dressed in maroon clothes. Another bird flew past her, angrily cackling something, throwing lightning at the angel. Melina rose to her feet and saw that she was standing between the Uchihas and Kisame. Sorry for interrupting, she said with a grin and, turning into a bird, flew after her sister, throwing lightning at Hoshigaki for the last time. He, chuckling at this joke, out of habit put his sword under the technique. But, to his surprise, Samahata was unable to absorb the lightning, and sparks ran through the swordsman's body, causing multiple convulsions. The Uchihas, deciding to take advantage of such a good moment, immediately rushed towards the enemy. Itachi made seals on the run, wincing from the sudden burning of his wrist, intending to use his least developed element. Futon. Storm Fist. A stream of wind hit Kisame's wrist, knocking the sword out of his hands. Satsuki immediately stuck a kunai into the sword and threw it as far away from herself as possible. Having deprived Hoshigaki of his main trump card, they immediately took on him himself. But he managed to come to his senses and jump to the side, avoiding the Uchiha's attacks. Having landed, he immediately rolled to the side, and tongues of black flame immediately shot up at the landing site. Kisame, mentally cursing, did not stop for a second, constantly moving away from Amaterasu. This is where the elder Uchiha caught him. During the swordsman's next jump, Itachi, having gotten closer to him, formed a Susanoo fist, which immediately caught fire with black flames and hit Kisame. He flew to the side, immediately catching fire. Screams of pain began to spread across the field. Hoshigaki tried to extinguish himself by diving into the lake, but it did not help, and soon not even ashes remained of him. Did you feel a burning wrist? Asked Satsuki. Yes. Sakura is in danger. I'll go help her, and you go help someone in battle. Just don't mess with Nagato, I beg you. Okay, Itachi nodded, heading towards the sounds of the explosion. Satsuki ran towards the infirmary, hoping that she wouldn't come when it was too late. Well, my slippery friend, round 2. Jiraiya said, smiling. Orochimaru, without answering, jumped as far away as he could, making seals. The Toad Sannin, recognizing this long series, immediately became worried. We can't let him finish. He shouted, already blowing out a huge shaft of fire, reinforced with toad oil. Kakashi nodded, lit the Chidori on his hand, and ran at maximum speed towards the snake. But they didn't have time. As soon as Orochimaru landed, he slammed his palm on the ground. Impure World Reincarnation Technique. 2 coffins grew out of the ground in front of him. The wooden lids fell, and 2 people came out of them. The legends of the past, seeing the shaft of fire flying towards them, jumped back. Did someone really use this technique? An albino in blue armor and white fur on his neck asked rhetorically. Crimson eyes looked at the grinning Sannin with disapproval. Did you summon us? Hey, Hokage, what does this mean? Asked a man completely wrapped in bandages, leaving only his face open. Welcome to the world of the living, Hokage-sama, Tsuchikage-sama. The snake said, bowing his head. My name is Orochimaru, and it was I who summoned you. Jiraiya, running up to the stopped Kakashi, who was looking in shock at the legend of his village, began to explain to him. You will have to take on Orochimaru. The revived can only be defeated by sealing. He will be focused on controlling the dead, so he will only dodge. But do not dare to kill him, the technique will not dissipate from this. Got it. Hey, what's your name, Orochimaru? The second Hokage began. How were you smart enough to use a technique I developed on me? Did you really think that I did not leave myself a loophole? Having said this, Tobirama folded several seals at great speed. Impure reincarnation technique, removal. Seeing this, Orochimaru paled, although it would seem that he did so much more. The second jumped back to the man on whom he saw the Konoha forehead protector. You remind me of a talented youth, Tsukumo Hatake. Is that you? I am his son, Kakashi, answered Hatake, and this is the third Hokage's student, Jiraiya. Tsuru's student. He looked at the Sannin, who was in hermit mode and was now closely watching Orochimaru. How is he? He's been dead for 16 years, answered Jiraiya. Too bad. Now explain what's going on here. The second Tsuchikage went invisible, so let's put off talking for later. First, we need to deal with the enemies. You can calmly kill this Orochimaru, I can remove the technique from you, Tobirama commanded, taking out kunai. Throwing them towards the snake Sannin, he instantly appeared behind him. Sweden. Celestial cry. Orochimaru was literally swept away by a stream of water Senbon. Sweden. Rupture wave. A thin stream of water under pressure flew out of the former Hokage's mouth and cut the Sannin in half. Weak. Tobirama gave his verdict. Hey, Mew, come here, I'll remove the technique from you and you'll return to the world of the dead. A minute later, the Tsuchikage of the past appeared next to him. Let's hurry, Hokage. I don't want to stay here longer than necessary. Not so fast, hissed Orochimaru, who had restored his legs. He made a concentration seal, and awareness left Emu's eyes. He raised his hands. Jinten. Atomic fission. A stream of white energy shot out of his hands. But Tobirama was no longer there. He was standing next to Kakashi, on whom he had already managed to hang the Horaitian beacon. What kind of abilities does this guy have? Why is he alive? He has very strong regeneration, and he can change bodies. Jiraiya immediately reported. Inconvenient, the former Hokage winced. Well, let's see what you have to say about this. Kakashi, Jiraiya, distract Mew. Don't get caught in his fission technique. After giving the instructions, he threw the kunai again, but this time Orochimaru was ready for it and went far to the side, but Tobirama was not considered one of the fastest shinobi for nothing. Finding himself with one of the kunai, he immediately threw it at the snake, multiplying it with shadow cloning. Appearing not far from Orochimaru, who had already begun to exhale the fire technique, Tobirama threw a pack of explosive tags at the snake. Mutual multiplication of explosive tags. A chain of explosions rang out, engulfing Orochimaru. They did not stop for several minutes, until finally Emu's gaze, which was creating another atomic fission at that time, focused and awareness appeared in him. He immediately interrupted the technique and looked around in search of the Hokage. Soon the explosion stopped and Tobirama began to recover in place of the large crater. I think that was enough, he said when he regained his ability to speak. The Tsuchikage flew up to him, silently looking at him. You never liked to talk, he grinned, making several seals. Impure world reincarnation technique, removal. That's it, you can go now. Thank you, Hokage, he nodded. But before I go, I want to ask a question. Who is the Tsuchikage now? He asked, turning to Jiraiya and Kakashi who had approached. Ono, the gray-haired man answered. Is he still alive? The resurrected one was surprised, glad to hear it. Well, goodbye. After these words, the shinobi of the past crumbled to dust, from which fell the body of an unknown person. Now tell me, what's going on here? Tobirama demanded an explanation. It was dangerous, Orochimaru hissed, getting out of a small snake at a distance from the base. Explosions and lightning strikes could still be heard from there. Damn Tobirama, why didn't I consider that he could get out of control of the technique? I think that from now on, I'm not on the same path with Akatsuki, since such a group came after them. Finally, I can do some research. I'm considered dead now, and no one will interfere. Having said this and having cast one last glance at his former base, he turned away and ran at high speed away from the land of rain. He still had a lot to do. Minato, having moved to the infirmary, immediately saw a frightened Sakura. "Hokage-sama," she exclaimed with relief. "Are you injured?" "No, I came to help you," he answered, looking at the creature standing at the entrance to the room, inwardly glad that he would not have to run after it. A pure white creature, half of which was covered with inky black. Something. A yellow eye without any pupils looked closely at the Hokage. "Let's go," he immediately commanded and began to dive underground. Minato threw a kunai, preparing a sealing technique. But he did not have time. Having moved, he put his palm on the floor, instead of Zetsu's body. "Damn, he's gone," the fourth one cursed. "Hokage-sama, what was that? What started this whole mess?" Minato answered. "Are you okay?" "Yes, Hokage-sama," she answered immediately. "Good. The wounded Kakashi should be here soon, be ready." The blonde warned. "Yes. Then I'm going. I don't think Zetsu will come here again, realizing that you are under protection." Having said this, Minato disappeared in a yellow flash, leaving Sakura alone. "I don't want to go on such a stressful mission again," the girl exhaled, falling into a chair. "From now on I'll just sit in the hospital and won't ask for real missions. That's it, I've had enough." Katana flew higher and higher, to help her sister, who was trying to touch the woman who masterfully controlled the paper. Numerous shields, lining up as if without the will of the creator, blocked Melina's lightning, and from the remains, blades were formed, flying into the falcon. Katana, located slightly below the level of the battle, began to form a small tornado, which began to suck in Conan. She immediately surrounded herself with a dense paper cocoon, against which lightning crashed. Having flown higher, Melina, turning into a human, fell onto this cocoon, holding two short daggers in her hands, along which lightning ran. She stuck the blades into the white surface, cutting through the protection and reducing the speed of the fall. At this time, Katana, having accumulated strength, released an especially powerful lightning, which she released into the damaged cocoon, from which her sister immediately jumped back, turning into a falcon. The protection was simply scattered, burnt paper flew in all directions. But the blue-haired girl was not inside. Suddenly, a figure in a cloak with red clouds appeared behind Melina and threw many explosive seals at her. She managed to react, but did not have time to fly far. Therefore, turning into a human, she folded her hands together, creating a thunderstorm barrier between herself and the seals. A powerful explosion was heard, destroying the protection, but the girl remained unharmed. Turning into a falcon, she began an incessant bombardment of Conan, who flew down, realizing that the opponents had an advantage at altitude. Melina immediately flew after her, continuing to pour lightning on her. Katana, a little late, also rushed after them. Soon they were not far from the lake, which became even larger. Melina launched another lightning bolt, which her opponent dodged and responded with another pack of explosive seals. This time there were no thunderclouds around them, so the falcon had to fly away further. But she was still hit by the blast wave, thrown into the water, where she immediately turned into a human. Katana was furious that her sister could be injured and also began firing, not allowing Conan to finish off Melina. Not noticing the people standing there, she rushed past them, chasing the blue-haired girl. Soon her sister joined the fight. They landed on the ground, not far from the lake that Kisame made here. Both sisters turned into people, looking at Conan. She, with an emotionless face, looked at her opponents, creating paper blades in her hands. The falcons also took out their weapons, Melina short daggers, and Katana had a staff with sharpened ends in her hands. Suddenly, both sisters winced, because of the burning in their wrists. They realized that their medic needed help, but hoped that someone could cover her. Now they cannot interrupt the fight. Conan, seeing that her opponents were distracted by something, ran forward, sending sharp paper at them. The girls, instantly coming to their senses, ran towards the angel. The daggers struck the blue-haired girl's body, but she scattered into many sheets of paper a moment before the blow, gathered behind Melina's back and struck the girl in the back with a paper blade, blocking the blow of the staff with her other hand. Having missed, the falcon instantly turned around, seeing where the paper flew, and put her daggers under the blow of the blade. Pushing away the weapons of her opponents, Conan spun on the spot, lengthening the blades with additional paper. The girls jumped back, launching lightning. The angel mentally formed paper shields that took the discharges and, flapping her wings that appeared for a moment, flew up to Katana, connecting the blades, turning them into a large paper hammer. The falcon had to roll to the side to avoid being hit by the powerful weapon, and, rising to her feet, spun her staff, from which lightning flew off. Conan, turning her hammer back into blades, leaned slightly to the side, avoiding the lightning and threw the blade, which, having reached Katana, exploded, throwing the girl aside. The blue-haired girl, having thrown the blade, created a wing behind her back and turned around, hitting Melina with this wing, who had jumped on her, sending many sharp projectiles at the same time. The girl turned into a falcon and flew up to avoid the attack. Her wings began to actively sparkle. It was clear that she was preparing some kind of attack. Conan noticed this, but Katana did not let her interrupt her preparations, running up to her and delivering a vertical blow with her staff, along which electric discharges ran. The woman stepped aside, preparing to counterattack with her blade, but the staff that struck the ground caused a small electrical explosion that Conan was unable to dodge. Lightning ran through her body, causing convulsions. Katana, spinning the staff, slashed the blue-haired woman across the face, sending her flying, straight to her sister. Melina, whose wings were already running with lightning, waved them towards Conan, who was flying towards her, sending a powerful stream of bright lightning at her. But this attack did not reach its target. Lady Angel managed to come to her senses and fly apart into many small sheets of paper, letting the stream of lightning pass her by. These sheets, which turned out to be explosive seals, activated, creating a powerful explosion, once again throwing back and scorching Melina. She fell, turning into a human. Conan, composed of floating pieces of paper, sent a multitude of sharp projectiles at the lying girl, but Katana, who had run up to her sister, spun her staff, creating an electric barrier that the paper could not penetrate. For a while, the battle was even. Conan maintained a stream of sharp pieces of paper, and Katana held the electric barrier, giving her sister time to recover. But suddenly Conan interrupted the attack, flying to the side, letting the fireball pass her. All three girls looked at Itachi, who had come to the aid of the falcons. Kisame was that weak. She spoke for the first time in a melodious voice. Too bad. You've created too many problems. It's time to end this. Having said these words, she flew high into the air. The girls who remained on the ground turned into birds and flew up after the blue-haired girl, leaving Itachi below. Conan, having gained the necessary height, folded several seals. Explosive rain. The falcons, hearing the name of the technique, immediately turned around and dived down at maximum speed. Itachi, seeing the panic in the eyes of the birds, got ready. At that moment, the first explosive seals began to fall from Conan's wings. The Uchiha finally realized what the enemy had done, and for the umpteenth time today, he activated Mangekyo. The pattern of the Sharingan changed, unpleasantly cutting into his eyes, which made Itachi wince. When the falcons flew close enough, the seals almost caught up with them, but the Uchiha managed to activate Susanoo, covering himself and his partners from this destructive attack. And the attack was truly terrible. For a minute, multiple explosions occurred across the entire field, and only the ghostly warrior stood unwavering in all this chaos, protecting three people. Finally, the effect of the technique ended, and the entire field was covered in craters. Conan sighed, seeing her opponents still alive. And then she flew to the side, moving away from the black fire that the Uchiha created. And at that moment, a yellow flash appeared next to Itachi. Minato, who instantly assessed the situation and found the enemy, grabbed the Uchiha and threw several kunai up. Conan flew away from the kunai closest to her, leaving several explosive seals near it. But the fourth, along with Itachi, appeared near another. The Uchiha immediately used his Mangekyo, catching Conan's gaze. Tsukiyomi. The blue-haired girl began to fall. Minato threw a new kunai, and while she was in genjutsu, moved to her and stuck the kunai in her heart. Returning to the falling Itachi, he teleported back to the ground. Then he teleported back to Conan's body, touched it, and returned to the ground. If she fell from such a height, it would be disrespectful to a strong opponent. "Everyone okay?" he asked. "All right," Katana answered. A little battered, Melina continued. "Exhausted from using the Mangekyo. I think I'll go to the infirmary. I can be a burden in the next fights." "Okay, go. Satsuki is on her way here now. I don't know how Sensei is doing." "I'm doing well, we have an increase in the team." Kakashi went to Sakura. A voice was heard from behind. Minato turned around and was not a little surprised to see Jiraiya in the company of his predecessor. "Tobirama-sama. Orochimaru used the unholy resurrection, but I am on your side. The snake Sannin is dead." Tobirama replied. "Well, the immortal duo, the swordsman and the angel are also dead." Conan, Jiraiya looked at the corpse of his student with sadness in his eyes. "How is that possible? Sensei, now is not the time to grieve. I understand that only Nagato is left. And his fight with Naruto is in full swing," Minato said, looking at the storm in the distance. "Are we going to help him?" Katana asked. "He insisted on only Bale being with him. I think he is worried that we would get caught in the crossfire." "But I can't be killed now." The second one chuckled. "I will go to help your son." The fourth. "He doesn't have to worry about me. And you really better not go there. The owner of the Rinnegan is no joke. Go to the infirmary." Minato nodded, ordered everyone to grab him and move to Sakura. And Tobirama looked towards the storm, which was only getting stronger. "What kind of power do you wield, Naruto? I have only seen such a scale of battle during my brother's fight with that bastard." Thinking about this, the legendary shinobi of the past ran towards the storm. Chapter 37. Oh, you shouldn't have gone out into the rain. I smiled, following after Nagato. Jumping out of the hole in the wall, I saw the owner of the Rinnegan touching the ground with his hand. A moment later, many different animals stood in front of him, in whose eyes the legendary dojutsu was also burning purple. The dog and the rhinoceros instantly rushed towards me, the bird flew up, and Nagato himself climbed inside the chameleon, which immediately disappeared. A falcon sat on my shoulder, and I smiled, looking at the menagerie. Well, let's start dancing. And rushed at the animals, shrouded in purple lightning along the way. Bale took off, showering the bird with discharges of electricity. The rhinoceros stood first in my way. I grinned, and, developing the maximum speed for the moment, cut off his legs. The animal immediately fell, and having received a sword in the eye, disappeared. The first one is ready, I said and jumped up, avoiding the dog's claws. And this one should cause more problems. In theory. Having said this, I put the sword in the seal on my hand and began to form the technique. Kaden, great fire destruction. But I did not have time to complete the technique. I was pulled somewhere to the side. Throwing the kunai up, I moved, glancing in the direction I was pulled. And I saw Yahiko, with burning Rinnegan. Okay, that was unexpected, I noted, throwing the kunai at him. I moved closer and tried to hit with Shiden, but Tendo extended his hand in my direction. Shinra Tensai, he said monotonously. I was thrown back with force and from behind I felt danger and heard a growl. I moved to Bale and saw that he had already dealt with the bird. He immediately flew into me and I, having formed wings, hung in the air. Looking down, I saw how Tendo also began to fly, heading towards me. On the ground, a dog was grinning. And somewhere else, Nagato was sitting in a chameleon. At that moment, I heard the whistle of rockets from behind. You'll remember the shit and Kurama began, but was interrupted. Not now, I shouted mentally, disarming the missiles with a forked lightning and noticing how the chameleon went invisible again. Bansho Tenon, I was pulled towards Tendo again. This time I did not resist the technique, but only flapped my wings, developing even greater speed. A katana immediately appeared in my hand, with which I deflected the kuroibo to the side and tried to pierce Yahiko's body, but he flew to the side, passing me and throwing a pin at me as a last resort. Turning in flight, I deflected the kuroibo to the side with my katana. And again I heard a growl from behind. Flying higher, I let the dog pass under me. Why did I never pay attention to the fact that this creature has wings? I burst out. Realizing that I would not be able to handle a 3-on-1 fight, I began to gather the energy of the storm around me. The clouds began to descend lower, lightning began to sparkle in them. Kurama, help, I shouted to the fox. Already, he answered. The lightning around me turned red. The wings, instead of the usual red, also became scarlet. I felt myself being drawn to Tendo again, but Bale, taking control of the wings, began to resist the attraction. The whistle of rockets was heard again. But they exploded in the storm that I was gathering around me. Only small fragments of rockets hit me, but I did not notice this, completely focused on the matter. The dog flew up to me again, but 4 tails grew from behind, holding the creature back. Soon everything was ready. We were surrounded by a dense cocoon of thunderclouds, in which scarlet discharges flashed every now and then. I finally opened my eyes, which, as I knew, were now flashing with red energy. Pointing my hand at the annoying dog, I said only one word. Die. A powerful lightning bolt immediately burst out of the clouds, literally evaporating the creature. Tendo, seeing this, landed on the ground. You're wrong about that, I grinned, pointing my hand at the dead body. Heavenly pursuit. Lightning began to strike from all sides of the clouds, from which he managed to escape. I flew down, intending to finish him off, but I was suddenly captured by the chameleon's tongue, stopping me. Nagato was running along it, pointing his hand at me, which had turned into some kind of cannon, the muzzle of which began to glow. A moment, and a stream of blue energy shot out of it. With my wings, I tore the creature's tongue and directed my tail straight into the enemy beam. Contact with demonic chakra destabilized it, causing an explosion that became my cover. I flew right through it, directing my tail straight into Nagato's chest. But he managed to react and replaced himself with Tendo, who immediately pushed me into the ground. From below, a red centipede immediately swaddled me, and Nagato, standing on its head, almost put his hand on the top of my head. But he was prevented from completing the task by lightning that struck him from the clouds. He jumped back and, to my surprise, began to make seals. Wind element, air hail. Vacuum bullets started flying off his hands in huge quantities. I moved to the kunai that I had thrown at the very beginning of the fight. I found myself not far from Tendo. Immediately throwing many kunai at him, I began to move from one to another, showering the dead body with techniques. But he managed to dodge, resorting to the force of gravity in especially dangerous cases. Well, let's see how you sing now, I hissed, finding myself at that kunai again. Multiple shadow cloning technique. An army of clones appeared behind me, taking kunai at the ready. Nagato, who ran up to Tendo, frowned. The clones threw kunai and a multi-voiced shout rang out. Kunai shadow cloning technique. 100 throwing knives turned into 1,000. The entire field was illuminated by many red flashes and flying weak techniques. Yes, they were weak, but there were many of them. A lot. But Nagato found something to answer with. Shinra Tensai, said Tendo, and a powerful shock wave hit in all directions, destroying all the clones and throwing the kunai far to the side. While the clones were distracting my attention, I took off. Once at a height, I made a concentration seal, accumulating chakra. Nagato noticed this and pointed his palm down. Shinra Tensai. He literally shot himself in my direction, making seals on the fly. Having called Tendo to himself, he threw Yahiko's body so that he could stop me. I released my tails again to block his attacks, which were not long in coming. Multiple gravitational pushes, Kuroibo, flashing from everywhere. He forced me to show miracles of control so that the tails could keep up with the dead man flying around me. Meanwhile, Nagato called the bird again and flew towards me. But I managed and built up my chakra. Bale, knowing what to do, flew out of me and flew as high as he could. The storm that was hovering around me began to hold me. I spread my arms out to the sides. Raiden, thunder hell. These words, spoken quietly, seemed to drown out all the noise of the storm, the explosions of rockets and the shouts of techniques. The storm around me seemed to stop for a moment, but then began to spin at a dizzying speed. Lightning flashed incessantly inside the clouds, painting everything red. A second, and all the energy accumulated during the fight burst out, heading for Nagato. A huge number of scarlet lightning struck from all sides. This attack, in theory, should turn Nagato into dust. In theory. Naturally, this did not happen. As soon as the lightning died down, I saw how Nagato and Tendo were holding up some kind of dirty green barrier with their combined efforts. The red-haired man was breathing heavily. As soon as the lightning ran out, the barrier immediately went out. Nagato began to fall, but he managed to call upon the forces of gravity and hang in the air. Tendo began to fall, but Nagato grabbed him and threw him at me. Bale had already flown into me again, so I flapped my newly created wings and red lightning flew at the dead man. But the red-haired man stretched his arms forward and began to absorb the lightning, without stopping flying at me. Realizing that at this rate he would catch up with me, I rushed to the ground. Tendo flew higher, but turned around and began to fire from the cannon that had replaced his arm. Naruto, apparently Nagato can exchange powers with his puppet. Kurama said while I dodged the shots. If the dead man now has the powers of mechanisms, then the real body has all the rest. Got it, thank you. I thanked the advisor. Any ideas on how to win? He defends himself too well, so far I can only advise you to wear him out. Apparently, he had a hard time defending himself from your last attack. This attack was not easy for me either, I grumbled, dodging another shot, watching as the dead man's feet transformed into nozzles from which fire began to shoot, on which he also began to fly, without stopping the shelling. Damn, how annoying you are. I burst out. Bansho Tenon came from somewhere above. I began to be drawn to Nagato, and Tendo began to shoot in the direction of the flight. I moved to the kunai on the ground. Finding myself far from the battle, I exhaled a little. In this world, he is more inventive. I exhaled. And dangerous. At that moment, I noticed a small burn on my forearm, which I had not noticed in the heat of the battle. Damn, Sakura is in danger. She was once a long time ago. I hope they helped her. They are approaching, Fox warned. I can already feel it myself, I answered him, getting to my feet. The break is over. Standing up to my full height, I saw Nagato and Yahiko rushing towards me. Both had Kuroibu in their hands. Hey, Bale, don't you want to warm up yourself? I asked into the void. A falcon immediately flew out of me, turning into a man a moment later. And I thought I'd spend the entire fight inside. My friend grinned, creating twin swords in his hands. I took out a katana. Well, round 2. I mirrored Bale's grin and ran towards the enemies. And the melee began. Bale danced around Tendo, sometimes turning into a bird for a moment, sometimes striking him with lightning, while attacking with blades. I took on Nagato. Kuroibo and katana sparked, clashing with each other. Lightning and air blades often flashed. Tales of demonic chakra and additional mechanical limbs seemed to live their own lives, intertwining in their battle. Sometimes huge animals appeared, mostly summoned by Yahiko, who alternated between summoning and gravity powers. Nagato used the powers of Shirato to the fullest, constantly trying to touch me to pull out my soul. I don't know how long this went on. I gave myself completely to the fight, not noticing that the storm was still swirling around us, not noticing how somewhere in the distance all the sounds of the battle ceased. I even stopped paying attention to Bale's fight, completely concentrating on Nagato. I must admit that in close combat he was damn strong, not inferior to me at all. He had some monstrous level of chakra control, not inferior to me in the possession of weapons, controlling many additional limbs, blocking my tails, which were controlled by Kurama, while managing to control an additional body, while constantly changing the powers of the Rinnegan between it and himself. Nagato really deserves respect. I am sure that if such a Nagato came to storm Konoha in that world, I would have died there. But this fight cannot last forever. Sooner or later he will get tired. I should overcome him in endurance. And this fight was interrupted, but not in the way I expected. Fully immersed in the fight, I did not notice how a kunai flew towards Tendo. A white flash and next to me appears the second Hokage. He spat out a rain of water senbon at the dead man's back, but he once again used Shinra, reflecting the attack and jumping to the side. Nagato, seeing that a new opponent had appeared on the battlefield, also jumped back, sending another bunch of missiles at me, which were blocked by his tails. Tobarama appeared next to me, not taking his eyes off his opponents. Second, where did you come from? I asked. Orochimaru called. I dropped the control and went to help you. The other fights are over and everyone is now in the infirmary. So, I was the only one who dragged it out. I sighed. This is getting dangerous, Nagato said, folding seals. Tendo stood in front of him, ready to reflect the attacks. Tobarama and I throw kunai to move to them, but the red-haired one pushes them away. We throw some more, and he explodes with missiles. Bale throws lightning, but it is blocked by the panda, who immediately dissipates. At that moment, Nagato finished the series and slapped the ground. Summoning technique. A huge cloud of steam appeared. A deafening roar was heard and a statue of the Geto Mazo appeared from the steam. Nagato and Yahiko were standing on its head. Shit, I burst out. What is this? Tobarama and Bale asked in unison. This statue contains the power of the five-tailed beasts. It looks like I'll have to resort to this after all. I said and concentrated. Yellow chakra began to cover me. I was completely colored gold, black symbols ran along my cloak. The golden chakra continued to pour out, increasing in size and expanding. Soon, an equally huge golden nine-tailed fox stood in front of the huge statue. Tobarama and Bale were next to me inside the fox's head. I must admit that you are strong, the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox. Nagato said, looking at me. But even you can't surpass a god. Now you will know pain. Tendo flew up. Damn, after saying that, he usually resorts to the most powerful techniques. I said, directing my tails to intercept the dead man, but the statue deflects them. I'll deal with him, Tobarama says, throwing a kunai and disappearing in a white flash. I prepared to fight the statue. Bale, turn into a falcon. Distract Nagato as much as you can. It must be hard for him to control the statue, himself, and Tendo at the same time. Got it, Bale nodded and, turning into a bird, flew out of the fox's head. At that moment, the statue hit Kurama's avatar. I put my tails out, but the force of the blow was so great that I was thrown to the side. The 10-tailed beast's receptacle opened its mouth, from which purple chains with dragon-shaped tips burst out. I immediately ran away, preparing a tailed beast bomb. At that moment, lightning with rare flashes of fire began to sparkle in the area of the head. Bale, well done. Having prepared the bomb, the avatar swallowed it, a second, and a beam of destructive energy struck from the mouth. Afraid to touch Bale, I directed it at the statue's feet. She staggered, the chains, almost reaching me, dispersed. At this time, explosions were heard from above and white flashes were visible. Rejoicing at my success, I directed the avatar straight to the statue. Having reached it, I hit it in the head with my fist, but it only recoiled a little. At this time, Nagato jumped off the head and flew at me. Bale tried to stop him, but he was able to dodge all his attacks. The falcon, concentrating on the red-haired one, did not pay attention to the fact that the statue swung. Bale, behind you, I shouted, hoping that he would have time to react and trying to intercept his hand with his tails. We didn't make it. We both didn't make it. The falcon only managed to turn around and see a hand that, a second ahead of the tails, struck the bird. Bale, leaving a trail of blood behind him, rushed down. At that time, Nagato reached the fox's muzzle and flew into it, absorbing chakra and creating a gap in the avatar's defense. When he almost caught up with me, I cancelled the avatar, remaining in a golden cover. Since the storm was still surrounding us, the wind picked me up, and I was able to block Nagato's kuroibo. At that time, the statue released the dragon chains again. I tried to increase the distance, but Nagato interfered with me in every way, forcing a fight. I understood that most likely this was the end. I cannot quickly defeat the owner of the Rinnegan, and soon the chains will catch up with me. I couldn't get away from them either, I don't know how, but Nagato was creating some kind of invisible barrier that blocked spatial techniques, so it wouldn't be possible to get away with Horaishin either. Help came completely unexpectedly. A purple glow appeared behind the statue and began to grow rapidly. Soon, a huge purple samurai with wings behind his back stood behind it, swinging his gigantic katana and delivering a crushing blow to the 10-tailed beast's receptacle. The statue staggered, the chains dispersed, and the samurai continued to shower it with blows. Looking closely, I saw the samurai Satsuki inside, with blood streaming from her eyes. She looked at me and began to scream. From such a distance, through the noise of the battle, her words were inaudible, but I could make out her lips. "I'll hold off the statue, deal with Nagato." I smiled and, having formed all 9 tails behind my back, still floating on the storm, I flew at Nagato, who was distracted by the absolute Susanoo that appeared out of nowhere. Despite the surprise, the red-haired one managed to react and flew to the side. Suddenly, ash fell from above, and I saw bodies falling. One belonged to Yahiko, the other was unknown. And the second is strong, he was able to defeat Yahiko, albeit at the cost of his own soul, Nagato said, wiping a stream of blood from his nose with his hand. Apparently, this fight was also difficult for him. But now I can focus all my strength on you. Having said this, he flew towards me. I flew towards him. Another battle began. This time, Nagato had almost nothing to hold him back. The statue was independent enough to fight Satsuki without Nagato's direct control, so he focused all the power of his consciousness on me. He constantly changed his style, sometimes attacking with mechanical shots, sometimes with gravity waves, growing additional limbs against my tails, while finding time to summon animals, create elemental techniques, attack the Kuroibo in close combat, and every now and then absorbing the tails, which I had to restore, spending all my available chakra. I responded by striking him from all sides with my tails, attacking with lightning, calling on a storm to help, the wind of which diverted some attacks to the side. Kurama created small chakra paws on the surface of his tails, which spun rasengans, small bijudama, and directed all this at the enemy who did not want to lose. We were surrounded by a dense cocoon of explosions, lightning and gravity techniques. It was one of the most exhausting fights in my life. It seemed that I hadn't even given it this much effort against Madara. The fight was even. I couldn't critically hurt him, and he somehow managed to heal minor wounds. The same thing was happening to me, Kurama was healing my wounds. It was a fight of attrition. A fight in which I was slowly but surely losing. Nagato was absorbing my chakra with all his might, replenishing his reserves and emptying mine. Realizing that at this rate I would lose, I flew to the side and began to maneuver, dodging his attacks, accumulating strength for the final attack. In the world of falcons, I learned more than just chakra. My body was pierced by severe pain. After all, it was not designed for such energy. Yes, I was accumulating mana, the basics of which Raiden personally taught me. As Bale demonstrated at the beginning of the fight, he cannot absorb it with the Rinnegan. Since I cannot continue the fight after using a mana-based attack, I used it when there was no other choice. A ball of white energy appeared in my hand. The only spell I can cast. I threw control of the storm and tails that he used to block Nagato's attacks onto Kurama, fully concentrating on weaving the spell. Numerous ligatures were formed in my head, which eventually came together in a complex pattern. The white ball was already sparkling in my hands. Turning around, I waved my hand. Energy pulsar. The ball broke off from my hand and flew at high speed towards Nagato. He stretched out his hand, trying to absorb the ball, but, as I expected, he did not succeed and the pulsar flew straight into the enemy, inflicting monstrous damage on him with electricity. For a moment, I even saw his skeleton shining through the skin. Nagato immediately began to fall. Just like me, due to the extreme exhaustion of the body, no longer able to control the storm. We both fell to the ground. All the air was knocked out of me, and I lay there, trying to catch my breath. Suddenly, I heard a voice. After all, I lost. Nagato groaned, lying not far from me. I will not be able to achieve my goal. You can sleep peacefully, Nagato, I croaked in response, I can stop the wars. Perhaps you have enough strength for it, Nagato said, interrupting himself with a cough. But you still have to kill Madara and Shin. Anyway, I hope that peace will come. If they don't bring it, then at least you will. And that means I can leave in peace. Having said these words, the Rinnegan owner's chest stopped heaving. He was dead. Chapter 38. A minute later, Satsuki came up to me. I was still lying on the ground, completely exhausted. She sat down next to me, exhaling heavily. Are you okay? I asked the girl. Very tired, but otherwise fine. How are you feeling? Every cell in my body hurts, but overall I'm fine, I'll recover soon. There are no serious wounds. By the way, how did you end up here? The second said that everyone had finished their fights and were in the infirmary. The second, Satsuki asked. What second? The second Hokage. You might know him as Tobarama Senju. I smiled weakly. What is he doing here? She was surprised. He's dead. He said that Orochimaru had summoned him. You didn't answer the question. After the fight, my brother and I felt a burning sensation and realized that Sakura was in danger. I went to help her, and Itachi joined the other fights. When I got there, she told me that your father had already eliminated the threat. After that, I ran here again, saw the Geto Mazo statue and thought that you could use some help. You were damn right, I said with difficulty. Now, can you please give your father a sign that we're done here? Because I'm afraid I'm not capable of such a thing right now. Yes, of course, Satsuki said and fed chakra into the kunai that her father had given to each member of the team before the fight. A moment later, the fourth Hokage himself appeared. Seeing me lying on the ground, he immediately ran up to me. Naruto, are you okay? All live. Where's Bale? He asked, looking around. Satsuki and I exchanged glances. Shit, we said in unison. He should be somewhere in the area of the battle with the statue. Hokage-sama, please send him to the infirmary, he urgently needs help. Uchiha answered, pointing in the direction. Minato nodded and ran to where the motionless statue still towered. If we are talking about what we forgot, I began. Satsu, you must destroy the Rinnegan in Nagato's eyes. We cannot allow them to fall into Obito's hands. Okay, the girl nodded, getting up from the ground. But wouldn't it be more logical to transplant these eyes to someone, at least to you? No, I immediately rejected this option. There is always a chance that I can be defeated, especially in this world, where, as practice shows, opponents are much more capable than in mine. And if they defeat me, they can take away the Rinnegan. So we cannot allow even the possibility that the ten-tailed will return. I understand, was heard somewhere in the place where Nagato's body lay. There was a scuffle and Satsuki's cry. We're in shit. What's wrong? I immediately became alarmed. No eyes, came the answer. What? I didn't believe it. How? I have no idea, but the eyes are not here. What are you shouting about? Minato asked, appearing. How is Bale? I asked immediately, worried about my partner. His condition is serious, but he is alive. So what happened? Nagato's Rinnegan are gone, Satsuki said, approaching us. But how? How could this happen? Father asked. We are asking ourselves this question. I answered. The only option I can think of is Black Zetsu, who took the eyes for Obito and Shin while Satsuki and I were distracted by the conversation. It was my mistake, I should have destroyed the eyes immediately after Nagato's death. Okay, we'll sort this out at home, now we need to get out of here before Obito or Shin arrives. Minato calmed down, grabbing Satsuki and me. A moment later, we found ourselves in our infirmary. Judging by everything, the fights were not easy for anyone. Kakashi had a burnt sleeve. His wound was gone, but apparently he had to resort to the star, and I, like no one else, know what the consequences of using this technique are. Jiraiya seemed to be unharmed, but he looked very sad. Itachi was sitting leaning against the wall. The bloody tracks from his eyes betrayed that he had overdone it with the Mangekyo. Katana and Melina were battered, but not badly. Sakura was just fussing around them. Turning around at the flash of light, she saw two new patients and, quickly healing the twins' wounds, ran up to us, immediately starting to wave her hand, shrouded in a green glow, over me. Let's get ready, we need to leave, Minato commanded, making seals. Everyone touched him, he made several seals. Reverse summoning technique. We all disappeared in a cloud of smoke, and appeared in the middle of a clearing, near which a waterfall fell, in which there was oil instead of water. Mount Myoboku. They were already waiting for us here. Minato approached a small, relatively Gamabunta, red toad. Gamakichi, tell Seiji to get us out of here. Good. Gamakichi nodded and galloped off somewhere. A couple of minutes later, Seiji appeared in the clearing. You were badly battered, he whistled. Talk later, the Hokage interrupted him. I don't have enough chakra, so take us home. Yes, reacting to the commanding tone of his father, the brother stood at attention. Using the reverse summoning again, we found ourselves in the Hokage's office, where Shikamaru's father was sitting. He immediately jumped up, recognized the guests and immediately began to fuss so that we could be transferred to the hospital. Soon I was lying on a comfortable bed in the hospital ward, resting after the fight. Seiji and Kushina were sitting nearby. Father, refusing bed rest, took first aid and rushed to the residence. So the family was not in full force. Was pain so strong that he caused such exhaustion in you? My brother asked, looking at me. I never thought that your reserves could be exhausted. You overestimate me, I smiled, but when your enemy absorbs your chakra and thus replenishes his reserve, it is impossible to remain without exhaustion. Well, at least it's all over, Mom exhaled, stroking the top of my head, and Akatsuki is defeated. Right, she asked, watching my expression change. Not quite. We certainly dealt a very serious blow to the enemy, but the instigator of all this fun, as well as his main weapon, are still with him. How so? Seiji asked. The enemy still has the Rinnegan, and the shadow leader of Akatsuki and his right hand are still alive. So all we have achieved is more time to prepare for the finals, because they still need to capture 4-tailed beasts. And there are only 2 of them. And pulling the tailed beasts out of the Jinchuriki with 2 people takes much longer than when there were 10 of them. That is, nothing is finished yet, Kushina was dejected. But we have more time, I tried to cheer her up. Mom, don't worry, we can handle it. I almost did it before, and I can definitely handle it now. What do you mean almost did it before? She asked puzzledly. Seiji also raised an eyebrow questioningly. At that moment, I realized that I hadn't told them about my essence yet. You've relaxed, brother, Lee chuckled inside, completely relaxed. Look, you're not watching your language anymore. Although, he drawled, no, this is exactly what you're good at. Anyway, good luck explaining everything, I'd rather sleep. Traitor, I answered him with a sigh. And I started talking. It's a very long one. Anyway, the thing is, as expected, Kushina couldn't hold back her emotions, although she didn't really try, so her eyes were wet for almost the entire story. I told them everything except the reason why I ended up in this world at that age. I'm afraid that the news that she and Minato drove their son to suicide with their relationship would be too much for her. Yeah, said Seiji when I fell silent. It shook you up pretty good. You know, I sincerely admire you, brother. I can't believe that in your world almost everyone was such an asshole. Although I'm a little embarrassed that despite your friendship with Sasuke, you're so actively cultivating Satsuki. He grinned at the end. And judging by everything, you're already 40 years old, and she's 15. Be so kind as to shut up, I chuckled in response. By the way, how long did you spend in the summoning world? It's been 2 years for us, but for you. Okay, boys, that's enough, Kushina said, trying to make her voice threatening, but even despite the tears from the story, there was a weak smile on her face. I looked at my brother and nodded slightly, understanding his idea to cheer up my mother. He only smiled. Seiji, your brother actually needs rest now, not a new scandal. Okay, the blonde immediately raised his hands. I won't touch little Naruto anymore. You yourself just said that I'm about 40 years old, so we still have to see which of us is the baby, I couldn't help but answer. Well, I don't know, you often act like you're 10 years old, Kurama sided with Seiji. And you too, I was indignant. Well, at least I'm not trying to create a relationship with a girl 3 times younger than me. Yeah, instead you decided to start a relationship with my classmate, I smiled when I saw Seiji glance at his mother. I don't know what you're talking about, he started playing the fool. Oh well, everyone knows that, I waved my hand, by the way, my father told me about it. So you know, he looked at Kushina, who was no longer even trying to hide her smile. Of course I know about Ino. And I'm not at all against it, she said, causing Seiji to sigh with relief. By the way, I don't mind about Satsuki either, she added, throwing a sly glance at me. I just smiled and nodded, accepting her words. How did our conversation even turn in this direction? My brother asked into the void. I think we were talking about your past. And that's always the case. I shrugged phlegmatically. Okay, Naruto, it was nice talking to you, but I have to go. I wish you a speedy recovery. Actually, I'm still waiting for the sparring. Enough sparring, enough, go already. We'll meet at home, Mom, he said goodbye and left the ward. Through the window. Kushina sighed heavily. You raise you and raise you, but you still leave through the window. No, like decent people, through the door, but no, the window is ours. She began to grumble. Naruto, tell me, isn't it Minato and I who are to blame for you being here? Kushina suddenly asked. What are you talking about? I pretended not to understand. You didn't just show up at that moment. Something served as a catalyst. We were the cause, right? No, I answered categorically. You're not a very good liar, she drooped, getting up from the chair and heading towards the exit of the ward. Still, you are a very kind person, Naruto. We were not worthy of forgiveness. Stop, I called out to her. She did not stop and continued on her way. Mom, stop, come here. When I called her mom, she stopped and obeyed. When she came closer, I hugged her. Yes, you are to blame for this. But I don't see the point in being offended at you after so many years. Now he is in a better world. He followed in my footsteps, becoming a traveler through the worlds. So don't worry about it. He is fine, I am fine now because you, father and Seiji are nearby. There's no need to blame yourself, everyone makes mistakes. So stop thinking about it. Trust me, it'll only make things worse for both him and me. But, she began, clinging to me. Tears were already streaming down my shoulder. No need, I interrupted her. It's not worth it. Everything is fine. This will all be over soon, and we can live like a normal family. I promise that everything will work out. And now you know that I never go back on my words. So there's no need to get worked up and blame yourself. Well, that's it, quieter, quieter. This went on for a few more minutes. Mom cried on my shoulder, and I tried to calm her down. Soon I succeeded. Kushina calmed down, moved away from me and wiped away her tears. Thank you, she said. But despite what you said, I will never be able to forgive myself for what happened to him. With these words, she went to the window. You scold Seiji, and what about yourself? I tried to cheer her up a little. Kushina quietly chuckled and jumped out of the window. So I was left alone in the ward with my thoughts. But my loneliness did not last long and there was a knock on my door again. The door opened and in walked Danzo. Despite the fact that I had practically no strength, a kunai from the seal still appeared in my hands. I looked warily at the old man, half of whose body was covered in bandages. The elder chuckled, seeing the kunai. A commendable reaction, he said. What do you want? I asked. Just to talk, so you can lower your weapon. He answered, sitting down on a chair next to the bed. I won't, I feel calmer this way. Okay, as you wish. Although I don't know why you were so suspicious of me. It seems I haven't done you any harm. Let's just say I've heard about you. I answered evasively. I see. Okay, let's not waste time. Minato briefly explained the results of the operation to me, but I'd like to ask you a couple of questions. Well, I don't have many options right now, so ask them. Why did you want to destroy the Rinnegan? It's a formidable weapon that could elevate the village above others. Because as long as it exists, there is a threat of the Ten Tails appearing. Since father told you about the operation, I think he told you about it too. Yes, that's true, although I can't understand how you know so much. Minato kept it a secret, saying only that the source of the information was reliable. I don't trust you enough to tell you about this. But believe me, this information is definitely true. Both about the Ten Tails and about Kagaya. So, now our first priority is to defeat the two Uchiha remaining in Akatsuki. Yes, and I have an idea on how to do it. I said, thinking. Really? And what is it? Danzo asked with interest. I don't want to repeat myself, so I'll offer it to the Hokage right away. If he decides that you can attend this meeting, then you'll hear it. Well, fine, if you don't want to talk, then don't, although if I found out about it now, I could start preparing before you leave the hospital. Agree that time is our most valuable resource right now. Yes, you won it by killing almost all the Akatsuki members, but it is still not enough. Okay, I sighed. Can you call my father? I'm not in a good shape to go to the residence right now. Of course, Danzo answered, raising his hand. Minato's Horaitian beacon was visible on his palm. And Minato came up with a good idea, putting a seal on it. This way he can easily neutralize him if he rebels. Kurama noted. I could only agree. Soon Minato appeared in the room. Looking around, he was surprised to find me in Danzo's company. Elder, Naruto, what's going on here? He asked. Minato, your son has an idea for the next step, but he doesn't trust me, so he decided to tell me only with your permission. And in your presence. I see. I'm listening, Naruto. Shrugging, I began. The Uchiha's goal is the remaining tailed beasts. There are 4 of them left. Isn't there 5? Minato asked. No, 4. We burst in just as they finished sealing the 6-tailed one. So there are only 1, 7, 8, and 9 hosts left. Danzo said. Yes, and we need to gather them all in one place. I said. Danzo thought. Then we won't have to guess where the next attack will come. And if we prepare a good enough defense, it might work. Yes, these Uchiha are probably strong, but there are only 2 of them. And against 4-tailed beasts at once, and under the cover of S-rank shinobi, they can be defeated. I agree, it's not a bad idea, but if it doesn't work out, then all the targets will be captured at once. Minato noted. Besides, we still need to agree with the other countries, and this is much more difficult than it seems. No one will just agree to deprive the village of their Jinchuriki. Call a 5-cage summit, I suggested. We will discuss everything we need to there. Oh yeah, don't forget to invite Hidden Waterfall there as well. After all, that's where the Jinchuriki of the 7-tailed beast lives. I will go there with you as an escort. That's reasonable, Danzo supported my decision. And it can solve many problems related to organization, as well as some misunderstandings that may arise during correspondence. Good, Minato decided, I agree with both of you. I will send out invitations. Naruto, how much time do you need to recover? Our medic Nin told me that they have not encountered this kind of damage, but you said that everything is fine. Are you sure about that? Yes. In about 3 days I will be completely fine. I figured, this is because I conducted energy, for which my body is completely unprepared. Like with Sen Chakra? Minato asked. Something similar, but the rejection is stronger. This is the possibility of my summoning, I explained, seeing how Danzo had already opened his mouth to ask something. And no, I will not be able to share this summoning. Its conditions are very specific and it is unlikely that anyone else will be able to get there. Good, the answers from the other cage should come in about this time. Minato nodded. I suggest we end our impromptu meeting here. Naruto, get some rest. Don't forget to get some rest, you're straight from battle too. I told my father. Minato, your son is right, Danzo suddenly supported me. We'll manage without you for 1 day. Go get some rest. Having said this, he left the room. Oh, okay, Minato said, getting up from the chair he was sitting on. Dad, I called him. He turned to me and looked at me questioningly. There's a very sad mother sitting at home right now. She needs you now. Don't ask what happened, just stay with her. He nodded and disappeared in a yellow flash. I leaned back on the pillows. In my world, the 5-cage summit was the beginning of the end. I have to do everything to make sure it doesn't happen again. With these thoughts, I finally fell asleep. Chapter 39. The 3 days spent in the hospital passed quickly, mainly thanks to my family, who simply didn't let me get bored. Seiji, who often visited me between training sessions, was constantly trying to tease me, make me laugh and somehow relax before the upcoming council, with which Satsuki actively helped him. Mom kept up with the others, spending almost all of her free time in my room, discussing my past and current life. Even my father found time to visit me. So I was very surprised when the time came to leave the hospital. And I was somewhat saddened by this circumstance, because the time for rest had passed, and it was necessary to become serious again. When I left the hospital building, I was met by all my acquaintances with whom I am close. While everyone was happily congratulating me, my father came up to me. We received an answer to your proposal from everyone. He told me. And how was it? I asked. Positive. Let's go to the office, we have something to discuss. Lately I spend more time at the residence than at home, I exhaled. Welcome to the team, Minato smiled. Satsuki, are you coming with us? Having extinguished the smile, he turned to my friend. Yes, she answered immediately. Deciding not to waste time on a walk to the place, my father grabbed both of us and moved straight to his office. The girl immediately leaned against the wall. I can't get used to this kind of movement, she grumbled. Satsuki, are you aware of our next plans? Minato immediately got down to business. Only in general terms, the Uchiha took on a serious look. I know that you convened the 5-cage council to propose placing all the Jinchuriki in one place, so that it would be easier to guard them. That's true, my father nodded. As you probably know, each cage must have 2 escorts. The first will be Naruto, the second you. Yes sir, Hokage-sama. Satsuki immediately agreed, glad that this time she was not left in the village. The meeting is scheduled in 5 days in the Land of Iron, where the samurai rule. We will leave the day after tomorrow, we will move at the fastest pace possible. It is better to spend as little time on the road as possible. The sooner we get there, the better. In this case, we will arrive in the Land of Iron the day before the meeting and we will have just enough time to rest a little after the journey. I will do the talking at the meeting itself and you should not interfere, unless you are addressed directly, but this is unlikely to happen. During the meeting, be as focused as possible and expect an attack from both the remnants of Akatsuki and other villages. There is no peace between us, so the meeting could be a good excuse to incapacitate Naruto, as the current Jinchuriki. Let's hope that they listen to us and accept our offer, otherwise we will have to deal with the Uchiha duo on our own. That's all for now, we will discuss everything in more detail when we get there. You have 2 days to get ready. Rest, relax, and be ready for the council. You are dismissed. Yes, Satsuki and I answered in unison and left the office. After leaving the residence, Uchiha and I, without saying a word, went to the Hokage monument. On the way, the girl started a conversation that awakened thoughts that I tried to drive away. Naruto, our plan is certainly not bad, but how are you going to defeat Obito with the Rinnegan and the support of another Uchiha? And what will happen if they still manage to revive Madara? Because, considering how different the Nagato here was from yours, I have doubts about our ability to defeat him. Satsuki, I don't know, I sighed. On the one hand, I'm stronger now than I was then, plus old man Rakuto said that the Sage of the 6 Paths mode will be available to me. It's a pity that he didn't say when it will be available, because I still can't activate it. As for Madara, we must do everything possible to prevent his revival. I still shudder when I remember what he did in my world, and I absolutely do not want to meet him in this one. We need to stop Obito and Shin as soon as possible. And the only solution I can see so far is to lure them all to one place with the Jinchuriki. That's what we're doing now. Let's hope it works and we can defeat them when they show up. We can, I tried to encourage the girl. We definitely can. Just imagine what kind of force will gather there. 4 Jinchuriki, including me, S-rank shinobi like Kakashi in the cage. That's a very powerful force. They won't be able to defeat us together. At least, I hope so, I added mentally. At that moment, we reached our destination. We had a view of the entire village and the sun, which was already setting. We sat down on the edge of the cliff, watching the life beneath our feet. To be honest, I miss the times when we were worried about annoying D-rank missions and passing the Chunin exams, Satsuki said after a short silence with a smile on her lips. Everything was simpler then. For you and Kiyomi, these missions were annoying. I enjoyed them from the very beginning, but I knew what awaited us next. I answered her smile. For me, it was just a rest for the soul. Very relaxing, you know. Just easy mechanical work, and you don't have to think about anything. Beautiful. This is the first time I've seen a shinobi who would be happy to weed the garden, Uchiha noted. Well, you are like that yourself now, so there are at least 2 of us. Besides, I'm sure many great shinobi want to do this now. After these words, Satsuki first snorted, then chuckled, trying to hold back the laughter that was bursting out, but she failed and burst into laughter. I looked at her in bewilderment. When she calmed down a little, I asked, and what did I say that was so funny? I just imagined your father and Elder Danzo competing in the speed of weeding the garden. She explained. Having imagined this, I also began to laugh from the surrealism of this picture. I would bet on my father, I commented after laughing. I would too. Although I think that if this happened, both my father and Danzo would be suspended from work, for developing insanity, in the case of the Hokage, prematurely developed. And who would you put in place of the hypothetical 5th Hokage? Satsuki asked with interest, laying her head on my shoulder. I don't know, I answered. I think the most suitable candidate would be Itachi. Itachi? Uchiha asked again, raising her head and looking at me in surprise. What's wrong with that? I asked. He is more loyal to the village than anyone else, he is strong, he has some authority and management experience, he is the head of the clan after all, and, most importantly, he is reasonable. Why not you? She asked. In your world, this goal allowed you to remain yourself. The war changed everything. During it, I fully realized what it means to command and support people, inspire them and lead them. Yes, I succeeded then, but I realized that it was not for me. I just want peace. There has been too much struggle in my life as it is. I see, Uchiha said, returning her head to my shoulder. I hugged her with one arm and continued to look at the village. We sat like that for quite a long time. The sun had already set and night had come. Suddenly, Satsuki pulled away and looked at me with a mischievous smile. Listen, do you want to do something stupid and have some fun? She asked. Interesting. So what did you come up with? I asked with interest. To be honest, I don't like it anymore, Kurama reminded himself. You don't like anything to do with the Uchihas, so be patient. I answered him. Listen. Hello, Satsuki and I greeted in chorus, wincing from the volume of the resulting greeting. He only frowned at us. It was hard to wake up. My head hurt like it had never hurt before. I didn't feel so bad even after Sakura's blows, when I really pissed her off and she was not holding back. Finally woke up, Kurama grumbled, causing bells to ring in my head, which made it hurt even more. Kurama, be quiet, I beg you, I groaned out loud, unable to address him mentally. I don't care, suffer, answered this tormentor, who, for the sake of decency, did not even try to lower his voice. After what you did last night, I just want to leave this body and go have a drink with Shukaku. Although no, you shouldn't drink, I've already seen what it leads to, I don't want to try it on myself. What happened yesterday? I asked. There was nothing in my head except pain. The last memory was Satsuki's offer to do something stupid. I will not tell you anything, find out everything yourself. But I will give you a hint for your first, or rather your last action. Listen to yourself and your feelings. Having said this, he broke the mental connection and put up a block so that I would not disturb him anymore. Parasite, I groaned, glad at least that his voice stopped my head from splitting at the seams and began to simply hurt. And what do you mean listen to yourself? I listened. Apart from the pain in my head and a wild dry mouth, I did not feel anything. Oh no, my right hand was numb, apparently I fell asleep in an uncomfortable position. I tried to move it and realized that something was hindering it. Realizing that I still could not see anything, I heroically opened my eyes and looked at what was preventing me from moving my hand. Looked, saw, realized, closed my eyes and leaned back on the pillow. It seemed that I understood why Kurama was so offended at me. After all, I saw Satsuki sweetly snoring on my arm, wearing only a blanket. I had the same clothes on, by the way. The most offensive thing is that I have no memories of it at all. How did we come to this? What happened yesterday? At that moment, I felt a fuss around my arm. Apparently, my attempts to free myself had woken the girl up. Opening my eyes again, I looked at Satsuki, whose face was in complete shock. How? She managed to croak. You don't remember either? I asked. No, but I don't have anything against it, she said, pressing herself closer to me. I hugged her, trying to understand how I had ended up in such a life. Realizing that with such a head, thought processes are hard work, I decided to get out of bed, no matter how good and pleasant it was for me. I suggested this to Satsuki and after a couple of minutes we were finally able to get up and started getting dressed. Which was also not an easy task, because we had to find where we had thrown our clothes in a drunken stupor. With that done, we left the room and went downstairs, where we met Seiji sitting on the couch in the living room, also in a bad state. I hope I join you at least once more, he replied instead of greeting. What happened yesterday? I asked, falling onto the couch next to him. The Uchiha sat down next to him. You don't remember anything, he looked at us. Although yes, considering how much you drank yesterday, it's not surprising. Seiji, be a good brother, tell me what we did yesterday. I asked my brother in a pleading tone, and tell me how to get rid of a headache. It was the first time I got that drunk. Oh, okay, let's go. He sighed and headed to the kitchen. We followed him, and there we met Ino. I didn't ask anything, just nodded in greeting and sat down on one of the free chairs. Ino, please help them, Seiji asked. She came up to me first and put her hand on my forehead. It lit up with a soft, green glow and I felt myself getting better. After me, she helped Satsuki. Then she put a glass of water in front of us. Drink, she said and sat down next to my brother. After drinking the water, I realized that I had more or less let go. Are you able to perceive information now? Seiji chuckled. I think so, Satsuki answered. Tell me what happened. Well, I must say that you came to me already drunk and started assuring me that you robbed a casino and offered to celebrate. What? Uchiha and I were surprised in chorus, exchanging glances. Imagine how surprised I was. My brother smiled. I don't know the details, but you said something about Sasuke, Madara and winning. You'd better ask your father about this, it seems he knows and is trying to somehow make amends for your mistake. Damn. Yeah, he nodded. Anyway, I was walking with Ino when you ran up to me. Your state was immediately obvious, and you offered to have another drink and celebrate. Of course, I didn't believe you, but I didn't refuse. To my own detriment, Ino commented. I was the only one in your company who didn't drink, I had to watch to make sure you didn't do anything stupid. But how can I watch people who own Horaishin? She was indignant at the end. Sorry, I apologized, what happened next? We went to the bar, Seiji continued his story. We were sitting and relaxing in a cultured manner. Well, how were we sitting? You became the stars of yesterday's dance floor, congratulations. Anyway, we were sitting, when serious-looking people came up to us. As it turned out, they were from the very casino that you robbed. They came up and politely, I emphasize, politely, asked for the money back. But you, brother, didn't like something about their behavior, and you kicked them and threw them out of the bar. After that, they threw us out too, asking us not to come back. Alas, I didn't have time to stop you, I was tipsy by that time. Honestly, after that, I myself vaguely remember the subsequent events. I groaned and hid my face in my hands, realizing what awaited me when I met my father. What happened next? Satsuki asked, her face also red. Then the three of you decided to climb the Hokage monument, Ino answered, and used the Horaishin. And, apparently, you didn't agree on who would transfer it and use the technique at the same time. As a result, the flash was orange. I climbed the mountain, but you weren't there. You returned a couple of hours later with Kankuro and Gaara, yelling something about scorpions surrounding you. With WHO. This time all three exclaimed. With Kankuro and Gaara, Ino answered patiently. I don't know what you were doing in Suna, but you had fun. The five of you returned and came up with a brilliant idea, as Naruto said, remember your youth, and paint the Hokage monument. And everyone else happily accepted this offer and ran around the village in search of paint. I tried to stop you, but you didn't hear me. Tell me we didn't do it, Satsuki asked pleadingly. No, you didn't do it, Yamanaka nodded. We all breathed a sigh of relief. Instead, you almost destroyed the forest of death. What did we dislike about it? I asked, tired of being surprised. When you returned with the paints, I finally managed to persuade you not to paint the Hokage's faces. You better not ask how much effort it cost me. After that, Naruto, you slapped yourself on the forehead, shouted something about spies, grabbed Satsuki and Gaara and teleported somewhere again. After that, I heard a rumble in the direction of the Forest of Death. Honestly, when I arrived there, everything was already over, about a fifth of the forest was destroyed, and Hokage-sama was able to calm you down. What came to my mind? I tried to remember. I can tell you, a voice came from the door. Looking there, I saw Gaara clutching his head. Just help with my head, I beg you. Ino, sighing, repeated the healing and, when the Kage's son more or less came to his senses, I asked the question that interested me. Gaara, how did you sneak into our company? It's simple. I was already going to sleep, when an orange flash appeared next to me, from which 3 of my drunk friends fell out. You first looked around and you, Naruto said, oops, there was a mistake. Oh, Gaara, hi, come with us. At that moment, the others noticed me and began to rejoice at the meeting. I tried to calm you down a little and send you home, but Kankuro came to the noise. After that, a new wave of greetings followed, and now my brother agreed to join you, saying that he would show you the best places. I had no choice but to follow you, in order to keep an eye on you. It looks like you didn't succeed, Seiji concluded, looking at Gaara's crumpled appearance. Yeah, you were persistent, he chuckled. Anyway, we were sitting at the bar when Kankuro, already very drunk, suggested hunting giant scorpions from the Demon Desert. From the new Chunin exam arc. We all thought it was a pretty fun activity, so we ran to this training ground. On the way, my father's Anbu tried to stop us, but we ignored them. Oh, what a reprimand I'm going to get from my father. Gaara realized the situation, fear splashing in his eyes. You're not the only one, Seiji and I answered sullenly in unison. Satsuki only nodded in agreement. Itachi is unlikely to pat her on the head either. Anyway, we ran to the Demon Desert. I told you that this is the training ground for the Chunin exam, which made you beam and start running around the desert in search of scorpions. When you couldn't find them, you came running to me and asked me to find it with sand. I was already tipsy then, too, although not as much as you, so I did as you asked. When I showed you where the scorpion was hiding, I was the first to rush after it. When we found it, you, Naruto, hit it with lightning, but it didn't impress him and he hit you with his tail. You flew off somewhere to the side. Satsuki fired a fireball at him, but he didn't care about that either, and he sent you after Naruto. Judging by Naruto's scream in the direction you flew right into him. Seiji, you tried to create a rasengan, but you failed and it exploded in your hands. At that moment, my consciousness cleared up a little, and I guessed to crush it with sand. Unfortunately, it didn't clear up well enough, so when Naruto, with Satsuki in his arms, came running and started shouting that we were surrounded by enemies and needed to run away urgently, we all listened to you and you brought us here. Once here, for some reason we decided to paint the Hokage monument. On the way to get paint, Seiji continued to get me drunk. At the same time, he chased me to some bar to get some drinks, while staying outside. You said that you had some disagreements with the owner of the bar and he would definitely cheat you. This seemed like a sufficient explanation to me, so I bought some at that bar, with my own money, mind you, and we ran on to look for paint. When we found it and returned to the monument, this girl was able to persuade us not to do it. My name is Ino, the blonde grumbled. Nice to meet you, Gaara nodded. Anyway, when we decided not to paint the monument, you, Naruto, slapped yourself on the forehead, grabbed me and Satsuki and transferred to the Forest of Death. There you explained in a whisper that the local trees were Zetsu spies and they needed to be destroyed. At that moment, a snake wrapped itself around your leg and you, yelling, the vines are attacking, he's already here. Began to smash the trees. Satsuki and I joined in. Soon your father showed up and started sorting things out. Not understanding anything from our explanations, he got angry and transferred us all to his house, said something to Kushina-san, locked Naruto and Satsuki in one room, me and Kanuro in another, and Seiji in a third and asked Ino to keep an eye on him. After that, I went to bed. Your mother, I cursed, leaning back in my chair and looking at the ceiling. So what should I do now? How inopportune this happened. It could lead to an international scandal, because, in essence, we kidnapped 2 caged children right from the village. At the same time, Satsuki and I robbed a casino, which also promises problems. And all this 4 days before the 5 summit. Shit. What casino? Gaara asked in surprise. I have no idea, I answered. And by the way, where is Kankuro? Still asleep. I see. In general, we are incomplete. I hesitated for a moment, just incomplete. Satsuki, I suggest we go to your father now and apologize. What does this have to do with me? She asked. And the fact is that I still remember something. I clearly remember how you suggested doing something stupid. At the end, I mimicked her voice. Damn, I don't even remember that, she frowned. Okay, let's go apologize. We got up and headed for the exit. But Seiji called out to me. By the way, brother, congratulations. On what? I didn't get it. He just smiled and pointed to my neck. I didn't get it and went to the mirror to see a hickey there. Sorry, Satsuki was embarrassed, having not noticed it before. Oh well, I just need to change, I waved my hand. I'll be right there. Putting on a turtleneck t-shirt, Satsuki and I, holding hands, went to the Hokage's residence. Having knocked on the office door and received permission, we went inside. There we were met by a gloomy Minato. You've finally arrived, he said. Do you even understand how much you set me up? Having received our nods in response, he sighed heavily. When I said to rest and prepare for the council, I didn't mean getting drunk to the point of unconsciousness, robbing a casino, kidnapping the Casecage's children and destroying half of the Forest of Death. How did you even come up with that? He raised his voice. We don't know ourselves, I exhaled. That doesn't excuse you at all. You've endangered the council and turned the Casecage against you. You're lucky he took the situation seriously and didn't declare war on us. And that's only because you saved Gaara from Akatsuki. So that's it. Now you're getting yourselves together, otherwise you look like stale corpses. Then you're going to bring Gaara and Kankuro home, officially apologizing to the Casecage. Then you're going to fly to Tanzaku and return the money you stole to that casino, double the amount, and then they won't make this incident public. Then you're going to come back here and not leave the house until you're ready to go to the council. Is everyone understood? Yes, but, I started, but was interrupted. Since you understand, then do it. Don't make me even angrier. I understand that this will make you even angrier, but can I ask you one question? What? He asked irritably. Which casino did we rob, and for how much? I asked carefully, watching as my father's eyes flared with anger again. You. Well, it seems like we got off relatively easy, I exhaled after we left the residence. Speak for yourself, Satsuki answered sullenly. How did we manage to steal so much money? I have no idea, I was afraid to ask this question. I answered. It seems to me that we have already pissed him off too much. That's for sure, Uchiha shuddered. I have never seen Minato-san so angry. And I have never heard such expressions. I don't know what half of the words he called us mean, but they sounded respectable. Agreed. Well, shall we go home? Let's tidy ourselves up and then repay the debts. I turned to her. Yeah, she nodded. Then a mischievous sparkle flashed in her eyes. Whatever you're thinking now, think it over. I immediately caught myself. The last time you looked at me like that, we owe. Satsuki shut me up with a kiss. A little taken aback, I quickly came to my senses and responded to the kiss. When we broke away from each other, she smiled. Now we can go our separate ways. Having said this, she disappeared into the shunshin. I stood there for a couple more seconds, then smiled myself and was transported home. After all, this whole bacchanalia was not in vain. Chapter 40. The apology to the Casecage went surprisingly calmly. As father said, he entered the situation and did not make claims, but on the condition that if we again stumbled drunk into his village, he would personally kick us out. This was acceptable. After yesterday I will never touch alcohol again. You all say that, and then history repeats itself. Commented the fox. Oh, Kurama, you finally removed the block. What, do you have a lot of experience? I asked. Yeah, he answered sullenly. I'm afraid to ask where from. Did your mother really drink like crazy when she was young? No, Kushina was a wonderful Jinchuriki and didn't do any crap. But Mito. My friend remained silent meaningfully. Wait, are you serious? Uzumaki Mito was an alcoholic. I asked, somewhat shocked. You can't call her an alcoholic, but she loved to drink well, and she always won in all competitions, even Tobarama. Tobarama. He's a serious man, the sternest Hokage. He wasn't always Hokage. When the era of warring states ended, he was quite the party animal. It's better for us to finish this excursion into history. I don't want to know anything more about the past. My psyche will be intact. Oh, I haven't told you about. Enough, I begged. As if that were my revenge for the night with the Uchiha. You damn pervert. The horror, my Jinchuriki, and with Uchiha. Where is the world coming to? Should I tell you the details? Oh, go away, I'm in a bad mood again. Come on, go back to the real world, that Uchiha of yours can't reach you there. Kurama said in a low voice and cut off the connection again. It's good that he didn't block it this time, I'll be able to reach him if anything happens. Naruto. Satsuki called me once again. Yes, I answered. Finally, you answered, she was happy. A fox, I confirmed. And what does he say? The girl asked. He's offended, I shrugged. He's indignant because of last night. It seems to me that everyone is offended at us because of last night, so one more, one less, Satsuki grinned. Except Kankuro, I chuckled, he liked it. That's true, she nodded, the only normal person in our company of alcoholics. Now to Tanzaku. Yeah, do you think they'll be very upset if I ask how we robbed them? I asked. I think so, Uchiha answered thoughtfully after a second of silence, for some reason I have such a feeling. Then I'll trust your feelings. We pay off the debt and go back to the village, I smiled and, hugging Satsuki, moved to Tanzaku, where after last night I had several marks. You know, when we returned the money to them, they weren't upset at all. Satsuki noticed when we were standing at the entrance to the casino with 3 brightly burning 7s on the sign. Maybe it was worth asking after all. What difference does it make now? I waved my hand, upset by the loss of money, because my father demanded that we repay the debt exclusively from our own pockets. Let's go home already. Not only Satsuki and I were punished with house arrest. Seiji also participated in our drinking bout and was also punished. Kushina was appointed our supervisor. But fortunately, if you don't anger her, she is the nicest person in this world. So instead of a severe punishment, we got a mother who constantly teased us, who diligently did not notice Horaishin's outbursts that appeared in our rooms every now and then. In general, I spent the entire arrest with Satsuki, because Itachi was no better as a supervisor. He watched our antics with a smirk and also pretended that I did not exist in his house. So that day we really rested. But then the time came, and my father, Satsuki and I were standing at the village gates. Mom, Seiji, Itachi and Kakashi, whom Minato had left in charge in his absence, came out to see us off. I left you instructions, Kakashi, my father finished his instructions. In general, I rely on you, if anything, send a message via Seiji, Danzo and Shikaku will help with advice. Sensei, you are repeating yourself. I can handle it. The gray-haired man smiled with his eye. Yes, indeed. Try to make sure that the village is not in ruins by the time I return. Minato smiled and, hugging Kushina one last time, set off. We took a very fast pace, which even many Jonin would not have been able to keep up with. We rarely stopped for a rest, our goal was to get to the land of iron as quickly as possible. We were almost never distracted by conversations. So the journey passed quickly and very boringly. After 2 days of almost non-stop running, we finally arrived at the place where the council was being held. We were met by the head of the samurai Mifune, who looked exactly as I remembered him. We exchanged bows. I am glad to welcome you to the land of iron, Hokage-sama. You have arrived first. My subordinates will take you to your rooms. The meeting will begin as planned, tomorrow at noon. Oh, and I ask you not to use chakra in the palace. We have a very sensitive tracking system that is activated during the meeting, so any disturbance in chakra will activate the siren. Very well, Mifune-sama. Thank you for your hospitality. Minato answered politely and followed the samurai. Satsuki and I followed him. Soon we found ourselves in front of 3 doors. The samurai said that these were our rooms. Minato chose the central one, I went to the right one. The furnishings were simple, but comfortable. There was nothing unnecessary. A few minutes later, our father called us. His room was no different from mine. He stood by the window and looked at our duet with a stern gaze. I already told you the basic rules in the village, he began. And I see no point in repeating myself. We should think about how we will convince the other cage. If Rasa can still support us, then the Raikage will definitely be against us. We need some proof of the danger of Akatsuki. We need to say that the enemy has Rinnegan. And that the enemy is the Uchiha renegades. Satsuki suggested. I agree about the first, but not about the second. If we say that our enemies are the Uchiha, this could arouse a lot of suspicion towards us because they are the Konoha clan. Minato objected. There is no point in hiding it, I said thoughtfully, they will find out about it sooner or later anyway, and if we do not tell about it, then we will be accused of hiding information. In order not to arouse groundless suspicions, it is better to say that it was these renegades who carried out the massacre of the clan. This should at least weaken the suspicions towards us. Reasonable, Minato nodded. And we also need to say that it was they who killed Kiyomi. This should finally convince those who think that we are behind Akatsuki. Naruto, what exactly happened at your council? Tell me in detail. I am forced to admit that Obito himself turned all the countries against himself. Sasuke and his team attacked the meeting, and Obito saved him from death, told him his plan and personally announced the beginning of the fourth world. This time he doesn't have Sasuke, but he does have Shin. Satsuki noted. And you shouldn't write off Zetsu either. I said. His imitation technique is almost perfect. I can recognize fakes, but only thanks to Kurama and his sense of hatred. But it's not a fact that he will attack this time. Last time, there were 2 Jinchuriki left. Now there are 4 alive. And they can just continue to catch them one by one. It's in their interests that we don't come to an agreement. Minato made an important remark. That's true. That's why it's important to convince them to cooperate. If nothing works out at all, I can tell them my story. I suggested. It's pointless. They just won't believe you. Father shook his head. Perhaps. I nodded. But we need to consider all possibilities, even the most improbable ones. They'll think you're crazy. We know you and trust you, but others don't. You have to admit that the reincarnation story sounds very dubious. Satsuki objected. I agree with Minato-san, it's better not to tell your story. Then how do we explain where we got this information from? I asked. Father thought about it. This was clearly going to be a long argument. Are you sure we'll succeed? Satsuki asked after our meeting. Now we were hugging each other in my room. I'm not sure about anything. I sighed. We came up with the best plan we could. We should be able to convince them. I hope so, she said. We lay like that for a few more minutes. Naruto. She called me. Yes. Can I stay here tonight? She asked quietly. Of course, I agreed. Why even ask? Thank you, Satsuki smiled and pulled me into a kiss. I am glad to welcome you to the 5-Cage Council. I, Mifune, am speaking here as an independent party. Hokage-sama, you were the initiator of this meeting, I give you the floor. Thank you, Mifune-sama. Father nodded. Satsuki and I, like the rest of the cage's escort, were on the balconies of the second floor. We had a good view of the entire hall. The main goal of today's meeting is the terrorist organization Akatsuki. You all know that their target is the Jinchuriki. They have already captured 5 of them. The remaining 4 are in great danger. My proposal is to gather all the Jinchuriki in one place and surround them with powerful security so that they are not captured. We cannot afford to implement their plans. And of course, all the security will consist of valiant Konoha shinobi, ready to stand up for the protection of other people's Jinchuriki, Old Man Onoki noted sarcastically. Don't you want to just capture the remaining tailed beasts, Hokage-sama? No, Minato objected, I just want to stop Akatsuki's plans from coming true. And of course, I wasn't going to place the Jinchuriki in the custody of only my subordinates and in my village. I'm not going to put my village at risk. And how do you know about Akatsuki's plans, esteemed Hokage? Asked Terumi Mei. You probably know that we recently stormed their base. Their leader, a man named Nagato, actively talked to my son during the battle and gave him his plans. Of course, the head of Akatsuki lost to a little boy, and even gave him his plans. Of course we believe you. Onoki grinned. Nagato had a god complex, Minato answered, he couldn't even imagine that he would lose, so he actively shared his plans, because he thought he was already talking to a dead man. To anticipate your question, yes, Nagato had reasons to develop a god complex, since he possessed the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan? I asked. Are you serious? With the eyes of a god? And you're saying that your son was able to defeat the owner of the legendary eyes? I wouldn't advise doubting Naruto's strength. At the age of 12, he was able to defeat the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed beast, who had fully released his Biju. Personally, I'm not sure that I could defeat him in a fight. Okay, let's say we believe that your son was able to defeat the owner of the Rinnegan. What did he learn? What is this organization's plan? Rasa asked calmly. He could believe that Naruto could win. He himself witnessed his power several years ago. The revival of the 10-tailed beast, Minato answered. Explain, I demanded. There were no 9-tailed beasts before. There was only one Biju on the earth, the 10-tailed one. Rikudo Sennin was able to defeat it and become the Jinchuriki of the 10-tailed one. When it was dying, he divided it into 9 parts, and that is how the tailed beasts appeared. Akatsuki wants to unite all the Biju again in order to revive the 10-tailed one. With its power, they want to plunge the whole world into a global genjutsu, eternal Tsukiyomi. All people will find themselves in a world of illusions, seeing the embodiment of their dreams. So they want to stop wars all over the world. We found indirect evidence of this on the tablet left by Rikudo Sennin to the Uchiha clan, which can only be read with the activated Sharingan. And why do you think the Jinchuriki are in danger? Mei asked. As I understand it, you destroyed the organization and eliminated its leader. We eliminated the leader, but the 2 most suspicious members remained alive. 2 renegades from the Uchiha clan, who managed to steal Nagato's Rinnegan right from under our noses. Many of the cage were about to say something, but their father did not let them. I understand that it looks suspicious. That we somehow managed to miss the Rinnegan and they were stolen by the Uchiha, who belong to my village. But before you start accusing me of lying, I will tell you that it was these 2 who carried out the massacre of the Uchiha clan. They were responsible for the release of the 9-tailed fox in the middle of my village 16 years ago. And they were the ones who killed my daughter during a mission 2 years ago. Do you still think that this is a cunning plan of Konoha? Okay, let's say we believe you, said Rasa, let's say you were right and these people continue to carry out the plan. But can two people defeat an entire village? Wouldn't it be safer to keep the Jinchuriki in the heart of the village, where there are a lot of shinobi ready to defend the village? If you want to send your subordinates to certain death, go ahead. I'm not going to send my people against these monsters. Let me remind you that one of them was able to destroy Konoha single-handedly 15 years ago. 15 years. What do you think he's capable of now? As a final argument for their danger, I'll say that on that day, this man called himself Uchiha Madara. These words caused the effect of an exploding bomb from a tailed beast. The eyes of absolutely every shinobi opened wide. They didn't want to believe these words. Are you absolutely sure that it's him? Asked Onoki. I encountered this man when I was young. His strength is monstrous. And you were able to defeat him, Hokage-sama. With all due respect to your strength, I cannot believe it. You could not defeat Madara in battle. He himself said that he lost most of his strength. But even so, I could barely hit him, with all my speed. I'm ready to admit that it was my luck and my opponent's underestimation of me. I'm ready to admit that he's only hiding behind a legendary name. It's quite possible. But you can't deny the fact that this man is dangerous. And now he has the Rinnegan in his hands and the power of the five-tailed beasts concentrated into a single statue that he can use in battle. Do you still want to leave a Jinchuriki in the middle of a village full of civilians? I agree with the Hokage, I said suddenly. I don't want to risk the village and my brother's life if he is threatened by such people. I am for keeping the Jinchuriki in one place and putting the strongest possible security. We should put our differences aside in the face of such an enemy. I also support the Hokage-sama, said Shibuki, the head of the hidden waterfall. I am forced to admit that my village is not able to protect the tailed beast entrusted to us. My village no longer has any tailed beasts left. The Tsuchikage sighed heavily, but I am ready to allocate several shinobi to protect the rest. Likewise, Mei admitted, I will allocate several strong shinobi. I support, Rasa agreed. You were once able to save my son. I hope that you will be able to save him this time as well. As a gesture of goodwill, I am ready to personally join the defense squad. I thank you all for your understanding, the father bowed to everyone. My son will also be there, and I will also allocate the strongest shinobi of my village to protect him. Now we have to decide where we will keep the Jinchuriki. I am ready to provide the floating turtle island, the Raikage suggested. It is well hidden and protected. Besides, it is a good place for Jinchuriki training. I agree, the Hokage, to whom I told about this island, nodded. This is a good choice. I support, the other Kage confirmed the choice. Good. Then I suggest that we deliver the Jinchuriki there as quickly as possible. Naruto, a clone of the White Zetsu is moving here. Most likely, it is disguised. Kurama warned me. Thank you, I said and jumped down. Hokage-sama, the source of hatred is moving here. What does this mean? Asked the Raikage. At that moment, a samurai burst into the room. Mifune-sama, the sentries noticed two figures in cloaks with red clouds. He reported. Naruto, it is him. Understood. Mifune immediately got up from his desk and began giving orders. I jumped over the table and chopped off the head of the samurai who was not expecting this. How dare you? Mifune was indignant, taking his blade out of its sheath. This is still Kono's conspiracy. He did not finish. The samurai's image began to float, revealing white flesh. It was a spy, I explained. My tailed one has the ability to sense targeted hatred. He warned me that this was not a real samurai. Most likely, he was luring part of the forces out of this hall. Very insightful, a voice was heard behind me. I turned around and saw a man in a red spiral mask. All the accompanying people immediately jumped off the balconies, landing in front of their rulers in full combat readiness. Quiet, I came to talk. This man raised his hands conciliatorily, grinning. What do you want, Madara? Asked my father. Find a peaceful solution to the situation. Uchiha answered, looking at everyone present. Your preparations are pointless, I will take the remaining Jinchuriki in any case. But I do not want bloodshed. Our war will take too many lives. I do not need this. I suggest that you voluntarily hand over the remaining tailed beasts, and then the battle can be avoided. I did not listen to the rest of his proposal. Now was too convenient a chance to eliminate such an enemy. He was alone against 5 Kage and a dozen elite shinobi. With all his strength, Obito would not be able to resist for long. Exchanging glances with my father, we nodded slightly and simultaneously attacked the enemy. The Raikage became enraged along with us and, covered in a veil of lightning, instantly appeared at Tobi and delivered a crushing blow that passed through the target. Minato moved to the seal placed during the release of the fox and struck with the rasengan. I released my chakra tails and began to strike countless times, preventing Tobi from exiting his intangibility. Tobi completely ignored our attacks and continued to stand calmly in place. I take it this is a refusal, he noted. But I wanted to resolve everything peacefully. Well, then it's your own fault for what's about to happen. See you on the battlefield, esteemed Kage. With these words, the Uchiha literally fell through the ground. And a couple of seconds later, I stopped feeling him. He's gone, I reported. I can't feel him anymore. Why did he ignore our attacks? What kind of power is that? The Raikage asked. It's the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan, Minato answered. I managed to notice its pattern. And now I can assume that this really isn't the real Madara. I think I know who's hiding under the mask. Who? My student, who's presumed dead, Obito Uchiha. Father sighed. Before his supposed death, he gave one of his eyes to another of my students, Hitaki Kakashi. And Kakashi's Mangekyo pattern is identical. At that moment, the breathless samurai ran into the hall again. Mifune-sama. Is he real? The head of the samurai interrupted him, looking at me. I nodded. Report, he commanded. A snowstorm is approaching from the north. And it's approaching too fast for it to be natural. Someone created it. Shin, Satsuki and I said at the same time. He managed to train, bastard. What Shin? Asked the Tsuchikage. The second surviving Akatsuki, I explained, I'll tell you on the way. We need to protect the settlement. Chapter 41. So who is this Shin? Mei asked when we left the hall. And how did you know it was him? This is the second Uchiha. We know almost nothing about him. He participated in the Uchiha massacre. From my summoning, I learned that he made an alliance with their enemies, the Ice Falcons. And now an artificial snowstorm is approaching us. I see, Rasa answered. And how do you think to stop this storm? That's what I wanted to talk about now. I said and made a few seals. A girl in maroon clothes appeared in a cloud of smoke. She looked at the crowd of strangers around me in surprise. It's been a while, Naruto. Why did you call? She smiled at me. Melina, hi, where's Bale? I immediately asked. He hasn't recovered from the last fight yet. Am I not good enough for you? The girl was indignant. Now is not the time for games. A snowstorm caused by an apprentice of the Ice Falcons is approaching us. How are you dealing with it? The Ice Ones have an apprentice. She immediately became serious. I need to tell my father. He told me about it, so don't. How can I resist the storm? Fire Ones are best at dealing with mass attacks by the Ice Ones. If there were none nearby, they would strain Bale, and he would be able to hold off the attacks for a while. We don't have either of those right now, I noted. Mass fire attacks. They can hold back the storm. At the same time, a huge cloud of steam is created, which is very well electrified. This can be used, but keep in mind, the Ice Ones are aware of these features, so don't count on it too much. But with the help of this cloud, you can summon your own storm. When the storms collide, they break into each other, disappearing, but this will cause a strong elemental explosion. It will need to be suppressed so that it does not affect the civilian population. Usually this is enough to engage in battle with the Falcons themselves. From then on, you only need to rely on your own strength. Thank you, Melina, you helped a lot, I thanked the girl. She smiled. You're welcome. Will you need help? I don't think so, we can handle it on our own. Go home. As you say. But you should still call more often, I miss my annoying neighbor. With your departure, the chambers have become boring. Okay, I'll visit sometime, I promised, and now bye, we're in a hurry. Bye-bye. Melina waved her hand one last time and disappeared. I turned to the Kage, who were silently watching our conversation. You heard, we need powerful fire techniques. I'll handle creating a counterstorm. I can help with the storm, Rasa suggested. I understand correctly that you're going to create a thunderstorm, right? Yes, I nodded, after which we continued moving towards the exit of the complex where the council was taking place. Gold conducts electricity very well. It can strengthen your storm. Good, but who will handle the containment while Kage-sama and I are busy counteracting? Fire techniques are not my strong point, Mei was forced to admit, but I can create a lava barrier. It creates intense heat and should help. I'll help with containment, Satsuki suggested. Then our task with the Tsuchikage and the Hokage is to eliminate this Shin, the Raikage concluded. It's better to leave the remaining bodyguards to protect the settlement. That's reasonable, nodded the father. I own barrier techniques and will protect the village from the consequences of the meeting of two storms. Remember that Shin is the owner of the Mangekyo Sharingan, I told the two Kage, do not underestimate him. Take my kunai, after eliminating the storm, I will come to you. At that moment, a piece of paper appeared in front of the Raikage in a bright flash. A immediately grabbed it and began to read. A few seconds later, he squeezed the paper in rage and threw it aside. Damn Uchiha. What happened, Raikage? Asked Onok. My village was attacked by a man in a spiral mask with a huge army of white creatures. They came for B. shouted A. Then we change the plan. After the storm subsides, I will move you to the hidden cloud and help with the elimination of Obito. I can only move you, so your companions will have to stay here, suggested Minato. Then let's quickly destroy the storm. While I do nothing here, my people are dying. A exclaimed and punched the wall with his fist. Everyone came out into this improvised passage and saw that a snowstorm of enormous proportions was already very close. I jumped onto the roof of the building and began to focus the energy of the storm, forming a concentration seal. My eyes lit up with purple energy and lightning bolts began to run along my hands. Thunderclouds began to gather above our heads. Rasa stood next to me and began to spread golden sand grains over a large area. At that moment, a wide barrier of lava appeared next to a solid wall of snow. The hiss of melting snow could be heard even here. From one of the outermost roofs of the settlement, a huge wave of fire struck, which passed over the lava wall. Huge clouds of steam rose up, helping me in creating a storm. This confrontation lasted for a minute and a half and it became clear that the heat of the lava and fire was gradually losing to the cold. The blizzard was moving closer and closer to the settlement. A sandstorm consisting of gold was already hovering in front of it. Finally, I finished. It was difficult to create a storm without Bale, but I managed. Thunderclouds descended from the sky and found themselves between the cold and the village. Sand and thunderstorm united against the cold. At that moment, Bale appeared nearby in a cloud of smoke. He looked unwell, his entire body was covered in bandages, it was obvious that he was standing with great difficulty. At that moment, a barrier of purple flame appeared around the settlement, which I once defended myself with from Orochimaru. As soon as the thunderstorm descended to the ground, the flow of fire ceased, the lava wall subsided, and nothing held back the blizzard anymore. It seemed that nothing was happening for a few seconds. And then the frost and thunderstorm met. There was a deafening explosion. If it weren't for my father's efforts, the village would have been wiped off the face of the earth. Ice and sand fragments flew in all directions, surrounded by a halo of lightning. The explosion was comparable in strength to a 10-tailed bomb. A few seconds later, the riot of the elements ended. The barrier collapsed, but it had already accomplished its task. A man in a black cloak with scarlet clouds hung on ice wings in front of the city. In the darkness of the hood, the Sharingans glowed with a bloody light. It seemed that the explosion hadn't disturbed him at all. A yellow flash flashed somewhere below. Father and the Raikage. Bale, what the hell are you doing here? Get back quickly. I got angry. Yeah, right. He grumbled. Melina said that you met with a student of the ice. You will need my help in this battle. I can't fight on my own, but I am capable of unity. Ah, well, I know that I can't convince you otherwise. I sighed and jumped high into the air. A falcon immediately flew into me and I began to fly on thunderous wings. I hovered in front of Shin, who was watching this picture with interest. Suddenly, a dwarf grandfather appeared next to me, calmly hovering in the air. Damn, I forgot that he could fly. Good, I can use some support. Long time no see, Namikaze. It seems, since the moment we killed your sister. Despite the fact that the Uchiha's face was not visible, there was a clear smirk in his voice. You won't be able to piss me off, Shin. I replied. Oh, you even know my name, he said mockingly. Stop talking already, Namikaze, Ono grumbled. You're right, Tsuchikage. His eyes sparkled even brighter. Enough talking. We both rushed towards each other at the same time. The ice blade collided with the steel one. Many different throwing weapons made of ice began to appear next to it. Sharingans flashed and Shin took control of the weapons. My katana immediately spun around, trying to hit me, but I managed to let go of it and fly away. Damn, my kunai and Hiraishin are useless. He will simply take control of them. I flapped my wings, and several lightning bolts flew off them, which shattered the ice projectiles. At that moment, a beam of white energy flew off the hands of the Tsuchikage, who flew to the side, destroying everything it touched. Unfortunately, Shin managed to fly away from the attack and several clones formed from the snow flying around him. They flew up and began to fly in a circle, forming a frost vortex, from which many ice spikes fell. The real Shin immediately took control of them and sent them at Onok and me. Kurama, cover, I asked mentally. Work again, the fox sighed heavily, who even in such a situation tried to joke. But still, a barrier of lightning formed around me, taking on the spikes. At that time, I flapped my wings and formed two swords of lightning. Try to take control of them. The Tsuchikage flew up to me and put his hand on my shoulder. Earth release, lightweight rock technique. Now you are much lighter, this should increase your speed, Namikaze. He shouted, I will take on the clones. Deal with the original. With these words, he soared up, where the clones accelerated more and more. A disk of white energy appeared between his hands. Then I stopped paying attention to the old man. He is strong, he will cope. I have a fight with a difficult opponent ahead of me. The Raikage and I found ourselves several kilometers away from the hidden cloud village. I immediately leaned against a rock standing nearby. Such long journeys with Hiraisanam are very draining. Raikage, don't wait for me, I'll join you as soon as I can. I said to a hinata and, covered in lightning, ran towards the huge army of white creatures visible even from here. There were a lot of them, tens of thousands of Zetsu clones stormed the village, firing back with various techniques. The Eight Tails was not yet visible. I sat down and stopped moving, concentrating. It is possible to combine rest and entering hermit mode. At the same time, I will test Kushina's latest development in the field, which she completed the day before leaving the village. It is better not to use these seals now and save them for the upcoming battle. A minute later, I felt my body filling with strength. I stood up and took my signature three-bladed kunai in my hands. It's time to thin out this crowd. Throwing it high into the air, I moved into the air right above the army of white creatures. My most destructive techniques began to form in my hands. It's hard to imagine how much nerve I had worn out trying to learn how to form two S-rank techniques at the same time. In one hand, the wind blades of the Rasengan appeared, in the other, a small flower made of flame. The fire lotus itself creates a strong explosion, with petals spreading in all directions. This is a strong technique, but not enough against such an army. But in combination with the Rasengan, it creates simply monstrous destruction. Flash style, striking huge fire lotus of the wind hurricane. And why doesn't Kushina like the name? It sounds cool. I threw both techniques and the hermit mode immediately flew off. I spent all the natural energy I had collected on these techniques. The wind shuriken immediately absorbed the flower and tongues of flame immediately ran along the blades. Many Zetsu saw the technique and tried to run away, but it was too late, the shuriken quickly reached the ground. A huge explosion occurred at the place of impact, destroying everything that was in the affected area. Tens of thousands of small wind blades, reinforced with fire, flew in all directions, which simply mowed down a third of Madara's army. Having thrown the kunai down, I moved to the wall of the village, where a fierce battle was already underway between the shinobi of the cloud and the white creatures. It was there that I saw the flickering figure of the Raikage. Do you have other options? I asked. You remember that I am not just a storm falcon. I have to admit that Shin and I are equal in close combat. My electric swords met ice copies, his chakra limbs were protected by ice shields that appeared, lightning bolts that flew from his wings every now and then met ice spikes. At least the freezing rain stopped, Onoki was busy with the clones. It's just a pity that they were too nimble and he couldn't hit them with the dust element. Naruto, Bale turned to me. Don't you think that lightning bolts are not very suitable for this opponent? But you said that taking the fire form is a lot of work for you. Are you sure you can handle it? Do you have any other options? Bale returned my phrase to me. It will be much easier for you to deal with him in the fire form. But keep in mind that I won't last long. You have a maximum of 7 minutes. After that, I will completely exhaust my strength and pass out, and then you will most likely lose. Try to make it in time. Okay, I agreed, translate. I'll take control of the wings, you won't have to think about them, Bale warned me. As you say. Naruto, fire is better enhanced by my chakra than lightning, this time Kurama made contact. It is still my element. I'll take that into account, I answered. At that moment, the wings carried me some distance away from Shin. What, are you retreating? He grinned. The hood was still on him, but the grin in his voice was easy to hear. In vain. He flapped his wings and a squall of frosty wind rushed towards me. A stream of ice blades rained down from his hands, flying at me from all possible angles. I was about to close myself with a powerful thunderstorm barrier, when I felt warmth. As Satsuki, who was watching our aerial battle from below, told me later, my wings spread wide, changing my element in an instant. The eyes began to glow with fire, the wings themselves were also tongues of flame. A wave of fire hit me in all directions, dispersing all of Shin's attacks. I dispersed the swords and flapped my wings, from which fiery projectiles rained down, similar to feathers. An ice wall appeared in their path, but several feathers, flying first, managed to make a hole in the barrier and the rest almost caught up with the dodging Shin, who was very surprised by the change in elements. So that's who your partner is. He drawled. I see. Well, it's time to get serious. His falcon partner flew out of it, leaving a visible trail of frost behind him. I took advantage of the moment and fired several extremely fast fire bullets at him. But they were stopped by the black ribs of Susanoo that appeared. The Sharingan, which had never activated before, flashed brightly. At that moment, I realized that I was moving much slower than I should. Everything was moving much faster than before. Snowflakes fell as if they were released by a technique, Old Man Onoki and Shin's clones turned into flickering spots. I did not have time to follow their movements. I turned my gaze to my opponent. A chuckle came from under the hood, and then a powerful kick flew into my head, sending me down. I was unable to notice his movements. I don't know how, but he also managed to move in the air. I flew for a short time, in my understanding, and another blow flew at me, this time in the back. The third blow, which was supposed to hit the stomach, was blocked by a chakra paw. While this conversation lasted, Kurama and Bale managed to pull me out from under 9 attacks. His blows were either blocked by chakra limbs, or I was carried out of the affected area by flaming wings. My entire body was covered in brightly sparkling golden energy. The world sped up. It was still slow, but now I could at least see Shin's movements and could at least somehow respond to them. Naruto, he slowed down time for everyone except himself. This technique affects your perception. You just don't see his attacks. But it didn't work on me and Bale. This technique should be incredibly chakra consuming, so your bird and I will try to hold out. What if we activate the golden cover? My perception is greatly accelerated in it, maybe that will help. I suggested. It might work. It's not a fact that the fight will be conducted the same way you're used to, but at least you'll stop pretending to be a punching bag. The wings carried me away from another kick when I stretched my hand forward and a fiery beam flew out of it. Shin pushed off the air and dodged the technique, and launched a fan of wind blades at me. One wing again became thunderous and with a wave released several lightning bolts, which became a barrier that took the enemy's technique. Only at that moment was I able to deliver a new attack. I managed to get into the gap where one of my wings was thunder and the other was fire, and I was able to release 2 techniques of different elements from my hands. A beam of lightning flew out of one hand, and many fireballs from the other. This time Shin did not have time to dodge, so Susanoo's ribs appeared around him. And as soon as the black energy flared up around him, I felt that my perception returned to normal. I formed a tailed beast bomb at the highest possible speed and fired it at Shin. The attack did not hit him, but it was able to dispel Susanoo, which did not have time to strengthen due to flesh and remained a skeleton. And at that moment, a golden spike came out of his chest. Rasa appeared next to me, all this time, under some kind of disguise. The spike made of golden sand began to change shape and more spikes began to burst out of the Uchiha's body. A cough was heard from under the hood and drops of blood began to fall down. Finally, Rasa got tired of tormenting the enemy, the spike exploded into bloody sand, and Uchiha Shin ceased to exist. From behind, Kurama shouted in my head. But I couldn't do anything. I turned around and saw an ice blade coming out of Rasa's body. Laughter was heard from under the hood. Shin kicked the sword out of the Kage's body, which immediately flew down. Continuing to laugh, Uchiha threw off the hood. "What did you do there, Hokage?" asked A, destroying several white zetsu with one powerful swing of his fist. "Can you repeat that?" "I can, but it's better not to do it," answered Minato, moving to 2 white figures who almost broke through the defense of an ordinary cloud shinobi. A swing of a kunai and 2 bodies fall headless. "For that, I need to freeze and not move for a minute." "Not an option," admitted A, slightly lengthening the cover around his arms and jumping down from the wall, spinning. With each turn, the shroud lengthened, reaching a span of several meters near the ground. The wreckage landed, shredding all the creatures within a radius of 5 meters. The shroud returned to normal. "Where was the last time you saw the mask wearer?" Minato asked, throwing shadow copies of his kunai in all directions. Concentrating for a moment, the Hokage disappeared, a series of yellow flashes passed along the entire wall, and a second later Namikaze appeared in the same place, and all the zetsu that had climbed the wall fell down in an instant with fatal wounds. Near the residence, he fought with Bai-sensei. The red-haired girl standing next to him answered. Minato nodded. "Raikage, I will go after Obito, hold off these creatures." He shouted at the ruler of this village. "Don't let him grab my brother," Ace shouted back, releasing lightning bolts in all directions, destroying another crowd of enemies. The Hokage threw the kunai up again, moving towards it. He had a view of the village. He immediately noticed the residence of the Raikage, as well as a man surrounded by poisonous red chakra, juggling 8 swords at once, defending himself from the attacks of a man in a spiral mask. Minato threw many kunai there at once, so that the battlefield would be ready at once, and then concentrated for a moment. One of the 3 seals located on his chest was erased, red pigmentation appeared around his eyes, and his pupils became toad-like. The Hokage moved to the mark on Obito's back and kicked the enemy. He, not expecting an attack from behind, flew back and crashed into a rock, leaving a noticeable dent there. Uchiha, as if nothing had happened, peeled himself off the wall and theatrically shook the dust off his cloak. "Hokage." He recognized the blonde Jinchuriki of the 8-tailed who had arrived. "I'm here with your brother," Namikaze explained briefly. "Minato," the man in the mask said. "Did you really throw your son against Shin?" "Big mistake. Unlike him, I would have grabbed him less painfully." "Well, you yourself chose to help another village. Luckily, I don't have to spare you. This time, you don't have a chance. Last time, you destroyed my village. I won't let history repeat itself. You can't defeat me, Obito. Obito, a caustic laugh came from under the mask. I haven't heard that name for a long time. Obito Uchiha has been dead for a long time. I personally buried him. I'm sure that somewhere deep inside there is still that kind boy who wants to help everyone around him. I can bring you back, Obito. Think what you want, the Uchiha answered indifferently, I don't care. It's time to die, Minato. I've seen many freaks in my life, but Uchiha Shin looked truly terrifying. Deathly pale skin. The eyelids of his right eye were turned back and sewn to the skin of his face, leaving the eye naked. The sclera of this eye was completely black, like that of a person revived with the help of Edo Tensei. 4 more Sharingans were grafted onto his bald head. I managed to notice how one eye turned white and closed. Excellent technique, Izanagi, Shin said after laughing. You can't win, Namikaze. Surrender, and then I may spare your little Uchiha. Naruto, my strength is running out. It's time for you to leave. Bale's weak voice sounded in my head. You have a minute at most. Then what to do with him? I asked. Naruto, you've been relying too much on your falcon powers lately. You can confront this man without them. He walks on air using the wind element. He releases weak gusts of wind and uses them to maintain altitude. Use the same technique. Try to trap him, try to outsmart him. Think, you're a shinobi. Kurama screamed in my head. This speech sounded sobering. He was right. I really stopped using almost all of my techniques, relying on falcons and Hiraishin. It's time to dust off the old techniques. Chapter 42. Why is he alive, Kurama? I asked, carefully watching Shin, who was gloating over the Cage's corpse. I heard about a Sharingan technique that turns reality into an illusion at the cost of blinding the eye. Apparently, we just saw it. That Uchiha called it Izanagi. The fox answered, at the cost of an eye. So he has at least 3 more revivals in reserve, and at most 5. I was indignant. That is, if he doesn't have the Sharingan hidden under his clothes. The Nine-Tailed corrected me. You've consoled me, thank you very much. I answered him sarcastically. Naruto, I can't maintain this regime anymore, I'm sorry. Bale's voice rang out in my head. I have to go to my world. Go, thank you for your help, I thanked my partner. Be careful, the falcon wished me one last time, and, flying out of me, immediately disappeared in a cloud of smoke. I began to fall down. Are your allies already turning away from you, Namikaze? Shin grinned. I had a much better opinion of the thunderclaps. But I'm better off. Well, it's time to get the fox out of you. What did he call me? Kurama was indignant. I'll show you the fox now. My body was immediately enveloped in warmth. I immediately began to sparkle with bright golden chakra with black symbols. Naruto, if necessary, I will form kunai with the Hiraishin mark from my chakra. I don't think he will be able to take them under control. I smiled at my friend's support and began to release gusts of wind from my feet, just like my opponent did. He grinned, looking at the copied technique and began to form many ice projectiles, which immediately flew at me. I released a particularly strong gust of wind and jumped high into the air, simultaneously creating many clones. They began to throw each other at Shin, taking the ice projectiles on themselves. At this time, I, along with several clones, folded seals. Kaden, great fire destruction. Fuden, vacuum bullets. A wave of fire, reinforced by the wind, rushed towards the Uchiha, who decided not to resist the technique and simply jumped over it. However, right behind the technique, several more clones were running through the air, and when the enemy was right above them, they, at the cost of all their chakra, released the already formed techniques. Sweden, rupture wave. Raiden, thunder spear. A stream of electrified water under enormous pressure almost hit Uchiha, but he managed to jump to the side and release a scattering of ice balls at me. I released my tails and pierced the balls as they flew, causing them to detonate and cover the golden limbs with a dense crust of ice. I immediately dispersed the tails, causing the frozen parts to fall down, and ran at maximum speed towards Uchiha. He grinned and again created his ice sword, while in his other hand he began to form some kind of ice whirlwind. I ran up to Shin and tried to hit him with an extended Shiden, but he dodged to the side and tried to strike back, but at that moment I disappeared, appearing behind his back. Kurama did a wonderful job of forming a seal from chakra. I immediately tried to strike the enemy's vulnerable back with Shiden, but my hand hit Susanoo's black ribs. You can't get me that easily, Namikaze. Shin grinned and tried to kick me with a roundhouse kick, on which an ice blade had grown. I disappeared again and appeared from above, falling on the enemy with a rasengan pumped to the limit with chakra. The Uchiha's defense cracked, but held up. He frowned and ice spikes flew at me from all sides. I moved to the clone, who had been watching from the side all this time. Naruto, Susanoo is a very durable thing, you can't penetrate it with a regular rasengan. You should attack him with really strong techniques. Really strong techniques are too destructive, and we are right above a civilian settlement. If he realizes that I've taken on powerful attacks, he'll just go down. He won't go down. There are too many enemies waiting for him there, including your Uchiha. So he'll continue fighting in the air. Fair enough. I realized that I had made a mistake, giving Shin time, when he finally formed his whirlwind in his hand. It, having flown off the nuke nin's hand, began to grow rapidly. Inside at a furious speed a multitude of sharp shards of ice were circling, ready to riddle everything that got inside. Even from here I felt that I was starting to get into this whirlwind. I was already preparing to go high up, so that it would not reach me, but Shin figured out how to stop me. Amenashagiri, the Uchiha said, and I felt myself slowing down again. The whirlwind was approaching, and I didn't have time to get away from the attack. All that was left was counteraction. I formed a small bijudama on my palm and released it when I was almost right next to the whirlwind. But suddenly both the bijudama and the enemy's technique disappeared in a white glow. The Tsuchikage hovered next to me, looking at the Uchiha with a grin. Be careful, his eye has the ability to greatly slow down perception and reaction. I immediately warned him. Then it is clear why you are so slow. The old man chuckled and released small white bullets from his hands, flying at high speed at Shin. He immediately jumped to the side and the falcon, which had been flying somewhere before, flew into him again. The Uchiha immediately grew ice wings. He flapped them and we were completely surrounded by white fog. I immediately felt how the enemy's technique let go of me. Apparently, the technique only works with direct visibility. As soon as he loses sight of you, the technique subsides. My inner analyst gave his verdict. And it also looks like it doesn't work with other Mangekyo techniques. Or at least with Susanoo. I added. Connect me with the old man, I need to pass this information on to him. Aha, Kurama agreed and a thin flagellum of golden chakra stretched from me to Onoki. When it touched him, he noticeably shuddered. Tsuchikage, the slowing technique only works with visual contact with the target and cannot be used simultaneously with Susanoo. As soon as the communication channel was established, I reported. Namikaze. He was surprised by the voice in his head, but quickly got his bearings, got it. Can you transmit thoughts only through contact, or at a distance as well? I haven't tried it at a distance, but it might work if I give you a piece of my chakra. Come on, the connection will come in handy. By that point, the cracking had stopped. I folded the seals. Futon. Great wind barrier. The fog immediately scattered in all directions from the wave of wind. And then I realized that we were in big trouble. After all, we were surrounded by a huge number of ice mirrors, from which Shin's face was grinning. I began. Yuki didn't invent this technique, Namikaze. The Uchiha said mockingly. And they didn't reveal half of its potential. Have you encountered this technique? Asked the Tsuchikage. Yes. He can move between the mirrors at incredible speed and release projectile weapons from them. And they are also very durable. Bad. Commented the old man. I can destroy them, but I need time. Give me some. I think I can handle it myself. Stay close. Shin got tired of mocking us and a stream of ice, wind and metal blades flew at us from all sides, but they all shattered on the Biju's cloak that began to expand. Soon, Onoki and I were inside a huge, glittering gold nine-tailed fox. I swung my tails and broke half the mirrors, and a full-fledged bijudama began to form in its mouth. Shin sighed heavily. That's why you don't want to just die peacefully, huh? Why complicate things? Having said this, he climbed out of the mirror and immediately jumped back from the blow of a paw. A black glow began to flare up around him, gradually acquiring the appearance of a skeleton growing flesh. Too late. I screamed and fired a purple ball at the Uchiha. He smirked and disappeared. Namikaze, the bijudama is about to destroy the city. Tsuchikage shouted, starting to form the splitting technique. But I understood that he would not have time. With all the force available, I threw one kunai upward, and the second at the technique. Having appeared near it, I barely touched it and, enduring the pain, activated Hiraishin again. Finding myself high in the sky, I redirected the bomb even higher. Soon it exploded, scattering all the clouds in a huge radius. The snow stopped. I found myself next to Satsuki, who had already deactivated Susanoo. She immediately looked at me and breathed a sigh of relief. He left with a reverse summoning. She asked. Yes, I nodded. His techniques are unpleasant. Will you tell me? Of course, I answered, but later. Where are Tamari and her teacher? There, she pointed somewhere deep into the city. They don't know yet. Got it. I'll tell them, I said with a sigh, heading in the indicated direction. Amenashagiri, suddenly, along with a clap, a voice was heard behind me. I started to turn around, but I was grabbed by the shoulder and transferred somewhere. Having fallen out of the transfer technique, I immediately activated the cloak and jumped to the side, simultaneously looking around, trying to understand where I was. And the more I saw, the more I did not like this situation. I found myself in an arena made entirely of ice. Above me towered cliffs, completely covered in ice structures. A piercing wind blew, penetrating to the bone, small shards of ice fell from the sky. Welcome to my place, Namikaze, Shin grinned. It seems that I am simply in huge trouble. Minato moved behind Obito and swung a kunai, but he missed the attack and, turning around, immediately struck with a pin made of black wood that grew from his hand. The Hokage managed to teleport to another kunai, and immediately threw several more, multiplying them with the help of shadow cloning. The Uchiha passed through the wave of iron, and when the blonde appeared behind him, he released wooden spikes from his back. At that moment, B pounced on him, starting to spin and deliver numerous blows with his swords. The man in the mask immediately jumped high up and folded seals. Kaden, Song of the Phoenix. He released a huge fire bird, which flew down and began to suck in the space behind his back into Kamui. His plan worked. The Hokage, teleporting to the mark on the back of the Akatsuki leader, found himself inside the funnel, which just collapsed, moving the blonde into a pocket dimension. The Uchiha moved after him. You're a difficult opponent, it would be easier to defeat you one-on-one. Obito said, appearing in front of the fourth. He frowned and immediately threw a kunai at him. Moving to one of them, he spun a rasengan and tried to hit the Uchiha, knowing that he would not use incorpo reality here. But Obito was able to dodge so that the technique did not hit him and released another wooden spike, which Minato dodged by teleporting behind his back, and hit him in the spine with a rasengan. But instead of crunching bones, the Uchiha disappeared in a flash of smoke, and the Hokage himself was entangled in wooden roots that sucked out chakra. The real Obito appeared behind him, who stuck the spike into the Hokage, but he also turned into smoke. Meanwhile, a whistling wind was heard from above. Raising his head, the Uchiha saw a Rasenshuriken flying at him. The Sharingan flashed in the eye hole of the mask and the technique disappeared into a funnel. Thank you for your help, the secret head of Akatsuki said calmly, after which he jumped up to the real Minato. He threw more kunai at him and, appearing under him, grabbed his leg and threw it into the ground. Uchiha, who did not expect this, groaned muffledly, and a blonde appeared above him, grabbed him by the collar of his cloak and threw him up. Kunai immediately flew at his legs, breaking his knees, then Namikaze moved to the mark left on the cloak and hit him in the stomach with a fist generously pumped with natural energy. From the blow, Uchiha flew even higher, where the Hokage's leg was waiting for him, sending the enemy flying down again with a turn. Having left a strong crater with the blow to the ground, Obito remained motionless. Minato was next to him and tried to take off the mask. But suddenly his image began to float, revealing the true appearance of the White Zetsu. Killer B, seeing that the mask wearer and the Hokage had disappeared somewhere, ran towards the exit of the village to help fight off the mass attack of the white monsters. Halfway there, his tailed beast suddenly screamed about the danger behind him, but B did not have time to react. Out of nowhere, a huge wind shuriken appeared, which immediately crashed right into the Jinchuriki of the eight-tailed beast. The mask wearer, who appeared along with the technique, waited until the fourth one's technique finished its effect and grabbed the barely alive man. Throwing him onto his shoulder, he ran away from the village at the highest possible speed, giving the order into the void to lead the main forces of Zetsu, leaving a small detachment so that they would not immediately move after him. The capture of the eight-tailed beast is complete. Damn it, I cursed, finishing off the Zetsu clone and looking around. Obito's pocket dimension was exactly as Naruto described it, gray cubes hanging in a black void. Meanwhile, Obito hadn't appeared for several minutes. Apparently, having gotten rid of me, he continued capturing the eight-tailed beast. The phrase Obito said when I threw the Rasenshuriken flashed through my mind. Thanks for the help. Did he just move her straight to B? Damn it, I cursed again. How do I get out of here? Apparently, my student will not appear here anytime soon. It is unlikely that he will come here with the Jinchuriki on his shoulder. What if he is killed while I am here? Although it shouldn't be that scary, this dimension is also connected to Kakashi, so I have to wait until he uses Kamui. Or wait for Obito to appear and fight him. Or is there a way? Summoning technique, I said, biting my finger and making seals. But the technique didn't work and no one appeared in front of me. So, I can only wait. How are you doing here, Namikaze? Isn't it cold? Shin continued to mock while I was thinking about the situation. And don't try to use reverse summoning, he said, watching as I began to make seals. This arena is specially designed to let in, but not let out. So we are alone here. Bad. But out of respect for you, I will not call the Ice Falcons. After all, you gave a pretty good fight, I want to dance a little more. Well, at least this way. But the situation is still disgusting. Even if I defeat Shin, I am in the center of the Ice Palace. They simply won't let me out of here. I can only hope that once I leave the arena, I can leave with a reverse summon. Okay, enough chatter, Shin finally said. Amenashagiri. I slowed down again, but after figuring out the weakness of the technique, I came up with a solution, mentally thanking Zabuza for showing me this technique. Sweeten. Fog concealment technique. A thick fog covered the entire arena, hiding me from Shin's sight. Since the fog was created by me, I can navigate it perfectly. I began to spray the tailed beast's chakra throughout the arena to create a Horizon beacon anywhere, while simultaneously forming a seal for my signature technique. Multiple shadow clone. Hundreds of clones in a golden shroud appeared behind me. Each of them began to form a rasengan. At that moment, ice spikes rained down on us from the sky. I formed an avatar of Kurama to protect the clones. When they were finished, the fox's chakra was spread throughout the arena, and we could move to any point in the area. Let's go guys, I grinned, feeling that the number and power of the spikes was increasing. There's a boss. The crowd of clones shouted in unison and hundreds of golden flashes began to appear all over the arena, every now and then delivering numerous blows with rasengans to the barely holding on Susanoo Shin. He tried to cover the ghostly armor with an ice crust, intensifying the hail, which mowed down dozens of clones, but all this was not enough. In the meantime, I was forming a Bijudama. Finally, 4 clones at once from different sides hit the enemy, and Susanoo's black energy dissipated, and several more blue spheres hit the Uchiha. The body was completely destroyed, leaving only a cloud of bloody splashes. From above, Kurama immediately warned me, actively scanning the area. I immediately raised the head of the golden fox and released a beam of destructive energy into the sky, against the background of which a figure in a cloak with red clouds was clearly visible. Shin's body was destroyed again, and this time he was not nearby. Apparently, this time he decided to revive somewhere in the distance. I muttered, looking around the arena in search of an exit. Seeing high ice gates painted with some patterns, I headed towards them. But I was interrupted by a light ringing sound from above. I raised my head and saw a diving falcon, leaving a trail of frost behind it. When it landed in front of me, it was momentarily enveloped in a whirlwind of frosty wind, and in front of me was a tall man with long, curly blonde hair with a slight bluish tint. His refined face was dominated by eyes that glowed with a bright blue glow. His clothes were snow white, with small splashes of ice decorations. The look in his shining eyes did not express any emotion. "Thunderstorm student," he said, examining me, "why are you here and where is my student?" "Hello," I greeted politely. "Since the locals are making contact, then perhaps everything can be settled peacefully. My name is Naruto, and I was transferred here in the midst of a fight by your student, Uchiha Shin. Apparently, he wanted to deal with me here one-on-one. He did not succeed, and he ran away somewhere. Shin told me that I wouldn't be able to get out of the arena, so I headed for the exit. I don't want to quarrel with you, so I'm just asking you to let me go." "You know, Naruto," the falcon said after a short silence, heading for the exit of the arena, inviting me to follow him with a wave of his hand. "Under any other circumstances, I would have ordered you to be turned into an ice statue and sent to Raiden. But Shin didn't warn me that he would involve our halls in his conflict. It's one thing to befriend one young falcon and go out to battle together, but putting the entire community at risk is unacceptable. And judging by the power of your latest technique, you can cause many casualties among the civilian population. Therefore, as an exception for Shin's impudence and your prudence, I will let you go. But don't catch my eye again." "Thank you," I bowed respectfully to him. "I'm glad we came to an understanding." At that moment, we passed the gates that opened before us and entered the inner rooms of the halls. "From here you can leave our world," said the falcon, stopping. "Go in peace. Can I ask your name one last time?" I asked, already making seals and, in general, not expecting an answer. "Lors." The man smiled slightly and dissolved in an icy whirlwind. "It's time for me to leave here too." Reverse summoning technique. "Damn Namikaze," the pale-faced Uchiha cursed, appearing on the top of one of the mountains, from which the arena was visible in the distance. "We need to report to the leader. He will not be happy." The man began to make seals for the reverse summoning, and right before disappearing, he saw Master Lors, looking sternly at him. He didn't have time to tell him anything, since Shin disappeared almost immediately as the falcon appeared. "And how does Frida stand it?" Lors shook his head, looking at the column of smoke where the man in the cloak had just been standing. No matter, he would tell him everything he thought of him the next time he showed up here. Meanwhile, the Uchiha appeared in the sky above the land of iron. His falcon partner immediately flew up to him. "Shinny, how are you?" she asked with a worried voice. "It's bad, Frida. Let's unite, I need to fly to headquarters. And I asked you not to call me that. You killed him." She ignored Shin's indignation, flying into his chest, immediately growing wings for him. "No." And the master let him go. Uchiha winced. "So you're incomplete." "Yes," he interrupted her. "Let's not comment, I still have to listen to the leader." He certainly completed his task. Chapter 43. I appeared in the same place from which Shin took me. I was gone for about 15 minutes, so Satsuki was still standing here, waiting for my return. Seeing me appear in a puff of smoke, she immediately rushed to me, hugging me. Hush, hush, I tried to calm her down, everything is fine. You disappeared so suddenly. It's already over, Shin retreated, and I'm fine. She let me go and took a few steps back. Retreated? Yes. Are you familiar with the Izanagi technique? I asked. Did he use it? She was surprised. Yeah, 3 times. Thanks to it, he escaped. Where did he get so many eyes? And how did they take root? Satsuki began asking questions. I have an idea of where they came from, but you won't like it. I answered sullenly. Tell me. The massacre of the clan. I said briefly. The eyes of the slain. I see. Indeed, that's probably it. Let's leave the fortune-telling until we return to the village. Now we need to meet with father and find out how things are in the cloud. And tell Tamari that her father is dead. I'll tell you, Satsuki suggested, and you fly to Kumo. Ask Seiji, he and father placed marks near each village, so he can transport you there. Thanks for the advice, I'll do that. I nodded to her. She smiled and quickly kissed me. Be careful. With these words, she disappeared into Shunshin. I smiled at the void and used Horaishin, focusing on the mark left on my brother. I appeared at the worst possible moment, because he was just taking a shower. It's a good thing I was behind the wall, otherwise it would have been really awkward. Shit, Naruto. He cursed, seeing my face. What are you doing here? Sorry, I immediately turned away, having time to smirk at my brother. There is an extremely important matter, let's finish quickly. What kind of business did you have? You should be at the Cage Council. He asked, turning off the water. Behind me, I heard the creaking of the shower door opening. Shin attacked the council. At the same time, Obito attacked Kumo with the goal of capturing Killer Bee father and the Raikage went to support the village. I dealt with Shin and I need to find out how things are in the cloud, there is still no news from there. I explained the situation. And you want me to transfer you there? Seiji immediately understood, who had already managed to get dressed during my speech. I will transfer, just give me time to enter hermit mode so that I will be combat ready after leaving and transferring. Okay. I nodded, leaving the bathroom, surprising Ino, who was in the house, with my appearance. Naruto, what are you doing here? She asked. It would take a long time to explain, but right now I really need my brother's help, so I'll take him from you for a while. You know, considering that you just came out of the bathroom with him, I have some very interesting thoughts. Everyone thinks to the extent of their perversion, I chuckled. I'm ready, said Seiji, getting up from the floor, his red-toed eyes sparkling. He grabbed my shoulder. Ino, I hope I'll be back soon. Good luck, she wished, and at that moment a yellow flash lit up the room. We appeared several kilometers from Kumo, but even from here you could see columns of smoke. Seiji, who was already out of hermit mode, and I looked at each other, nodded to each other and ran towards the village. When we got a view of Kumo, we saw how many Zetsu clones went into the ground, leaving a small detachment. I immediately flew into their formation with the help of Horaishin and, taking out my katana, began to destroy the remnants of the enemy army. Seiji and the Kumo shinobi quickly joined me. A minute later, the last white man fell. I approached the Raikage, who was examining the ranks of his people, counting the losses. Raikage-sama, where is father? I asked right away. Namikaze. He looked at me. Thank you for your help. He went into the depths of the village to help B. Naruto, I sensed Yuki's chakra. It is quickly moving away from the village. I'll even say more, he is already at the edge of my perception, you will not have time to intercept him. It seems your father has lost. I only sense the remnants of his chakra in the middle of the village. Damn it, I cursed out loud, causing Seiji and it to look surprised. Without saying another word, I ran to the place where my father's chakra was last felt. My brother and the Raikage, not understanding my behavior, ran after me. Soon I reached the site of the battle, which was easy to find by the huge charred trail of the fire technique. But I did not see any corpses. Neither my father, nor anyone else. Why did you run here? Asked Seiji, who had caught up with me. I can sense father's residual chakra here. He disappeared from here. Raikage-sama, your brother has been captured by the leader of Akatsuki. Unfortunately, it's too late to give chase, he's too far away. Naruto, Kakashi, you have no idea how glad I am to see you, Minato smiled. What about Shin and the eight-tailed beast? What? I shouted, sending a wave of force through the air, cracking the ground beneath him. Where's Minato? Looks like Obito has captured him in his technique too. To free him, we need to contact Kakashi-sensei. Damn Akatsuki. They took my brother from me and attacked my village. Where did Obito go? We need to fight off B. Come on, Namikaze, where did he go? Hey, calm down, I shouted at the Raikage. Now is not the time for emotions. We need to plan our next move, not get angry and threaten Akatsuki. Pull yourself together, you're the damn cage. How are you with me? The Raikage began to get even more angry. Calm down and think, do you really want to leave your village and go on a pointless chase? We can't catch him anymore. Now we need to transport all the remaining Jinuriki to Turtle Island. Okay, you're right, the Raikage calmed down, taking a few deep breaths. But we still need to find their lair. How long does it take to extract a tailed beast? With the Akatsuki in full force, 3 days. I don't know how long it will take now, but most likely longer. So we have time. First, we need to worry about the safety of the remaining Jinchuriki, and only then go hunting. We also need to free our father. With his Hiraishin, the evacuation of the Jinchuriki will speed up many times over. If he's still alive, I added gloomily in my thoughts. Put your village in order, my brother and I will take care of the Hokage. Good. I finally calmed down. How did it go with this Shin? He escaped, but was able to kill the Cage. I answered. Damn, he was a strong shinobi. The Raikage cursed. Good, go save the Hokage. I grabbed Seiji, who had been standing nearby all this time, and teleported back to Konoha. Finding myself on the roof of the Hokage's residence, I immediately ran to the ruler's office. Running in without knocking, I found Kakashi and Shikaku discussing something. Naruto. The gray-haired man was surprised. What are you doing here? What about the council? I'll explain later. Now I need you to throw yourself and me into Kamui's dimension. Why? Kakashi was even more surprised. Most likely, my father is locked up there now. Let's hurry, there is no time for explanations now. Good. Hitaki got up from the table and quickly approached me, lifting his forehead protector. 3 Tomo Sharingan quickly converged into a pattern of a twisted 3-bladed shuriken, and Kakashi and I began to be sucked into the funnel of the technique. A second later, we appeared on a gray cube hanging in the middle of black nothingness. A figure in a white cloak, sitting in a mediation pose, immediately caught my eye. Feeling our appearance, the blonde immediately opened his eyes. Naruto, what happened in the land of iron after I left? Let's talk in the real world, let's get out of here quickly. Kakashi said, activating Mangekyo again. Another second, and we find ourselves in the middle of the Hokage's office. Now explain what happened. The Cage is dead, Shin escaped. There are no more losses. I reported briefly. The 8-tailed one was captured. Bad. Obito was able to catch me and capture me in Kamui. You can still feel his mark, right? I asked him. Yes, but bad. Something is creating interference. I can't move to him, but I can point out the direction he is in. That's already good. Let's stick to the plan. First we'll move all the Jinchuriki to a safe place, then we'll rest a bit and pay a courtesy visit to Obito and Shin. I suggested. Yes, that would be the best plan. You fly to Suna for Gaara, I'll go to Taki for the 7-tailed one. Do you know what a Jinchuriki looks like? A young dark-skinned girl with pale green hair. Wants to make friends with everyone she meets. Got it. When you transfer Gaara, fly to Iron and fill everyone in on the situation. You should have enough chakra. First, gather everyone in Kumo, since it's closest to the island from there. Good luck. You too. Naruto wished his father and disappeared in a red flash, leaving Seiji, Kakashi, and Shikaku in the room, who were simply looking from father to son and vice versa, watching their conversation. Minato didn't wait long either. Instantly entering hermit mode, he also disappeared in a flash of Hiraishin. And why does he need advisors and deputies anyway? The head of the Nara clan asked out loud. He and his son are doing just fine. Well, someone has to keep order while they're gone. Seiji shrugged. How stressful. Shikaku sighed heavily. Where were we, Kakashi? Since life teaches me nothing, I moved to the mark, which was right on Gaara. Luckily, he wasn't doing anything awkward, so I just scared him, which was followed by an instant sand attack. Being in the grip of sand, I smiled at my friend. You're meeting friends well, I croaked. Sorry. Gaara was a little embarrassed, letting go of me. What are you doing here? We are gathering all the Jinchuriki in one place for protection. Since the Akatsuki attacked the council directly, it was decided to deal with it immediately. The council was attacked. The red-haired one was worried. Are your father and Temari okay? Temari is okay, but Cage-sama. I hesitated for a moment. He's dead, Gaara. I'm so sorry. I couldn't save him. Dead? He asked in a completely lost voice. How? He was hit in the back. The enemy had the ability to revive. We didn't know about it. I didn't have time to react. Gaara, I understand your pain, but now we need to go to Kumo. The gathering is there. Okay, Shukaku's Jinchuriki replied. I'll leave the orders to Kankuro and we'll go. I'm with you, I said. Gaara just nodded and left the room. I followed him. 10 minutes later, all the orders were given. Kankuro was informed of his father's death. I promised him to bring Tamari here. So that it would not be so hard for him, we went to Kumo. Having appeared right in the square in front of the Raikage's residence, we found A and father talking about something. The Seven Tails Jinchuriki was not with them. Father, where is Fu? They captured her. When I got there, the waterfall village was smoldering ruins. What? How? I asked in shock. Who could do this, and most importantly, when? Both Shin and Obito were busy. I don't know, Minato shook his head. Either they were able to recruit a new member, or someone from the old team survived our purge. It's definitely not Zetsu, he is not capable of causing so much destruction. So, they only have me and Gaara left to capture, I concluded. We transfer Gaara to the island and go hunting. If you think that I will allow myself to be locked up with guards while you go to recapture the Jinchuriki, then you are very much mistaken. They killed my father. I will go with you and this is not up for discussion. The red-haired one flared up. This is not very reasonable, Minato noted. In case of loss, we will simply hand over all the remaining Jinchuriki to them. If you lose, then there will be no chance in principle. Gaara cut him off. If 3 missing nin have enough strength to defeat an entire squad of cage-level shinobi, then no guard will save me. It would be better to strengthen the squad with another Jinchuriki. You know, you are right about something. I thought. After all, if they defeat us, then no matter how many ordinary shinobi you throw at Obito and Shin, they will still get through. And the hunting party will most likely consist of the strongest shinobi, including at least the Hokage and Raikage. I tend to agree with Gaara. If we lose, then the rest will essentially have no chance. Okay, Minato decided after a short thought, we will take you into the party. And now we need to prepare for the hunt and return those who are now in the land of iron. Naruto, can you handle it? It will not be easy, I sighed and moved to Satsuki's lighthouse. She shuddered, but immediately calmed down when she saw me. Well, she asked, how are things? The 8-tailed and 7-tailed were captured, father was locked in the Kamui dimension, but Kakashi-sensei and I have already freed him. We decided to recapture the Jinchuriki before they are sealed. Father senses the seal on Obito, but cannot move to it, so we will need to get there on our own. Oh yeah, and Akatsuki has another member. Either a new one or one of the old ones survived. Bad. How's Gaara? He's holding up. By the way, where are Tamari and Baki? Not far. Why do you need them? I need to transport them to Suna. Gaara and Kankuro's request. Where exactly are they? 15 minutes later, I was back in the land of iron, gathering all the cage and bodyguards who remained here, and I quickly brought them up to speed. So you and the Hokage decided everything for us? Asked the Tsuchikage. Aren't you thinking too much of yourselves? If you have better suggestions, I'll be happy to hear them out. I answered the old man irritably. He frowned and shook his head. If not, then let's not waste time. Who among you is ready to join the hunters' squad? Only Satsuki, both of the Raikage's companions, and, to my surprise, Terumi-Mei raised their hands. Mei-sama, this is not reasonable. The one-eyed bodyguard of the Mizukage began to speak. This is not up for discussion. The red-haired woman snapped. You are staying in the village in charge. Go home. If no one else wants to, then we are leaving you. Hunters, touch me, I commanded. After a few seconds of fussing, our whole group appeared in Kumo. I immediately sank to the ground. So many transfers over such distances depleted even my chakra reserves. Is that all who agreed? Asked Minato. I just nodded. Good. We also need to take Jiraiya and Seiji. I would also like to capture Kakashi-sensei. I noted. And who will be left in charge of the village then? Asked my father. Shikaku. No, Shikaku is not suitable for the role of leader, but Itachi is quite good, I objected. Only I am no longer able to move anywhere. So you can handle this yourself somehow. Good. Minato nodded. Itachi is well suited for the role of leader. Then I'm heading to Konoha. I still have some business there, so I'll most likely return in the evening. And then, the full team will think about how to proceed. Does anyone have any objections? The remaining cage shook their heads. I will provide you all with rooms to rest, said I. Thank you. Then see you in the evening, said my father and disappeared. I finally got up from the ground, and Satsuki immediately started supporting me. How are you, will you recover? She asked. As if you don't know, I smiled slightly. In the evening, when the whole squad was assembled, we gathered in the Raikage's office to discuss the plan of action. So, father began, we decided to go to the base of the remnants of Akatsuki and destroy them. A long time ago, I left a mark on the back of their leader, Obito, and that's why I know his approximate location. Does Obito know about this mark? Asked Mei, sitting in a chair in the corner of the room. Yes, that's why they'll probably be waiting for us. They have an army of white Zetsu, who have already attacked Kumo. They're weak on their own, but there are a lot of them. How many? Gaara asked. I don't know exactly, but most likely about 100,000. And if they are coordinated by the original, then this is an extremely dangerous force. What original? Asked I. He's an Akatsuki spy. He consists of two personalities, black and white Zetsu. It's very important to destroy black Zetsu at any cost. This is one of the primary tasks. Why is he so dangerous? Asked Mei. Judging by everything, he is not strong in combat. He is the main threat. For some reason, I can't tell you why, but believe me, without black Zetsu, Akatsuki would not have happened. He is the root cause of this whole situation. What kind of secrets do you have? I began to get angry. We have a serious mission on which the fate of all the villages depends, and you are hiding vital information. What are the reasons for concealing it? The thing is. Tell me, I interrupted my father. Right now, it really is better not to keep secrets from our allies. It won't change anything anyway. Are you sure? Minato asked again. Yes. Well, since you don't mind, I will tell you. But I warn you, most likely you won't believe this story. Tell me already, Hokage, and we will decide for ourselves whether to believe it or not. Said the still angry Raikage. Okay. It all started with my death. So you were from another world, the Raikage clarified after my father finished his story. Yes, I nodded. Then it's clear where you got so much information from, it explains a lot, Mei noted. I believe you. You can't make up such a story on your own. The fact that you told it only adds to your credibility. Now that you're all aware of the situation, you understand why it's so important to destroy Black Zetsu. Only an idiot wouldn't understand, I grumbled. Let's get back to discussing the plan. We'll probably be met by the entire Zetsu army led by the original. They need to be occupied while the rest go to free the Jinchuriki. I'll stay, Gaara suggested. I'd like to avenge my father, but my techniques are ideal for dealing with a large number of enemies. Me too, she supported the red-haired Mizukage. Let's see how Zetsu endures the element of steam. Okay, we've sorted that out. There are 3 Akatsuki members left alive. Shin, Obito, and someone else unknown who's capable of destroying an entire small village. Naruto, will you tell me everything we know about Shin's abilities? Of course, I answered. Unpleasant abilities, the Raikage noted. I can take him on myself, I offered. I've already fought him, I know how to counter his techniques. I'm with you, brother, Seiji offered. Okay, I nodded. Chapter 44. We've decided on that, we know almost nothing about the rest. So we'll see how the situation goes, Minato concluded. Now let's regain our strength and set off early tomorrow morning. We have very little time, so it's best not to waste it. Does everyone agree? Receiving nods in response, my father smiled. Great, then I suggest we disperse. I left the Raikage's office and headed to the room assigned to me, not surprised that Satsuki silently followed me. Will this all end soon? She said, sitting down on my bed. I hope so. I sighed. Father is right, let's go to bed. Tomorrow is an incredibly difficult day. Okay, she smiled, starting to straighten the bed. I also stretched my lips into a smile and joined her. As much as I wanted to have some fun now, it was better to regain my strength. So I just lay down next to her, and, enjoying the closeness, fell asleep. We set off very early. It was still dark, only near the horizon the sky gradually acquired pink colors. The whole squad ran along the rocky terrain of the Land of Lightning. Father says that the base is relatively close. He still does not feel the exact location, but presumably it is somewhere on the border between the Land of Frost and Lightning. If he is right, and we continue moving at this pace, we will arrive there closer to evening. Naruto-kun, what was the real Madara like in battle? Mei turned to me about an hour after we left. He was the most dangerous enemy I've ever fought. I answered after thinking for a moment. Neither Pain with his 6 bodies and Rinnegan, nor Obito with all the tailed beasts and intangibility, nor this world's Nagato, who had mastered the eyes of a god much better, nor even the goddess Kagaya Otsutsuki caused such an overwhelming feeling of superiority that Madara did. Despite the fact that we were roughly equal in strength, his skills were many times superior to both me and Sasuke. With only one eye, he was able to defeat us without even trying too hard. I have to admit that if Zetsu hadn't set him up by reviving Kagaya, we would have lost sooner or later, especially after he became the Jinchuriki of the 10-tailed beast and returned his second eye. So, if he is revived, we will be able to win only if I manage to enter the mode of the Sage of the 6 Paths. But I can't do it yet. Then we must prevent this, said my father. And that's why we are going to them now, before Obito transplants his Rinnegan. Now they are busy sealing the tailed beasts, and this is our chance. We made the rest of the way in silence. We stopped only for one short rest at noon to rest a little and regain our strength before the fight. And so, a few hours later, when the sun was already setting, my father stopped. Now I can clearly feel the mark. The base is 10 kilometers to the southwest. The interference still prevents me from moving there, but now we at least know the exact location. Everyone, prepare for battle. Everyone immediately dropped their relaxed mood. Jiraiya had already summoned the Elder Toads, Satsuki had activated her Sharingan, but I decided not to call bail. He had already suffered greatly in the last 2 battles, and I didn't want to hurt him even more. So I simply sent Kurama's chakra through my body, which probably made my eyes look like a beast. A minute later, the fox turned to me. Naruto, I sense Zetsu clones. There are a lot of them. They are already preparing to meet us. I immediately warned the squad, forming a sphere in my hand that had already begun to sparkle. Despite the fact that Gaara and Mei had taken over the army, I decided to help them a little. Finally, when we climbed another forested hill, a view of a rocky field opened up to us below. The picture was impressive. The entire field was white, there were so many Zetsu that the ground was simply not visible. How I hoped that I would never see this picture again. I muttered and threw a technique that was already becoming difficult to hold in my hands. A huge explosion, striking lightning in all directions, marked the beginning of the decisive battle. Gaara had already formed clouds of sand, which almost everyone jumped on. I, glad that I had managed to learn this technique, ran through the air using small streams of wind. Father, who had already entered hermit mode, threw a kunai and moved high into the sky. Seiji followed him, also with sparkling toad eyes. Despite what the others were doing, I ran over the white army, focusing on the flickering yellow flashes of my father, releasing relatively weak techniques at Zetsu, which were unable to reach me. I feel Shin's chakra. He is approaching you. There is someone else with him, but he feels very strange. There is something familiar in his chakra, but I can't figure out who it is. Kurama reported. Thank you, I said out loud, already seeing the frosty trail of this Uchiha's flight in the distance. A figure in a cloak with red clouds was running below over the heads of Zetsu. Father, apparently, also noticed them, since I saw a yellow flash next to the figure. Shin, meanwhile, was almost flying up to me. Second round, Namikaze. He asked with his eternal mocking grin. 3 Sharingan were visible on the top of his head again. Aren't you tired of dying from my hand? I chuckled, flying into the Uchiha with a kick to the face, from which he flew down and immediately released many ice blades from his hands right at me. I, who had been releasing the fox's chakra into space all this time, dodged the attack, moving right onto his head. With a kick of both legs, I sent Shin down and immediately moved under him, releasing 2 beams of red lightning from both hands. If you want it that way, I'll kill you a couple more times. I finished, impaling the Uchiha's body on the beams. But instead of disappearing, Shin's body crumbled into many ice fragments. A clone, then. Oh well, I'll find you. Then suddenly I saw a technique that was very familiar to me. Rasengan, spinning its, for some reason, burning blades, flew down, straight into a figure that I didn't have time to recognize, since the technique reached the ground. There was a deafening explosion, scattering a considerable part of the Zetsu army. In addition, this technique had some other damaging effect, since even those bodies that were not affected by the explosion began to fall. Who made my father resort to such a technique? Minato had long since mastered moving through the air with the help of Hiraishin, so he had no big problems avoiding the white army. At one point, he noticed Shin flying on ice wings below, as well as a figure in an Akatsuki cloak running over the heads of Zetsu. I threw a kunai straight at the figure, intending to quickly disable it. Kakuzu. Minato was surprised, seeing the one who was considered dead. The rasengan hit the missing nin's hand, covered in a protective earth technique, so it did not cause any noticeable damage, and then the Hokage had to teleport back into the sky to avoid being captured by the white people. I won't be able to fight him normally while these Zetsu are in my way. Having formed his strongest combination technique, the blonde launched it downwards, aiming at Kakuzu. However, he did not expect this attack to be fatal. First of all, it was needed to clear the area. When the effect of the technique ended, Minato quickly moved to Kakuzu, who had expectedly survived, albeit battered. Minato Namikaze, this time without a student in hermit mode. The missing nin greeted him in a dull voice. You deprived me of 4 hearts last time, it was problematic to restore them. The blonde decided not to chat just like that, because very soon this place would be flooded with a crowd of enemies again, so he activated another seal accumulator of natural energy, instantly entering hermit mode, and scattered kunai across the arena. Kakuzu at this time released 3 of his thread monsters. One of them immediately released a wave of water at the Hokage, and Kakuzu himself created an electric discharge, making the water many times more dangerous. Minato moved to the kunai near one of the monsters, but it created a powerful gust of wind, throwing the Hokage right into the fireball released by the last monster. Minato created a rasengan in mid-flight and appeared near the water element monster and hit the mask with a blue ball. But when the technique was millimeters away from the porcelain surface, the monster released a stream of pressurized water, and only thanks to his perfectly honed reflexes did the Hokage manage to disappear in a yellow flash. He didn't go far, though, as he threw a kunai right behind the monster and pressed the technique into its thread back. The hand pierced the body and reached the mask from the inside, splitting it into many fragments. The blonde immediately disappeared, appearing next to Kakuzu and swinging a kunai with a blade extended by wind chakra. The new Kennen covered himself with a blackened hand, launching the other into the Hokage's stomach. Minato moved to the kunai, which was still in the air, threw it even higher and launched a rasengan, stabilized by natural chakra, at one of the monsters. While the technique was flying, the blonde found himself near the fire element monster, whose mask was already blazing with a new fiery projectile. With a swing of his kunai, he cut through the already formed technique, immediately moving away from the resulting explosion to the wind element monster. Having found himself close to him, Minato formed a concentration seal. Kaiden, Fire Dragon Technique. Having fired a fiery projectile in the form of a dragon at the monster, the Hokage immediately moved into the air, avoiding the lightning released by Kakuzu. The wind monster was swept away by the shock wave from the explosion that set it on fire. At that moment, a rasengan flew from the sky into the mask with the element of fire, which had only just come to its senses after the technique was disrupted, smashing it into pieces. At that moment, a new kunai landed next to Kakuzu, next to which Seiji immediately appeared, hitting the missing nin with another rasengan. He managed to block the technique with his hand and with a stomp of his feet released from under the ground a multitude of stone spikes, from which the guy was saved by Minato, who teleported to his son's mark, grabbed him by the clothes and threw him into the air. He did not lose his head and folded seals in flight. Fuden, Vacuum Blade. A blade flew out of his hands, flying into the ground. Kakuzu jumped up, dodging the attack, and immediately turned around, kicking Minato, who appeared behind him. The Hokage took the attack on his crossed arms and immediately grabbed the missing nin's leg. Throwing him up, Namikaze and his son moved to the kunai in the air, and struck a huge rasengan created by their combined forces right into Kakuzu's back, almost instantly destroying his body. The entire fight took a few minutes, since it took place at incredible speeds, so the Zetsu clones had only just approached the battle site. But the blonde duo was no longer there. And father and Seiji went their separate ways. I smiled, seeing the massacre of Kakuzu, who somehow survived. All this time I ran forward, where Kurama pointed me. However, the fox's help was unnecessary, since only a blind man would not have seen the blizzard forming ahead. Not again, I blurted out. Naruto, don't you think there aren't enough Zetsu? Asked my furry friend. Are you serious? I answered a question with a question, looking at the white field below me. Not enough. Exactly. Yes, there are a lot of them, but definitely not all of them. The question remains, where are the rest? Didn't fit, I suggested. It's unlikely that Obito would have allowed extra forces to stand idle. He probably put them somewhere. But where? We haven't seen his shelter yet. Maybe they're there. Maybe, or Ma. He was interrupted by a roar from behind. I turned around and, to my surprise, found a colossal winged purple warrior there, towering over the entire area. Pulling his katana from its sheath, he made one swing, and a wave of destructive force spread in all directions, mowing down almost the entire Zetsu army, and at the same time cutting off all the high ground nearby. After the blow, absolute Susanoo dissipated, dropping the small figure whose eyes were shining even from here to the ground. Kurama, remind me, why didn't we think of this solution to the problem right away? I asked, continuing on my way to the remains of the snowstorm that Susanoo's blow had dissipated. Because you're stupid, the fox suggested. Most likely so. In any case, it's good that Satsuki got tired of just crushing Zetsu. Do you still want to start a relationship with her? Kurama asked doubtfully. Imagine what will happen if you anger her. Well, I have your avatar for that case, so I won't be lost. I smiled to myself. Poor Konoha, the fox muttered quietly and cut off the connection. By that moment, I had come down from the sky and was already running on the ground. Seiji and Minato appeared next to me. We are stupid, my brother passed judgment on our mental abilities. Yes, Kurama already told me. Jokes aside, my father said. We have only dealt with the lesser of the problems. Let's move on. Soon we reached a small pit in which lay the skeleton of some animal. Here was the entrance to a cave that went to an unknown depth. All the remaining members of the squad caught up with us here. Obito is right below us, said the father. This is definitely the entrance. So go ahead, let's not waste time. exclaimed A, immediately shrouding himself in a veil of lightning and running into the cave, causing everyone to gasp. Kakashi, transfer yourself and the Mizukage to the Kamui dimension. If Obito starts using intangibility, you can get him. Good, nodded the gray-haired man and, activating the Mangekyo, pulled himself and Mei, who had approached him, into the technique's funnel. Now go ahead, commanded the father. The squad caught up with the Raikage quickly enough, finding him crushing another squad of white Zetsu. It didn't take long to clear it out, but another one came to replace it. The white people walked in an endless stream, greatly delaying the advance, because mass techniques cannot be used here, otherwise the entire squad will be buried under tons of earth above their heads. But no matter how many Zetsu there were, the shinobi moved forward. How many of them are there? He hissed, destroying another clone with a wave of his hand. A lot, Naruto answered, disappearing in a red flash. A wave of short flashes flashed across the entire corridor, and a second later the red-haired one returned to his place, and all the Zetsu fell to the floor. New ones immediately crawled out from under the ground in their place. Kaden, fire epidemic, Satsuki said, and a fiery beam escaped her lips, which, having reached the first target, immediately spread to the next, from that to the next, and so on until the corridor was filled with charred corpses. Let's run before the new ones crawl out. Suddenly, a powerful stream of frosty air hit the corridor, which immediately began to cover the shinobi with ice. Satsuki immediately activated Susanoo, creating ghostly ribs that blocked the entire corridor and protected the squad from the cold. Shin took over, Naruto commented, enveloping himself in bright golden chakra. Coming out from under the protection of the ribs, I created a fox's head, which also protected from the wind. Satsuki nodded gratefully and deactivated Susanoo. Now we need to be careful. Zetsu began to crawl out of the corridor again, who seemed completely indifferent to the icy wind. Naruto made several seals and released a stream of flame from the fox's mouth, destroying the white people. Having cleared the way, I ran forward, holding the defense. Now, along with the wind, many ice spikes, enveloped in wind chakra, were flying from the corridor, thereby increasing their striking power many times over. Then, vines suddenly burst out of the walls, immediately enveloping the fox's head, starting to pump chakra out of the Jinchuriki. The Raikage immediately ran forward and began to cut the vines with his bare hands. Jiraiya took over the plants in the back, calmly breaking the vines with his bare hands thanks to his hermit mode. The squad moved forward for quite a long time. New Zetsu squads came out to them every now and then. The Raikage and the Toad Sannin destroyed the wood techniques, and Uzumaki kept the cold protection. At one point, the wind suddenly stopped. The vines also stopped crawling out of all surfaces. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment and continued on their way, not losing their vigilance. Soon the squad reached a huge cave in which stood the statue of Geto. Two people in cloaks stood on its fingers. If Shin did not change his tradition and was still wearing the Akatsuki cloak, then Obito was dressed in the familiar Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed blue suit and white mask, from which two eyes glowing in different colors looked at everyone. Sharingan and Rinnegan. On the floor in front of the statue lay the body of a girl with green hair. The Eye of God answered the question of how they were able to seal Chome so quickly. Welcome, the masked man greeted everyone. Forgive me for not meeting you in person, but I had some business to complete, he continued with a slight chuckle. But now I am free and can devote all my time to you. Enough chatter, I interrupted him angrily, where is B? Somewhere out there, lying dead, the Uchiha waved his hand somewhere behind his back. Thank you for bringing the remaining tailed beasts yourself. I take it you decided to accept my offer. He is not lying, I do not feel Gyuki's chakra. Naruto confirmed the words of the leader of the almost destroyed organization. Fuck you. The Raikage finally lost control of his emotions, rushing at the enemy. Despite A's incredible speed, he calmly stepped aside, letting the ruler pass by him and with a wave of his hand, from which a wooden spike instantly grew, pierced his side. Not stopping there, the Uchiha tore out the spike and walked across the cage's throat with it. He managed to jump back, putting his hand under the second blow, because of which the spike pierced his palm through. Spitting on the pain, A, growling, squeezed the spike with his pierced palm and tried to punch the Uchiha in the face. But his hand was immediately frozen in ice, after which the masked man kicked the Raikage to the rest of the squad. All this lasted about 2 seconds, and no one managed to help him. Only now did the kunai fly to the man in the mask, who tilted his head to the side. Doden, Swampy Marsh. What a ska, cursed eye, landing on his feet next to everyone, clutching the wound on his side with his hand. Well, since you don't want a peaceful solution, Uchiha continued, pretending not to notice the attack, then we'll have to take the Jinchuriki from you by force. He sighed with feigned sadness, jumping off the finger of the Geto statue. Shin, with his eternal grin, followed his example. Well, as one close person once said to me, shall we start dancing? After these words, everyone present jumped up. Naruto, as originally planned, along with Seiji rushed at Shin, who was hit by multiple sand bullets fired by Gaara. The pale Uchiha immediately jumped to the side, blocking the sand with an ice wall that appeared out of nowhere. Uzumaki, disappearing in a red flash, appeared behind Shin, who immediately waved a wing that grew in the blink of an eye, forcing him to move again. Appearing above the Uchiha, Naruto waved his hand, enveloped in golden lightning, but an instant before meeting the emerging black rib, he disappeared again. And a moment later, Shin's thigh was pierced through by Uzumaki's hand. He did not stop there and lightning ran throughout the Uchiha's body. He screamed in pain and with a sharp flap of his wings created a powerful gust of frosty wind, from which Naruto escaped with another teleport, finding himself on the ceiling of the cave. Shin, covering the hole in his body with his hand, formed the skeleton of Susanoo, looking with hatred at Uzumaki. Gaara, seeing the defense, waved his hand towards the enemy, thereby completely covering the ghostly figure with sand and began to squeeze it. Seiji, meanwhile, ran up to the enemy and folded several seals. The stone under Shin turned into mud, which began to suck him into itself. Even from under the sand, the Uchiha's roar was heard. Suddenly, all the sand fell away, revealing a void where Shin had been standing. Naruto immediately prepared to use Hiraishin to prevent another blow to the back. And he was right. The Uchiha, appearing right behind Seiji, immediately received a blow to the face with the sword, which was unsealed for a moment, only miraculously managing to move his head to the side, leaving his main eyes undamaged. Naruto immediately sealed the sword back so that it could not be taken under control. The ground under Shin's feet turned into sand, which immediately captured his legs. Seiji, turning around, hit the Uchiha with a rasengan in the stomach. But this time he managed to defend himself, creating an ice shield in the way of the technique. A powerful stream of icy wind hit in all directions from it, scattering the sand and throwing the brothers back, but they quickly moved with Hiraishin to Gaara, extinguishing the inertia. A whole stream of ice blades immediately flew at them, in front of which a sand shield appeared, from which sand bullets flew in response. The brothers simultaneously disappeared in multicolored flashes, appearing on different sides of Shin. Naruto struck with a hand wrapped in golden lightning, and Seiji with a rasengan. The Uchiha managed to form two ice barriers, defending himself from the attacks, and with a flap of his wings flew up to the ceiling. His Sharingan flashed. Amenashagiri, he said triumphantly. All three fell into his field of vision and slowed down. He grinned and with a flap of his wings sent a stream of ice knives to Seiji, who seemed the most vulnerable in this situation. Golden chakra, taken under control by Kurama, flew out of Naruto's chest and grabbed the blonde, pulling him out from under the attack. The hand that came out of his back did the same, grabbing Gaara. A fox's head with such dense chakra formed around them that it hid the three from sight. The technique immediately fell off them. Golden chakra enveloped the backs of Gaara and Seiji, and a moment later the same cloaks that Naruto was wearing formed on them. Now we can communicate mentally, Uzumaki explained. Cool, Seiji admired. He forms Susanoo, so I scatter my head. The fox's growling voice sounded in everyone's heads. Hello, Kurama, the blonde greeted. Hello, now concentrate, the Biju answered. The golden head of the fox dispersed, revealing three men in golden cloaks. Shin's eyes widened for a moment, but he quickly regained his usual smirk and swung his black Susanoo arm, holding a massive hammer. The three shinobi immediately scattered in different directions, and the blow shook the ground, but did not hit anyone. Once again, the sand tried to cover the ghost warrior, but this time it did not work. While they were hiding in the fox's head, the Uchiha created a much more advanced form of Susanoo, covered in armor. Shin himself was floating above the ground inside the ghost warrior's head. Everyone prepared for the next stage of the fight, but then a cracking sound echoed throughout the room, which seemed to surpass all the sounds of battle in volume. Everyone, even Shin, looked to the far side of the room, where his partner and the second part of the squad were fighting. The Hokage, standing next to the second Uchiha, immediately dodged the blade attack. The porcelain white mask crumbled, revealing a face. Naruto, not believing his eyes, took a step towards the shadow leader of Akatsuki, looking at such a familiar face. After coping with the initial shock, he found the strength to utter one word. Sasuke. Chapter 45. Sasuke. I squeezed out, being in complete shock. It was hard to believe, but it really was my old friend. Yes, he looked much older than I remembered, but it was him. He slightly raised an eyebrow when he heard my exclamation. Of course, sometimes I am mistaken for another person, but I have never been called Old Man Sarutobi. He grinned. I noticed that you generally like to call me by different names, sometimes Obito, sometimes Sasuke. But at least that means that I disguise myself well, the man smiled at the end. Thoughts rushed through my head at an incredible speed. It was not Sasuke. Apparently he did not even know that such a person as Sasuke Uchiha existed. But why did he look so much like him? Some kind of ancestor. But then why was he alive and relatively young? And why was he not in my world? But then I remembered something. During the war, I heard Madara and the second mention the same person, saying that he looked very similar to my friend. If my assumption was true, then we were in trouble. Izuna? I asked, hoping that I was wrong. Now the Uchiha's face really expressed surprise. His eyes flashed and he covered the distance between us in an instant, sending me flying into the wall with a kick. As soon as my back hit the hard surface, I felt a blade at my throat. Somewhere in the distance, Satsuki shouted. Now I wonder how you knew my name, Izuna said, staring into my eyes. Then I felt myself falling into emptiness. The fall didn't last long, and a second later I landed on the wooden floor of a traditional style house. Raising my head, I saw the Uchiha sitting calmly in front of me. He looked at me with a slight grin. Now we can talk in peace. Kurama? I asked. This is not a simple illusion. I can get you out, but it will take me a while. Keep him busy with something for now. The fox immediately responded. I can do that. I might even be able to pull off an old trick. I answered him. If he wasn't Madara's brother, I would feel sorry for him. Kurama said a strange phrase. So, I'm waiting for an answer. How did you know my name? Izuna repeated the question. From Madara, I returned his grin. And Tobirama. I see that you are not lying, but what you are saying is impossible. Explain, demanded the Uchiha, looking at me intently. I think that you already know the answer yourself, I answered, sitting down opposite him on the floor. You know what my summoning is and what the condition for receiving it is. So, you met my brother in your home world, the ancient Uchiha nodded to his thoughts. And, as I understand it, in that world there was also a man in a mask, under which this fool Obito was hiding. Exactly. Since we had a conversation, then maybe you can also answer some of my questions. I have accumulated them too, I suggested, generally not expecting a positive answer. It was all the more surprising that I received one. Why not? Izuna shrugged. Today, everything will end anyway. Either I grab you in the one-tailed one and then nothing will stop me, or you defeat me and I generally won't care what you know about me. Unexpectedly, I noted. But thank you. So, I'm most interested in how you survived. There is nothing surprising in this story. Rinnegan. My brother revived me when he himself was no longer able to put the plan into action. He didn't really believe in a little fool, so he revived the one he trusted implicitly. Now my question. What did you die of in your world? Kagaya Otsutsuki. You know, it's a good thing you decided to talk before we started fighting. Because that way you might save yourself from the biggest mistake of your life. What does that mean? Izuna didn't understand. And what does the rabbit goddess have to do with it? In my world, your brother was manipulated by Black Zetsu. He was trying his best to revive his true creator, Kagaya. Two conditions are needed for her revival, Eternal Tsukuyomi and Rinnegan. Eternal Tsukuyomi is not needed to immerse the entire world in an illusion, it's just a side effect. This technique draws chakra from all the people on the planet to nourish Kagaya's body with the required amount of energy. And the Jinchuriki of the 10-tailed beast, whom you are trying so hard to revive, becomes her body. That's how your brother died in our world. In the final stage of his plan, when he was revived and became the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, he was betrayed by Zetsu and turned into Kagaya, who killed me. And you think I'll believe you? Uchiha asked skeptically. I really hope so. Because if you believe me, the world will avoid the catastrophe that will lead to its destruction. You can believe whatever you want, but if you, like your brother, want peace, then you will listen to my words. What are you getting at? Izuna asked directly. I want to team up with you to destroy Zetsu. I answered just as directly. Team up? Are you serious? And you'll so easily forgive me for killing your sister. Destroying your friend's clan. Don't be stupid. Uchiha even laughed at my suggestion. Oh no, I will never forgive you for this. My smile turned into a grin. But the destruction of Zetsu is more important now. I am offering you only a temporary unification against a common enemy. And after, when the threat of Kagaya's return no longer hangs over the world, we will be able to resolve all our differences. So you don't have to worry about that, we will still fight. Now that sounds more like the truth, Izuna grinned. And now I have a chance to believe it. Oh, you haven't seen me in the past world yet, there I forgave almost all my enemies, I couldn't resist, even Nagato, who killed his teacher and completely destroyed Konoha. Judging by everything, the events of your world followed a completely different scenario, Uchiha noticed, lost in thought about something. And how? Izuna asked with interest. That's right. Now my question. Why are you walking around with Obito's eye? Everything is simple here too. You probably know about the secret of the eternal Mangekyo. Right before my death, my brother took my eyes to stop losing his sight. That's why I was reborn blind. And Obito, who had just acquired a Mangekyo with a pretty good ability, was right at hand. Even being blind, it was easy to rip out the weak boy's eye. You know, it's disgusting, I noted. I don't see anything wrong with it, Uchiha shrugged. In the days of warring clans, gouging out the eyes of dying or already dead clanmates was absolutely normal. And Obito was already a corpse, he just didn't know it yet. Hashirama's cells did not take root completely, so he himself would have died in 6 months, but his death would have been much more painful. So you could say that I cut his suffering short. Despite the fact that he was weak, he was still my clanmate, so I buried him personally. It was my gratitude to this kind fool. So that's how it is, I thought. For me, Obito became the main threat to the world and the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails. So he was not as weak as I thought. In any case, it doesn't matter anymore. Obito has been dead for a long time. My turn. I understood why Minato thought I was Obito, but why did you call me Sasuke after seeing my face? You look a lot like an older version of my friend, Uchiha Sasuke. I see. And this Sasuke is not in this world? He asked. No, his place was taken by Satsuki. I answered. If you treated Obito's corpse with such respect, then why did you wipe out the clan along with Shin? This is perhaps your most difficult question. Izuna thought. I think it's about Konoha. When the Uchiha entered the village, they were the founding clan along with the Senju. But even during the time of Hashirama, they began to treat us with distrust. This was one of the reasons for Madara's departure. The second one began to oppress the Uchiha, and instead of resisting, they simply put their heads in the sand and calmly accepted this attitude towards themselves. And they also began to weaken. During the Fourth War, the Uchiha were completely reduced to nothing and only a few people out of the entire clan were strong. Such a clan is not worthy of bearing the proud name of Uchiha. Are you crazy, do you know that? I asked him. You know, in my world, the Uchiha did not bury their heads in the sand and resisted the oppression of the village leadership. Do you know how it ended? The same as in this world. The clan was wiped out and only 2 people remained alive, Sasuke and Itachi. Moreover, Itachi wiped out the clan on the orders of the village in order to prevent the Uchiha uprising, which would have led to the Fourth World War. Tell me, what is better, a living clan, even if not as strong as during the times of the warring clans, or a dead one, but with a proud name? Those people who were in the clan during the Fourth were anyone but Uchiha. Izuna stuck to his guns. And that was the reason for destroying it. Maybe if you didn't like what the clan had become, you should have joined it and tried to fix it, rather than take the easy way out and say that they weren't Uchiha and therefore weren't worthy of living. Wouldn't it have been better to make the Uchiha great again, rather than just destroy them and leave the proud Uchiha clan as a memory? I didn't expect his answer to hurt me so much. If I can understand Itachi and even respect him to some extent, because despite the enormity of his actions, he still prevented the war, and in that situation he simply had no other choice. Then Izuna could have easily corrected the situation that was worrying him. He could have, but he decided not to. You know, in some ways you're even right, my interlocutor answered thoughtfully. Perhaps it really would have been a good decision. But it's too late to change anything. What's done can't be undone and there's no point in arguing about it. My question. You say that the eternal Tsukuyomi is needed to revive Kagaya. And you were killed by Kagaya. How were you able to avoid the technique? I won't answer that question until I'm sure that you'll stand with me against Zetsu, I said. If you refuse, you'll be able to bypass my method, and then the world will have absolutely no chance. Okay. Izuna suddenly stood up. I agree. I will help destroy Zetsu. Ask for the Oath of the Demons. Kurama suddenly intervened. What is it? If he gives it, he will not be able to betray as long as the oath is in effect. It is a very old technique, but he should know about it. I do not believe you, I grinned. Unlike you, I do not know how to determine when I am lied to and when not. So what do you propose? Asked Izuna. The Oath of the Demons. I answered, surprising the Uchiha again. I did not think that anyone alive today still remembered this technique, he said a couple of seconds after my proposal. I have an advisor who is much older than you, I smiled. Ah, the nine-tailed one, Izuna nodded understandingly. Well, I do not mind. But this oath will only work as long as Black Zetsu is alive. After his death, we do not owe each other anything. Of course, I confirmed. That's what I was counting on. I have to give you a good face after all this. Good joke, he chuckled, coming up to me and holding out his hand, as if you can do anything to me. Take his forearm. Kurama began to instruct. We grabbed each other's hands and a crimson haze appeared around us. He should begin. Izuna Uchiha, promise not to betray Naruto and his companions until Black Zetsu is destroyed. Now it's your turn. I, Uzumaki Naruto, promise not to betray Izuna until Black Zetsu is destroyed, I repeated the Uchiha's words. The crimson haze rose, completely enveloping us. 2 bundles came out of the general mass and braided around our hands. For a second, the crimson smoke sparkled gold, and then dissipated. Well, that's it, Izuna said. I never expected that I would ever team up with you. Believe me, if you were in my world, those around you wouldn't even be surprised, I grinned. My friends even started joking about Naruto therapy towards the end of my life, since I lured enemies to my side too often. Yes, my shinobi career began with the fact that I convinced one of the swordsmen of the mist that he had a heart and a conscience. A great achievement, Izuna chuckled. But I think we have more important things to do. You're right. Let us out of the illusion, I asked. It's time to catch the blot and end this madness. Chapter 46. The entire conversation between Izuna and Naruto took about a second of real time. Minato, who threw a kunai at the elder Uchiha, moved to him and was about to cut off his head with the same kunai, when suddenly Naruto himself intercepted his hand. The blonde stared in shock at his son, who had protected them from the attack of their main enemy. Izuna lowered his sword at that moment and looked at Zetsu, who had been sitting in the shadow of the ghetto statue all this time. Due to the battle and his almost perfect stealth, he had not been noticed even by the sensors of the hermit mode. But the Uchiha's hand unmistakably pointed in the direction of the spy. Bansho Tenin. After casting the technique, Kagaya's son was literally torn out of the ground and pulled towards the owner of the Rinnegan. A moment later, Naruto disappeared in a red flash, only to appear right in front of the spy. Taught by the bitter experience of his past world, he did not touch the black liquid, instead instantly making several seals. A green barrier appeared around the body, which Zetsu's body hit. Immediately next to the red-haired man, 4 of his clones appeared, surrounding the trap, who also began to make a series of seals, this time longer. Meanwhile, the 2-colored man had almost broken through the green film of the barrier. But a second before the barrier was completely destroyed, the clones finished creating the technique and a 4-voice cry echoed throughout the cave. Fuinpo, barrier of 4 crimson flames. Around Zetsu appeared again, but this time it was red. It was small and immediately rose into the air, showing that the barrier was a solid parallelepiped. The spy tried to break through this barrier as well, but immediately pulled back his hand, which was hit by intense heat. He turned his gaze to Izuna. And what does this mean? You decided to go against your brother's will? He asked. He's right, what the hell are you doing? Shin, who didn't understand anything, joined in the question. I decided to go against Kagaya's will, not Madara's, Izuna sarcastically informed the spy, approaching the barrier. Minato, who had already understood what was going on, allowed him to pass. Nothing personal, you just wanted to betray me. Goodbye, Zetsu. Having said these words, he nodded to me. Uzumaki responded with the same nod and his clones formed a concentration seal. The barrier began to shrink, starting to burn Zetsu. What's going on? Shin continued to be confused, launching a scattering of ice blades at Naruto, but Izuna parried them with one swing of his blade. Damn traitor! He screamed, and a wave of monstrous cold hit him in all directions. At the same time, balls of concentrated frost, which he used in the Land of Iron, flew at the elder Uchiha. But then Satsuki came to the rescue, immediately activating Susanoo, closing Uzumaki, Uchiha and the barrier with Zetsu, which had already shrunk by half. The trapped spy had already started screaming, the scorching walls of the barrier surrounded him from all sides, leaving no room to escape the heat. The purple ribs were immediately covered with a thick layer of ice, but the protection held. Izuna was making seals at this time. And I hoped that you would choose me, not him, Shinny, Madara's brother grinned, although he brought you, this could have been expected. Kaden, Song of the Phoenix. A huge fire bird flew from the Uchiha's lips, instantly melting the ice, and, passing through Satsuki's technique, flew at Shin. Meanwhile, the body of the white Zetsu had already completely burned, and only black liquid with empty yellow eyes bubbled at the bottom of the barrier. He didn't say anything at the end, he realized that his game was over and his only hope was for the human to finish his job. Meanwhile, the fire technique hit the warrior made of black energy. The temperature in the cave continued to drop rapidly, everyone in the room was already steaming from their breath. Then suddenly, Shin's Susanoo began to grow rapidly. Satsuki immediately shouted, "Everyone to me, quickly!" She didn't have to wait long, as everyone present was already nearby. So after the black warrior, the purple one began to grow. At that moment, a pop was heard inside Satsuki's Susanoo and, turning their heads, everyone saw how the red barrier completely collapsed, finally destroying Black Zetsu. Izuna and I exchanged glances. I barely nodded my head towards Shin, who nodded just as barely, grinning. I smiled back at him, and we simultaneously turned our gaze to Shin's ultimate Susanoo. He was hanging on the forehead of his colossal samurai and was looking in disbelief at the place where the red barrier had hung a few seconds ago. "You have destroyed the last son of the lady," I read from his lips, since we were at a decent distance from each other. The vaults of the cave had long been broken through by two giants, and we had a view of the vastness of the land of lightning. "You will pay for this." Shin's voice sounded. "I will bring the lady back." It seems Shin is also on Kagaya's side, I noted. Then we exchanged glances with Satsuki. She smiled. "Go ahead," she said. I nodded and concentrated. Golden chakra began to spread out from me in all directions, taking the form of a nine-tailed fox covered in purple armor. Two swords formed in my hands. Izuna chuckled. "Not a bad idea," he noted. The fox ran at Susanoo, loading a bijudama into its mouth. Shin threw his hammer at us, and a new one immediately formed in his hands. The fox jumped to the side, dodging the attack, and, swallowing a dark purple ball, released a beam of destructive energy at the enemy, while continuing to reduce the distance with the enemy. When the technique completed its action, we saw a warrior covering himself with a massive shield. The hammer in his hands turned into a sword. Shin dealt the first blow in the Battle of Colossi. When we approached the striking distance, he swung his sword, aiming at the fox's head, but the fox deflected the blow with one blade, and delivered a powerful blow with the second, which was taken by the shield. The force of the blow forced the warrior to take a step back, and meanwhile the fox swung both swords at once. The samurai took them on his shield again, but the double blow cracked it. Shin tried to counterattack, delivering a thrust with his sword, but it was intercepted by both tails, also covered in purple armor. I began to charge a new bomb for the tailed beast, when suddenly a familiar crater began to appear in place of the shield. I turned my gaze to Izuna, who was staring at the shield with his Mangekyo. I grinned again and released the bijudama just as the shield disappeared. The force of the blow knocked the samurai over and he fell on his back, destroying a huge area of forested terrain beneath him. I released the swords from my hands and pinned Susanoo to the ground with them, preventing him from getting up. My gaze intersected for a moment with Shin's gaze, full of true hatred. "Hit him with your strongest techniques," I shouted. I didn't have to ask twice. The Raikage's Thunder Dragon hit Susanoo in the head, followed by Jiraiya jumping out of the fox with a huge rasengan. Pressing a huge blue ball of chakra into his head, the old man immediately jumped to the side, flying back into the shroud, letting the next technique through. This time, a Rasenshuriken covered in Amateramu flames flew at the enemy's head. Now that was really dangerous. I wouldn't risk getting hit by such a technique. But Satsuki calmly controls the flames, so I didn't worry about the safety of the avatar, preparing a new bijudama. The black flame technique flew into Susanoo's head, almost completely destroying it and covering the remains with unquenchable fire. Shin, realizing that if things continued at this rate, he would have to resort to Izanagi again, simply cancelled Susanoo and, when the beam of energy had already burst out of the fox's mouth, simply disappeared in a puff of smoke. The beam pierced the ground, making a huge hole in it. "He's not nearby. He went to the summoning world," I said. "Damn coward. We pinned him down, it was the smartest choice." The elder Uchiha noted. "Now be so kind as to explain what the hell just happened." Minato flew up to me. "Well, first of all, let me introduce you, Uchiha Izuna, Madara's younger brother," I said, canceling Kurama's avatar. "We decided to unite to destroy Black Zetsu. I hope our non-aggression pact will last until we destroy Shin," I said, looking at Izuna. "Are you out of your mind, Namikaze?" I got angry again. "Who gave you permission to command?" "Relax, killing Shin is in my interests too. Now explain to me why the hell he is on our side now," I shouted. "He killed B. He killed my sister too," I coldly interrupted. "But now it is important to prevent Kagaya from reviving, for now we should forget about the feud. Believe me, when this is over, we will start fighting each other." "I can't wait for that moment," Izuna said dreamily, looking at the sky. "You are a worthy opponent, it will be interesting to dance with you." "Do you think we will let Naruto fight you alone?" Seiji was indignant. "Don't even count on it. Let's decide this after defeating Shin," I interrupted the argument. "Right now this is the most important task. He is in the summoning world. How can we get him?" I asked. "How did you even listen to my story?" I asked irritably. Honestly, his hot temper is starting to irritate me. I have essentially the same summons, just from a different, let's say, country. "And we're going to go now?" asked Seiji. "I don't know," I sighed. "In theory, he's right in the middle of the Ice Falcon Fortress. It's impossible to smoke him out of there by force. The only hope is democracy. Izuna, can you please move me to your dimension?" "I can, but why?" he asked. "You'll see now," I grinned. He nodded and the funnel sucked me in. I appeared and immediately jumped to the side to avoid getting hit by the Chidori in Kakashi's hands. Quiet, Kakashi-sensei, my own, I raised my hands. Did you get caught in the technique? Mei asked, approaching. We made a truce with the man in the mask. It turned out to be not Obito, but Izuna, Madara's younger brother. We have a common goal now, so I came here to tell you to get out of here. Kakashi-sensei, will you do it? He nodded, and a second later the three of us stood in front of a clearly surprised Izuna. Well, it's good that this time I decided not to use intangibility. The Uchiha concluded, causing some to laugh. Well, since everyone is here, I suggest this. I can't transfer everyone to the Falcon world. The Storm Falcons won't like it, to say the least, and I don't want to upset them. So 3 will go with me, Father, Satsuki and Izuna. What can you do against that warrior? I asked, pausing between each word. He made me angry. What? Will you scratch your nail? The Raikage began to breathe heavily, sparks began to run through him. In an instant, I activated the gold mode and moved behind him, pointing a kunai at the throat of this idiot. I can't call him anything else anymore. Congratulations, you're a corpse. Have you fought much? I asked him, putting away the kunai and deactivating the shroud. Cool down already. Izuna, looking at us, slowly clapped his hands. What a show. Maybe we should stop wasting time and move already. I'm all for it. I sighed, moving away from the Raikage, who was looking at me angrily. Is everyone ready? Excellent. Reverse summoning technique. Chapter 47. We appeared in the same place that Satsuki and Itachi had been before. Izuna was looking around the area with interest, and I stood and waited for the ruler of the local lands to appear. He appeared very soon. His eyes glowing with blue energy looked at strangers with disapproval. Hello, Naruto. I hope you have an explanation for so many strangers on this land. He greeted me. Good afternoon, Lord Raiden. The situation is unpleasant. That student of the Ice Falcons you warned me about is now our target. We pinned him down in that world, but he escaped here. That's why we came. We'll leave right now. Have you decided to storm the ice palaces after all? He asked. Suicide. I'll still try. This Lors seemed like a very wise person to me. I objected. Do you know Lors? When and, most importantly, how did you meet him and leave alive? Raiden asked in shock. Yes, it happened. Shin transferred me there without Lors's permission, so he let me go. I see. You don't even have to try to negotiate with him, he won't listen to you. He values his students and let you go only because Shin made him very angry. So trying to negotiate is a waste of time. Still, I'll try. I don't want to lose an apprentice. Don't do this. It's better to just wait for Shin in the place from which he left your world. He should return to about the same place. Advised the Storm Falcon. That would be a good solution, but the problem is that he can stay here for a very long time and improve his skills. I can't sit in that place forever and wait for him to return. And simply leaving sentries is pointless, Shin will easily kill them. So that's not an option, we need to do it now. I objected. Fine. I'll tell you how to get to the Frosties. But don't count on my support, I'm not going to further increase the enmity between us. We are grateful for that too. I nodded. Let's go. Raiden waved his hand at our company. We silently followed him. Closer to the exit, Bale intercepted us. What's going on here, Naruto? He asked immediately. He looked quite healthy, but some pallor still betrayed the fact that he hadn't fully come to his senses. Hello, Bale. Sorry, but I'm not taking you with me this time. It will be worse for both you and me. I met his gaze. How so? Bale was surprised. And you really think that I'll leave you alone and just let you go on another suicide mission? What makes you think that I'm going on a suicide mission? I asked him, continuing to follow Raiden. Do you have any others? That's reasonable. Bale, listen, we're going to the Ice Ones for Shin. There can't be any Falcons with us, so as not to provoke a new conflict between your peoples. I'd gladly take you with me, but I just can't. And you think I'll abandon my friend because of this? The red-haired Falcon got angry. I don't care, I'll go with you. Bale, Raiden immediately called out to him. I'm warning you, if you go with them, I'll have to declare you a renegade, so that no one will make claims against us. You know what that means. I know. And yet I'm ready to do it. Bale said firmly, holding Raiden's heavy gaze. If you're sure of it, then fine. I think you're making a mistake, but it's your choice, and it's not for me to judge. By this time we had reached the exit from the chambers, which was a huge door, behind which there was a wide area to which there were no roads. Your journey will begin from here. I don't know how you will get to your destination, but you need to fly in that direction, he pointed somewhere to the northwest. When you see the mountains covered with ice, you will already be close. There you should get your bearings, it is very difficult not to notice the chambers. I wish you good luck. Goodbye. Having said these words, he turned around and walked through the gate, which began to close behind him. For about a minute we stood in front of the cliff, looking at the vast expanses of the Falcon world. Any ideas on how to get there? Asked Bale. I understand that only Naruto and I can fly here. I can fly with Susanoo, but it uses up too much chakra. Answered Satsuki, so even if I get there, I will be useless in battle. There is no need to fly, I said. Do you really think that after so many battles I have not put the Horizon mark on Shin? I sense it and can simply transport us there. We can fall right into a trap, my father objected. Or we can catch him by surprise while he is relaxed in his territory. He will move, kill him before he has time to activate Izanagi and immediately fly back here, I suggested. It will be more or less safe if only I move with Naruto under Kamui, Izuna said. Maybe we should stop chatting already, Izuna asked. Indeed, enough talk, I agreed, activating the golden cover. Touch me. Is everyone ready? I was answered by decisive nods. I shared my chakra with everyone to maintain a mental connection, then let's begin. I won't let Naruto be alone with you and Shin. I don't trust you. Minato immediately refused. Either we all move together, or we don't move. Let's not fight, I suggested. I'll transfer everyone. That way we'll have a better chance of killing Shin. If we can't kill him right away, then try not to cause too much destruction. And try to destroy his eyes. They're his best chance to survive in any situation. This does not excuse you at all. But we will deal with you later. First, we need to resolve the issue with the strangers. Lors said. So, you need my student. You came to my castle, tried to kill Shin, almost killed my daughter. Give me one reason why I shouldn't kill you. We appeared in a rather cramped room made of stone. I immediately noticed Shin lying on the bed and the girl standing above him. She held her hand on his chest, her palm glowing with a soft blue light. She turned around at the red flash that illuminated the room, and immediately flew back from a powerful punch from my father in hermit mode. At the same time, I lit a golden lightning bolt in my hand, with a swing of which I chopped off Shin's head. It rolled to the side and dissipated in smoke, like the Uchiha's body. He activated Izanagi. I immediately shouted. Meanwhile, the girl was entwined with tree roots, immobilizing her. He revived 100 meters above. Kurama immediately notified. He's up there. Knock her out and touch me. I commanded. Izuna looked into the girl's eyes, and she immediately hung powerlessly on the holding roots. Everyone touched me again, and I activated Horizon. We appeared in a much larger room. Shin stood with his back to us and said something to Lors, who was calmly sitting in a comfortable-looking chair. He immediately turned his gaze to us, and a strong barrier of ice appeared between my hand and Shin, which I was unable to break through. The Uchiha jumped back and turned to us. His gaze expressed hatred and concern. What did you do with Frida? Lors asked first. Nothing. She is unconscious in the room where we appeared. We do not want to harm you, we only need Shin. I answered, not wanting to anger the man who could so easily block golden lightning. So you lied to me again, Shin. The Falcon turned his gaze from us to the Uchiha. At that moment, people burst into the room. They surrounded us and familiar vortexes of frost appeared in their hands. You said that they killed her. You are crossing all boundaries. You brought enemies into our halls. For the second time, what do you have to say in your defense? I apologize, Master Lors, but I had no other choice, otherwise I would have died. I did not expect them to follow me, especially so soon. Shin answered, not taking his eyes off us. Shin has one Sharingan left on Izanagi. Minato thought. Izuna, can you kill him with Kamui? He will immediately notice and leave the kill zone, the Uchiha answered immediately. Let's see how he will have time to react to Amaterasu, Satsuki said maliciously. Shin immediately burst into black flames. His screams echoed throughout the hall. The fox's head immediately appeared around us, protecting us from the guards' attacks. Shin, unable to react to anything now, did not notice how a funnel began to form. A second later, the Uchiha was no longer here. Let's go. I shouted mentally, holding the defense. Everyone immediately touched me, I activated Horizon again, and we found ourselves on the same platform in front of the entrance to the Thunder Halls. I sat down tiredly right on the ground. Now all that's left is to finally kill him in Kamui's dimension, Izuna said. How soon can the angry ice ones catch up with us? No idea. At least we haven't killed anyone, I answered. Except Shin, the Uchiha corrected me. We haven't killed him yet either. Well, is it the last round? I objected. Wait a bit, rest. Now we have time, Minato answered. Maybe we should just leave him there. Sooner or later, he'll die of hunger and thirst. It won't work, Izuna said, he is almost entirely made up of Hashirama's cells. It will take him several months to die. And I don't intend to live that long without Kamui. Let's just finish him off already. Okay. Transfer us all, Minato gave in. The funnel swallowed us. Having fallen out of the technique, we saw Shin standing on one of the distant cubes, standing and staring into space. When we appeared, he turned around and looked at us. "Well, I admit it. You won," he said unexpectedly calmly. There was neither the usual smirk nor hatred. Only an absolutely empty expression on his face. "Before I begin a knowingly losing fight. Izuna, tell me, why did you betray us? I don't like acting under someone's orders. And I don't want to turn into a vessel for Kagaya." Uchiha answered. "I see. Congratulations, Namikaze." Now he looked at me. "You won. I wish you a terrible life." A shadow of a smile touched his face. 3 tomo of the Sharingan merged into a Mangekyo pattern. "Now, let's finish." A red flash flashed, and my hand passed by Shin, who jumped back, who for a moment formed a Susanoo fist, which he used to strike the place where I had just been. I reappeared right under him, grabbed his legs, winced when I felt my palms pierce the ice spikes that had grown out of him, and switched places with my father. I appeared next to Izuna, who swung his sword, and put Shin under the blow. He managed to release a wave of frost, and the blade was immediately covered in an icy crust and hit Shin, not harming him in any way. Then he broke free from my grip and jumped up, escaping the arc of black fire. But his father was already waiting for him at the top, kicking him straight into Satsuki, who caught him with her bone hand and clenched it into a fist, crushing Shin. He appeared right behind Satsuki and swung the ice blade that appeared in his hands, but I saved the girl, moving behind her and intercepting Shin's hand with my chakra paw. Golden lightning ran along his hands again, and I delivered a blow, which he blocked with Susanoo. Meanwhile, Bale, who had been hanging over the field in the form of a falcon the entire fight, accumulating strength, released a beam of energy at the black skeleton. A stream of lightning flew into Shin's defense, gradually beginning to break through it. The black flame created by Satsuki joined the lightning. And finally, when the Uchiha's defense was completely broken, Rasenshuriken immediately flew into him. When the riot of the wind element calmed down, we saw Shin's completely broken body. He was still alive. We approached him. Where his eyes had been, there was a bloody mess, his entire body was covered in blood. "Sorry, sir," Shin croaked at the end, but he didn't have enough strength to finish and he died. Satsuki flashed her Sharingan and the pale Uchiha's body burned in black fire. Everyone silently looked at the burning corpse. When only ashes remained, Satsuki extinguished the flames. She looked at me. "What now?" she asked. "It's time to go back," I answered. "Izuna, will you get us out?" "No," he grinned, already disappearing into the funnel. We were left alone in Kamui's space. "Tell me, why didn't we take Kakashi-sensei with us?" I asked. "Because you're not very smart people," a familiar voice was heard behind us. I turned around and saw Izuna smiling. "I was joking. Your jokes are disgusting," Satsuki grumbled. We all began to be sucked into one massive funnel. Soon we were already standing on the platform in front of the entrance to the Thunder Palaces. Raiden was standing in front of us. "Well, how did it go?" he asked. "Shin is dead, there are no casualties among the ice, no destruction, Bale didn't even use his powers," I reported. "Good." Raiden exhaled. "In that case, there will be no big claims. Since Bale, according to you, did not show his powers in the operation, I cannot expel him. But for now, it is better for you to be with Naruto." "As you say," Bale smiled. "And now leave," said the elder falcon. "And Naruto, do not bring anyone else without my permission, I forgive you for this for the last time." "Thank you, Lord Raiden. Goodbye." Reverse summoning technique. We appeared in the same place from which we departed. Everyone who was not part of our pursuit squad was waiting for us here. Seeing us, they immediately ran up to us. "Well," asked Jiraiya. "The mission is complete. There is only one problem left," answered the father, turning his gaze to Izuna. "What are we going to do with him?" "Well, our agreement with Naruto was only valid until the death of Zetsu, but I decided to help you with Shin as well. Now there is nothing to stop us from fighting," Izuna noted. "But I suggest we separate for a while. There are more of us now, and you are tired after all the battles. Do you think we will let you go so easily?" The Raikage said. "I have enough strength for you and half of your squad," Izuna grinned. "I don't want to kill any of you, you haven't really done anything to me. That's why I'm offering you a peaceful solution." "You killed B," I shouted. "Yes, your brother is alive, alive," the Uchiha said irritably, activating Kamui again. Killer B, entangled in seals, unconscious, but still alive, fell out of the funnel. "Why didn't you tell me that B was in Kamui?" I asked Kurama. "There was no time for that, really." The fox answered a little embarrassed. "B," I shouted, running up to his brother and freeing him from the seals. He grumbled something, but didn't come to his senses. "I hope you'll leave me alone now," the Uchiha said. "Now let's deal with you, Naruto. Honestly, I don't want to kill you. But I understand your desire to beat me." I want to dance with you myself. So I suggest we split up now and recuperate. Then we'll meet and resolve all our differences one-on-one. I will free the tailed beast sealed in the ghetto mazo. What you do with them after that is of no importance to me. I will hide the statue itself so that no one else will try to revive Kagaya. I agree, I answered. I will contact you. How so? He asked. I silently looked at the mark that I had put on him while he was touching me during our transfers. Got it. Okay, I don't mind. Then shall we go our separate ways? Yes, I nodded. He nodded to all of us and disappeared into Kamui. Everyone turned to me. When are you going to start consulting with your elders before making stupid decisions? Minato asked. Never. I grinned and turned to Gaara, I and Mei. Do you need a ride to your villages? Okay. Gaara nodded. I'll get there myself, I said, throwing his brother onto his shoulders. Thank you, he said at last and ran towards his village. I'll gladly take advantage of your offer, Naruto-kun. Mei smiled charmingly. And then I realized that I didn't have a seal near Kiri. It was awkward. I left a kunai with our common marks near Kiri. My father mentally addressed me. It turned out that the fox's chakra had not yet evaporated from him. So don't worry about it. Thank you, I answered him and extended my hands to the Mizukage and the future cage. They grabbed each other, and I first transferred us to Suna. Gaara stepped back and turned to me. Naruto, thank you for helping me avenge my father, he said. Now he can sleep peacefully. He wouldn't have been worried anyway. About you and the village, with such a leader. I smiled at him. See you later, Gaara. Good luck, he wished me and headed deeper into his village. I transferred Mei and me to the kunai in Kiri. Mei was in no hurry to let go of my hand, but I pulled it away. I hope that we will meet again and get to know each other better, Naruto-kun, she smiled at me. I have a girlfriend, so I doubt there will be a second one, I answered her. Goodbye, Mizukage-sama. Having said these words, I immediately teleported back, without waiting for this woman to say more. Well, does that mean the world is saved? Satsuki smiled at me, coming closer. I hugged her. Yes. And now what? She asked. Now it's time to go home. Chapter 48. We returned almost immediately after I sent the cage to their villages. I gathered all my people around me again and teleported them to the roof of the Hokage's residence. Well, since this situation has been successfully resolved, Jiraiya smiled radiantly, then I can finally get back to writing books. And since I haven't done this for a long time, I can't do without inspiration. Good luck to everyone. Minato, say hello to Kushina from me. With these words, he jumped off the roof and disappeared in a direction known to absolutely everyone present, causing several chuckles. I think I'll go too, said Satsuki. We need to calm our brother down. Yes, I already know that you are back, Itachi's voice sounded, who, as it turned out, being the acting Hokage, immediately learned of our arrival and came to meet us personally. Welcome back. He smiled slightly at us, coming closer and ruffling his younger sister's hair. She looked at him with displeasure, but did not say anything. Are you going home now, Hokage-sama? Yes. Minato nodded. I will leave the clone, but I will go home myself. And you should come too, the clone and Shikaku will cope perfectly well for one day. I will still stay until the evening. Itachi shook his head, but I will gladly come later. Thank you for the invitation. Imo Uto, you will go with them right away, or stay with me. I will sit with you, answered Satsuki. At the same time, I will entertain you with stories while you are busy with important government affairs. As you wish. Itachi nodded. All the problems have been solved, haven't they? He turned to his father. Almost, answered Minato. But the village is not in danger. That's good. Then I'll go, Satsuki will tell me the details. Until the evening. He waved his hand and went down to the residence. His sister followed him. Only my father, Seiji, and Hitaki remained on the roof. Maybe you'll come with us, Kakashi, suggested Minato. No need, sighed the gray-haired man, I don't want to bother you. Come on, Kakashi-sensei, you know that mom is always happy to see you, Seiji tried to persuade him. Join us. Good, he gave in. That's great, smiled Minato. Now let's go, we need to calm Kushina down. The way home passed quickly. We didn't talk about Izuna or Kagaya. We didn't want to think about anything like that right now. We are home, safe, the world is saved and a well-deserved rest awaits us. At least for today. Soon we were standing in front of the front door. Minato went forward and took the first, hardest blow from mom. I think I clearly heard the cracking of bones from the force with which Kushina hugged him. Kakashi sighed very quietly. I think I understood why he did not want to come. I was not mistaken, the hugs of a truly worried mom were bone-crushing. And Kakashi did not escape fate either and found himself squeezed. How glad I am that you are okay, alive and well, mom said with a wide smile when the hugging ritual was over. Is it all over? Yes. We are no longer in danger, I answered. I did not want to tell Mom about the upcoming fight with Izuna. I don't want her to worry again. And she will, despite the fact that Uchiha said he didn't want to kill me. Finally, Kushina answered. Now let's all quickly get our act together, because I can smell the battle even from here. And then to the table. I'll have just enough time to quickly cook something while you wash up. No one objected to her, she was right, we really should take a shower after so many fights. Standing under the hot streams of water, I thought about what I would do next. I never thought that I would find myself in such a situation. After all, every single day of my strange life was filled with struggle. With hostile villagers in childhood, with Sasuke during his genin days, with Akatsuki after returning to the village, I won't even talk about the war. Even after appearing in this world, from the very beginning I began to prepare for a new clash with the Red Clouds. And now, finally, I have no reason to fight for anything. I was able to prevent Kagaya from returning, I have no mortal enemies left. Yes, there is still the fight with Izuna, but it is unlikely to end with my death, even if I lose. Something tells me that the story with him will end well. Which means now I can think about what to do next. And there were no thoughts about this at all. Somehow this is not typical for you. I just thought that you finally returned to your roots, you were even able to come to an agreement with the enemy, and then suddenly some thoughts. Stop thinking, today is your holiday. The fox intruded into my thoughts. So now you are getting out of the shower and going to have fun with your family and your Uchiha. You deserve it. Are you telling me to have fun with Uchiha? I asked in surprise. With what, and most importantly, when you were hit on the head so hard? Ha ha ha, Kurama laughed sarcastically. Well, I'm willing to put up with your perverted passion for red-eyed people if it makes you feel good. Something big definitely died somewhere, I commented. What happened, Kurama? Why are you so complacent? Today, the threat of me being sealed in a statue disappeared, so this is a temporary phenomenon. The fox reassured me. Phew, I was starting to worry that I'd lost my sarcastic friend. I wouldn't survive that. Go ahead, celebrate. Even from here, I could feel him smiling. Okay. I won't disturb your sleep anymore with my thoughts that are too complicated for you. Now that's impudence. Bye-bye. I said goodbye to him and ended the connection, leaving the shower. The party went great. For the first time in a long time, I truly relaxed, not expecting any tricks. The Uchihas, as promised, joined us in the evening. Minato even got out some sake, but Satsuki, Seiji and I immediately disowned him, causing the adults to laugh, still remembering our party a couple of days ago. Time passed unnoticed in conversations and stories. Everyone left after midnight. And now, lying in my bed, I thought that I was missing something. A few seconds later it dawned on me, I got up and disappeared in a red flash. I appeared in a room I knew well. Satsuki was just about to go to bed. My appearance did not surprise her at all, but she still decided to be indignant. What if I had been in the shower? She asked with a sly smile. I don't think you would be very against it, I mirrored her smile. You know that Itachi also lives here, right? She asked. What your brother doesn't know won't hurt him, I said, creating a soundproof barrier. Then what are you waiting for? A week passed at this rate. I was resting my soul and enjoying the peace. But still, one thought didn't let me relax completely, no matter how hard I tried to close myself off from it. Izuna was wandering around somewhere. And the problem with him needed to be solved. I had rested enough and didn't intend to drag it out any longer. But I wasn't going to warn anyone either. So now I tried to get out of bed as quietly and unnoticed as possible so as not to disturb Satsuki and began to quietly pack. When I was ready and was about to move, someone called out to me. Are you going to get him? The girl asked me. Yes, I nodded. She got out of bed, came up to me and kissed me. Good luck, she said, moving away. Thank you, I smiled at her and disappeared. I expected to see Izuna anywhere, but definitely not here. After all, I saw him relaxing in the steaming hot springs. He was sitting at the edge of the pool, leaning against the side and enjoying the water with his eyes closed. I appeared on the side right behind him. He immediately realized that he was not alone and groaned without opening his eyes. Damn it, Naruto, let's not now, okay. I was just relaxing, he turned to me. Didn't expect to meet you here, I chuckled. What's unusual about that? He asked, finally opening his eyes and looking at me. Villains like to relax too. Especially like this. Don't you want to join in? Are you serious? I asked. I came here to beat you, and you're asking me to join you at the springs. Yeah, you won't regret it, the water here is simply wonderful. Izuna smiled. To hell with it, we can always have a fight, I waved my hand. That would be great right away. A few minutes later, I plunged into the hot water. It really was incredibly pleasant. Listen, where are we now? I asked Uchiha. In a personal pool in the land of hot springs. He answered. And you're living in luxury, I whistled. As far as I know, to remove the entire source, you need to fork out a pretty penny. So I have in my hands the reserves of an entire criminal group, of which Kakuzu was a member. How much do you think this miser was able to save up in a few years? Uchiha asked a generally rhetorical question. Indeed, you have a lot of money, I chuckled. Well, since we have decided not to fight for now, answer me. Why did you take my side? Why did you believe me so easily? You know, I didn't really like this plan from the start, Izuna sighed. Understand, I'm very grateful to my brother for resurrecting me and giving me a chance to live again, but I was a little confused by the fact that he brought me back only so that his plan could be carried out. And at the end of his life, he was literally obsessed with the idea of plunging the world into an eternal illusion. I didn't really like it, but still, out of respect for my brother, I began to carry out his plan. But when you told me that he was Zetsu's puppet, I understood a lot. I understood Madara's obsession, and I couldn't forgive anyone for that. All the time I knew my brother, he was an incredibly strong person, but when I was revived, I saw only an old man with brainwashed obsessed with one crazy idea. And Madara would never forgive someone who would push him around and try to control him. That's why I took your side. I already had my suspicions about this, and you just confirmed them. But if you had suspicions, then why did you continue to carry out the plan? It's simple. I wanted to become the Jinchuriki of the 10-tailed beast. After all, it is an incredible power and it is worth the risk in gathering the tailed beasts. Having become the Jinchuriki, I wanted to interrogate Zetsu, since he was too suspicious. And Madara always avoided the topic of Black Zetsu in our conversations. While he talked about the white ones, he had absolutely nothing to say about the black one. He only called it his will and that's it. That's it. Damn, the more I talk to you, the more I think you're a good guy, Izuna. I chuckled. It's all an illusion. Kurama immediately began. He's definitely deceiving you, so kill the Uchiha. Right now. Yeah, that's why I don't feel anyone else's chakra in me at all and his Sharingan isn't activated. I answered him mentally. Maybe because it is. Uchiha grinned. Naruto, I understand that you hate me. I really did a lot of bad things. I'm sorry for killing your sister. Kiyomi, I interrupted him. What? He didn't understand. That was my sister's name. Kiyomi. I explained. I'm sorry for killing Kiyomi. Izuna corrected himself. Back then, I only saw you as a threat and hoped that the death of your twin sister would break you. But you only became stronger. I don't want to kill you, I only respect you. I don't know your whole story, but what I know is enough for me to form an opinion about you. So I'm offering you this. I can correct my mistake from 2 years ago. Then we can fight, so that you can take out your anger on me, and so that I can dance with a worthy opponent. And then we go our separate ways, each pleased with himself and his opponent. What do you mean by the mistake from 2 years ago? I asked him. In this, Izuna grinned and made a seal. His Rinnegan flared. Geto, Rinne Tensai. A few meters away from us, the head of the King of Hell appeared and opened its mouth wide. From it, staggering, came a 13-year-old blonde girl with bright blue eyes, looking at everything around with incomprehension. I immediately put on a henge of clothes and climbed out of the spring, rushing to her. Kiyomi, I exclaimed, hugging my sister. Naruto, she asked, confused, but responded to the hug. What happened? Where are we? Why are you so grown up? In the land of hot springs. What's the last thing you remember? The land of snow. We just defeated Uncle Koyuki, and then nothing. We have a lot to discuss. But first, let me tell one person something. I said, releasing her from my embrace. Approaching Izuna, I saw him smiling, watching the reunion. Izuna, I addressed him. I couldn't find suitable words of gratitude. The Uchiha looked noticeably tired, which was understandable. The resurrection technique probably spends a lot of chakra. Thank you, I finally managed to squeeze the words out. Just thank you. You're welcome. I just corrected my mistake. And now I think you need to talk to your sister. Let's fight another time. I need to rest. He waved his hand. Of course. Thanks again. I'm leaving now. I nodded, already turning back to my sister. Just don't forget to get dressed, he chuckled. In the meantime, I approached Kiyomi, who didn't understand anything. Imo Udo, give me a minute and we can talk. I'll explain everything to you. Okay, she said, looking at the man in the springs with interest. And you look like Satsuki, she noted, causing Izuna to laugh. I didn't hear anything else, as I disappeared behind the door to quickly get dressed. A minute later, I was already back out on the platform in front of the spring. Kiyomi was asking some questions to the Uchiha, but he only chuckled and shook his head. I'm back. Give me your hand, I said to my sister. She nodded and extended her palm to me. I nodded goodbye to Izuna, and we moved to the Valley of the End. It was the first place that came to my mind where I would leave the seal. We found ourselves right at the feet of the colossal statue of Hashirama. I sat down by the lake and invited Kiyomi to do the same. Naruto, what's going on? Was that Hiraishin just now? She asked. Yes, it was him. It's complicated. I sighed. There, in the land of snow, you died. What? She didn't understand. How? You were killed by a man in a mask. Satsuki and I barely escaped then. Then why am I alive now? That man at the springs revived you. I answered. Do you remember how Nagato brought back to life everyone who died in the village in my world? He did the same thing, but only with you. Exactly, I nodded. That's good. And now that I know the story, I need to go to the village to my parents urgently, she said. And who is that man? I asked him, but he only laughed and didn't answer. His name is Uchiha Izuna, and he was the one hiding behind the mask. I answered, causing complete shock to Kiyomi. She tried to digest this information for about a minute, but she failed. You really need to explain what's going on, she demanded. Then listen. My story took a long time. When I finished, Kiyomi needed time to digest my story. Finally, she turned to me. So, everything is already over and the world is not in danger. She clarified. You're right, I nodded. It's time to make everyone happy with your revival. But first, you need to show your father. He has stronger nerves and, if anything, will be able to prepare mother. I agree. And yet, how good it is that you made peace with your parents. She smiled at me. You can't even imagine how happy I am about this. I can imagine, I smiled. I can very well imagine. And now let's make father happy. I hugged my sister and moved straight to the Hokage's office. Luckily, he was alone, sitting at the table and filling out some paperwork. He reacted to the red flash and raised his head, already preparing to say something, but froze with his mouth slightly open, seeing his daughter. She immediately rushed to him, jumped over the table and hugged him, jumping onto his lap. Her father hugged her tightly, still trying to comprehend that his daughter had returned from the other world. Kiyomi. He squeezed out of himself, hugging her even tighter. But how? Izuna, I answered, not even trying to hide a wide smile. He brought it back with the help of the Rinnegan. That's it, he exhaled. We need to see Kushina. That's right, Kiyomi said. I really want to see my mother. Then let's go, Minato said, getting up from his chair, but not letting go of his daughter. I nodded understandingly and grabbed his shoulder. A Hokage clone appeared on the chair, and the three of us appeared at home, in the middle of the living room. Kushina was sitting on the couch, reading a book. She looked up and was stunned. In an instant, she appeared next to us and hugged all three of us, pressing us to herself. Tears of happiness flowed from her eyes. Mom, I'm home, Kiyomi said, which made Kushina squeeze her arms even tighter. We stood like that for about 10 minutes, until Mom calmed down a little and let us go. She didn't ask how this happened, she was just happy to have her daughter back. We talked until the evening, sharing news. I had brought Seiji and Satsuki home during the day, which caused Kiyomi to be squeezed again. At night, Satsuki, Kiyomi and I went up to my room to talk, the three of us. So you're together now, she said as soon as we closed the door. We nodded in unison and sat down on the bed. Kiyomi sat right on the floor. And I always knew it would be like this, it was obvious. I always told you that you look good together. Yes, I remember that very well, smiled Uchiha. And every time she tried to tease us about it. Well, how else? She asked. Indeed, I chuckled. But now I can officially call you younger, sister. Hey, just because I died doesn't mean I was born a minute before you, so I'm still the eldest. You're 13, and I'm almost 40, do you understand that? I smiled. Hey, if you're so old, then why are you pestering Satsuki? Get away from her. I don't mind, Uchiha answered, laying her head on my shoulder. And anyway, don't meddle in adults' affairs, little girl. That's not fair. She pouted, folding her arms over her chest, causing us to laugh together. I'll complain to Mom about you for making fun of the younger one. See, now you've admitted it yourself. I smiled, causing even more indignation on the part of my sister, which made Satsuki laugh even louder, burying her face in my shoulder. Having finished laughing, she peeled herself away from me. God, how I missed these squabbles, she said. They were never complete without you. So you only valued me for them, huh? Well, thank you, my friend. Kiyomi replied, starting to turn away, but was suddenly caught by the skeleton's purple hand and thrown at us. My sister squealed and flew into us, knocking us down on the bed to general laughter. The indignant blonde immediately began trying to get out, but we were actively hindering her. A mock fight ensued, in which Satsuki and I won, pinning the girl to the bed. Well, are you happy? She asked with a gloomy expression, but there was joy splashing in her eyes. 2 healthy foreheads defeated 1 little girl. Here they are, the great saviors of the world. Satsuki stopped holding her and fell on the bed next to her. Well, stop frowning, my dear, do you want some candy? She asked, which caused Kiyomi to hit her with a weak lightning bolt, forcing the Uchiha to jump up. For what? She exclaimed. Well, there's no need to make fun of me, she said, getting up from the bed. You are evil, I will leave you for Izuna, he resurrected me, which means he is kind. He will irritate you even more, I answered. And I understood this after a couple of conversations with him. Imagine what it will be like to live with him. Okay, so be it, I will give you one last chance, the blonde took pity. Thank you for your kindness, I bowed to her and dodged another small lightning bolt. Stop making faces already, Kiyomi said with a smile. I will go, I miss my room. And I will not disturb you either. She was already leaving the room, when a purple hand picked her up again and dragged her to the bed. You are sleeping with us today, Satsuki answered her uncomprehending look. I need to cuddle someone in my sleep. What don't you like about him? She shook her head in my direction. Oh, come on, he's always tossing and turning in his sleep, it's impossible to squeeze him. Besides, you look much cuter. Uchiha smiled, causing me to sniffle in displeasure under Kiyomi's laughter. Well, if you don't like it, then I won't sleep with you anymore, I said, heading for the exit. I'll have to lie down on the couch. A golden hand that grew out of my back intercepted a purple one that was already reaching out to me. I turned around and shook my finger, which made Kiyomi laugh even harder, and Satsuki chuckled. Okay, since you want me back so much that you're reaching out to me with all sorts of bony hands, then I'll stay. That's great, Satsuki concluded, pushing Kiyomi down and hugging her. I climbed in from the other side. Now let's go to bed. The euphoria of Kiyomi's return from the other world lasted for several days. Satsuki and I took her around the village, showing her new places. We went to Ichiraku, where we hadn't been for a long time, delighting Tsuki, who missed his regular customers. But then the time came for a second meeting with Izuna. I teleported to him and found myself in exactly the same place as last time. Have you even left here in the last 4 days? I asked with a chuckle. It happened, Izuna nodded, raising his head. This time there's no way out, right? He asked, to which I nodded. So that's why you can't sit still, huh? He asked, climbing out of the water. You're not in any danger, your sister is alive, why are you climbing somewhere again? That's the kind of person I am, I shrugged. I don't like leaving unfinished business. Got it. Okay, if you want to get it so much, I won't talk you out of it, he said, getting dressed. I just chuckled. A few minutes later he was completely ready. So, where are we going to fight? There's one place that's important to me, I said, grabbing his shoulder. A second later we were standing in the middle of the Valley of the End. Are you serious? Izuna raised an eyebrow. Yeah, I nodded. Okay then. He shrugged and jumped onto the head of his brother's statue. I jumped onto Hashirama's head. I hope we won't have to fly at each other like those two, shouting the enemy's name. We'll see, I chuckled, realizing that I'd already done the same with Sasuke. And overall, the picture was similar to how that chase ended. The same valley, the same appearance of the enemy. But the circumstances and the opponent were different. So, are you ready? Let's finish this as soon as possible, I want to get back to the springs. Izuna said and rushed at Naruto, creating a pin in his hand. Uzumaki did not jump anywhere and unsealed the katana. There was a ringing sound of metal hitting metal. Izuna immediately moved the weapon to the side and pulled the pin out of his other hand, but the red-haired man moved his body to the side, which is why the blow missed and Hiraishin appeared right above the Uchiha, swinging his katana. He managed to turn around and put both pins under the blow, blocking it. There was a ringing sound again, but Naruto pushed off the enemy's crossed weapons with force and flew over him, releasing a beam of Shiden from his free hand. But it passed through the enemy's body. Izuna went a little to the side and turned around and kicked the enemy. But Uzumaki stepped back and, having extinguished the technique, grabbed it and pulled the enemy towards himself. The blow of the katana passed through the Uchiha again. He flew through the opponent's body and tried to pierce him with a pin, but Uzumaki disappeared in a red flash. He appeared right in front of Izuna and jumped away from the pins, gaining height. The brunette jumped after the opponent, who had already made a seal. Shadow clone technique, he shouted, and completely disappeared in a cloud of smoke. A moment later, copies of the red-haired man flew out of the cloud, and each tried to somehow harm the Uchiha, but he either let the attacks pass through himself or dispelled the clones as they approached. Then the cloud of smoke finally disappeared, revealing the original, making seals. Izuna extended his hand towards him. Bansho Tenin. The red-haired man was immediately drawn to the enemy, but he disappeared in a flash, appearing right behind the Uchiha. A multitude of wooden spikes immediately grew out of his back, forcing Naruto to resort to Hiraishin again. He appeared to the right of Izuna and with a swing of his katana cut off only a small strand of hair from the enemy, who managed to dodge. He grinned and vines burst out of the ground, which immediately tried to bind Uzumaki, but he disappeared, appearing a couple of meters above the Uchiha, began to spin, with each turn increasing the film of the sharpest wind on the blade. Having reached the enemy, Naruto made the final turn and with a swing of the katana cut the ground a couple of meters deep, but Izuna let the attack pass through himself and had already finished folding the seals. Kaden, Song of the Phoenix. A huge fire bird burst out of his mouth, which almost immediately covered Uzumaki. Having flown past, it opened a view of Naruto, who covered himself with a shield of golden chakra, with his other hand folding the seal of concentration. 4 clones appeared next to him. They disappeared at the same time as the original, and at that moment 5 red-haired guys appeared near Izuna, simultaneously striking. He had a moment to solve the problem, and he found it. Sweden, Rupture Wave. Shinra Tensai. A powerful gravity wave hit in all directions, scattering the clones and throwing the original back. Naruto released a gust of wind from his legs, increasing his flight speed even more and disappeared in a flash of Hiraishin. He appeared again above Izuna's head and flew at the enemy at great speed with a katana at the ready. But the Uchiha managed to activate intangibility, and the attack passed by. Taking advantage of the fact that Naruto was in an awkward position, Izuna took a step to the side and released a pin from his hand, intending to pierce the enemy. A golden hand burst out of the Uzumaki's body and intercepted the pin. Naruto disappeared, capturing the enemy along with him. They appeared at a height of several dozen meters above the ground, and the golden hand immediately threw the enemy towards the ground. Naruto, meanwhile, made several seals. A stream of water under pressure burst out of the red-haired man's mouth, but it passed right through the Uchiha, who again became intangible. As the technique passed by, a funnel appeared in front of Uzumaki, from which a massive fire dragon flew out right next to him. Naruto did not have time to react and the technique caught up with its target. A powerful explosion was heard and the boy's burnt body began to fall. Izuna, meanwhile, flew to the ground and landed on his feet. Naruto, in flight, was enveloped in golden chakra, and the burns began to heal. He extended his hand and the chakra paw grabbed the fingers of the Madara statue, folded into the seal of confrontation. Having stopped the fall, he spun around the stone fingers, gaining momentum and released himself at Izuna, who aimed his hand at Naruto. A powerful gravitational wave broke from his palm, throwing Uzumaki into the lake. He plunged into the lake, causing a huge amount of splashes. The Uchiha chuckled and also jumped down from the statue, folded seals. As Naruto jumped out of the water and stood on the surface of the lake, he saw several fire dragons that were almost reaching him. A few moments before the collision with the raging flames, Uzumaki disappeared in a red flash, appearing under Izuna, who was almost flying to the lake. He grabbed his leg and immediately became completely covered in golden lightning, causing the Uchiha to scream loudly. Turning in flight and waving his hand, Naruto sent the enemy into the lake, throwing golden lightning after him. Again a cloud of splashes, along which golden discharges ran. Landing on the surface of the lake, Uzumaki immediately ran to where he had just thrown the enemy. Then the waters of the lake parted, revealing Izuna hovering in the air, who used the powers of the Rinnegan to stop contact with the dangerous water. He instantly found the golden figure rushing towards him and a funnel appeared in front of him. Much to Naruto's surprise, a scattering of ice balls, familiar to him, flew out. He immediately jumped high into the air and made hand seals. Izuna copied his movements exactly. A chorus of 2 voices rang out throughout the valley. Kaden, Great Fire Destruction. 2 waves of flame of incredible size met, starting a contest of techniques. Gradually, the wave released by Naruto began to overpower the flame of the Uchiha. Meanwhile, a clone appeared above the Uzumaki, who, taking advantage of the fact that Izuna's view was blocked by the flame, ran through the air, climbing behind the Uchiha. When the winner of the clash became obvious, the brunette stopped supporting the technique and jumped back to avoid the remains of the enemy's technique, but a crackle of lightning was heard from behind and a hand covered in purple lightning pierced the Uchiha's chest, meeting no resistance. Izuna flew backwards through the clone and as soon as he was behind, he dispelled the technique with a pin. Meanwhile, the original released a technique at the enemy that he had forgotten about for a long time, but his father reminded him. A Rasen shuriken was flying at the Uchiha. Izuna, familiar with this technique, immediately created a funnel that absorbed the wind shuriken. Naruto once again created many clones, which began to launch each other at the Uchiha. Finally, the original was launched into flight, accelerating itself with additional streams of wind from its legs. Izuna, however, did not pay attention to the clones flying at him and was forming some long series of seals. When the first clones almost caught up with him, he finished Mokuten, creating a flowering forest. The waters of the lake exploded, causing a lot of splashes. Massive wooden roots with large flowers on them began to appear from under the water at great speed. In a couple of seconds, the area that was previously a lake turned out to be a swamp overgrown with giant roots. Most of the clones died in the roots, and the original dodged the Hiraishin attack, ending up next to Izuna. He swung a beam of golden lightning that came out of his hand, but it passed through the enemy's body. The Uchiha's Rinnegan flashed with purple light, and a powerful gravity wave threw Naruto aside, but he used Hiraishin in midair, appearing to the right of Izuna and saying the name of the technique right next to him. FUNN, Wind Barrier. Similar to the Rinnegan technique, a wave of wind hit in all directions, throwing the Uchiha aside, but at that moment the flowers on the tree branches blossomed and began to spray golden pollen. Get out of here quickly. Don't get caught in the pollen. Kurama's voice appeared in Naruto's head. Accustomed to listening to his friend at such moments, Uzumaki immediately moved into the sky above the forest. Destroy these trees. If you get caught in the pollen, you will lose consciousness. Got it, Naruto said out loud, stretching his hand out in front of him, palm up. A ball immediately began to appear on it, with golden sparks running across it. Soon the technique was ready. Then he heard the painfully familiar whistle of the technique he had invented behind him. Quickly releasing the star into the forest, it immediately evaporated, escaping from the attack. It appeared on Hashirama's head. Since they had released quite a few fire techniques throughout the fight, the sky had already begun to cloud over. Releasing several more massive fireballs upward, Naruto finally created a thunderstorm over the valley of the end. Izuna soared from the mess of trees destroyed by the star and Rasen Shuriken. His eyes sparkled brightly. He hung in the air opposite Uzumaki, looking at his opponent. They began to fold the seals at the same time and finished at the same time. Again, a chorus of two voices was heard, but this time they were pronouncing different names. Raiden, Heavenly Thunder. Kaden, Avatar of Fire. Lightning rained down from the sky. The valley was torn apart by the rumbling sounds of thunder. But Izuna was completely covered in fire. The lightning that hit him passed through his body, and he quickly flew at Naruto, who did not understand what kind of technique the enemy had used. As soon as the Uchiha was near him, he struck with both hands. Naruto jumped to the side, but it turned out that the Uchiha's body was not covered in fire. No, it was completely transformed into fire. Therefore, when the attacks did not reach their target, Izuna simply extended them to catch up with the enemy. His hands turned into solid streams of flame. He himself rippled and flashed at incredible speed, striking Naruto, who barely had time to get away. Uzumaki, jumping high up and continuing to gain altitude with the help of the wind, began to fold seals, but Izuna, completely turning into a stream of fire, quickly flew to the enemy, and he had no choice but to use Hiraishin, finding himself somewhere under the cover of the trees below. Uchiha immediately headed down and began to fly above the trees in search of Uzumaki, setting the trees on fire with his presence alone. Finally, he heard Naruto's voice from under a distant part of the broken grove, duplicating itself many times. Sweden, Water Core. Sweden, Water Column. Sweden, Wall of Water. There were many names for the techniques, but they had only one thing in common: they all belonged to the element of water. A thunderstorm finally broke out from above and a continuous stream of rain poured down. A huge number of different water techniques flew at Izuna, which forced him to cancel his fire avatar form and use Kamui to pass through himself all those tons of water that Naruto released at him. Finally, when the stream ended, the Uchiha looked around and saw Uzumaki, who was about to pierce him with a hand covered in golden lightning. Izuna passed the red-haired man through himself and released a spike with a turn, simultaneously using one of the Rinnegan abilities. Bansho Tenon. Finally, he reached his target and was able to pierce Naruto's thigh. But, as it turned out, this was his plan. After all, as soon as Izuna felt that the attack had reached its target and pierced the enemy's body, he felt a burning pain in his side. Looking down, he saw a hand, along which golden lightning was still snaking, piercing his side. Naruto transferred them to Hashirama's head, and at that moment they both coughed up blood and, pulling the weapon and hand out of each other, fell to the ground. Got it, bastard, the Uchiha hissed through his teeth, pressing his hand to the injured side. It was covered in glowing green chakra, and the wound began to slowly heal. Naruto's wound also began to heal thanks to the power of the nine-tailed. I will heal faster, so I won. Uzumaki chuckled. As if I can't use Kamui in this state. The Uchiha answered in the same tone. Well then, good luck not dying from bleeding while I'm beating your immaterial body. Well, I'll heal myself there, they're Hashirama's cells after all. Where did you get them from, by the way? Naruto asked him. I took them from my brother. Izuna answered. And yet, I won on points. Well, I didn't fight at full strength, so that doesn't count. Seriously. Not at full strength. And I thought you used everything you could. I didn't call bail, Naruto grinned. And I still can't activate one mode. Give me some time, and I'll crush you. If you look at it that way, then if you take a little time, I'll fully master the Rinnegan, so we'll have to see who crushes whom. Izuna fell back on the ground, his wound completely healed. Is it a draw so far? Uzumaki suggested. What draw? I won on points, so the victory is mine. Uchiha was indignant. And who said that we count by points? Naruto was indignant in response. And this was not discussed, so that's how it is. Said Izuna. And to hell with you, think what you want. The red-haired man waved his hand at the pointless argument. Since you gave in the final skirmish, it means that I definitely won, Uchiha beamed. I hope that now all the differences between us are resolved. They were resolved the moment you returned Kiyomi. I just wanted to punch your impudent face. Uzumaki shrugged. And in the end, I got it myself. Concluded Izuna. I won't even argue with that, but you got it too, Naruto noted. That's also true, the fight was glorious. Shall we repeat? Let's do it sometime later. No problem. What are you going to do now? Asked Naruto. I don't know. I'll rest a little more at the hot springs, and then I need to go somewhere. Any ideas where? Not yet, I'll look when the time comes. Good, I can find you anyway. Uzumaki smiled. Yeah, Uchiha winced. Now I'll have to expect some idiot Namikaze to come to me at any moment and start waving his fists. Exactly, so be on your guard. And now bye, a girl is waiting for me in the village. Good for you, Izuna smiled. Someone is waiting for you, but I'm alone. As if you need anyone other than your own exceptionalism and incredibleness, Naruto grinned, trying to ease the tension a little. That's true too, Uchiha chuckled. Good luck, Naruto. Good luck, Izuna, Uzumaki said and disappeared in a red flash, leaving Uchiha alone on the shore. He looked at the devastation caused by the two of them and thought. So I don't need anyone except myself, huh Naruto? He muttered in a low voice. You're wrong about that. Here he thought about their first conversation. About one idea of the red-haired man, which he then missed by consciousness, since he was busy with completely different things. However, now he is completely free and, perhaps, it is worth thinking about it. After all, if you think about it, then this is not such a bad option. Perhaps, I already had an idea of where to go after rest. But that is later. Now the sources are waiting for me. Having said these words into the void, Uchiha Izuna disappeared into the Kamui funnel. He needed to think about a lot. I returned right in the middle of lunch. Despite the fact that I appeared in my room, Kiyomi was somehow able to sense my return and went upstairs, finding me in, to put it mildly, not the best condition. All my clothes were covered in soot and burnt holes, as well as a massive hole in my thigh, where streaks of blood were clearly visible. Are you okay? She immediately became worried, running closer. Who did this to you? Everything is fine, I tried to calm her down. We just decided to measure our strength with Izuna. I'm alive and well, and so is he, so everything is fine. If you don't look like you've been through a volcano, then yes, everything is fine. She said sarcastically. Go get yourself together, otherwise your mother will start having a fit if she sees you. You're right about that, I nodded. She's become more nervous since you came back. I'll be down soon. We'll wait, Kiyomi smiled at me and returned to the kitchen. I went to take a shower. Despite the tough fight, my soul was celebrating. Finally, I didn't have any important things to do. Finally, I could just be with my family and the people I love. I finished all my work. Now I can become an ordinary teenage shinobi, as much as the word ordinary even applies to being a shinobi. But nevertheless, now I can say with certainty. Now everything will be wonderful. Epilogue. Naruto, I can understand and forgive a lot, but this is already going beyond all limits, said an extremely angry Itachi. Well, we overdid it a bit. I started to make excuses, but Uchiha pointed his burning Sharingans at me. A little. He finally got furious. All the previous times you did this, I tolerated it and turned a blind eye. But this is too much. Naruto, listen, I can forgive a lot. But that damn meteor shower. What were you even thinking? But I shot them down as they were approaching. I was indignant. No one was hurt. That's luck, he said, jumped up from the table and began to walk around the room. I watched his movements, waiting for this storm to end. You were lucky that no one was hurt. Yes, you destroyed the meteorites, but you didn't completely destroy their fragments. You caused colossal damage to the area. Madara and Hashirama also formed the Valley of the End with their fight. Said the third person present here, leaning against the wall near the front door and folding his arms across his chest. It was the Hokage's fight against the renegade who threatened the village. And why did you fight, Izuna? Why? Because you're bored, you see. And this isn't the first time you've gone overboard in your fights. Just remember your battle before last. But we still fixed it. I was indignant. Besides, that lake is quite popular now. Well, yes, it became popular after I made you destroy that forest around the lake, compared to which the forest of death seems like a small and safe grove. Maybe that's enough already, huh? Izuna asked lazily, tired of listening to accusations against him. We understand everything, it won't happen again. If I remember correctly, you've said that 6 times. Itachi finally stopped in the middle of the room. This is your last warning. If this happens again, you won't like the consequences. And now get out of my sight before I finally lose my temper. Izuna and I immediately followed his advice and left the office. There we were met by a grinning Satsuki. Ah, she began, but was immediately interrupted. If you tell us now that you told us, I'll send you to Kamui, Izuna said in a threatening tone, looking at her with an irritated look. However, the girl was not very impressed. Well, you can at least try, she grinned. Only you have never managed to carry out your threat. Oh, how impudent the current generation is, the eldest Uchiha mounted his favorite horse. Old man, maybe that's enough. I asked. You, don't overexert yourself, it's bad for you. Ha ha ha, he laughed sarcastically, how funny. You've gotten on my nerves. Bye. Having said this, he disappeared into the funnel. Satsuki and I exchanged glances and gave each other high fives. We made it, the girl was happy. What's the score now? Which one? I think it was the third. 16-14, we're leading, I grinned, heading towards the exit of the building. Did your brother give you a hard time? She asked when we left the Hokage's residence. The same as usual, nothing new. He said that this was our last chance. I answered. Well, yes, you taught me how to properly avoid my grandmother's wrath. Oh, you don't value your Hokage. He's going to run out of patience someday. We really did go a little overboard this time. Well, if you think destroying several square kilometers of forests with meteorite fragments is a little, then I'm scared to imagine what seriously overdoing it means to you. Tonari. I answered shortly. Oh, that was legendary. She immediately laughed. I've never seen Minato-san so angry, even after our drinking bout before the Cage Council. Let's not talk about that, okay? I asked, approaching the house. No, I will never forget that dressing down, and I will always remind you of it. Satsuki answered. You're angry. I answered her, going inside. Mom is not angry. A voice immediately rang out from below. I looked down and, smiling, picked up the black-haired girl in my arms. You see, you're in the minority, Satsuki said behind my back, but I didn't even need to look to see her smirk. Of course not angry, I immediately corrected myself, it's just that I'm stupid. Well, maybe a little, Uchiha continued. No, Dad is good, the girl was indignant again. Thank you, dear, I smiled at her, putting her on the floor and ruffling her hair, causing her to sniffle discontentedly. Will Uncle Bale come to visit us today? She asked. Of course, I answered. And Uncle Seiji and Aunt Ino will come. Hooray! She exclaimed and ran deeper into the house. Do you think Izuna will come? Satsuki asked. I think he was going to, but you know him, he shows up whenever he wants. I sighed, taking off my shoes and going inside the house. Pop! A male voice was heard from above, and a tall, black-haired guy with a satisfied smile on his face came down the stairs. Welcome back. Who won this time? Hello to you too, Ren, it's a draw this time. A lot of destruction. He asked. So that's what you think of your father? I feigned indignation. Has it ever been different? Well, actually, I objected, trying to remember such cases. That's what I was talking about, Ren said. Congratulations, your own son just beat you. I'm proud of you, you'll soon be able to compete with Izuna with us. Satsuki said proudly. Who said I'd be on your side? Her son grinned. You'll betray your own parents, then. That's not what I taught you. I said in the most serious tone possible. And notice, thanks to my lessons, you've never fallen under it yet. I answered with an important air. Okay, boys, let's finish this, Uchiha said. Ren, where's Iza? Yeah, about that, he said, looking a little nervous. What happened? Satsuki became serious. Mom, you see, here's the thing. He began and fell silent. Rin, she drawled threateningly. Iza, come here, the guy shouted, raising his head to the ceiling. Some kind of fuss was heard from above. Soon a girl with long red hair, shorter than her older brother, appeared on the stairs. She was looking down, so that her hair covered half of her face. Show them. Iza, what do you want to show us? I asked, also starting to worry. Well, she drawled, I awakened the Rinnegan. She finally said, finally raising her head, showing the violet eyes with concentric circles that were familiar to me. Satsuki and I just stared at our daughter in shock for a while. Now that's unexpected, Kurama chuckled in his thoughts, it's immediately obvious that she takes after you. Finally, Satsuki came out of her state of shock and hugged the girl. How did this happen? I asked Ren. Well, I wasn't there, but she said she didn't do anything special. He replied. She was just sitting in her room, minding her own business, when suddenly she felt a burning sensation in her eyes. I thought that my Sharingan had finally awakened, but I didn't feel any particularly strong emotions at that moment. Izanami joined in the story. I ran to the mirror and saw eyes there, like Uncle Izuna's. What were you doing? Satsuki asked. Reading, Iza shrugged. Yeah, you definitely won't get bored with you, I said, also hugging my daughter. Well, that means you won't have to look for a mentor. I'll be spending more time with Uncle Izuna now, right? She asked, freeing herself from my embrace. Well, no one else will teach you how to use the Rinnegan. Hooray! She jumped with joy. Finish the academy first, I smiled at her. Then we can think about a mentor. Did someone mention something about a mentor? My brother's voice was heard behind me. Uncle Seiji. The children immediately exclaimed, immediately attacking him. Hello, hello little ones, he smiled. And I awakened the Rinnegan, Izanami bragged. Really? Seiji was surprised, but immediately seeing the confirmation, he hugged his niece even tighter. Congratulations. You're doing great. I hope I don't have to call you Seiji-sensei here. Ren asked him. Very well, call me as you usually do, my brother agreed. And where is Uncle Seiji? A joyful squeal was heard and a girl flew into it, laughing joyfully. Hello Izumi. He laughed, picking up the girl in his arms. Children, at least let Uncle Seiji into the house, let him go, Satsuki said, snatching her youngest daughter from Seiji's arms. I'm with you, Iza immediately volunteered. Where would I be without you? Satsuki laughed quietly and went deeper into the house with her daughter. Will there ever come a time when I come to your house and it's quiet, calm, and nothing has happened? Seiji asked. I ask myself this question every time I come home, brother, I sighed. How are you doing? How is the mission? Nothing difficult, Ren answered for him. There were no fights along the way. Good. I hope you're not causing problems for your brother. I asked, feigning a frown. I am the embodiment of calm and obedience, Ren answered in a deadly serious tone. Yeah, right. Complete obedience. Especially in Tanzaku, right? Seiji said with a grin, looking at my son. He immediately looked away. What about Tanzaku? I asked immediately. I haven't heard anything about it. Nothing, father, Ren answered immediately. You know very well that Kurama can recognize lies, so you know the conditions. You tell the truth, and I'm not so angry. I said, looking closely at my son and trying hard to hold back a smile. It's just that Madara and I wandered away from the group a bit. Ren began to answer and hesitated. Okay, then, I hurried him. And we went into some establishment, he continued. More details, son, more details. We went into a casino, Ren finally blurted out. Okay, you went there, what happened next? I nodded. And we started playing. So I drawled. We had an unfortunate entry, he squeezed out. How unfortunate? Very unfortunate, he continued to dodge. How unfortunate? I asked emphatically. So much so that we had to borrow a little money to pay off our debts. Borrow, then, I said, leaning back in my chair. How much and from whom did you borrow? Exactly as much as we owed, he answered, shuddering. From whom? At that very casino, he answered, causing me to laugh nervously. Okay, let's say. And how did you get caught? As far as I understand, my brother wasn't supposed to find out about it. Madara let it slip on the way back. I had to confess. I see. You know, I won't punish you in any way, I said, causing my son to look surprised. A weak smile appeared on his face. I'll leave that opportunity to your grandmother. The smile immediately disappeared from his face, his eyes filled with fear. But that will be only tomorrow, so live for now. Now run and help your mother, I said. He nodded and immediately ran out of the room. Aren't you too harsh with him? Seiji asked. As for me, it's just right, I shrugged. Still, I'm too kind for punishments, but after an educational talk with his mother, he will think 3 times before trying to repeat something like that. Sounds reasonable. But you know what the funniest thing was in this story? Asked Seiji. So the fact that they were able to pay off their casino debts with the casino's money isn't the funniest part of the story. No, you know, I'm just amazed at the bad luck of this place. Wait, you don't mean to say. I started to guess. That's exactly what I want to say. Basically, they robbed the same casino that you and Satsuki did. Seiji confirmed my guess, laughing. It looks like this will become a family tradition. I'll have to tell Izuna about this when Iza grows up, let him take her there. No, I immediately exclaimed, jumping up from my chair. You're not going to tell Izuna this. Oh, come on, I'm kidding. He waved his hand. Or no, he thought. I hate you, I admitted. I love you too, brother. Agree, how sad it is sometimes that your fiction about Kurama's sense of lies is not true. The main thing is that you don't tell the children this. I smiled tiredly, sitting down in the chair again. I won't, he nodded. We sat like that for about an hour. Soon Bale joined us and Ino and Itachi came home from work. And so, when the sky began to darken, everyone sat down at the table. At the head of the table sat a joyful little Izumi. So, we all gathered here because of this not-so-little girl, I said, gently ruffling the hair of my youngest daughter. Happy birthday, Izumi, I shouted loudly, creating many multicolored sparks under the ceiling. The little girl laughed joyfully and clapped her hands, looking at this beauty. Bale, smiling, created a small dragon out of fire, which hung for a few seconds right in front of the girl's eyes. Then, flying up to the ceiling, he began to perform various figures, as if dancing in the air, and at the end, exploded, creating a fiery inscription, Happy birthday, Izumi. And now the gifts, I proclaimed, which made the girl even happier, although, it would seem, where else? And Aunt Kiyomi won't come, right? She asked with sadness in her voice, having received all the gifts. She really wanted to, but she has a lot of things to do in Suna. I told her, I'm sure that, judging by everything, you weren't very confident in your sister, brother. A female voice rang out from the entrance. Kiyomi was standing there, along with a red-haired boy. Aunt Kiyomi. Shinki. Izumi screamed, jumping from her place and flying into the new guests like a small but very fast projectile. Quiet, quiet, you'll knock me off my feet, the sister said, smiling and hugging the girl. I'm glad to see you too. Happy birthday. Thank you, smiling broadly, she let go of Kiyomi. You said you couldn't come, said Satsuki, approaching them. Hello, Shinki. Hello, Satsuki-san, he bowed. You know that you don't need to treat us so formally. We are relatives, she said. And you know that I can't do it any other way, Shinki smiled. Too bad. A voice was heard behind Kiyomi. Will you ever learn to knock before barging into my house with some epic phrase? I was indignant, seeing Izuna and his son there. While this scene was happening, everyone managed to get up from the table and start greeting the guests. No, Izuna answered laconically, grinning and, reacting to the cry, Uncle Izuna, sat down and hugged the girl. Hello, Izuna, Madara. I greeted them. Let's sit down. Before everyone sat down, Satsuki came up to me and asked in my ear. There won't be any more guests, right? I'm not sure anymore. I won't be surprised if my father and mother also return early. At that moment, a yellow flash lit up the room. Well, that's what I was talking about. Grandpa. The celebration lasted until the night. It ended when the hero of the occasion was already asleep. Lying in bed and hugging Satsuki, who was pressed against me, I was doing what I liked to do most. I was not thinking about anything and was just enjoying life. I fell asleep quickly and found myself in some kind of dark fog. I felt myself being pulled somewhere. Soon I found myself in a small room. In the center sat a guy of about 14, with dark hair. On his forehead there was a strange scar in the form of lightning. He was immersed in meditation and many lights were flying around him. Apparently sensing my presence, he opened his bright green eyes and stared at me. Naruto, he asked quietly. Sasuke, I was surprised. Where are you from in my dream? And why do you look so strange? You came to me, so you know better why you are here, he chuckled, and I will not ask why you decided to dye your hair. This is my hair, don't touch it. I was immediately indignant. This body was born with it. Yes, Rikudo said that you also started a new life. But why do you look so grown up? How old are you now? 32. And you? 15. 14, he answered, getting up from the floor and turning off the lights. Naruto, you know, no matter how much you annoy me, I'm damn glad to see you. Me too, my friend. I smiled at him. How did you even get settled here? This is a very strange world, he winced. Damn Shinigami. He interfered with the reincarnation process, so I appeared not in a world like ours, but in a completely different one. Really? Although, I also ended up in a world different from ours. Tell me more, please. How much time do we have? Sasuke asked. No idea, I shrugged, but while I have one, why not share stories? At that moment, the door to the room opened and a man with graying hair and a sickly-looking face looked in. Harry, are you okay? I heard voices from here. Everything is fine, Remus, Sasuke answered immediately. Apparently, this person doesn't notice me. I'm just practicing wandless magic, verbally for now. Okay, he nodded, be careful. I'm always careful. Excellent. Good night, Harry. You too, Remus. The man who was called Remus smiled, nodded and closed the door. Steps retreating were heard. Who was that? A nanny and a friend of the parents of this body. You know, I understand you better now. Sasuke answered. In what way? I did not understand. I woke up in the body of a child who was hated in his house. Not very pleasant. And the whole village hated you. Oh, don't remind me of that. I waved my hand, everything is different now. So, will I hear your story? Okay, but in exchange I will listen to yours. Agreed. This conversation lasted a long time, almost the whole night. There were many incredible events in the history of each of us, but, of course, I was surprised much more often. This world was incredible, but Sasuke, as always, was not a very good storyteller, so details had to be pulled out of it by force. But, despite the fact that I ended up in a relatively familiar world to him, there were several things that surprised and amused him quite a bit. I can't believe that you married a female version of me, Sasuke was still grinning. I'm glad that my friends from my past world will not hear about this, I chuckled. Considering how many jokes were heard at the time about my obsession with you and your return. Oh, I can imagine, he laughed. And yet, my world is saved, but you, apparently, are right in the midst of a new war. What is the name of this lord of yours? Voldemort, Sasuke answered. I know that you are strong and will not disappear, even without chakra, but please, be careful. Don't die a second time. Especially in such a stupid way. Don't worry about it, I'm hard to kill. Especially in this world. Yeah, said the man who had run into the killing bone himself. I'm serious, Sasuke. I don't understand how your magic works, but don't underestimate this lord. Don't lecture me, Naruto. Sasuke frowned. You know perfectly well that too many people in my new life are doing this anyway. Suddenly, a cross-shaped cut in space appeared in the room, which opened up and was filled with black emptiness. The edges of the gap glowed with blue light. Of course, he needs to call me now, he sighed. Are you going? I asked. Is your sensei calling? Virgil, yes. You know what? He'll survive this once if I don't answer the call. Right now, wait a minute. He went to the table, took a sheet of yellow paper, a pen and began to write something quickly. A minute later he threw the note into the portal. Half a minute later a young man in a blue cloak and a katana in his hands came out of it. So that's how busy you are, Harry? He asked. Despite the fact that his face was calm, he simply oozed anger. Yes, Virgil, I'm busy now. Let's discuss this next time, okay? Sasuke answered irritably. I hope you have a good reason for missing. Having said this, he turned to the portal and stopped right at the edge. What else? Asked Uchiha. I sense something. We are not alone here. At that moment, he turned his head straight towards me. Show yourself. Yes, I would love to, but I don't know how. I sighed, causing Sasuke to laugh. I take it you know who is present here besides us. Virgil asked Sasuke. Yes, that's why I ask you to leave now. I don't know how much time we have. Okay, but then I expect an explanation. With these words, he crossed the portal film and it collapsed. You certainly have an interesting mentor, I smiled. That's not the word. Sasuke chuckled. And also sarcastic, annoying, arrogant and insanely strong. Did you just describe yourself? I asked. Apart from the last point, of course. Sasuke didn't snap back at this joke, he just laughed quietly. At that moment, I felt myself being pulled somewhere again. Sasuke, I think it's time for me to go. I was very glad to see you, take care of yourself. Good luck. He nodded and already opened his mouth, but I couldn't hear his words, since my entire vision was covered by fog again. For a few seconds, I was pulled back, and then I jumped up in bed, trying to catch my breath. For a moment, it seemed to me that I noticed old man Rakuto out of the corner of my eye, but when I looked there, it was empty. Darling, everything okay? Satsuki asked sleepily, having been woken up by me. Yes, everything is fine, sleep. I reassured her. Are you sure? You look worried. Yes, sleep. Sorry for waking you. Having made sure that everything was okay with me, she lay down and fell asleep almost immediately. I, realizing that I would hardly fall asleep today due to the thoughts overwhelming my head, carefully got up and went down to the kitchen. I poured myself a glass of water and heard the slapping of bare feet behind me. Turning around, I saw Izumi enter the kitchen, rubbing her eyes with her fist. Izumi, why aren't you sleeping? I said, coming closer and squatting down so that our eyes were at the same level. I dreamed of some strange horned grandfather. Can you imagine, he was hovering in the air above your black balls, and he had eyes like Uncle Izuna and Iza. She said, really? And what did this grandfather say? I asked, worried. Nothing. I wanted to meet him, asked his name, told him mine, but he smiled, and I woke up. It's impolite not to introduce yourself, that's how you taught me. Izumi stamped her foot indignantly. I smiled and picked her up in my arms. So he's a rude grandfather. If he shows up again, tell him to say hello. But he's old. He should know. She didn't understand. He must have forgotten. Old people sometimes have bad memories, so help him out. Remind him to say hello. Okay, I'll help Grandpa. Izumi smiled. I went up to her room and laid her on the bed. Well done, good girl. Now go to sleep. I smiled at her and went to the exit of the room. Dad, she called me. What's wrong? I asked her. Tell me a story, she asked. A story. Okay, I came back and wanted to take a chair, but after thinking about it, I created all the gudodama I could and hung in the air, crossing my legs, like Rakudo. Wow, you're sitting just like that Grandpa, she smiled. Did you dream about him too? Yes, a long time ago, I said. I was 7 years old then. And did he tell you anything? She asked. Well, he'll tell you about it, I smiled, lightly flicking her on the nose, which made her frown comically. In the meantime, I think I owe you a story. Yes, she was happy. Okay, listen. Once upon a time there lived a boy. He was quite the troublemaker, he was always making fun of everyone, once he even defaced a very important statue. Like those faces on the Hokage rock. He was constantly scolded, but he kept doing it. This boy had no friends, and he wanted to attract attention to himself this way. Why didn't he have friends, Dad? Why couldn't he make any? Asked Izumi. Because many were afraid of this boy. After all, there were rumors in his village that he was an evil spirit. And that's why they didn't like him. An evil spirit? She asked again. And why did they think so? Was he evil? No, he was just a troublemaker. But they didn't believe him. They always avoided him, and he just wanted to make friends. And one day, this boy set a goal for himself. He wanted to become the ruler of the village, so that everyone would respect him, and then he would be happy. And he began to strive for this goal with all his might. Many people got in his way, no one believed in him, but he never gave up, never broke his promises. And he began to prove to people that he was not an evil spirit, but just an ordinary person. He found friends. There were few of them, but they were his most loyal comrades. He fell many times on his way, but each time he got up and overcame the obstacle and moved towards his goal. And they respected him, asked Izumi, covering her mouth with her hand, covering a yawn. Not right away. He worked very hard for this, but yes, they respected him. And in the end, he achieved his goal. Everyone respected him, and that is why he was chosen as the ruler. And he ruled very well. He knew what it was like to live when you were not loved, so he began to consider the whole village his family. He began to love and respect everyone, every inhabitant of the village. And so he remained in history as the best ruler. And did he become happy? The girl asked, already falling asleep. Yes, I answered, and she, smiling, fell asleep. I stood on the floor and kissed her forehead. Yes, he definitely became happy. Special. Bird of a madman, or a tale about how Naruto saved kingdoms. Sir Davos Seaworth was ready to die. He wasn't the only one. Everyone in this castle knew that they would most likely not survive this night. They knew, but they stayed anyway. Because they had no choice. If they couldn't win today, the whole world would fall into eternal winter. Now he stood on the walls of Winterfell, looking into the distance. He didn't expect anyone, because everyone who could was already here. But that didn't stop him from observing the area, admiring the beauty of the north. The setting sun began to blind his eyes, so the Onion Knight was about to go down to the inner halls to rest and warm up one last time, when suddenly he saw something very strange. Not high above the ground, a few hundred meters from the walls, a strange purple funnel appeared. A second later, a man fell out of it, surrounded by fire. When he hit the ground, the fire disappeared and another man appeared out of nowhere. The funnel closed. They were both red-haired and very strangely dressed. The first man was clutching an unusual-looking blade in his hands, curved and very thin. He said something to the second man, but it was impossible to hear him because of the distance, and looked around. Seeing the walls of Winterfell and Davos, watching him with wide eyes, he smiled and headed for the gate. Call her Grace and the Warden of the North to the gate. Now. The knight shouted into the courtyard and saw how the commander of the Unsullied, Grey Worm, glanced at him for a moment and quickly walked inside the castle. Davos himself came down from the walls and began to wait for the owners of the castle to come. A minute later, two people approached him. A short man with long black hair and gray eyes, dressed in the standard armor of the soldiers of the north. Next to him, an incredibly beautiful girl with snow-white hair hurried. They approached him. Sir Davos, what happened? Asked Jon Snow. Something incredible. The knight quickly began to report. A strange purple funnel appeared not far from the gate. A red-haired man engulfed in flames fell out of it. When he hit the ground, another red-haired man appeared next to him. "How can this be?" asked Daenerys Targaryen. "I don't know, Your Grace, I'm saying that I saw. When they saw me, I immediately called for you." "Okay, we'll talk to them," said Jon and, climbing the wall, found himself right above the gate. The queen followed him. The strange people were patiently waiting not far from the gate until they were talked to. "Who are you?" Daenerys immediately asked. "And how did you get here?" "My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and his name is Bale." The first man introduced himself. "We got here through some idiot's portal." "A portal?" she asked again. "What is a portal?" "A spatial technique that allows you to move from one place to another." Naruto began to explain. "It's a Rinnegan eye technique that my friend caught me with in our fight." "Judging by your faces, you didn't understand a word, huh?" he asked with a grin, seeing the complete incomprehension of the people's expressions. "Damn Izuna, did you send me to another world for a joke or something?" he muttered under his breath. "I get what the matter is. Let us inside, the explanation will be long. I promise that I will behave well. You appeared out of nowhere, say incomprehensible things and expect us to let you inside based on your word." The queen raised an eyebrow skeptically. "Why should we believe you?" "And you shouldn't," Uzumaki shrugged. "If you don't let us in, we'll just go somewhere else, maybe they'll be more accommodating there." "You won't be able to go anywhere, the White Walkers are moving here." Jon said. "Your Grace, we must let them in. Even if they are strange, they are aware of the situation, and, most importantly, they are alive." "Okay," Daenerys agreed after a short thought, "we will let you inside, but the conversation will take place in the courtyard. We will not let you inside the castle until we are sure of your goals." "As you say," Naruto shrugged. Entering inside, Naruto found himself in a large courtyard, which was seething with some kind of preparations. Many people in various clothes were setting up some kind of fortifications and arming themselves with weapons with blades made of black stone. The white-haired woman and her assistant, as Naruto thought, descended from the walls and approached them with Bale. "And now tell me finally, how did you end up here?" the woman demanded. "Maybe first you will at least tell me your names, because I don't even know how to address you," Uzumaki suggested. "You don't know who I am?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. "I suspect that I don't know anyone here at all." Naruto grinned. "I did come from another world after all." "What do you mean, from another world?" the woman's assistant asked. "Yes, that's what it means. Some idiot apparently used the technique incorrectly, and I ended up in this world." "Okay, let's take it in order." After these words, Naruto launched into a long explanation. The story told by this man turned out to be incredible, but judging by his appearance here, it was true. "And do you have any ideas on how to get back home?" Jon asked, looking at the guests. "None, but since I'm stuck here for now, I can help you." "Apparently, you're preparing for some kind of fight here," Naruto suggested. "Yes, an army of White Walkers is moving here. These are creatures, harbingers of eternal winter and night. Their leader, the Night King, leads an army of the dead. All the people killed by his army join it. Another one disturbing the dead, cursed Naruto, or there no other ways to power." "Another one?" Daenerys asked. "Have you encountered this before?" "Not exactly like you, but I have also encountered people brought back to life," Uzumaki answered. "I suggest we go inside, since you have decided to help us." "We need every warrior now," suggested Tyrion, who came up in the middle of the story, looking at the queen with a question. She nodded. "I agree." "Finally. It's cool here," Naruto noted, heading after the white-haired girl. "Bale, do you think you can return to your world?" "Of course." "Then come back, I will call you when the time comes." "As you say." Bale shrugged and disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Everyone looked in shock at the place where the man had just stood. "How?" asked Tyrion. "Everyone has their own secrets," smiled Naruto and walked on. Finally, they entered the room that played the role of headquarters. In the center there was a table depicting Winterfell, and on it laid pebbles depicting armies. "Naruto, since you said you wanted to help, we need to know exactly what your abilities are. Where would it be better to put you, on the walls or in the vanguard?" "Put me in front of all the armies," Uzumaki immediately answered, pointing to the place. "I will be most useful there." "According to our plan, the cavalry will attack first, you will simply be trampled here," Jon warned. "What is cavalry?" Naruto asked, puzzled. "Mounted warriors," Jon answered. "They will gallop at the dead at the beginning of the battle. Based on what you told me about these creatures, you will simply replenish their army with this move. Just put me at the very beginning. Believe me, you will save many lives this way. No matter how skilled a warrior you are, the Horde simply dares you." "How are you going to resist them?" Daenerys asked. Let it be a surprise, Naruto grinned, and many in this room frowned. Look, John started getting angry at him, this is not a game. The fate of the 7 kingdoms is being decided now. If you do not take this seriously, you will die. Immediately. Jon Snow, I am deadly serious, Uzumaki answered, not bothering to remove his smirk from his face. This is far from my first fight. And unlike you, I have already survived the destruction of the world, so I know what I am talking about. That is why I am telling you to put me in front. I will not show you my abilities, they are too destructive. You will have to believe me. At least tell me what you are going to do. Tyrion tried to compromise, a little shocked by the new information about their new ally. If he is telling the truth about having already survived the destruction of the world, then what did he see? As I said, let it remain a surprise, Naruto answered, raising his hand. But so that you do not doubt that I have special abilities. After these words, a clot of purple lightning appeared on his hand. A wave of shocked sighs passed through the room. Pleased with the effect produced, he extinguished the lightning and lowered his hand. And this is a small part of my capabilities. Put me in front. Okay, agreed Jon. Stand wherever you want. Then your goal is to hold back the horde while we look for the Night King. He is riding a dragon, so only the queen and I have a chance to kill him. Are there dragons in your world? Naruto asked in surprise. Yes, not in yours. We have techniques in the form of dragons, but I have not met dragons themselves. And I am not sure that anyone has seen them. Can I see them? They do not like strangers. They only serve the Targaryens, explained Daenerys. Wait, if they serve the Targaryens, then how did you become friends with them? You are Snow? Naruto asked, confused. Silence fell in the room. It seemed that no one had asked this question before. Everyone looked at Jon, who felt very uncomfortable under the gaze of everyone present. I do not know, he squeezed out. Jon, I can see that you are lying, the queen frowned. And that means you must know the reason. Tell the truth. Jon exhaled heavily, gathering his strength. He looked at everyone present. Daenerys, Tyrion, Davos, Grey Worm and Naruto. I hope that this information does not leave this room, he finally began. I recently learned who my mother was. It is Lyanna Stark. A wave of surprised sighs swept through the room again. Everyone except Naruto and Grey Worm, to whom this name meant absolutely nothing, opened their mouths in surprise. She and Rhaegar Targaryen loved each other and married in a secret ceremony on the Isle of Faces. My uncle, Lord Eddard Stark, found his sister dying in the Tower of Joy in Dorne at the end of the rebellion and promised to take care of me. Since Robert would have killed me as soon as he found out who my father was, my uncle called me his bastard. Since he was known for his honor, no one even thought to doubt his words. My true name, is Aegon Targaryen. Wait, if Prince Rhaegar married Lady Lyanna, then you are. After several minutes of silence, Daenerys finally said, the rightful king of the 7 kingdoms. Yes, but I will not lay claim to the Iron Throne. I have no need for it. Dany, you are the queen. I will not take the throne from you, but I will support you in any way I can. He turned to her and said. Daenerys nodded weakly and left the room. She needed to get a grip on her emotions. Naruto, who had been watching the whole scene, scratched his head. I take it you are a Targaryen after all, he said. Jon turned an irritated look at him. Yes, he answered harshly. Hey, don't be angry, I didn't mean to offend anyone. Uzumaki raised his hands in a defensive gesture. The last question, why would the Night King show up here anyway? Wouldn't it make sense for him to just throw bodies at you all? He wants my brother, Bran. He'll come for him personally, Jon replied, still angry. Okay, if you don't mind, I'll go sit somewhere while I wait for the battle. Bye everyone, Naruto waved goodbye and left the room. From memory, he went out into the castle courtyard, preparations were still underway. While they were discussing plans, the sun had already disappeared behind the horizon and the sky had completely darkened. Night had fallen. Suddenly, his reflexes kicked in, and he caught a knife made of unusual steel flying towards him. Judging by the trajectory, it should have stuck right in front of his face. He turned his head and saw a short girl with dark hair. She looked at him with interest and a bit of mistrust. Not the best way to start a conversation, Naruto noted, returning the knife to its owner. I didn't expect you to catch it. I take it you were the person who appeared out of nowhere. Uzumaki Naruto, he introduced himself. Which of these is a name? The girl asked. Naruto, the red-haired man grinned. Arya Stark, she introduced herself in response. They said that you have an unusual thin sword. I hope you know how to use it. I'm not complaining. Naruto nodded. Then let's spar, she suggested. Let's do it after the battle, he answered. It's not a fact that we will survive this night, so let's do it now. There may not be another chance. Believe me, now that I am with you, you will survive this night. Aren't you too self-confident? She raised an eyebrow. I'm not self-confident, I just know my strength, Naruto answered. And it should be enough to win. Besides, I can defeat you too quickly and easily. Is it because I'm a woman? She asked with a challenge in her voice. Believe me, I am good with a sword. I have no doubt about it, Uzumaki grinned, I understood it from the knife. No, it's not because you're a girl, I've never thought of you as the weaker sex, and those who think so should meet my wife. Do you have a wife? She asked. And 3 children, Naruto nodded, and my wife, by my calculations, is the second or third most powerful person in my world. But returning to your question, I'm simply stronger than everyone in this castle combined. I find it hard to believe, Arya said, prove it. The next moment she discovered that her own dagger was pressed to her neck, and she didn't even notice its movement. And this is not my highest speed, he said in her ear and removed the dagger from her neck. How? She asked, still trying to understand what happened. How were you able to move so fast? Everyone has their secrets, Naruto answered. I have a feeling that this will be my favorite phrase in this world. Teach me, she demanded without even asking. After the battle, he answered and returned the Valyrian dagger to her. She nodded and went off somewhere towards the forges. Naruto stood there for a while, looking after her and wondering what had happened that the young girl had such a familiar look to him. The look of an experienced and ruthless killer. Throwing aside his dark thoughts, he headed inside the castle. The courtyard was too uncomfortable. Wandering through the corridors, he found a half-open door and quietly entered. In the room, he found several people sitting in a semicircle by the fire. Among them, he knew only Tyrion and Davos. How many battles have we survived in all? Asked the dwarf. Sir Davos Seaworth. Survived the Blackwater and the Battle of the Bastards. And all this without the skills of a fighter, Davos grinned, causing a respectful chuckle from the huge red-haired man with a shaggy beard, dressed in skins. Sir Jaime Lannister, Tyrion continued, legendary hero of the Siege of Pike. Lost the Battle of the Whispering Wood, a man who looked like Tyrion noted. He stood up and headed to the table and began pouring something into his goblet. The dwarf continued in the meantime. Sir Brienne of Tarth, who slew the Hound in. Tyrion paused for a moment. Forgive me, Lady Brienne. You're not a knight. The red-haired man was surprised. Women are not knights, the tall woman in armor answered him. Why? He didn't understand. Tradition, she answered sadly. To hell with tradition, he said, causing Naruto to chuckle, which drew attention to himself. Ah, our new friend, Tyrion smiled. Come in. How long have you been standing there? Since you started discussing past battles. Uzumaki answered, approached Sir Jaime and took a jug of wine from him. What does it mean to be a knight and why can't women be one? He asked. The king knights you and they swear something, the red-haired man answered. And it's an honor here in the south. Not only the king knights you, Jaime corrected him, any knight can knight you. I'll prove it. Having said this, he took his sword out of its sheath and walked to the empty seat. Kneel, Lady Brienne. She laughed nervously and remained seated. Do you want to be a knight or not? Kneel. Naruto watched with interest as she stood up and walked over to Jaime and knelt down on one knee. He had a lot of questions, but he held them back, knowing that what was happening now was very important to her. Jaime placed his sword on her shoulder. In the name of the warrior, I charge you to be brave. He shifted his sword to his other shoulder. In the name of the father, I charge you to be fair. He shifted his shoulder again. In the name of the mother, I charge you to protect the innocent. Rise, Brienne of Tarth, Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. A smile appeared on Brienne's face, and tears appeared in her eyes. The redhead began to clap and everyone joined in. Naruto joined in, understanding roughly what knighthood meant now. Tyrion raised his goblet, making a toast. Sir Brienne of Tarth, Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. Naruto grinned and took a sip too. The wine tasted unusual, but pleasant enough. He leaned against the wall and looked at the woman who had just had her dream come true. Naruto, is there something like chivalry in your world? Tyrion asked curiously. Something similar, Naruto nodded. We call them samurai. I never really went into detail and don't know exactly what they are. And you're not a samurai? No, I'm a shinobi, answered Uzumaki. And what is a shinobi? Are you good fighters? Asked the red-haired man. And who are you anyway? As you probably understood, my name is Naruto. I ended up here by accident. I don't know your name, but yes, we are good fighters. Very good. And I am the strongest of them all. I am Tormund Giantsbane, he introduced himself, and I cannot imagine how such a puny man can be considered the strongest. Let's make a bet, Uzumaki suggested with a grin. Arm wrestling. Oh, you shouldn't do that, Tormund laughed, getting up from his chair and approaching a small table. If I win, then you will drink my entire horn in one gulp. And if I win, Naruto answered, approaching him, then you will drink in one gulp what I offer you. Agreed, Tormund said. He and Naruto sat down at the table and grabbed hands, resting their elbows on the table. Everyone else surrounded them, watching what was happening with interest. I'll bet the dragon on Naruto, Tyrion said. Then I'll bet on Tormund, answered the young man standing next to Brienne, whose name Naruto still did not know. Deal, Pod. You can get your money ready already. Tyrion chuckled. Finally, the fight began and Tormund began to press hard on Naruto. For the sake of decency, he pretended that it was hard for him, but gradually he began to win. After half a minute of intense struggle, Tormund's hand finally touched the surface of the table and Naruto jumped up, raising his hands up. Damn, you're stronger than you look, the red-haired man laughed. It was an honest victory, give me what I need to drink. Naruto's eyes sparkled with mischief, and he took out a scroll from one of his pouches. His actions were accompanied by interested looks. He opened the scroll, and everyone saw that some strange writing was written on it. He put his hand on top of the scroll and at that very moment a cloud of smoke appeared. When it dissipated, a small bottle with something transparent was standing on the scroll. How did you do that, sorcerer? Tormund asked in shock. Everyone has their own secrets, Naruto said for the umpteenth time today, picked up the bottle and handed it to the redhead. In one gulp, he reminded. Ha, there's only a little here, he grinned and took the bottle. He uncorked it and drank it in one gulp. His face immediately turned red, and the bottle fell out of his hands, smashing on the floor. He barely managed to gather his eyes together and looked at the smiling Naruto. What in the name of all the gods did you give me? This is moonshine that a friend of mine makes. Killer stuff. By the way, you're holding up very well. How will he fight now? Davos asked excitedly. I'll clean up the consequences when we leave this room. For now, let him sit like this, Naruto said. Do you know how to cure a hangover? Tyrion asked. Uzumaki nodded in response. Stay in this world. I want you to always be with me. It sounded so ambiguous that I'll pretend I didn't hear this phrase. Naruto grinned, causing Jamie and Pod to laugh. Okay. By the way, returning to the topic that you interrupted. Have you fought in many battles? So many that I stopped counting, the red-haired man answered. Which was the hardest? Jamie asked. You can't say right away, Naruto thought. Each was hard in its own way. But probably the hardest was the Fourth World War. There, 3 people of incredible strength and their 100,000th army opposed us. And how did you defeat that army? Pod whistled. The army was the least of the problems. The whole difficulty was in those 3. And if my friend was able to defeat one of them, we defeated the second with the help of our entire army, then we essentially lost to the third. How can an army of 100,000 be less of a threat than one man? Tormund asked. It was all in the strength of that man. Believe me, if he were here, then you with all your armies and dragons would not have stood a single chance. Well, even if you united with all the people of this world and the Night King, he would still win. I find that hard to believe. Jamie swallowed. During the battle, you will see my power. Then it will be easier for you to believe my words. I think our conversation has gone somewhere else. Tyrion hastened to change the gloomy topic. Naruto, we know very little about you. Do you have anyone in your world? Yes, Uzumaki's face stretched into a smile. A wife and 3 children. The youngest turned 5 a few months ago. You're lucky, Jamie noted. Do you have anyone? I only have a brother. Tyrion looked at Jamie, and somewhere out there a sister who hates me with all her heart. Everyone died for me, Davos sighed. I apologize for the question, Naruto apologized, I did not mean to bring up sad memories. It's okay, you didn't know, Seaworth answered. At that moment, the sound of a horn was heard. And then another. And another. They are here, Tyrion said, turning pale. Night. Naruto stands at the forefront of the Dothraki army in the company of Bael. Many people look at him with bewilderment, but it did not bother him at all, he lived his whole life under these looks. Esser Jorah Mormont sat on his horse next to him, looking at the pair with interest. What are you planning to do here anyway? He asked the stranger. He looked at him with a smirk. I won't spoil the surprise. I'll just tell you not to get too close to me, and I'll go first. You'll die almost immediately, Jorah answered. He was amazed at this man. He knew he had special powers, but he imagined it as something the Red Priests of R'hllor could do. And that wasn't enough against a horde of the dead. We'll see, Naruto said and turned away, staring ahead. Even from here, the approaching snowstorm was visible. And why do my enemies always use either the dead or the cold? Suddenly, there was the clatter of hooves. A lone rider in a red cloak rode out of the darkness towards them. She rode up to them and stared at Naruto. You, she said. Uzumaki did not argue. You were not in my visions. Who are you? Uzumaki Naruto. Nice to meet you. Naruto smiled. The woman frowned, but rode past, turning to Jorah. He did not listen to their conversation. Soon all the Dothraki swords burst into flames, and the woman rode off to the castle. They seemed to be coming. Naruto grinned bloodthirstily. He, under the puzzled looks, began to demonstratively slowly fold the seals. Kato, the Great Fire Destruction. Daenerys stood on a cliff away from Winterfell with Jon and waited for the Night King to appear. She was a little unsettled by the appearance of this strange man, but he managed to assure everyone that he could be of great help and asked to be put on the very front lines. "What do you think of him?" she asked Jon. "He is too careless. He is either too stupid to realize the impending danger, or too brave not to be afraid of the Horde, or has the power that can help us. I really hope for the latter option." The man answered her. She had already seen the army of the undead running towards Winterfell, when suddenly a wave of flame burst from the place where Naruto was supposedly located. It was so huge that it covered almost the entire field between the fortress and the forest. At least several thousand dead people burned in this fire. "Apparently, the last option is still," Jon said in shock, and Daenerys completely agreed with him. She turned around and went to Drogon. Now she could not worry about her people. They needed to find the Night King. When the effect of the technique came to an end, Naruto looked back at the people behind. Everyone was speechless, looking in fascination at the fiery hell he had created. "Who are you?" Jorah asked in a weak voice. "I think I already introduced myself," Naruto noted carelessly, turning around and looking ahead carefully. His sensitive hearing heard the flapping of wings through the roar of flames. He looked up and saw two giant creatures rise into the air and fly into the storm. "I take it these are dragons?" he asked Jorah. He nodded. "In my world, they look completely different." At that moment, a snowstorm engulfed them. The burning field went out and the dead were running towards them again. "Naruto, how many times can you create such a wave?" the knight asked cautiously. "A lot." "Then please repeat," he said, looking tensely at the approaching creatures. "No, repeating it is ugly. I don't like it like that." Uzumaki shook his head. The dead were getting closer. "Do something," he shouted at the red-haired man, but he ignored him, calmly looking at the horde, which was already very close. "Ready weapons, prepare for impact," he commanded, seeing that this intolerable man refused to do anything. And then, when they were a few meters away from them, a red film appeared between the army of the living and the dead, rising high into the sky. The dead who flew into this barrier immediately burned. When several waves crashed against the film without damaging it, the white stopped, looking at them. "How did you do it?" Jorah asked the red-haired man, breathing a sigh of relief. "I prepared in advance," he answered. "How long will this protection last?" "As long as I deem necessary." "Can it be penetrated?" "I have never succeeded, so I doubt they can." "So we are safe?" asked Grey Worm. "As long as I am alive, only a dead dragon can get here. This barrier has no roof." Naruto answered. "Well, I think I'll go help your queen." "You don't need to take risks," Jorah immediately disputed his decision. "You yourself said that if you die, this defense will fall. Besides, they fly on dragons. How are you going to help them?" "I don't know how I can die, but I promise I'll be careful." Naruto grinned. "As for how I'll help, look," he turned away from Jorah and nodded to Bale. He grinned and, to the surprised size, turned into a bird engulfed in flames and flew into the Uzumaki's chest. His eyes immediately lit up with fire and flaming wings appeared behind his back. He turned around, laughed, seeing Jorah's shocked face and took off, making a temporary gap in the defense. Marmont sighed. "Why is he so unbearable?" he asked. "It doesn't matter what he is, the main thing is that his help is very effective," answered Grey Worm, and he was forced to agree with him. Daenerys was scared. She was riding Drogon through the storm and could barely see Jon riding Rhaegal. The Night King hadn't shown up yet, and that was what scared her the most. Visibility was poor and he could attack from any direction. Suddenly, she noticed a tall red pillar surrounding Winterfell, so bright that it was visible even through the storm. Apparently, this was another of Naruto's abilities. She thanked all the gods, the old, the new, even R'hllor, for sending such a man to help them. He had reduced their losses to a minimum. But she couldn't get distracted. The fight was not over yet. She heard the flapping of wings and saw the dragon rushing towards her, with him riding on it. The Night King, Viserion, revived, opened his mouth wide and a stream of blue fire burst out. She sent Drogon flying, evading the attack, but the enemy was on her tail. Then another dragon flew into him, which began to cut his flesh with its claws. The dance of dragons began in the air. Daenerys was afraid to do anything, because in this case she could hit Jon. All she could do was stay alert and be ready to intercept the enemy if he broke free. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice was heard behind her. "Do you need help?" She screamed in fear and surprise and turned around. Naruto was sitting on the dragon's neck behind her. Flames burned in his eyes. "How did you get here?" She screamed a little hysterically. You'll see now, he smiled and rolled off the dragon. She screamed and looked down to see how fiery wings appeared behind his back, and he flew on them straight into the fight of dragons, sending her a sarcastic smile at last. I hate him, Daenerys said and flew after him. Jon Snow was in his first dragon fight and had no idea how to proceed. All he could do was try not to fall and knock the black armored rider off the dead dragon. But he couldn't. The dragons gnawed at each other, tore at each other with their claws and tried to breathe fire, but he soon realized that Rhaegal was losing, because the dead one didn't care about his wounds, while his dragon was losing strength. Their new acquaintance with fiery wings on his back landed on Viserion's head. He tried to strike with his unusual sword, covered in fire, at the Night King, but the latter blocked it with his own blade. Fire and ice collided and there was a deafening ringing sound. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Jon led his wounded dragon away. He immediately noticed Dany flying nearby and flew after her, watching the most unusual sword fight in his life. The Night King and Naruto fought right on the dragon and they seemed not to care at all about the shaking and the fact that they could easily fall down. Every now and then, the ringing of the blades from the collision was heard. But Jon noticed that his dragon was gradually losing altitude. He was staying in the air with his last strength, but this could not last long. Having decided to retreat, he turned the dragon and flew to Winterfell. Fortunately, he was clearly visible thanks to the burning red pillar. After all, if he landed here, they would simply be torn to pieces by the dead. Fly straight into the barrier, a voice was heard from behind. Jon shuddered and turned around. Naruto was sitting behind him, smiling sarcastically. What, did you leave Dany alone with him? Jon shouted, go help her, I can handle it. If you fly into the barrier, you will burn. Having removed the smile, Uzumaki answered seriously. And no, the queen is not alone. She is with me. I appeared next to Jorah, which almost caused me to get hit by a sword. Luckily, I was much faster, so I calmly blocked Marmont's sword. But you're here, Jon didn't understand. Consider that I can split into two and be in several places at once. Now concentrate on flying. You need to land the dragon. Jon nodded, deciding to take the man's word for it, and turned around. Winterfell was already close. Where they were supposed to collide with the red film, there was a gap just big enough to let the dragon in. When they got past the line of defense, the barrier immediately restored itself. Jon with difficulty directed the dragon to where there was free space and he landed with difficulty. There was a bang from behind. Jon turned around and saw a cloud of smoke. Naruto was no longer here. Fighting on the dragon's head was interesting. Each time I had to attach my legs to the surface with chakra so as not to fall. The Night King turned out to be a serious opponent, but not on my level. Finally, when I got tired of dancing with him on the dragon's back, I suddenly accelerated and kicked him with all my might. He immediately flew somewhere down, almost immediately getting lost among the crowd of the dead. The dead dragon roared and began to spin, trying to throw me off, but I jumped myself. The fiery wings carried me to the dragon's muzzle. When I found myself in front of him, he had already opened his mouth, about to release his blue flames, but I managed to use the technique that Izuna taught me. Bael, knowing my plan, immediately flew out of me. Kato, avatar of fire. My body immediately turned into fire. I accelerated and literally flew through the body of the dead dragon, burning it from the inside. Having flown out of it, I deactivated the technique and Bael flew into me again. I hung in the sky, watching the finally dead dragon fall. Daenerys flew up to me. Where is the Night King? She shouted. Below, I answered her and then I received information from one of the clones lost among the Queen's armies. I saw the Night King, who cut through the barrier with his ice sword. He was holding on for now, but he would soon fall. Fuck, I cursed. Fly to Winterfell. I shouted to Daenerys and disappeared in a flash of Horizon. Thank you for the warm welcome, I said. You said that no one would be able to break through it, he said. I thought so, now don't interfere. I waved it off and went to the Night King, who had already made a small breach in the barrier and the dead were pouring in. Bael, I called my friend in my mind. Got it. The fire in my eyes was replaced by lightning, and I released several forked lightning bolts from my hands, destroying the whites that had broken through. I approached the Night King and with a gust of wind sent him somewhere deep into his army. I followed him, destroying dozens of dead along the way. Unfortunately, I was unable to restore the barrier, since the borders of the breach were covered with strange ice. Protect the passage, I shouted to the defenders of the fortress. Naruto, you are creating unnecessary victims where one Bijudama can handle it. Kurama noticed. Why do you never fight at full strength? I don't know, Kurama, I answered, cutting my way through the horde. I left enough clones there so that there would be no casualties, but I can't take away their victory. Let them work a little themselves. But that's not a good enough explanation. Let's consider this a challenge to my abilities. To win this fight without using your powers. I'm tired of being amazed by your courage and stupidity, the fox sighed resignedly. Do whatever you want, but don't whine later about the casualties you could have avoided. Agreed, I replied. There were so many dead bodies that I had to cut through literally every centimeter of space. Finally, I got tired of it. I flew up high, forming two techniques in my hands. Thanks to my father for the effective technique. It's just a shame he never learned to come up with names. Fire Rasenshuriken. A Rasenshuriken with flaming blades flew down. Having crashed into the ground, air blades, reinforced with fire, flew in all directions. A large area was cleared of corpses, revealing their leader, who was not affected by the technique. He stood with his head raised up, looking at me. I landed not far from him and several dozen clones appeared around me, forming a ring, not letting the dead into our improvised arena. He held an ice sword in one hand and a spear in the other. We looked at each other for a couple of seconds, and then a stream of hot fire fell on him from the sky. I looked up and saw Daenerys on her dragon, which was breathing this fire. Hey, you ruined everything for me. I was indignant. The queen threw me a withering look. But I noticed that the dead were still active, which meant he was still alive. Well, if you can even say that about him. Suddenly, an ice spear flew out of the column of fire at the dragon. Daenerys did not have time to react. I threw a kunai towards him and used Horaishin. With a blow of the katana, I knocked the spear off course, and it fell somewhere into the crowd of the dead. I pushed off the air and grabbed the dragon's head, causing it to growl in displeasure. Fly away from here, the dragon is in danger here. I shouted at her. Leave him to me. Seeing her nod, I jumped down and landed on the ground. The dragon began to gain altitude. Now the Night King stood with only a sword in his hands. He did not wait for my turn and rushed at me with unexpected agility. I blocked his blow from above and winced from the volume of the resulting ringing. I moved his blade to the side and hit him with my hand, from which an electric beam shot out. He managed to jump to the side and swung his sword again. At the moment when the ice blade was about to touch me, I moved behind him and pierced him with a burning katana. Surprisingly, this did not impress him at all, and he turned around, tearing the sword out of my hands. Taking advantage of my stunning, he slashed, hoping to cut off my head, but I managed to form a long staff from the Gudodama that appeared nearby. Again a deafening ringing, and this time I took advantage of the enemy's stunning. I pulled the sword aside and, sharpening the other end of the staff, cut the enemy's body from the bottom up, from hip to shoulder. His body exploded into a multitude of ice shards, as did all the White Walkers nearby. All the undead immediately began to fall. The magic that supported their undeath ceased to act. I heard a joyful roar from the direction of Winterfell. In the sky, the dragon released a stream of flame, celebrating its victory. I smiled and wandered towards the castle, dispelling the clones that supported the barrier, which immediately disappeared. I heard approaching claps and looked up. The dragon was flying towards me. I stopped, waiting for him to land. Finally, he sat down, causing the ground to shake slightly, and the queen climbed off his neck. It came up to me. I sent her a sly smile. Well, do you regret putting me in front? I asked. She laughed quietly. Not for a second, she replied. Well, that's good. I was delighted. Now let's get back to your troops. I think you should give a speech. I didn't do anything in this fight, she said, walking next to me. Well, why not? You ruined my epic fight with the Night King and your squeals of fear were very funny. I noted. She laughed again. Don't forget, you're still talking to the queen, she said after laughing. I can order you to be arrested for rudeness. Well, I can only wish good luck to those poor people you send after me. I shrugged. You're an impossible person, she sighed. I try. I have a competition with my wife and a friend, who can piss off the other more. What's the score? She asked with interest. 17-14, my wife and I are leading, I answered. I'm surprised the score is anything other than 0, she said with a smile. It's scary to imagine your friend. Well, don't imagine it, it'll be better for you. We finally reached the fortress where the queen's troops were waiting for us, led by Jorah, Grey Worm and Jon. Daenerys stood on a small bridge over a trench with spikes, which was slightly higher than the ground. Today we have won a great victory, she began. Today the Night King has fallen and will never again threaten the Seven Kingdoms. And for that we have one man to thank. Uzumaki Naruto, come closer. I am already here, I do not need to come closer, I noted, causing laughter from the front ranks of soldiers. Daenerys smiled, but a coal of displeasure flashed in her eyes. Perhaps it was not a good idea to tease the queen when she was giving a speech to the troops, flashed through my mind. Bend the knee, she commanded, and Jorah, understanding what she wanted to do, held out his sword to her. I smirked, but knelt down on one knee, as Brienne had done earlier. The queen took Jorah's sword and placed it on my shoulder. In the name of the warrior, I charge you to be brave. In the name of the Father, I charge you to be just. In the name of the Mother, I charge you to protect the innocent. Rise, Uzumaki Naruto, Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. At that moment, the first rays of the sun appeared on the horizon. They illuminated me, the queen, and the armies. Thunderous applause rang out, the entire army began chanting my name. A wide smile appeared on my face by itself. It was pleasant. The last time I felt this way was when I protected Konoha from pain. And I will never get tired of such reactions to my actions. The whole day was remembered in snatches. There was a lot of wine, food, congratulations and shouts. I remember how many women approached me with completely understandable desires, but I refused them all, which I was very glad about. Even being drunk, I retained the remnants of a sense of self-preservation. And the very next day, Daenerys called a meeting to discuss the next steps. She invited me too, despite the fact that I have no idea about the situation in their country and who else they were going to fight against. But nevertheless, I came to the council. This time, there was a map of the entire continent of Westeros lying in the middle of the room. Hello everyone, I waved my hand. Some answered, some just nodded. Soon everyone had gathered. Do we have any losses? Asked Daenerys. No, answered Jon. Several people, answered Grey Worm. Several more lords unknown to me reported no losses. So thanks to Naruto, we managed to avoid catastrophic losses, the queen nodded contentedly. And what about Cersei's army? The Golden Company arrived to them thanks to Greyjoy's fleet, reported a bald, plump man. So we still have a significant numerical advantage and 2 dragons on our side, she concluded. We can take the city by storm. We'll strike a surprise blow and destroy her. Not only her. There are also her confidants, her hand Qyburn and Euron Greyjoy, the bald man corrected me. May I know your name? I asked. It is uncomfortable to communicate with a person without knowing his name. Our goal is to remove Cersei without destroying King's Landing, Tyrion countered. So you need to kill one person to take the city? I asked. Varys, Sir Naruto. He introduced himself. Nice to meet you. In that case, I can infiltrate the castle and eliminate these people. Infiltrating the castle is almost impossible, it is overflowing with mercenaries, they will be keeping a close eye on the surroundings. Tyrion said, we have all seen your abilities, Sir Naruto, but as I said earlier, we do not need to destroy King's Landing. You underestimate me, I chuckled. I am a shinobi, stealth is our specialty. It is hard to believe, given what I have shown, but I can be invisible when necessary. Okay, let's say we give you the task of killing the queen and her entourage. How will you infiltrate the city? The walls are very visible, the boat will be noticed from afar. Tyrion continued asking questions. The boat yes, but the person. I asked the question. What do you mean? The dwarf did not understand. A boat will be noticed from afar, that's clear. But what if the man doesn't have a boat? You want to swim to the haven. Tyrion was a little taken aback by my idea. No, I want to fly. I can fly without my fiery wings, so it will be unnoticed. No one will suspect an air invasion. Now I just need to get to Cersei and Qyburn and eliminate them. Give me a diagram of the castle and describe their targets and where they live, and you will have their heads. That sounds like a good idea, Tyrion admitted, a bloodless capture of the capital. Can you capture Cersei and bring her out of the city alive? Quite possible, I nodded. In that case, let's do it this way, Daenerys made her decision. Tomorrow we will leave Winterfell. Our armies will set up camp at the walls of King's Landing. We will pretend to have laid siege to the castle. At this time, Sir Naruto will be able to get into the Red Keep, kill Qyburn and Euron and capture Cersei. If we have their queen, then we will have a high chance of taking the city without shedding blood. A good plan, my queen, Tyrion nodded. Jon Snow, you will go by land with the northern troops. My army will go to White Harbor and from there sail to Dragonstone. There we will be able to blockade Blackwater Bay so that they cannot receive new reinforcements and food. Sir Naruto, you will sail with me. As you say, I nodded. Yes, my queen, Jon answered. This concludes the council. Prepare to leave. Having said this, Daenerys and many others left the room. I followed everyone. Already at the exit, I noticed how Arya blocked Jon's path. I stopped, observing the situation. Sir Naruto, this is a family matter, said the red-haired girl standing next to Arya. As far as I remember, her name is Sansa Stark, and she is Arya's sister. Fine, I won't disturb you, I nodded and left the room. I didn't need to pack my things, so I just wandered around the castle. Soon I came across the room where Tyrion and Jaime were sitting. Hey, can I join you? I asked. Sure, Tyrion smiled. Sit down. Would you like a drink? No, I've had enough, I answered. I don't have a very good relationship with alcohol. Well, I can smell an interesting story behind that phrase. Will you tell me? The dwarf said, taking a sip. Why not? I shrugged and was about to begin the story, when the door opened again. A man with a crossbow at the ready entered. Well, two blonde brothers in the company of an unusual man, he greeted them. Sir Braun of the Blackwater immediately reacted to the appearance of the man. Where is your drink? What are you doing in the north? Why do you need this? Jamie pointed at the crossbow. This? Braun asked again. This is for you. Having said this, he pulled a chair up to their table and sat down. For both of you. I decided not to interfere in their conversation for now and just sat there, keeping my head down. You should be in the south. Tyrion noted. What gilded bastards you are. Did you know that? Braun ignored the dwarf's words. That was rude. Tyrion put in his word. I spent years cleaning up after the Lannisters and what do I get? You are a knight because of me. Because of me. The title is worth no more than your brother's hair. Power is where they believe. Tyrion began, but was interrupted. Shut up. I'm trying. I've never beaten a dwarf, but I'll give you one more word and you'll get it. Braun began to threaten. I don't believe you'll go for it. Tyrion said and moved closer to the table. He shouldn't have believed him, because Braun tried to slam his fist into his nose, but at that moment I decided to intervene. I intercepted his hand and squeezed it hard, which made him wince. You shouldn't be hitting him, I said, frowning at the man. If you came to talk, talk. Who are you anyway? Braun asked. This is the first time I've seen you. And why the hell did you dye your hair? It doesn't matter who I am. I shook my head. Consider me not here until you threaten them. Have you hired a new sellsword, Tyrion? Braun chuckled. Let go of my hand, I won't hit him anymore. Good. I nodded and leaned back in my chair again. Listen, your sister offered me Riverrun. A large castle, good lands, obedient peasants. You trust Cersei, Jamie said. I knew she was finished the moment I saw the dragons. Your army is intact, and my money is on the Dragon Queen. If Cersei dies, she cannot pay. The stakes change if the Queen's hand dies. Or perhaps her best generals, one by one. Suddenly, may I speak? Tyrion interrupted. Why not? Only death will shut you up. We agreed a long time ago. Do you remember? If I am paid for your death, you will give twice as much. What is twice as big as Riverrun? Highgarden, Tyrion answered, you can become Lord of the Reach. Highgarden, are you crazy? Jamie asked him. He won't kill us, he. Braun pulled the trigger on his crossbow and fired a bolt at the wooden post next to Jamie. Since I was sitting between the brothers, I managed to catch the bolt and, to Braun's surprised cry, I jumped over the table, grabbed him by the neck and lifted him into the air. The crossbow fell from his hands. What did I say about threats? I asked, my tone deceptively calm. I thought you got it the first time. You came here as an uninvited guest, almost struck the Queen's hand and threatened her officers. You just almost shot the Hand's brother. Tell me, what's stopping me from killing you right here? Naruto, let him go. Now we can talk normally, without crossbows. Tyrion said. Are you sure? Yes, let him go. Good, but next time I won't listen to Tyrion. So be reasonable. After these words, he released his grip on Braun's neck and collapsed to the floor, greedily gulping air. Who the hell are you? He croaked. This is none of your business. Speak, Tyrion. Braun, we've had a good conversation. The dwarf began. Let's do this. Now you're going to tell us about the castle, who lives where, about the patrols, the guards, and all that. After that, you're giving up the attempt on our lives, and then you'll stay alive. Believe me, you don't stand a chance against this man. What do you think is more important, Riverrun or your life? Perhaps I'll even hire you later as a guard and drinking buddy, and you'll have plenty of money again. You know, I pay generously. Screw you, we have a deal. Excellent. Now tell me about the guard at the Red Keep. Why do you need that? For business. I answered him with a smile. Tell me. The journey from Winterfell to Dragonstone took 2 weeks. Finally, a fortress standing on the cliffs appeared on the horizon. Daenerys decided to fly her dragon and check how well Rhaegal's wounds had healed. But I was worried about the proximity of Dragonstone to King's Landing. During this time, I managed to study the map of Westeros and also delved a little into the situation between Daenerys and Cersei. So I was on guard, expecting a trap from Euron Greyjoy and his fleet. I warned the Queen about this possibility, but she waved my warning away. Suddenly, I noticed a spear flying at high speed at Rhaegal. I moved to the mark left on the dragon and threw Gudodama, knocking down the spear. And I saw more spears flying from the direction of the ships with a golden squid on their sails. I created all 9 of my Gudodamas and began to shoot down the spears. I decided not to reveal my flight abilities to the enemy yet, so for now I was only dealing with the truth-seeking balls. After blocking the first volley, I turned to Daenerys, who was looking at her dragon with fear in her eyes. Gain altitude, I shouted. She nodded, and her dragon flew higher. Rhaegal repeated his brother's maneuver. Once we were far enough away from the enemy ships, I moved to the mark on Drogon. He appeared right behind the queen, who turned around when she saw the red flash. Queen, I will return to the ships. Now that the dragons are safe, they can begin the naval battle. Go, I'll be fine, she nodded. The dragons had already almost reached the caves of Dragonstone. I smiled encouragingly at her and moved to one of the ships. And again found myself under a volley of scorpions. They were just flying up to the Targaryen ships. I sent the Gudodoms flying again, blocking as many copies as I could. But I couldn't reflect them all. Several projectiles pierced the hulls of the ships. I immediately created many clones, who began to help people escape and get to the shore of the island. Euron did not repeat the volley and turned his fleet back to King's Landing. I left the rescue to the clones, and I jumped onto the surface of the water and ran to the fleet. I had heard about the Crow's Eye. There was nothing human about him. No one would cry for him. When I began to run up to the Greyjoy ships, I used henge and painted my body the color of water. This would make me hard to spot, especially if you weren't on the lookout. I soon reached the flagship where Euron was. I quickly climbed onto the deck and immediately ran into a man with an eye patch. We have guests, the man, who could only be Crow's Eye, grinned maliciously. And how did you get here unnoticed? It doesn't matter. You won't be leaving the Silent alive. To arms, steam. He couldn't finish. It was hard to talk without a head. I waved the blood off my blade and looked at the shocked sailors with a smile. Well, let's see how well you can dance. The nearest pirate immediately rushed at me with a scream. He swung his sword, but I moved the body out of the line of attack and chopped off his arm with a swing of the sword. There was a cry of pain and a second later another stroke of the blade interrupted the life of this man. Having finished off the first, I rushed into the crowd of pirates and began to spin in a whirlwind of steel and blood. I dodged many blows and delivered my own, which never missed. Soon the deck turned completely red from the blood of the dead pirates. The remaining sailors looked with horror in their eyes at several dozen corpses at my feet and could not believe that one person did this. A few minutes later, I was the only one left on board the Silent. I turned my gaze to the other ships. They had already moved far enough away from the flagship that even from here I could see their eyes wide open in shock and horror. I jumped overboard and ran after the fleet. Along the way, I created 3 clones per ship, and soon we jumped onto the ships. In 10 minutes, all the pirates were dead. I made sure that there were no survivors left and moved to Dragonstone, to the Kenai that Tyrion kept with him. I found myself in the harbor, where entire ships were moored. The dwarf flinched, seeing a flash behind him, turned around and his face froze. He involuntarily took a few steps back. Tyrion, is everything okay? No one was hurt. Yes, he answered. And you? I'm fine. Do you have any doubts? I asked, smiling, which made Tyrion shudder. Did you see yourself just now? He asked. I shook my head. Then see. Then you will understand my reaction. I looked down and saw that all my clothes were literally soaked in blood. I suspect that my face was also covered in blood. I see, I sighed. Do you know where I can freshen up around here? After washing myself of the blood, I went to the chamber of the painted table, where Daenerys had already called a council. When I entered, everyone was already there. Nodding in greeting, I went to the empty place near the table and leaned my hands on it. What losses have we had? Asked the queen. 3 ships and no casualties. Reported Grey Worm. Sir Naruto took the attack upon himself. If it were not for him, the losses would have been much greater. What about Euron's fleet? She asked me. The ships are where I left them. All the pirates, including Euron, are dead. I answered her. Good, one less problem. Sir Naruto, thank you. If it were not for you, I would have lost my son today. You are welcome, I shrugged. When will you begin the siege? Jon Snow's forces will arrive in 2 weeks, said Tyrion. We can begin the siege in the meantime, and Sir Naruto will begin his mission. If all goes well, then by the time the Northerners arrive, the capital will already be ours. How long will it take to deploy troops at the walls of King's Landing? It takes a day to get there, so if we set out tomorrow, our camp near the city will be ready in 2 days, said Grey Worm. Prepare to leave, ordered Daenerys. And take Euron's ships, if they have not yet crashed on the rocks at sea. They will be useful. Yes, my queen, the commander of the Unsullied nodded briefly and left the room. Sir Naruto, do you need anything for this task? No, I already have all the information and the necessary things. I shook my head. Good, you can go. May I be frank? I asked. As if you ever needed permission for that, she grumbled. I nodded and left the room. There was absolutely nothing to do, so I just wandered around the fortress in the hope of finding something interesting. And soon I came across the exit to the caves where the dragons were now. Almost immediately I saw Rhaegal lying on the rocks. A voice called out to me from behind. Do you think they are beautiful or terrible? Asked the queen, coming closer. I do not think they are terrible, but this is a vision from the point of view of a person from my world. There, your dragons would not be such a big threat. At most, an annoying nuisance. But for your world, they are a real threat, especially for your enemies. But I cannot deny a certain beauty in these creatures. So they are both beautiful and terrible. It all depends on your point of view. I gave a detailed answer. You have told very little about your world, noted Daenerys. But from what I have heard from your stories and judging by your powers, I shudder to imagine what it is like to live in such a world. I am not the best person to draw conclusions from, I chuckled. I am an exception to the rule. There are only a few like me. For the most part, this is the same world as all the others. We have people without such abilities, there are weak people who simply live, work and raise children. But I will not deny that when war comes, and it comes quite often, then it becomes truly scary there. As everywhere else, the Queen sighed. Tell me, how can I thank you? You have done so much for me in my ascension, and you intend to do even more. What can I do? Hey, that is also true. I have learned about the history of this world during my stay here. Therefore, I can ask only one thing. Do not become your father. She was a little taken aback by such a request. But gradually anger began to flare up in her eyes. Do you think that I can become my father? Do you think that I destroyed the slave trade in Essos? Do you think my father would do such a thing? No, he would not do such a thing. But from what I see, you are gradually becoming cruel. You stop caring about collateral damage, for you the goal becomes above all else. You were ready to destroy King's Landing, just to sit on the Iron Throne. You burned those 2 men from the Southern House, forgive me, I forget their names, who refused to bend the knee when you could have just sent them to the wall. It hadn't fallen yet, so it was a reasonable option. But instead you burned them alive, which is exactly what your father liked to do. They believe in you, but some are already doubting you. Especially now that the information about Jon Snow has come to light. Someone is plotting. Daenerys immediately seized on the new information. Who? There we go again. I simply mentioned that faith in you is no longer so strong, and you have already seen treason and would most likely have executed those I pointed out without understanding the situation. So I advise you to think carefully about what I have told you. I am sure some would have advised you to do the same long ago, but they are afraid that you will punish them. I am not afraid, and I am speaking frankly. And I hope that by the time you sit on the Iron Throne, you will be able to curb your cruelty. Having said that, I tore myself away from the wall and walked past the very annoyed queen. I had tested her patience enough for today. I didn't want to fight off her dragons. They really are beautiful creatures, no matter what anyone says. Finally, the time for my mission had come. Honestly, I hadn't had a stealth mission for so long that I had already missed them. Even if there were, you still got caught and made a fuss. So I'm not surprised that you missed them, this is a chance to at least finish one successfully. Kurama couldn't help but mock me. Shut up, I snapped. Now I was flying over Blackwater Bay under the cover of night, making my way closer to the Red Keep. As Varys had warned me, there were many civilians there now, whom Cersei had decided to use as a human shield from the dragons. This action showed me that Cersei was a terrible ruler. And that few would miss her. Finally, I reached Aegon's Hill and, after making sure that no one was looking in my direction, I began to climb. Soon, I flew up to the Hand's Tower. According to Varys, there was an open balcony that could be used to easily get inside. Having found the right balcony, I landed and entered the Hand's chambers. There I found a man in a gray robe with a brooch in the shape of a hand attached to it. So this was Qyburn. I did not make any contact with him. A movement of the hand, and the hand of the queen fell with a kunai in his skull. I approached the corpse and made sure that he was dead. And when I was about to fly out to the queen's chambers, something happened that I had been waiting for a long time. A purple portal appeared in the middle of the room, and Izuna fell out. Izuna was badly beaten. I chuckled, seeing my friend's condition. Did Satsuki work? I asked. Found it at last, he exclaimed. Shut up, I hissed. I have a stealth mission here, so don't get caught. There was a knock on the door. Lord Hand, is everything all right? Yes, I answered, trying to imitate a voice that would at least theoretically suit this person. Apparently, I did manage to do something after all, because the guards fell behind. I turned to Izuna. What are you doing here? He asked quietly. Overthrowing the queen, I answered, causing the Uchiha to laugh. And why am I not surprised? And who is this poor guy? Her closest advisor. Let's talk later, now I want to finish the matter. You can sit here for now. No way, I'm with you, Izuna said. I didn't look for you for 2 weeks to sit and wait while you do your own thing. And there was no need to send me to unknown worlds, I answered him. Okay, let's go. Have you forgotten how to hover yet? What stupid questions are you asking? Great, because that's exactly what you'll have to do now. I went out onto the balcony and took off, heading to the queen's chambers. Izuna didn't lag behind me. By the way, you came just in time, I whispered to him when we were already flying up. Can you put the queen in genjutsu so that she loses consciousness? Okay. Just tell me who to take. There she is, I pointed to a short-haired woman with golden hair, who was standing so conveniently by the window and looking at the city. Izuna nodded, flew closer and showed himself to her. Their gazes crossed, and she immediately went limp and fell out of the window. Cursing briefly, I rushed to intercept her and caught her not far from the ground. I rose higher and looked angrily at Izuna, who did not even try to catch her, despite being closer. You were gone for 2 weeks and you were already carrying other women in your arms, huh? He asked sarcastically. Do you have any other targets? Yes, her bodyguard. He should be in front of her door. Hold her for now, I'll deal with him. I handed the unconscious woman to Uchiha and flew through the window. Without wasting time examining the room, I hurried to the door and opened it. Noticing only a huge back covered in steel in front of me, I realized that my target was right in front of me. I quickly jumped up and chopped off his head with Shiden. The Gudodoms caught the body, not letting it make a noise from the fall of such a carcass. I dragged the body into the room and examined it. A really huge man. Through the slits in the helmet, you could see that he had blue skin. What did they do to you? I muttered, but decided not to fill my head with unnecessary thoughts and jumped out the window. Izuna was still here. Let's go back, I commanded. Hey, take your woman, Izuna was indignant. She is not mine, I cut him off, but still took Cersei from him, and we flew towards Daenerys's camp. Soon we were flying over an entire tent city. How many people are in this camp? Izuna whistled. I can't tell you the exact number, but there are definitely several tens of thousands, I answered, flying up to the most richly decorated tent. I landed right in front of it and nodded to Grey Worm, who immediately let me in but blocked Izuna's path. Let him through, he's with me, I asked the commander of the Unsullied. Are you sure about him? He asked. Yes. Good, he nodded and let us both inside. Daenerys was waiting for me inside, accompanied by Missandei and Jorah. Seeing me with the body on my shoulder, she breathed a sigh of relief. Everything was successful, she asked. Yes, Cersei is alive and well, as ordered. I nodded, laying the body on the floor. By the way, meet the idiot who sent me here, Uchiha Izuna. I introduced my friend. He whistled, seeing Daenerys and nodded in greeting. Does this mean you can go home? She asked. Yes, it does. When do you plan to go back? Now, I answered, there is no point in waiting. Well, in that case, I can only wish you good luck and thank you again for your help. You are welcome. I waved my hand and nodded to Izuna. He smiled and a purple portal appeared in the tent. Daenerys, I called her. Remember what I told you. Receiving her nod, I jumped into the portal. Despite the fact that it was very exciting here, I really missed home.